Plundering the Heavens chapter 1381 to chapter 1435. Following Fang Xing's unreasonable head-on beating, Dilu truly suffered greatly. It was as if he was being abused by Fang Xing in this world. But soon, something unexpected happened. Dilu looked very miserable after the beating, but unexpectedly, his muscles and bones were not injured. Instead, his aura grew even stronger, and the surging fiend god chi around him became more and more terrifying, like the rising clouds, ethereal and indistinct. You really do have some skill. You actually refined your sea of memories into a world. It's a pity that your cultivation base is too shallow. This Dilu's soul is not damaged, and my righteous immortal fate is bestowed. Even if I fell into a grand world, its heaven and earth wouldn't be able to restrain me, let alone a grand world refined by someone like you. I want to see what you will use to suppress me. This time, I'm really lucky. Once I capture you, I'll take credit from Royal Father. Rumble. As the Emperor Flo's voice rang out in the world that seemed to be everywhere, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground in front of Fang Xing. From far away to near, the earth was overturned and rushed towards his feet. It could be imagined that there must be some extremely powerful existence below. Fang Xing's expression immediately changed. With a thought, he was already above the 9 heavens. Then, with the naked eye, he saw that in the earth below, there was a black smoke rushing into the sky, closely chasing after him. But if it was not the Emperor Flo, then who could it be? It seemed that after being suppressed by Fang Xing, a strand of his true spirit had sneaked into the ground to devour Fang Xing. This is my world, what are you going to use to fight me? Fang Xing shouted in the air. He then clenched his fists and brought them together in the middle. Crack! 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 The appearance of this world changed greatly. Countless metal veins were extracted from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they were refined into a sharp longsword. It slashed through the black smoke and actually cut it in half, causing it to fall to the ground. Haha, so what if it's your world? But the 2 pieces of black smoke actually split into 2 and hid away. After a while, 2 Emperor Flo's voices rang out at the same time, my divine soul is not destroyed, how can you hurt me? So what if you have the upper hand in this world? Let's see what else you can rely on when I break this world with my peerless divine ability. Pooh. Pooh. Before he finished his sentence, another 2 plumes of black smoke billowed up. One was in the northernmost region, where the pilgrimage mountain was located. A plume of black smoke could be seen bursting out from the mountain. The other was the southern seabed, riding the wind and breaking the waves, and its aura was monstrous and terrifying. You really want to fight me to the end? Fang Xing's eyes turned cold as he shouted in his heart. He raised his right hand high and clenched it. Chi. As he clenched his hand, the blazing sun in the sky that represented his divine soul shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, countless fiery dragons swooped down from the sky to intercept the 2 plumes of black smoke in the north and south. The fiery dragons were the manifestation of the true Samadhi, true fire. With this world as the foundation, they were extremely powerful. Compared to the weak divine soul of a Emperor Flo that had just awakened after 1,000 years, the power was like a strong man beating an old man. Pooh. 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 The demonic smoke that flew over from the south and north was directly smashed by the power of the scorching sun. It was as if it was seeking its own death, but it was directly smashed into pieces. Like meteors, it flew in all directions of this world, and then disappeared once again. After all, in this world, it seemed that no matter what method Emperor Flo used to launch a sneak attack, it would not succeed. This was because no matter what method Fang Xing used, he was faster than Emperor Flo. Emperor Flo could even take form with a single thought. After all, no matter how strong Emperor Flo was, in this real world, they had to abide by the laws of this world. But Fang Xing could directly set the laws of this world. However, Emperor Flo's seemingly suicidal actions attracted Fang Xing's attention. His eyes darkened slightly. This guy, what is he trying to do? Haha, I don't believe you can do anything to me. Emperor Flo's voice rang out again. It was as if hundreds of people were shouting at the same time. And as this voice rang out, specks of black smoke rose from the chaos in this world. At a glance, it looked like a dense galaxy that floated into the air. Then, as if they had made an agreement, they rushed at Fang Xing from all directions at the same time. It was as if a hornet's nest had been killed, and all the bees were coming over to fight for their lives. What the hell is he trying to do? Fangxing's eyebrows had already furrowed into a knot. Then, he fiercely raised his right palm and clenched his fist with a whoosh sound. Wind, gale, an endless gale rose in the void of this world, blowing from the south to the north. Each gust of wind was like an extremely sharp wind blade, slicing horizontally like a comb. The wisps of demonic smoke formed by Emperor Flo were already very dense, but Fangxing's magical power was even more dense than the demonic smoke. It directly cut them into even finer shapes. If Emperor Flo was said to be a complete spirit at the beginning, then now, it was like dumpling filling. Any other moves? Fangxing seemed to be very curious. After making his move, he quietly stared at the surroundings, as if waiting for Emperor Flo to make another move. This time, Emperor Flo did not make another move. It was just that, the sky had turned dark. This world moved according to Fangxing's will. If he wanted the sky to turn dark, there would never be a trace of light. If he wanted the sky to turn bright, the sun would never set. But at this time, Fangxing clearly did not do anything, but this world seemed to suddenly fall into darkness. An imperceptible but billowing black smoke soared into the sky, covering the sky and overlooking this world. It was Emperor Flo. At this time, he had actually transformed into endless black smoke, rolling and rolling, covering the entire world. In this world, Fangxing seemed to be an outsider, standing alone in the void, while Emperor Flo seemed to be in control of the entire world. Looking down from above, his eyes seemed to descend from the sky, coldly looking at Fangxing, as if he was looking at prey. The son of an immortal king is indeed different. Even Fangxing could not help but become slightly solemn at this time, raising his head to look at Emperor Flo with a somewhat deep gaze. The gap between the realms was indeed unreasonably large. In this world, Fangxing was God, and everything in this world could be used by him, but now, in a situation where he had the upper hand, he could not do anything to Emperor Flo, or in other words, he could not kill Emperor Flo. Emperor Flo was indeed like a copper bean. So what if he swallowed him, unable to refine him, unable to defeat him? It would only give him a chance to take root in his stomach, and perhaps even turn the tables on him. At this time, Emperor Flo also knew that he was no match for Fangxing in this world. In fact, without his physical body, it was also impossible for him to escape. After all, the physical body was the foundation of everything. If he was at his peak, and Fangxing dragged his physical body into this world, he could rely on his physical body and spirit as a Tai immortal to directly break out of this world and escape. But now, only his spirit was here, and he was firmly trapped, unable to escape. But Emperor Flo was not someone who would easily admit defeat. Even though he was seriously injured and his spirit was extremely weak, he quickly came up with his own countermeasure. Impressively, he borrowed Fangxing's hand to forcibly disintegrate and turn into an existence that was almost like the origin of the spirit. He wanted to use his immortal life bestowed a mortal fate to forcibly seize this world from Fangxing's hands. It really feels more and more like this is a real world. When Emperor Flo's voice rang out again, it seemed to contain the will of the heavens, and it reverberated in all directions. There seemed to be a hint of curiosity in his voice. I'm starting to suspect that you're really related to the Grand Supreme Taoist orthodoxy? When he spoke again, he was confident that he was in control of the situation. His voice was indifferent and unusually cold, but after hearing his words, Fangxing lowered his head and smiled slightly. If I told you that I'm the Grand Supreme Successor, would you believe me? Boom. Boom. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it represented Emperor Flo's fear and doubt. Are you really the Grand Supreme Successor who came to destroy the great immortal world as prophesied? Although his voice was still full of doubt, his tone was no longer so certain, and it was even filled with endless seriousness. Let me make one thing clear first. Fangxing's face turned bitter when he heard this. I only came to steal something, not to kill you, really, I promise. Emperor Flo fell silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. Is it really because I suffered a great loss 1,000 years ago that I'm a little suspicious now? I'm actually starting to believe a false immortal like you who doesn't even have an immortal life. Forget it. I don't have the ability to tell if you're real or not, but I can capture you and hand you over to my royal father. Haha, as expected of those who survive a great calamity are bound to have good fortune later on. I was thinking about how to make up for my loss 1,000 years ago, but now that I have you, why should I worry about not being able to reclaim my former status and identity? Black threads began to merge together in the air, carrying with them a heart-trembling aura. It was as if midnight had arrived, and the great world was as dark as night. The gloominess weighed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. However, at this time, Fangxing gently raised his head with a slight frown. Is it really because you suffered a great loss 1,000 years ago that you're so stupid now? Do you really think I'd let you see my secret if I wasn't confident in capturing you? Emperor Flo was taken aback for a moment before his wild laughter came from the 9 heavens. I've already infiltrated this world, what ability do you have to capture me? That's too easy. Fangxing didn't seem to care about Emperor Flo's strength at all. He only shook his head helplessly, then turned in another direction, took a deep breath, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Those old bastards, get up and pay your rent." Boom. 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 No one could describe the sudden change in the world. In the pitch-black world, a strange tower appeared out of thin air, as if it had descended from the sky. The moment the strange tower appeared, there was a sudden burst of light. Although the light was not clear, it contained an indescribable power that tore apart the darkness between the heavens and the earth, causing light to reappear in the world. It was as if the strange tower had suppressed the entire world the moment it appeared. He sat on the ground, but it was more like he was standing at the highest point of this world, overlooking everything in this world with a cold and emotionless gaze. At the moment the strange tower appeared, Di Lu, who had forcefully disintegrated into the great darkness sky and shrouded the entire world, was suddenly suppressed by an extremely mysterious power. It shrank rapidly, and in the end, it was no longer in its original state. He fell in front of the strange tower in panic, his face filled with shock as he looked up at the strange tower. How could this be? Who are you? He roared hoarsely. Ever since he had woken up, he had never shown such a panicked expression on his face. This is little Di Lu from the Scarlet Emperor's family? Someone in the strange tower spoke, as if he had recognized Di Lu's identity. Humph, colluding with his father, he's not a good thing. Another existence, who clearly did not have a good impression of Di Lu, snorted coldly. Then let's kill him? Someone suggested. His killing intent was great. Leave some of his divine spirit here. We've been gone for too long, there are some things we need to ask him, someone made a more sincere suggestion. However, their discussion, as if there was no one else around, scared Di Lu out of his wits. He had just woken up and saw the living beings from the ancestral land of Tianyuan, as well as the remnant disciple of the Taisheng orthodoxy. He felt that it was a dream, but as the strange tower appeared, he quickly realized. Damn it, this was definitely not a dream, this was a nightmare. Why were these old fellows here? Weren't they legendary existences with unforgivable crimes? You. Di Lu subconsciously took a few steps back. He was so scared that he couldn't form the words that he wanted to say. After retreating a few dozen feet, he suddenly flew up at a speed faster than a meteor. With a flash of silver light, his divine soul had already escaped hundreds of miles away. As if he didn't care about his life, he tore through the void, trying to escape from this place. These monsters have actually returned. This is bad. I have to report this to my father. There was only one thought in his mind. Unfortunately, before he could get far, a large hand suddenly stretched out from behind him and grabbed him. Heavenly devil. No. Uncle Xuanji, please let me go. Di Lu seemed to recognize the owner of this large hand, and his panicked voice rang out. However, the person he called Uncle Xuanji did not care about him at all. The large hand retracted and forcibly dragged Di Lu's divine soul. The huge strange tower flew up again and retreated to a corner of this world. When it landed again, it threw Di Lu down, and the strange tower directly suppressed Di Lu's body. In the midst of his miserable screams, the strange tower crashed down with a loud bang. Peace returned to this world, as if nothing had happened. A dignified imperial prince was suppressed just like that, and there was not even the slightest bit of resistance. Even Fangxing could only stare blankly at this scene. When the strange tower returned to normal, he chuckled and rushed to the front of the strange tower. He first squatted down to look at Di Lu, who was suppressed by the strange tower, and then looked up at the strange tower with a smile. Seniors inside, thank you very much. Now leave this kid to me, there's no need to trouble you. Humph, who was the one who called us old bastards just now? An existence's cold voice rang out, and it seemed to be very displeased. Fangxing hurriedly said with a smile, "Who called him that? Who would dare to? You must have heard wrong. Come, leave him to me. This kid already had the cultivation of a primordial immortal 1,000 years ago. Even if we capture him and hand him over to you, you won't be able to suppress him." Another existence in the strange tower spoke up. He did not argue with Fangxing, but just calmly explained. "Can't suppress him?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "That's true. Then I'll have to trouble seniors to strip off his immortal life and give it to me, okay?" Immortal life? The existences in the strange tower were slightly stunned and fell silent. "Yes, I'm lacking in immortal life now." Fangxing nodded excitedly and looked at the strange tower with pitiful eyes. This was what he was most interested in about the imperial influenza. Ever since he found out that an imperial flow had not died after being suppressed for 1,000 years, he had been extremely curious about an immortal life. What kind of thing could have such a miraculous effect? One of his goals was to lure the imperial flow into his realm of consciousness, then completely suppress him and strip off his immortal life. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that the 9-headed worm had regained its lifespan after obtaining an immortal life and turned back into a young man. Now that he did not have much time left, did he not need an immortal life to save him? He didn't have the ability to extract the immortal life of a monarch flow cultivator, but none of the existences in this strange tower were ordinary people. Each of them had a great background, so if they wanted to extract the immortal life of a monarch flow cultivator for him, it should be possible. However, under his eager gaze, the strange tower was silent. After a long time, a voice rang out, "Child, if an immortal life could be so easily stripped, then the great immortal realm would not be in such a mess." Fangxing could not help but be stunned. He looked up at the strange tower and did not speak. Another voice rang out, "Since an immortal life is called an immortal life, it is similar to one's fate. Once bestowed with the righteous bestowal, it is bound to the cultivator's life and death. Even the most powerful cultivator cannot strip an immortal life from a living person. The great immortal realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Countless people have mentioned or tried to strip an immortal life, but in the end, no one has ever succeeded." Fangxing was even more speechless, and he felt a sense of despair. Unless, someone seemed to have thought of something and spoke after some thought. "Unless what?" Fangxing asked anxiously, but that existence did not speak. In the end, a cold voice came to a conclusion: "An immortal life cannot be stripped, there is no need to say anything more. If it can't be done, then it can't be done." Fangxing stood up in disappointment and turned to leave as he mumbled, "And here I thought these old bastards were capable of something. The existences in the strange tower, what's wrong with him?" Back in the immortal abode, ever since the Emperor Flow rushed into Fangxing's knowledge, Xianxia and the others were shocked. They looked at Fangxing with great worry, but they did not dare to touch him and could only wait anxiously. "If it were not for Fangxing's I've been waiting for you for half a day," which gave them some hope, Xianxia would have been certain that Fangxing was dead by now. Even so, they were still worried. After all, Emperor Flows were terrifyingly powerful existences. Some people's hearts sank uncontrollably, and they were filled with despair. Some of the fat pig disciples even knelt before Fangxing's knees and cried loudly, preparing to attend their master's funeral. That poor master of mine, however, just as one of the fat disciples waited for a long time, opened his mouth wide, and was about to cry out loud, a hand suddenly reached out and tightly pinched his mouth. Then, they saw Fangxing slowly stretch his waist, and woke up from his meditative state. With a smile in his eyes, he slowly swept his gaze across the cultivators. "Why are all of you looking at me like that? You're fine?" Xianxia was shocked and overjoyed. From the lazy look on his face, Fangxing must not have been possessed. "Shouldn't I be fine?" Fangxing smiled faintly and glanced at Xianxia. "What about the Emperor Flow?" Someone asked hurriedly, obviously having no time to joke with him. "I've suppressed it." Fangxing's words were simple, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Suppressed, Xianxia looked at each other speechlessly. They all felt that Fangxing's current appearance was somewhat unfathomable. "Ugh. Good, it's good that he's suppressed." After a long time, Lu So broke the awkward atmosphere and slowly let out a sigh of relief. He straightened his body and said, "I didn't expect to meet such a troublesome guy." After being suppressed for 1,000 years, his body is half rotten, yet he's still alive. The great immortal world is indeed full of extraordinary people. However, since he's been suppressed by you, do you have a way to extract his immortal fate? If you can obtain the immortal fate, then... Yes, 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 isn't his immortal fate perfect for use? As soon as he said that, everyone became excited and looked at Fangxing eagerly. They had the same idea as Fangxing. They all wanted to extract the immortal fate from the Emperor Flo to cure Fangxing. The immortal fate can't be extracted. Fangxing was a little moved, but he still said the despairing words with a wry smile. Then, everyone became silent, and the worry on the dragon lady's face became even heavier. Fangxing, on the other hand, was unusually relaxed at this moment. He seemed to have thought of a certain idea, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He kicked away a fat disciple who was hugging his leg, got up, and stretched. He looked around and smiled. There's no need to be so unlucky. This isn't the only way to obtain an immortal fate. I have many other methods. Get up first and see if there's a way out. His relaxed appearance was hard to understand. Zhu Xiu and Zhu Xiu looked at each other in confusion. I've already looked around, there's no way out here. After a while, it was Ao Lai who spoke. This topic also made everyone feel despair. However, after hearing this, Fangxing's smile became even more excited. That's perfect, let's do it this way. The celestial mansion was silent, and no one moved. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, that smile. Once it's revealed, nothing good will happen. Someone will definitely be unlucky. Heavens, there are no outsiders here. What is this ancestor trying to do this time? Anyone who knew Fangxing would know that this ancestor was an extremely daring person who liked to indulge in wild fantasies. When he was in Tianyuan, he would often stir up trouble that would make people not know whether to laugh or cry. His most famous incident was the Battle of the Ascension Zen Mountain, where he fought to the end of the 10 formations but ran away with the opponent's Ascension Zen cauldron just because of a disagreement. That incident made the northern region a big joke to all the orthodoxies in the Divine Prefecture. Until now, people often talked about it as a topic of conversation. Since then, the northern region of the Divine Prefecture was in chaos. Zhu Xiu more or less understood Fangxing's character. Although he did not say it, he was worried that Fangxing would cause trouble. However, only the experienced and prudent people like Lu So and Mr. Wen were worried. Ao Lai, the great void baby, Fat Pig, and the other young people were extremely excited. They had come to watch the show and did not mind if things got out of hand. Moreover, they were really at a dead end. Instead of staying here and waiting for death, they really wanted to hear what good ideas Fangxing had. The current situation was that their way out was blocked and they could not escape. If they continued to stay here, they would only die. On the other hand, Fangxing's lifespan was cut off, which was more serious than being seriously injured. He could hardly fight. If these two problems were not solved, the haze in Zhu Xiu's heart would not be resolved. However, they did not have much hope because neither of these two problems were easy to solve. Seeing countless worried, helpless, or confused gazes looking at him, Fangxing's smile widened. He separated the crowd and walked forward. He said with a smile, "There's no need to ask. You'll know soon." That emperor's, just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw the scene in front of him and was stunned. Damn, who is this dumpling? Before him was an enormous dumpling that was tied up tightly. The dumpling's entire body was tied up with ropes to the point even its face couldn't be seen, and its body was densely covered in talismans. Moreover, it was surrounded by Lu So's formation flags over and over again, and layer after layer of restrictions were placed on it. It was completely like a dumpling, and it was tied up so firmly that even Xianxia was shocked, and he couldn't help but pity the dumpling in his heart. It's Di Lu's corpse. After he entered your knowledge sea, we wanted to destroy his body immediately so that he wouldn't come back. We didn't expect that although his body was half rotten, it was almost indestructible. We couldn't hurt him, so we sealed him like this. Hearing Fangxing's question, Lu So and the others quickly explained. Fangxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Let's undo it first." Zhu Xiu was puzzled, but after hearing Fangxing's words, he had no choice but to remove the talismans and restrictions layer by layer. At this time, Di Lu's divine soul was suppressed in the depths of Fangxing's knowledge sea, and his body was motionless like a dead man, without any reaction. At a glance, it was difficult to tell whether Di Lu's body was flesh or blood, as if it was made of dark steel and had decayed for thousands of years. It didn't look like a human, but one could vaguely make out its facial features, and there was still a trace of Di Lu's aura on it. "What are you trying to?" Ao Lai saw that Fangxing kept looking at Di Lu's body, and he seemed to have thought of something. Fangxing nodded with a smile. "Now I'm in need of such a thing. This is too bold, isn't it?" Lu So also understood at this time, and could not help but feel a little frightened. "Let's move this body away." Fangxing waved his hand and ordered the fat disciples to surround Di Lu's body. They shouted 1, 2, 3 and tried to lift Di Lu's body, but it didn't move at all. Only then did they realize that the body of a Taiyu mortal was much heavier than an ordinary mountain, and was not something they could lift. In the end, it was Ao Lai, Lu So, Mr. Wen, and the happy toad who lifted Di Lu's body and used all their strength to carry him out of the immortal abode. But after lifting him up, the true appearance of the dark steel hull was revealed, and everyone was stunned. The bottom of the dark iron hull was covered with all kinds of strange formation patterns. They were layer by layer, mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew what they were used for. However, the void baby's face turned pale when he saw them. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of water vapor. "This is my mirror room. I didn't expect Master to keep it, mirror room?" Zhu Xiu was a little surprised to see Taishu baby's face full of emotions. After asking, he found out that this was a secret room that Taishu baby had placed before he transformed into a human. It was specially built by the Taishu immortal king for him, and the room itself was a magical treasure that was deeply rooted in the void. On this formation vein, the Taishu illusory mirror could use its abilities to the extreme, and it could look through all the heavens and earth. This was also the reason why it was refined as the Taishu illusory mirror, to see the 33 heavens above, and the netherworld below. To him, this place had a special meaning, just like the place where a baby was born. However, at this critical moment, no one paid attention to him. They were all concerned about whether Fangxing's plan would succeed or not. After moving Di Lu's body to the hall outside the hall and placing it according to Fangxing's instructions, everyone looked at it in a daze. They wanted to see what he was going to do, but Fangxing was dazzled. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not a girl, what are you looking at? Go and do what you need to do. When I'm almost done with my research, I'll let you see all you want." Zhu Xiu reluctantly left, while Fangxing sat down cross-legged and quietly looked at Di Lu's body. He even sent out a few strands of divine thoughts to examine it, and almost grasped it inch by inch. Then, he silently memorized it. "How can I take over a Taiyu immortal king's body in a perfect condition?" He murmured to himself, but Dragon Lady, who was not far away, heard him and could not help but worry. In fact, when Fangxing ordered people to move Di Lu's body, they had already vaguely guessed it. This guy was really bold. He wanted to take over Di Lu's body. A false immortal without even an immortal life wanted to take over a Taiyu immortal like Di Lu. Although Di Lu's current physical body was just a shell without a divine soul, it was still too dangerous. "Since I want to take over the shell, I need to be diligent, lest others see through me. I also need to think of an excuse, lest others see through me. Without Di Lu's soul, I've saved myself the biggest trouble. However, the soul-shifting technique is not something I can easily use. How to take care of my body properly is the most important thing." Fangxing muttered to himself as he considered all aspects. The Dragon Lady and the others had guessed correctly. Trapped in the immortal abode and unable to leave, Fangxing faced the situation where his physical body's lifespan was running out, and his dermic powers were unstable. Fangxing had racked his brains to think of a way to break out of this predicament. In the end, the method he came up with was simple. He would possess the body of an Emperor Flo and then swagger out of the immortal abode as an Emperor Flo. He could even use his identity to infiltrate the great immortal world. The benefits were very obvious. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals outside were undoubtedly from the Crimson Sky Immortal King's bloodline, and Di Lu was the son of the Crimson Sky Immortal King. Why would they be afraid of him? There was naturally no problem in leaving this immortal abode. Di Lu hadn't died in the first place. If he hadn't been suppressed by the old monsters in Fangxing's knowledge realm, he would probably have returned to the great immortal realm after waking up. Another point was that taking over Dilu's body would solve Fangxing's biggest problem. This body was originally sealed by the immortal fate and could lock one's lifespan. Although Fangxing's cultivation was unstable, after taking over this body, he could boldly use his abilities without worrying about the loss of lifespan. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the injuries of Dilu's body, which he needed to take care of himself. Of course, there would still be some minor problems after taking over the body, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation. There were naturally dangers as well. Taking over a body was a heaven-defying act, but Fangxing didn't consider this at all. Although Lu So and the others were worried, they couldn't stop him. After all, this seemed to be the best solution at the moment, entering the great immortal realm as in Dilu, waiting for an opportunity to escape, and then seizing the immortal fate was the best chance to solve his current predicament. Although the art of taking over a body is forbidden in the cultivation world, almost every orthodoxy has it, and every cultivation method has it. The levels are high and low, and there are countless of them. Whether it's the one I learned from the Blue Cloud sect, the one I saw in the Yuan family scripture pavilion, or the books I looted from all over the place, almost all of them have descriptions of this type of method. However, those are too low level and have all kinds of problems. Since I want to take over a tiny immortal's body, I naturally have to use the best method. Fangxing thought to himself as endless books of methods flashed through his mind. It had to be said that he had too many things in his belly. After all, he had a lot of experience. After so many years in Tianyuan, he had come into contact with all kinds of ancient books and records. This was because he was lazy and did not usually read them, let alone devote himself to studying them. Otherwise, if Sir Feng were to call himself the encyclopedia of the cultivation world, he would live up to his name, and if I have to choose the best method, then there's only, Fangxing murmured to himself as various methods flashed through his mind. Finally, he chose one. The Lotus Heart Sutra of Buddhism. In Fangxing's mind, he chose what he thought was the safest method. It was one of the ancient sutras from Spirited Mountain Temple that he stole when he kidnapped the little monk Xianxia and went down the mountain. Those ancient sutras were all rare treasures in the world. Fangxing threw them aside after reading them, too lazy to study them. However, he kept them in his mind, and when it was time to use them, he would think of them. Plant a golden elixir in the sea of consciousness, nurture the spirit like a lotus. There were thousands of cultivation techniques in the world, and there were also thousands of methods of possession. Although the Great Way was different, it led to the same destination and the effect was the same. However, there were still advantages and disadvantages. The Buddhist method that Fangxing chose was the best one that he had carefully selected, and the most important reason was that the Buddhist body-seizing technique was not meant to be used for body-seizing in the first place. Possession was a kind of thing that would damage one's virtue. Legend had it that the person who possessed would be envied by the heavens. Even if he did not cause trouble, he would be cursed and would be doomed sooner or later. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, no one would use possession every day. However, this method of possession was also a method that everyone had to practice. After all, no one could guarantee that one day they would be unlucky enough to fall to the point where they had to rely on possession to survive. Moreover, after possession, even if everything went smoothly, it would often damage one's spirit and leave some internal injuries. It would take a long time to recover, or it might never recover. This was extremely difficult to say. The reason why the Buddhist method of possession was said to be the best was that it would not only not damage the spirit, but would also nourish it. Fangxing had heard from the little monk Xianxia that this sutra was said to be created by an eminent monk. He saw that the people of the world were poor and wanted to enlighten them. However, the people of the world were stupid. No matter how much he talked, it was not as good as a copper coin in front of him. It was difficult to redeem one person, let alone all the people in the world. Therefore, he created the method of planting the golden lotus in the sea of consciousness. He separated a little spiritual sense and planted it in the sea of consciousness of others. Every time there was an evil creature, this spiritual sense would appear and remind the people of the world to see through the illusion. By protecting a little spiritual root, they could accumulate good karma and seek liberation. Unfortunately, not long after he created this technique that he spent his entire life to create, a flaw was seen through by another high monk. The high monk only said that if this technique fell into the hands of an evil person, then the world would be thrown into chaos. Because this technique coincidentally conformed to the conditions of possession and could achieve the effect of possession. Moreover, it just so happened that it could be used to accumulate merit and nourish the soul, imperceptibly making up for the greatest weakness of possession. Once it was really exposed, then the world would probably never be at peace, and this high monk would not be able to escape punishment. Moreover, it depends on the nature of the people in the world to be kind and cultivate Buddhism. If you force people to be kind, you have already lost the heart of Buddha. It was also because of this that the eminent monk had no choice but to give up on this technique. He decided to only use his 3-inch tongue to transcend the world. His original intention was to destroy this technique, but the eminent monk who persuaded him felt that this was, after all, the result of half of his life's work. He could not bear to part with it and left it behind. To be honest, when Xianxia told Fangxing about this past, he had originally wanted to secretly remind Fangxing to let him get the Buddhist scriptures, but he must not use this method to do evil. However, he had not expected that Fangxing would really regard him as the method of possession, but he did not easily tell others. He had only secretly taught Daphne a part of it so that he could repair the internal injuries during the possession. Since then, he had tossed it to the back of his mind. He only remembered it now. This Emperor Flo was ferocious and overbearing. He had originally wanted to possess Fangxing. Now that Fangxing had used this method to possess him, he did not feel guilty at all. Another important reason was that after this method was possessed, it did not need to stay in the Emperor Flo's physical body forever. He only planted Fangxing's divine soul into the Emperor Flo's sea of consciousness. When the time was right, Fangxing could return to his own physical body. At that time, he could even use the golden lotus planted in the Emperor Flo's sea of consciousness to refine the Emperor Flo into a doppelganger. It was really suitable. I have no other way. Xianxia, the little bald ass, won't scold me, right? Before officially executing this technique, Fangxing also had a slight thought. However, he quickly reacted and heavily spat out a pay. If he dares to scold me, I'll beat him up. With this thought, he slowly relaxed his mind. Then he slowly drew a mysterious and complicated Buddhist mark on the forehead of the Emperor Flo's physical body. It was as if he had opened a door in his sea of consciousness. After drawing the mark, he secretly used the method and soon condensed his divine soul into the shape of a spinning golden core. He gently touched the Buddhist mark. The golden core was immediately inserted into the Emperor Flo's sea of consciousness like a lotus seed. Golden lotus seed, Buddhist will rise, a little spirit, 10,000 thoughts are born. As Fangxing finished chanting a Buddhist chant that he did not understand, he felt an extremely mystical change. It was as if another him had fallen into a large lake. The lake water surged over and drowned him. Then, he sank endlessly. It was as if he had sunk into the 9 nether realms, deep into the bottomless depths, sinking into the mud. But very quickly, he felt an endless power surging towards him from all directions. Originally, according to the Buddhist method, he should resist that power at this time, but he went against the flow. He channeled all the energy into his own body. The change happened very quickly. He felt an invisible force of growth, and he felt that he was growing. Very soon, he had already drilled out of the mud and was rushing towards the surface of the lake. After an unknown period of time, he only heard a poof sound, and he had already drilled out of the lake. Then, he felt that the power in his body had reached its peak, and subconsciously dispersed, as if he was born out of a shell. At this moment, Di Lu, who was imprisoned under the strange tower in Fangxing's sea of consciousness, suddenly screamed in horror. What is that? What did you do to me? As his eyes widened in horror, he could see that a seed had fallen into his sea of consciousness, then absorbed the power of his physical body to nourish his divine soul. It broke out of the ground and sprouted, growing into a golden lotus, and finally broke out of his sea of consciousness and bloomed. At the moment that the lotus bloomed, he suddenly lost connection with his physical body, and Fangxing, at this moment, suddenly opened his eyes, or rather, it was Di Lu who opened his eyes. Di Lu's almost half-rotten physical body suddenly opened his deep eyes. Then, in those eyes, 2 deep and sharp gazes fell on him, who was sitting in front of him. A strange change appeared in his eyes, and the light was extremely mystical. Swoosh! At this moment, Zhu Xiu, who had been pretending to be busy with his own business, focused his attention on Di Lu at the same time. Some were worried, some were curious. Dozens of eyes fell on Di Lu, holding their breaths, not daring to breathe, for fear that something might happen to him. They hoped that Fangxing would quickly speak, but they were also very worried that once he opened his mouth, it would be Di Lu's voice, and under these countless worried gazes, Fangxing looked at his own physical body for a long, long time, not saying a word. Could it be that something had happened? Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they wanted to go forward to investigate, but no one dared to move. Just when they could not wait any longer, and were about to be driven crazy by this atmosphere, Di Lu, or rather, Fangxing, finally opened his eyes and sighed in a low voice, "You're still so good-looking when you're old, good-looking my ass." He looked at his own physical body for so long, so he was just narcissistic. Everyone almost spat out a mouthful of air, and they really wanted to go up and slap Fangxing in the face. However, their hearts were finally at ease. It seemed that the possession was a success. Originally, they were worried that Di Lu was too strong, and Fangxing, as a false immortal, would have some accident when he took over his body. Now that they heard this narcissistic statement, they were finally sure. "Haha, it feels good." Fangxing also laughed, stood up, and stretched his arms and legs, but they were very stiff. The injuries are not light, and the body is half rotten. Looks like it's not something that can be healed in a day or two. He carefully felt his body, and found that the reason why it was so stiff was not because he had just taken over the body, but because Di Lu was killed by the Tai Su Immortal King, and had been in a deep sleep for 1,000 years. His physical body was rotten beyond recognition, and the blow he had suffered when he was alive was too powerful, and he had not recovered until now. Naturally, it was a big hidden danger, and it seemed that he needed to treat this body as his own, and nourish it with pills and treasured medicines. Just now, when Di Lu and Aolai fought against them, they were unable to take them down, and in the end, they were forced to come out of their bodies to take over his body, which was understandable. After all, this physical body was really terrible. Fortunately, he felt that the feeling and control of his body were very good. It seemed that the golden lotus planting technique of Buddhism was indeed the best way to take over the body, and he had made the right choice in choosing this method. Moreover, after he entered Di Lu's body, he faintly felt that although this body was currently in a very bad state, it had a kind of terrifying power that even he could not imagine. When it recovered, it might give him a pleasant surprise. "My body needs to be hidden well." Fangxing frowned, stretched out his right hand, and pressed on his body. With a slight thought, he put his body into the spiritual realm, and then sank into the depths of the spiritual realm to protect it. Originally, he was worried that he would not be able to open the spiritual realm after taking over Di Lu's body, but now he was relieved. After all, the spiritual realm was the manifestation of his consciousness, and it was closely related to his spirit. As long as he willed it, he could open the spiritual realm, and only then could he put his body in the safest place. Did I succeed? How lucky! Before becoming an immortal, I've already taken over an immortal's body. Who would believe this? Lu Shou and the rest could not hold themselves back as well. They surrounded Fangxing excitedly and curiously, pinching him with great interest. "Ahem, isn't this imperial prince's appearance impressive?" Fangxing was also a little proud of himself. He shook his arms and legs, ready to call himself the imperial prince. Only Dragon Lady came over and reached out to hold his arm worriedly, but he glared at her and scolded her back, "Stay away from me, stay away. This body is not mine, and you want to touch another man? Won't I suffer a great loss?" Fangxing, or rather, the current Di Lu, was pulled aside by the ear by the Dragon Lady. The others heaved a sigh of relief, but when they looked at each other, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although the method of seizing the body of a primordial immortal had been successfully completed, they still felt that it was a little risky. However, they could not say anything now. First, Fangxing had made up his mind, and second, they did not have a better way to solve the current predicament. They could only rely on the identity of the Di Lu to lead this place first, and then act according to the circumstances. According to common sense, you should be more powerful after seizing the body of a primordial immortal. However, this body of a crown prince has yet to recover from its old injuries and has been decaying for 1,000 years, which will hinder your ability to exert your strength. You must first recover from your injuries, understand the situation outside, and formulate a detailed plan before leaving. After all, this Dilu has not appeared for 1,000 years. Fangxing was extremely daring. After setting a grand plan, the rest of the details would be discussed by Lu Shou and the others. Fangxing was not in a hurry to leave. He was bold, but he was not stupid. He naturally knew that the great immortal world was full of dangers and experts were as common as the clouds in the sky. In the great immortal world, only those who had obtained an immortal fate could be considered as experts. Even when he was at his peak, he could not enter the ranks of experts. Now that he had seized the body of a Dilu and borrowed the power of his body, he could exert strength surpassing that of an ordinary righteous immortal. However, it was impossible for him to do so in his heavily injured state, and he was even weaker than before. Is there any way to see the situation outside now? There was only one question that interested him, and that was how to understand the situation outside. Originally, they were trapped in this immortal abode. People from the outside could not enter, but they could not leave either. The situation outside could only be guessed, which was the most worrying part. After hearing Lu Shou's words, he naturally had an idea. This immortal abode is a door that separates us from the heaven and earth. We naturally cannot see it, but someone can. Lu Shou smiled faintly and brought Fangxing to the depths of the immortal abode, where the corpse was previously suppressed. Here, Fangxing saw the great void baby, who was much more obedient than before. He was sitting in the middle of the hall with his legs crossed. The mirror that he usually carried on his back was now standing in the middle of the hall, in the middle of the formation marks. He frowned and stared blankly at the mirror. He did not even know that Fangxing had come to his back. He just kept sighing. This black iron hall is where the Taisu immortal king placed the great illusionary mirror. There are runes inscribed by the Taisu immortal king when he was alive. With the help of the runes, the great illusionary mirror can unleash its mystique to the extreme. It is said to be able to see the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Not to mention that we are only in the immortal abode, we can even see the Tianyuan hometown if we want to. Lu Shou chuckled. He was obviously in a good mood. But suddenly, the great void baby heard his voice and said without even turning its head, I can't see Tianyuan, and I don't have an accurate location. Are you expecting me to find it bit by bit? Won't I die of exhaustion then? Lu Shou choked and smiled bitterly. Anyway, you can see the outside of the immortal abode, right? The great void baby replied listlessly, of course I can. Didn't I tell you earlier? Lu Shou could only laugh dryly. He whispered to Fangxing, he seems to be thinking of the great void baby. He is not in a good mood. Fangxing could see it too. He felt that he had to fulfill his responsibility as a master, so he squatted down and patted the Taishu baby's little head. He smiled and said, my dear disciple, this man died with his head facing the sky. Ah, that's not right. A man's death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. Death is death. It's like a big dream. Since then, he will not feel anything. Even if you miss the old Taishu so much, he will not know. Before he finished, the great void baby suddenly turned around and said with a confused look, who said I'm sad? Fangxing choked again. If you're not sad, why are you sitting here with tears all over your face? The great void baby's mouth twitched. He looked aggrieved. I suddenly realized that without this formation pattern, I can't unleash my full potential. But I can't take this formation pattern away, so I can only stay here. But if I stay here, I can't go out and have fun. The more I think about it, the more I feel aggrieved. Why didn't I reincarnate into a human or some other living being? Sigh. Ugh, Fangxing was stunned when he heard that. He was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. So this little bastard was not thinking of the great void baby. He was just worried that he could not move the dark steel palace away. You'd better behave yourself. I'll help you move this hall. Yi Zichen said. He kicked the great void baby's butt and sent him flying. Fangxing scolded, show me now. Master did not leave much immortal energy behind. Every time I look at it, it will be gone. The great void baby rubbed his butt. He was obviously not convinced. But Fangxing was fierce to begin with. Now that he had changed into the body of a monarch, he did not dare to provoke him anymore. He could only grumble as he walked to the great illusionary mirror, which was his real body. He straightened the great illusionary mirror and dived into it. Then, his own face appeared in the mirror. He reminded Feng Xing, but I'll say this in advance. You can't look at it for too long. I want to save this immortal energy for something big in the future. Hurry up and look, or I'll smash your stupid mirror. Feng Xing scolded. He and Lu So stepped forward and stood in front of the great illusionary mirror. Why are you so fierce? The void baby muttered. The surface of the mirror changed like water ripples. Very soon, his shadow disappeared. Then, like a blob of ink dispersing in water, countless sceneries were revealed. All the sceneries were changing rapidly as well. Scenes changed one after another. In the end, a galaxy was revealed. After quickly zooming in, it was an ancient world. That ancient world seemed to be a continent as well. It was filled with lush mountains, beautiful rivers, strange peaks, and strange cliffs. It was like an uninhabited deep within the mountains. At this moment, there were surprisingly a few hundred immortal soldiers on a high peak within the deep mountains, and they were hurriedly setting up a grand formation. At the center of the formation was a dark black stone platform, and there was a faintly discernible door at the center of the platform. It was the door to the immortals' abode. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals were all wearing red armor with golden patterns. They were the soldiers under Disher that they had seen before. Hurry up. Lord Disher has ordered that he wants to see this immortal abode within 3 days. When the great illusionary mirror showed the scene in the mirror, one of the immortal generals was Mo Kuei, who had looked at Feng Xing face to face. At this moment, he was patrolling around the formation. His immortal armor clanked as he walked. His blood-red cloak fluttered in the wind. He looked extremely majestic. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very serious. He did not want to miss even the slightest detail. Lord Mo Kuei, teleporting this gate to the immortal mansion is an extremely dangerous thing. Even if we have made sufficient preparations, if there is even the slightest mistake, this gate will be destroyed. Why does Lord Disher want to take this risk and not come and see for himself? As Mo Kuei reprimanded, an old man among the people who set up the formation raised his head and asked with a frown. Even Immortal General Mo Kuei didn't dare to offend the old man. He frowned slightly and explained patiently, Mountain Venerable, the immortal King Taishu's inheritance is in the door of the immortal mansion. It's priceless. Once the news is leaked, we won't be able to protect it with our abilities. The only way is to hand it over to Lord Disher as soon as possible. However, Lord Disher is currently rushing to the path of immortality with the other lords to kill those troublemakers from the ancestral land. Naturally, he can't be here, so... That group of ants hasn't been wiped out yet? The old man who called himself Mountain Venerable was slightly stunned. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked. Mo Kuei's face darkened slightly, and he said, I don't dare to rashly comment on the matters of the lords, but according to the legends, those rebels have extraordinary abilities. In the beginning, among the people sent to quell the rebellion, there were 10 Tai immortals, but in the end they returned in failure, shocking the 33 heavens. Left with no choice, they invited Lord Dishi and the other geniuses to quell those rebels. Moreover, they strictly guarded the news, and didn't let the outside world know about it. Otherwise, if those rebellious immortals heard about it, they would rise from the ashes and cause chaos in the immortal world. I know. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. Alas, many immortal kings have been killed. How would they have the guts to? Mountain Venerable was also frightened. He nodded repeatedly and kept his mouth shut. Path of immortality. Troublemakers? Putting aside Mo Kuei and the others who were outside, Feng Xing and Lu So who were inside the immortal abode changed their expressions at the same time. They said those troublemakers came from the ancestral land. Could it be? Lu So said hesitantly. His eyes were filled with endless doubt and even great fear. Feng Xing's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and pressed on the grand illusionary mirror. He shouted, let's go and see who it is. Looking too far away consumes too much immortal force. The great void baby's shadow jumped out of the mirror with a pitiful expression. Look. Feng Xing only said one word, but it made the great void baby shudder. But I can't see without a specific location. Even so, he still forced himself to say it. He looked like he was really in a difficult position. At that moment, Lu So said, the teleportation formation that they set up just now has a boundary point. I believe those people are not far from the boundary point. I can calculate it for you. With that as the base, you can scan that area. Then. Alright, I'll take a look. The Great Void Baby had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Not long after, the image changed again. After a while, a starry sky appeared. The image moved quickly as if it was searching the space within a radius of millions of miles. Soon, a spot in the endless starry sky seemed to have caught the Great Void Baby's attention. It hurriedly looked in that direction, and then the image on the mirror stopped abruptly. There were many stars in the sky, and the place was filled with endless celestial light. There were several grand cultivators with terrifying strength moving freely in the starry sky. They were attacking each other, casting spells, tearing the stars and splitting the sun. It was a battlefield in the starry sky. Haha, immortal lady, eat my shredding crane claw. Let's see if your doo-doo won't fall off. Coincidentally, an extremely familiar voice rang out as soon as the grand illusionary mirror displayed the first scene of the battlefield. Fangxing was stunned when he heard it. The great illusionary mirror was indeed marvelous. It was indeed a Dharma treasure refined by an immortal king. As long as there was a boundary point, as long as the place was not sealed by a special Dharma treasure, one would be able to see the scene within. That was the case now. With the help of the boundary point runes carved on the formation outside, Lu So deduced the approximate range of the starry sky where Emperor Shi was. Then, the great illusionary baby followed the traces and unexpectedly captured a scene that shocked Fangxing. In that scene, there was a strange bird the size of a mountain that was covered in golden radiance moving freely in the starry sky. Its sharp claws tore through the starry sky, but it was fighting fiercely with a serious and indifferent woman opposite it. Half of her bra was hanging on its claws. There was no need to see the appearance of the strange bird. Just by hearing its voice, Fangxing already knew who it was. At this moment, his heart was already thumping wildly. The great golden crow of Bastard Chow. He did not expect to see it again after they parted ways in Tianyuan decades ago. What shocked Fangxing even more was that the cultivation base of the female immortal who was holding onto her skirt that was about to slide down with one hand and staring at the great golden crow with the other was definitely not ordinary. Although he could not sense her aura directly because he was looking at her through the great illusionary mirror, he could confirm one thing from her movements and the immortal clouds that were brought up by her movement technique. That was that the female immortal was very powerful. Very powerful. Her strength might even surpass that immortal General Mo Kuei outside. Jin Liuzi is actually able to fight with a monster of this realm and even take advantage of her? After seeing the great golden crow in the mirror, Fangxing's first glance was filled with excitement, and his second glance was filled with shock. How dare that demonic bird humiliate Sister He? It's courting death. Boom, however, just as Fangxing was filled with shock, the situation in the mirror changed again. Although the female immortal did not lose to the great golden crow in a fight, she had already lost on the surface. She could no longer fight, or her skirt would fall off. Behind her, there was already a tall and imposing young man in a black cloak charging out on an immortal cloud toward the great golden crow. Haha, it's my turn this time. Seeing the young man rush out, a strange cry suddenly rang out from the other side of the room. Then, a monster rushed out from behind the golden crow. It was covered in ghostly aura, and it did not look like a human or a ghost. The aura on its body simply filled the starry sky with ghostly shadows. It was as if wherever it went, no matter where it was, it would turn into a ghostly domain at any time. That monster looked extremely ugly, and Fangxing had never seen it before. However, when he took a closer look, he could see something from the little braid on the monster's head that was pointing upwards. This ghost child also has the demeanor of a true demon. Seeing that the monster was fighting with the young immortal, Fangxing was elated, but his emotions were very complicated. There's no need to talk about rules when dealing with these ants. Let's bring them to the crown prince with the army. The scene in the mirror changed very quickly. After Li Ying and the young immortal fought for a few rounds, the immortal generals behind them yelled. Then, several huge spiritual boats that were bigger than ordinary planets moved with endless power and crashed toward Li Ying, who was fighting with the young immortal. Behind them, several teams of immortal soldiers pressed forward at the same time. Damn it. Don't talk about rules. Seeing that Li Ying could no longer escape, Fangxing cursed with hatred while he clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. Swoosh, just as Fang Xing was getting anxious, a beam of godly light flew over from the distant starry sky. It was so powerful that it pierced through the celestial boat and pierced a hole in the celestial boat that was as big as a planet. Then, it pierced through the next one. The beam of godly light pierced through 3 celestial boats and destroyed the defensive array formation around the boat. The huge boat shattered in the starry sky, and the celestial soldiers and immortal generals fled in panic. The godly light didn't stop until the godly light was about to hit them. At this moment, Fang Xing finally saw that the godly light was a godly halberd. In the depths of the distant starry sky, a figure floated over slowly. With a gentle lift of his hand, the godly halberd turned into a beam of light and flew back into his hand. The person who summoned the godly halberd was wearing battle armor and had 8 big flags on his back. With a cold expression, he looked at the disheveled immortal soldiers and immortal generals and said in a low voice, "I heard that the crown prince of the immortal world is here. Tell them that the most powerful one among them, Lv Fengxian of the heavenly prime realm, is interested in fighting with him. Tell him to come quickly, I don't want to wait too long." Facing such a figure and such arrogant words, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals remained silent for a long time. Fang Xing was even more speechless. This guy is getting better and better at showing off. Ignorant ants. How dare you be so insolent? Amidst this indescribable silence, a deep voice suddenly sounded out from the vast starry sky behind the immortal vessel, and then an enormous hand that blotted out the sky stretched over from afar. It actually possessed the ability to capture the stars and the moon, and it directly grabbed towards this expanse of space. It was impossible to describe the size of that hand. However, it gave people the feeling that the entire starry sky within millions of kilometers was in that hand, whether it was the ghostly Li Ying that had just flown back, Lv Fengxian that had deterred countless immortal soldiers and immortal generals with a single sentence, or the great golden crow that had just flown back, all of them were stunned at that moment. It was as if they had given up on resisting. They had no intention of resisting the hand at all, as if they knew the difference in strength was too great, so they had given up on resisting at all. However, they were not caught by the hand, because at that moment, another huge hand reached over from the starry sky behind them. It was as clear as jade, and at the same time, it contained indescribable chaotic force. It slammed heavily against the huge hand that controlled the starry sky, forcefully pushing it back. Then, the huge hand protected the great golden crow and the others. A cold female voice rang out, "If you want to fight, you can come and find me. Why do you have to fight with these juniors? How dare you?" In the depths of the starry sky behind the celestial boat, the voice suppressed its boundless anger. "Why are you so persistent? What exactly do you want? Do you want to use the border of the immortal realm as a place to refine weapons? What a joke. These juniors are only qualified to compete with the descendants of the cold clans in the immortal realm. Even if any of the heavenly talents from the top-level families were here, they would be able to kill these juniors as if they were ants, let alone the crown prince. That's their fate." The owner of the jade hand said slowly, "I'm just watching so that the competition won't be too unfair, haha." Good. Good. When the descendants of the top-level families come, I'll see how long you can stay arrogant. Retreat. The voice roared and didn't want to waste time with them. Instead, she gave the order to retreat directly. Several spiritual boats had been destroyed, but not many of them were injured. At this moment, they were retreating in an orderly manner. Ahaha. Next time you come, remember to bring an immortal life with you. I'll give it to my brother as a big gift. The great golden crow was still yelling, which made several immortal soldiers and immortal generals look at him with hatred. Ugh. While the battle was over, 2 wills seemed to have discovered the grand illusionary mirror that was inspecting this place. They glanced at the void with strange expressions. It seemed like they were looking at the empty void, but from the perspective of Fang Xing and the others, they were looking directly at them. The great void baby screamed in fear, and the grand illusionary mirror stopped showing any images. Then, he crawled out of the mirror and patted his chest cautiously. I was scared to death. Looking at the great void baby's funny expression, Fang Xing didn't speak. He was still immersed in the images. Even Lu So looked cold and didn't speak. It seemed like all the muscles on his old face had stiffened. It's so horrifying. Those are the juniors of the heavenly origin realm, right? After a long while, Lu So exhaled deeply, and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. Now, they actually have the power to fight with immortals? Hee, of course they are the juniors of the heavenly origin realm, and they are all my brothers. Fangxing finally spoke after a long while. He had a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to be in disbelief and shock, but most of all, he had a strange smile on his face. He gently bit his lips and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect this. I didn't expect that after fighting all the way here and obtaining a lot of opportunities, I'm still not as good as them. Those people are the juniors that stepped onto the receiving immortal bridge?" Luso seemed to be confused, and he asked tentatively. "That's right, just a few of them. There are some that I didn't see just now." Fangxing's reply was very relaxed, but there was an indescribable feeling between his brows. During the battle at the Immortal Burial Slope, the Immortal Bridge had appeared, and everyone beside him had stepped onto the Immortal Bridge. Only his name had been removed, and he hadn't been qualified to enter the Immortal Bridge. At that time, he had thought that there would be many fortunes within the Immortal Bridge that he wouldn't be able to obtain. However, he hadn't expected to see the Golden Crow and the others at this time. Their cultivation progress was so fast that it was terrifying. Although he didn't know much about them, he could tell that the group of young immortals that fought against them were the legendary immortals that had been bestowed the righteous immortal realm. Normally, they were existences that false immortals couldn't defeat, but they didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when they fought against them. On top of that, Lu Fengxian, who made a move in the end, displayed strength that far surpassed those immortals. One could imagine what kind of opportunities were on the fairy bridge. Without the immortal fate realm, how could they have such terrifying progress and strength? Fangxing felt his heart ache when he thought of this. He began to hate the person who had removed his name. "Let's go, we can't wait any longer. We'll also enter the great immortal world." After pondering for a while, Fangxing suddenly raised his head and looked coldly in the direction of the gate of the immortal mansion. Why are you in such a hurry?" Luso was startled and looked at Fangxing in confusion. Fangxing's answer was unusually concise. "I'm in a hurry to snatch something." Fangxing had a very strange feeling when he saw the Great Golden Crow and the others. Back when he was still in Tianyuan, his cultivation and strength were already the strongest among everyone. This time, when he crossed the immortal path of the dragon tribe, he had obtained many opportunities and his strength had increased greatly. He was far stronger than when he was in Tianyuan. He had thought that he was already invincible among the younger generation of Tianyuan. He did not expect to see the Great Golden Crow and the others in battle. He was pleasantly surprised, shocked and regretful at the same time. What kind of benefits did those fellows who set foot on the Immortal Bridge receive? Now that he had encountered an immortal, he had to take a detour, but those fellows obviously had the strength to fight an immortal. The Immortal Bridge was full of opportunities. Now it seemed that it was indeed a place to train perfected immortals. Even an immortal life could be given. What opportunities could they not obtain? Moreover, based on their conversation, it was obvious that they'd been constantly fighting and tempering themselves. Although he did not know what they were doing on the immortal path of the Taoists, it was obvious that dangers were accompanied by opportunities and opportunities. "It seems that I'm a little slow." A different kind of pride rose from the bottom of Fangxing's heart. He smiled in a low voice and had a strange look in his eyes. "Well, if you don't give it to me, I'll take it back myself." If others encountered such a situation, they could not help but feel disappointed. However, Fangxing had the intention to compete with them. Since he had made his decision, he immediately asked Luso to inform the others. Luso was puzzled by Fangxing's sudden intention to leave, but he knew that it was the right choice to leave now. After all, from what he had seen just now, the gate of the immortal residence had been transported to the ancient dragon tribe's domain and was about to set up a teleportation formation to directly send them to Emperor Shi's side. At that time, their fates would be unpredictable. It was better to take this opportunity to leave and sneak into the immortal realm. Before you leave, take all the various resources and ancient books in this immortal residence with you. Then, I will take you into the spiritual realm. You can cultivate in peace there. If anything happens outside, I can use my thoughts to summon you. As for the matters outside, I can deal with them as an emperor. With all of you around, it will be much easier to explain," Fangxing explained to everyone patiently. Everyone knew that the current situation was grim, so there was naturally no reason to reason. They quickly packed up the things in the immortal residence, but they could not empty it out. After all, they had to leave some behind to deceive others. After doing all this, they waited to enter Fangxing's spiritual realm. However, there was still some worry in their hearts. Everyone had a stomach full of things to say, but because of the urgency and the complexity of the matter, they did not know what to say for a moment. Be careful. Dragon Lady had a stomach full of words, but when she finally said them to Fangxing, she only had 4 words. When Fangxing heard this, he smiled and said, "I'm not the one who should be careful, it's the great immortal realm." When Dragon Lady heard this, she was stunned. She wanted to scold him, but did not know where to start. In the end, she could only smile bitterly. She had to admit that this little bastard's words were quite reasonable. However, in the entire universe, he was probably the only one who was qualified to say such words, right? In the main hall, Zhu Xiu and the others stood with bated breath. Around them were piles of resources and ancient books that they had found useful for cultivation. They waited for Fangxing to be taken into the spiritual realm. Among everyone, only the Great Void Baby was an exception. He wanted to go into Fangxing's spiritual realm to take a look, but after some thought, Fangxing felt that bringing this little fellow along would be useful. At least, it could give him some advice. Moreover, the Great Illusionary Mirror's name was well known in the immortal realm. If he brought it out, he could also verify some of his theories. Ready? Let's go. Fangxing did not stand on ceremony. His eyes swept across everyone. When he saw that they were all ready, he suddenly smiled. He raised his hands into the air and pressed down. In an instant, an invisible whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and shrouded the top of Zhu Xiu's head. The whirlpool slowly descended and enveloped all of them. After a while, the whirlpool disappeared, and so did Zhu Xiu. At this moment, only Fangxing and the Great Void Baby were left in the huge immortal abode. In the depths of Fangxing's heart, he could clearly sense that everyone had already sunk into the spiritual realm. Let's go too. Fangxing and the Great Void Baby, one big and one small, looked at each other, smiled and walked towards the door of the immortal abode. Master, we have to agree that when you get the second immortal life, you must give it to me first. The Great Void Baby tugged at the corner of Fangxing's robe and said with its little face raised. Why are you in such a hurry? Among us, there are many people waiting for the immortal life. I'm not very confident in you. I think you can only get 3 immortal lives at most, the Great Void Baby said very seriously. Fangxing did not know whether to laugh or cry at this. Immortal lives were so precious, and this guy said that he could get 3. Was that not a compliment? However, after thinking about it, he still said to the Great Void Baby seriously, "You really underestimate me." As he spoke, he walked to the door of the immortal abode. Fangxing let out a deep breath, then raised his hand and pressed on the door of the immortal abode. With a slight push, the bronze door opened with a loud bang, and dazzling light shone in from the outside. Remember, if you don't want others to suspect you, you must be arrogant, cruel, and cunning. The Great Void Baby purposely lagged behind Fangxing and gave him a series of instructions. Quick, set up the formation. 4 days have passed. Within 3 days, we must transport the door to the immortal abode to Lord Emperor Shi. At this time, in the lush forest of the Dragon Clan's ancient world, Immortal General Mo Kuei was patrolling back and forth, ordering his subordinates to repair the formation under the guidance of Mountain Venerable. The distance of the teleportation this time was too far, and there were several realms in between, so the requirements for the formation were too precise. Even with a formation expert like Mountain Venerable, the speed of repairing the formation was pathetically slow. Haha, Lord Mo Kuei, this immortal king's inheritance is something that even Lord Dilu died trying to obtain. Lord Emperor Shi has always wanted to find this inheritance. If it wasn't for his noble status, he would probably stay here for a long time. Now that Lord Mo Kuei has found this place and made such a great contribution, I'm afraid Lord Emperor Shi will definitely reward you and promote you, right? Someone grinned and started to flatter the immortal general. Haha, how can it be so easy? Immortal General Mo Kuei scolded with a smile and sighed. This immortal King Tai Su was an existence that was on par with our immortal Emperor Qi Shao. How precious is his inheritance? Lord Dilu was too eager to obtain this inheritance and thought that immortal King Tai Su was already seriously injured. That's why he mobilized his troops into the Dragon Clan's ancient world to hunt him down. His purpose was just to get the inheritance first. The other immortal kings couldn't enter the Dragon Clan's ancient world, so they couldn't stop him. Unfortunately, Lord Dilu made a miscalculation in the end. After he came in, he disappeared, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. That's why our Lord Emperor Shi is where he is today. At this point, his eyes darkened slightly. Nowadays, there have been rumors that Lord Emperor Shi's talent is not as good as Lord Dilu's. The immortal emperor only chose him as his successor because he had no other choice. Since Lord Emperor Shi can't explain himself, how can we, as his subordinates, sit back and watch him be bullied? This time, I was ordered to enter the Dragon Clan's ancient world for more than 400 years. I've searched almost every inch of the Dragon Clan's ancient world just to find the road to immortality and the immortal king's inheritance on it and present it to Lord Emperor Shi. Another immortal soldier said knowingly, Lord Dilu failed to do it, but Lord Shi did it, so of course, Mo sneered and said, then who else dares to say anything? But one immortal soldier was a little ignorant and asked blankly, then why not report to His Majesty Immortal Emperor first? Before the immortal emperor went into seclusion, he was very concerned about Lord Dilu's whereabouts, right? Logically speaking, this immortal king's inheritance. Shut up! Mo suddenly shouted coldly. His eyes were like swords as he stared straight at the immortal soldier. The immortal soldier was shocked by his gaze and did not dare to speak anymore. Mo quietly stared at him for a while, then said in a sinister voice, since the immortal emperor is in seclusion, all the affairs of our Xiao heaven are naturally decided by Lord Emperor Shi. They were sent here by him. Since we found the immortal king's inheritance, we should give it to him first. With our status, should we disturb His Majesty Immortal Emperor who is in seclusion for such a small matter? This is not a small matter, the immortal soldier muttered in his heart. But he was deterred by Mo and did not dare to say anything else. Haha, Lord Emperor Shi has put in a lot of effort. Even if we get the door to the Immortal's mansion, how to open it is also a problem. We have to find the successor that immortal King Tai Su chose before he died. Lord Emperor Shi must not want His Majesty to worry, so he wants to get the door to the Immortal's mansion first and find the key to open it before reporting to His Majesty Immortal Emperor. You are thinking too much, Mountain Venerate, who had a high status, smiled lightly and explained a little, dispelling the depressing atmosphere. The rest also knew that it was not a good time to speak, so they sensibly shut their mouths and silently perfected the formation. However, when the door to the Immortal's mansion was mentioned, Immortal General Mo also thought of something. Mountain Venerate, I saw a few living beings hiding in the Immortal's mansion with my own eyes. I think they are with the demon that escaped. Logically speaking, we should capture them, but this Immortal's mansion cannot be opened. Will there be any problem if we teleport them over like this? Mountain Venerate smiled. What problem can there be? They are just a few ants trapped inside. What trouble can they cause to Lord Emperor Shi? Moreover, with our abilities, we can't open the door to the Immortal's mansion. Can we expect them to come out by themselves? He looked rather relaxed. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. Everyone felt that something was wrong at this moment. When they looked over, they saw that the door had suddenly become real. After a while, they heard a squeak. The door that they could not open no matter how hard they tried actually opened. It's time to show true brutality. In the Immortal's mansion, an almost undetectable voice said softly. As soon as the gate of the Immortal's mansion opened, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the field raised their vigilance at the same time. Surging killing intent rose from their bodies like undulating tides. Even their mounts raised their heads at this time and glared at them fiercely. They knew that there were people in the immortal abode, but they couldn't open the gate of the immortal abode. That was why they couldn't do anything to them and could only send them over to Lord Dishi. Their original intention was naturally to capture this group of people first. After all, the sudden appearance of the demon a few days ago had really shocked them. They had used the Daluo Golden Talisman to suppress it, but no one had expected that the demon would forcibly escape and disappear without a trace. This was originally their fault, but because they had seized the opportunity to find the immortal king's inheritance, they thought that they were about to make a great contribution and could make up for this crime. Deep down, they still wanted to figure out what was going on, therefore, when they saw the gate of the immortal abode open, they immediately wanted to capture the people inside. After the immortal abode opened, it seemed to be separated from yin and yang. Light from the outside couldn't enter, but light from the inside couldn't come out either. Therefore, both inside and outside were pitch black. Vaguely, they could only see a tall figure slowly emerging from the darkness. His hair was draped over his shoulders, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. They could only feel that the person's entire body was stiff, as if he was walking a little stiffly, which was even more bizarre. What was even more bizarre was that they had already guessed that there was only a group of living beings inside that probably hadn't even reached the false immortal realm. Before this, they had only seen a little of their shadows before they were so scared that they darted into the immortal abode without looking back. This meant that they were very afraid of him. However, at this moment, they faintly felt that the slowly emerging figure actually made them feel a sense of trepidation. "Who are you, demon? Hurry up and be captured." The first to react was Mo. After all, he was an immortal general. Moreover, he had waited for the living beings inside with great difficulty, so he was really afraid that they would retreat again. Therefore, after a moment of shock, he immediately let out a roar and grabbed at the shadow fiercely. He wanted to grab its head and then forcibly pull it out. He definitely couldn't let it escape. This grab had already used his immortal method. Between his 5 fingers, nomological laws revolved and sealed the void. He was confident that no matter how his opponent tried to block or dodge, it would be useless. He could only be pulled out by him. However, what he didn't expect was that the figure didn't move at all in the face of his grab. He did not dodge, or even parry. He just took a slow step forward without making a sound. With this step, the light outside shone on his face, revealing his facial features. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His facial features were sharp, and his withered hair draped over his shoulders. There was no expression on his face, as if it was made of cast iron. Even his eyes were icy cold, without a trace of emotion. However, when Mo saw it, it was as if he could see some sort of ridicule in that gaze, and his heart instantly turned cold. His palm had already reached that person's face, but he stopped abruptly, not daring to continue grabbing. At this moment, he still didn't recognize this person's appearance, but an inexplicable sense of danger arose in his heart, making him not dare to be rude. It was as if a part of his memories had been awakened in his subconscious. "What kind of fiendish demon do you think I am?" That person also stared fixedly at Mo, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. Mo didn't know where this smile came from, but when he saw it, he felt that this person was looking at him with incomparable disdain, as if he was looking at a bug that he could squash to death at any time. This made Mo's heart pound even harder. Finally, a part of his memories entered his mind. "How dare you, fiendish demon? Die." The immortal soldiers and the others behind Immortal General Mo hadn't noticed the strangeness of the scene, and their reactions were only a beat slower than Mo's. Soon, they all shouted loudly, eager to show off their merits. One by one, they raised their immortal spears and stabbed out. Like raindrops, they bypassed Mo, who was in front of them, and attacked the black figure that was half inside and half outside the immortal abode. As for the man with disheveled hair, he still didn't move, but the smile on his face grew even wider. "Stop." At this moment, Mo suddenly snapped back to his senses. With a loud shout, he shook his arms, and a vast amount of immortal chi spread out, forcefully restraining all the immortal spears on the spot. It was as if a huge hand had gripped them, and they couldn't move an inch forward. "My lord," the immortal soldiers still didn't understand what he meant, and they all called out in confusion. Mo ignored them, and only stared fixedly at the man in front of him as if he wanted to confirm something. As a part of his memory surged into his mind, his expression became more and more unsightly, and cold sweat actually rolled down his face. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was to be able to make a top false immortal break out in cold sweat. The man with disheveled hair seemed to be extremely shocked when he saw this, and he slowly took another step forward. At this moment, he'd completely walked out of the immortal abode, and his entire body was exposed in the dragon realm. More people saw his appearance clearly, but not everyone recognized him. They only sensed the strangeness of the situation, and no one dared to speak for a while. "You're called Mo, right?" The man with disheveled hair and a ferocious aura swept his gaze across the surroundings, and only then did he withdraw his gaze. His indifferent gaze landed on Immortal General Mokue's face, and he said indifferently with a faint smile, "You recognize me?" His question further verified a certain guess in Mokue's heart, and the cold sweat on his face fell even faster. He forcefully gulped down a large mouthful of saliva, and only then did he muster up his courage. His mouth and tongue were a little dry, and his voice was frighteningly weak. This subordinate doesn't think of my lord every day. I didn't think, since you recognize me." The man with disheveled hair looked at Mokue indifferently. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he shouted, "Then why aren't you kneeling?" Rumble. It was fine when he spoke indifferently, but when he shouted, everyone trembled in fear. His voice was not very loud, but when it came out of his mouth, it was like a clap of thunder. It scared the immortal soldiers and the others, and they all shivered. Mokue's legs even turned to jelly, and he directly knelt before the man with the disheveled hair. He kept kowtowing, and he actually didn't stop. "My lord, you." The immortal soldiers who followed Mokue were all stunned when they saw him like this. After a long while, someone finally braced himself and broke the silence, and he asked Mokue, "Kneel." "Kneel?" Mokue seemed to have lost his soul. He only remembered them now, and he hurriedly turned around and shouted. When he saw that the immortal soldiers who followed him were all muddle-headed, he couldn't help but become anxious, and he shouted in a low voice, He's Lord Dilu." Lord Dilu? It would have been better if he hadn't said this name, but when he said it, everyone was even more stunned, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Didn't Lord Dilu die 1,000 years ago? Even the soul lamp in the immortal palace had been extinguished. Some even looked directly at the door of the immortal abode, thinking to themselves, he died because he was chasing after the inheritance of the great void immortal king. How could there be another living emperor-style cultivator walking out from behind this door? Clatter. When they thought of the door to the immortal's estate, even more people came to an understanding in their hearts, and when they looked at Mokue, who was still kowtowing without end at this moment and didn't dare raise his head, overwhelming terror arose in their hearts. When they looked at the young man with loose hair who had a faint smile on his face, they'd already overlapped with a renowned devil in the immortal dimension, and their hearts were instantly drowned by a tide of terror. "Greetings, Lord Dilu." Another group of people knelt and trembled on the ground. The remaining people had lost their backbone. Even if they hadn't seen Dilu before and didn't know what to do, they also knelt down, with a smile and a shout. There were no immortal soldiers or immortal generals left, only a sea of kowtowing insects. "He's indeed a notorious fellow." At this moment, Dilu, or rather, Feng Xing, who had been reborn after 1,000 years, looked down at these people with a slight sense of satisfaction. Before coming out, he had asked the great void baby very carefully. Dilu, the third son of immortal Emperor Qi Shao, was originally extremely arrogant and notorious in the great immortal world. It could even be said that he was cruel and ruthless. He had almost no good friends, and no one dared to approach him. After learning about this, Feng Xing decided how he would act after coming out to avoid arousing suspicion. Now that he looked at it, he felt that his acting was quite successful. Lord Dilu actually didn't die. What a blessing. I wonder, how did Lord Dilu survive these 1,000 years? As he looked down at the group of kowtowing insects, a voice suddenly rang out. He turned his head and saw that it was the old man called Mountain Venerable. When the others had kowtowed, he had also kowtowed. However, he was clearly not as afraid as the others. At this moment, he had already raised his head and was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. There was even some suspicion in his eyes. Although his words were very polite, there was a hint of doubt in them that was not easy to detect. Feng Xing subconsciously wanted to say the excuse he had made up, but a thought flashed in his mind and he resisted the urge to say it. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared at Mountain Venerable. "Is there a need to say anything to you?" As he spoke, he walked up to Mountain Venerable and looked down at him. "Why do others keep kowtowing, but you only kowtow once?" After all, the news of Dilu's death had been spread for 1,000 years. Now that he had suddenly walked out of the immortal mansion, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals had complicated thoughts. Mokue had once been loyal to Dilu. 1,000 years ago, he was just a lowly immortal soldier under Dilu's command. However, Dilu had disappeared and was taken over by Dishur. Later on, Dilu had climbed to the position of immortal general. Therefore, when he saw Di Lu, the first thing he thought of was Di Lu's ruthlessness. He was worried that Di Lu would pursue the matter, so he was naturally scared out of his wits. However, Mountain Venerable was different. He was a foreign elder and had never seen Di Lu before, but he was more courageous than the others. Initially, when he saw Di Lu, he had been shocked and surprised. He had wanted to beat around the bush, but he hadn't expected Di Lu to be so domineering. Not only did he refuse to explain himself, he even walked right up to him and asked him a question that left him dumbfounded. He subconsciously became angry and raised his head. However, his heart shuddered when he saw Di Lu's indifferent face. After all, he remembered how ruthless and overbearing Di Lu was and did not dare to challenge him. Mountain Venerable, this is a serious matter. Don't anger Lord Di Lu. Immortal General Mo Kue was friends with Mountain Venerable. He was shocked and quickly comforted Mountain Venerable through telepathy. I know I'm wrong. Mountain Venerable was not a stubborn person. He thought that it was better to avoid trouble, so he knelt down and did not move. Fangxing sneered and ignored him. Instead, he slowly turned around and looked at the formation below the gate of the Immortal's abode. At this moment, the Taishu baby also walked over and stood beside him. However, no one dared to ask about the child's identity. After Fangxing looked at the teleportation formation for a while, his lips curled into a cold smile. Who is this for? Mo Kue was stunned. He quickly knelt down and said carefully, Lord Disher has ordered that trash? Fangxing took over the conversation, and the expression on his face was full of mockery. Mo Kue, Mountain Venerable, and even the other immortal soldiers were stunned. They'd served Disher for many years and viewed him as a god, yet they'd never dared to look down on him like this. Even in the entire great immortal dimension, how many people dared to call Lord Disher trash? However, although they were subconsciously angry, they quickly suppressed their anger with a bitter smile. Di Lu calling him trash had brought back more of their memories. In front of Di Lu, wasn't this Disher a trash? Not to mention in front of them, it was said that even in the past, Emperor Shi had been called useless by his younger brother many times. Seeing the awkward and bitter smiles on the ground, but no one dared to refute him, Fangxing was slightly satisfied. He struck the iron while it was hot and lightly kicked the formation a few times. Then, he sneered and said, this nuisance formation is useless now. Dismantle it for me. Mo Kue and the others were even more shocked. Seeing Di Lu, their hearts were filled with fear. They could kneel before him, after all, no matter what, Di Lu was the son of an immortal emperor. As a subordinate, there was nothing wrong with kneeling before him. However, if they destroyed this grand formation, it would be openly disobeying Lord Dishi's order. If Lord Dishi pursued this matter, what would they do? Lord Di Lu, this formation was originally created by Lord Disher. In the silence, Mo Kue had no choice but to bite the bullet and explain. When I came out, I already heard your words. Fangxing sneered, his gaze swept across Mo Kue's face, and then he slightly raised his head, his voice carrying a hint of cold ridicule. You are under the orders of that trash to search for the immortal king's inheritance here, right? Haha, 1,000 years ago, this imperial prince chased after the great void immortal king who was struggling at death's door into the dragon realm, and this immortal king's inheritance was already destined to be mine. However, I was a little careless, and was plotted against by that old man Tai Su, and slept for 1,000 years. Fortunately, a group of ignorant sky origin realm creatures broke in, destroyed my immortal soul, and woke me up. When he spoke up to hear, his voice was slightly heavy, and it even contained flames of rage. Now that I've woken up, this immortal king's inheritance is naturally mine. Every single scripture, pill, plant, everything within it belongs to me. Who the hell is that Disher to dare seize something that belongs to me? My lord, please calm your anger. Mo Kue and the others hurriedly bowed down, not daring to express their opinions. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to interfere in the battle between Di Lu and Lord Disher. However, with regards to Fangxing's words, they had secretly remembered it in their hearts, and secretly pondered over it. Originally, Lord Di Lu's disappearance for 1,000 years was a mystery, and now that he had returned alive, it was even more of a mystery. It was just that their statuses were low, and they did not dare to directly ask about it. Now that Di Lu had inadvertently explained it, it had solved some of the confusion in their hearts. And this was naturally what Fang Xing had thought about long ago. Since he had returned pretending to be Di Lu, there was still a need for him to explain where he had gone for the past 1,000 years, but he could not casually explain it to anyone. When Mountain Venerable deliberately asked about it, he did not say a single word, but he could casually say a few words. After all, he had to borrow these people's mouths to spread the news of his return, the more reliable the better. So it was that group of Sky Origin Realm creatures that saved Master. I wonder where they are now. I have to properly reward them. After a moment of silence, Mountain Venerable could not help but speak up carefully. Reward? However, Fang Xing smiled. He purposely stared into Mountain Venerable's eyes and said with a deep smile, I've already rewarded them. Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable were slightly startled. They raised their heads, only to see that the door to the immortal mansion had already closed after the infant with a bronze mirror on his back came out. No one else had come out. Could it be that those Sky Yuan creatures were still going to continue hiding inside? Haha, I've been asleep for 1,000 years, and I'm starving. Those ants are going to offend me again, what do you think? Fang Xing chuckled in a low voice and gently licked his lips. This, Mo Kuei, Mountain Venerable, and the other immortal soldiers shuddered and lowered their heads. Only then did they understand what the reward meant. Then, they recalled that Lord Di Lu was ruthless, arrogant, and there were rumors that he ate humans. It was said that the heaven-deceiving barbarian saber was made from the souls of millions of cultivators. Now that they had compared it to the rumors, they were even more certain that it was Lord Di Lu himself. After saying that, Fang Xing didn't say anything else. He just coldly swept his gaze across the immortal soldiers and generals. His gaze sent chills down their spines. Some of them couldn't help thinking, is he still not full yet? Mo Kuei braced himself and took the initiative to speak. Congratulations on Lord Di Lu's return. But after 1,000 years of seclusion, you must be tired of your identity. I'm a despicable person, so I didn't prepare any delicacies. But I do have some spirit pills and inferior wine, and a few beasts. Bring it up. Fang Xing waved his hand, his face cold, and did not say a word. Hurry, 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 give it all to me. Mo Kuei let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly ordered his men to bring up their treasured wine, spirit pills, and other delicacies. They didn't dare to bring out the dried meat that they usually stored, fearing that Fang Xing would be displeased. They hurriedly ordered their men to hunt down the spirit beasts in the dragon realm to go with Lord Di Lu's wine. Seeing that the Demon King began to eat and drink without being stared at other people's heads, they were slightly relieved. Feed me some of that wine, Sai, give me another spirit pill. The great void baby came to Fang Xing's side, its little nose twitching. It looked here and there, and kept pointing. Fang Xing, on the other hand, was also feeding the great void baby as he ate and drank. The two of them were like hungry ghosts, causing the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals to secretly glance at them. But they only took a peek and immediately looked away. To Fang Xing, his body was indeed hungry and thirsty. After all, he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 1,000 years. Food, spirit essence, and healing spirit pills and precious medicines were all urgently needed. Moreover, the items from these immortal soldiers and immortal generals were much better than what they brought from Tianyuan. The great immortal realm was naturally rich in immortal qi. Naturally, all things were more spiritual, and the effects were better. The great void baby hadn't truly turned into a human yet, so it didn't matter whether he ate or not. He didn't really like the things that Tianyuan brought in, but now that he saw the wine and spirit pills these immortal soldiers and immortal generals brought out, he started to want them. However, their appearance was in line with the immortal general's guess. After all, they had been trapped for 1,000 years. They must be trying to spread the news that Di Lu is still alive. The great void baby spoke to Fang Xing through telepathy in a low voice as its eyes darted around while it ate. I'll let them spread the news so that it'll be easier for me to do my job. Fang Xing ignored him and said without a change in expression. Quick, we must report this to Lord Di Lu immediately, but Lord Di Lu is several galaxies away from us. Even if we use the blood medium communication method, we'll need a day to reach him. Then let's pass it to Fairy Qing Luo first. She's Lord Disher's fiancée, but have you forgotten that Fairy Qing Luo and Lord Di Lu used to be? We can't care about these things. While Fang Xing and the great void baby were feasting, Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerate were also discussing anxiously. they knew that Di Lu was still alive. This news was too important and they had to find out immediately. However, their status was too low, so they couldn't directly send a message to the immortal emperor who was in seclusion. It was even against the rules to directly send a message to the immortal elder. Moreover, if they sent a message to the immortal elder, it might cause a series of problems that would be disadvantageous to Lord Dishur. In the end, they could only send a message to one person first and let her decide. A small flying sword quickly traveled thousands of miles and disappeared into the void. Mountain Venerate and Mo also stared blankly at the disappearing flying sword and sighed inwardly. This time, we're in big trouble. That nine-headed bug seems to have left. On the surface, Fangxing seemed to be eating and drinking with the great void baby, unconcerned about anything, but Fangxing was secretly observing a lot. After he had his fill, Mo naturally went forward and carefully invited him to the place where they were stationed. It was a palace made of treasures, surrounded by layers of arrays, elixir workshops, talisman palaces, and the like. There were even 7 to 8 array masters, talisman masters, and alchemists accompanying them. It was obvious that Mo and his group had been stationed here for a long time, which was why they were so well equipped. After they arrived, Fangxing did not comment. He secretly scanned the place, but did not find any traces of the nine-headed bug being suppressed. He listened carefully and did not see any mention of the nine-headed bug. He could already guess that the nine-headed bug seemed to be quite powerful and must have escaped. This made him feel a little regretful. He had wanted to use his current identity to get rid of the nine-headed bug first. My lord, please wait here for a while. I have already reported back to the Immortal Palace that you are still alive. I believe someone will come to receive you soon. Mo and Mountain Venerable carefully gave up the best palace for Fangxing to rest. On the surface, they looked fearful and timid. Fangxing did not say much to them and went in without hesitation. However, he only took a look inside before he walked out with the great void baby. They wandered around the dragon world and secretly observed their surroundings, as if they were looking for something. Although this was the Dragon Clan's ancient world, in theory, it was also a part of the great celestial realm. After all, according to legend, the Dragon Clan's ancient world was on par with the great celestial realm and they had dealings with each other. Moreover, for the past few decades, Fangxing had been longing for this ancient world and had almost regarded it as his own. Now that his wish had finally been fulfilled, how could he not take a good look around? This Dragon Clan's ancient world was similar to Tianyuan to a certain extent. It was vast and boundless, with the sun, moon, and stars above and boundless land below. The entire ancient world was filled with a desolate and heavy aura. The density of the celestial qi was far from what Fangxing, who had cultivated in Tianyuan, could imagine. It felt like a beggar who usually roamed the streets had suddenly entered the palace one day. Naturally, it was impossible to see the entire ancient world in a short period of time. In fact, it was not even enough to see a corner of it. However, the place where the immortal soldiers and immortal generals were stationed belonged to the Dragon King's palace in the ancient world of the Dragon Clan. It was located in the best location, so one could get a glimpse of the Dragon Clan's ancient world. The entire towering mountain that stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of kilometers was actually filled with palaces that were one with the mountain. From afar, one could only see the mountain, but when one looked closely, one could discover that there were palaces and caves hidden between the mountains. However, the palaces and caves were all dilapidated and decayed. When one looked around, one could see that it was rather desolate. All of the palaces were made of scales, and they were covered with iron trees. They were built according to the mountain range. Although they were dilapidated, traces of various precious treasures could be seen everywhere. However, when one thought about the golden walls of the past, one could indeed see the strong style of the Dragon Clan's palaces. When Fangxing walked in this ancient world and looked around, a strange feeling rose in his heart. It seemed that this ancient world was extremely dilapidated, and it had long lost its former glory. The entire ancient world even gave off a desolate and deathly silent aura. Other than them and some spiritual beasts and strange birds in the mountains, there were no other living beings. It was like a person walking in a wild graveyard that was overgrown with weeds. However, as Fangxing walked, he could not help but raise his head to look at the boundless sky above him. He constantly felt as if countless gazes were looking at him. It was not something that he saw with his own eyes, nor was it something that he sensed with his divine sense. It was just an indistinct feeling. Master, look, that bunch of bastards are still following us. Fangxing walked around this ancient world without batting an eyelid. He released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. Fangxing had a general grasp of the surrounding terrain. He had wanted to go further and explore this dragon realm thoroughly, but he was reminded by the void baby. He looked back with slight dissatisfaction and saw Emokue leading 4 or 5 celestial soldiers following them from afar. They did not hide their tracks, and when they saw Fangxing looking at them, they nodded and bowed with a smile. However, when Fangxing walked, he followed too. It was obvious that he could not shake him off. On the surface, he seemed to be protecting and serving them, but Fangxing felt as if he was being watched. Come here. It was not good to shake him off by force, so Fangxing waved his hand and called Emokue over. What orders does Lord Dilu have? Emokue hurriedly jogged over and bowed as he spoke. He was very polite. You have stayed in this dragon realm for so many years, have you found any opportunities? Fangxing narrowed his eyes and looked at Emokue with a faint smile. His original intention was to beat around the bush and ask for more information, but Emokue heard a different meaning. He thought that Dilu had also regarded this dragon realm as his exclusive property and was not happy with him searching here, so he hurriedly explained, My lord, please do not tease me. Everyone in the Dragon Clan's ancient world knows that it was destroyed by the joint efforts of several celestial kings 3,000 years ago. Most of the Dragon Clan's spiritual beasts, as well as the Dragon Clan's hundreds of thousands of years of treasures, have long been swept away. However, at that time, the Dragon Clan's ancestral elders did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to refine the ancient world's heavenly will and turned it into a protective formation. Since then, the celestial kings have not been able to enter this world easily, and the last Dragon Clan's Taoist scriptures have naturally been left unclaimed. As he spoke, he pointed at a mountain in the distance. Fangxing looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that the mountain range was vaguely in the shape of a giant dragon, stretching to the end of the sky and even into the raging sea thousands of miles away. In the direction of the dragon's head, there seemed to be a huge black palace sitting on the sea, faintly discernible and extremely mysterious, giving people a sense of oppression. Emokue looked at the black palace in the distance and said with a wry smile, As everyone knows, only the ancestral dragon main palace in the entire dragon realm has an opportunity, and it is probably not a small one. After all, it was preserved by the Dragon Clan's ancestral elders without sacrificing their dragon souls. However, that dragon main palace can only be opened by the celestial kings, right? However, it is impossible for the celestial kings and the others to enter the dragon realm now, so they have stayed behind. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he became. He put on a flattering smile and said, When I entered the dragon realm, I was only ordered to look for the immortal reception platform. I did not dare to go near the dragon main palace. Not to mention the dragon main palace, even that sea area has a powerful restriction. Legend has it that the sea water is filled with dragon blood and countless dragon souls are swimming in it. Even a zenith heaven golden immortal might not be able to pass through it. Now, I can only wait for the celestial emperor to come out of seclusion and think of a way to break the sealing formation of the Dragon Clan's ancient world. Only after entering this place will there be hope of obtaining the things inside, right? After listening to what he said, in addition to the bits and pieces that the great void baby had told him, Fangxing finally understood. 3,000 years ago, the people of the Dragon Clan's ancient world were plotted against. After that, the dragon realm was destroyed. It was a great loss, and the disaster of extinction was right in front of them. Those celestial kings originally wanted to uproot the foundation of the dragon realm in one go, just like how they dealt with the immemorial demon realm. Those who did not obey were killed, and all the demonic creatures were enslaved. However, they did not expect that although the Dragon Lord had fallen in the Dragon Clan's ancient world, there were still a few highly respected Dragon Clan elders with profound cultivation. They did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to invite the ancient world's heavens will to form a formation to seal this realm. When the ancient world's heavens will descended, those celestial kings had no choice but to leave the dragon realm. In the next few thousand years, they tried many ways to enter, but unfortunately, the ancient world's heavens will was not destroyed. In the end, they found out that the heavens will was incomplete. It could stop immortal kings, but it could not stop lower-level existences. Simply put, the heavens will was like a net that could stop big fish, but small fish and prawns could sneak through without attracting the heavens will's attention. This was why the dragon clan's ancient world looked like it did today. Celestial kings naturally could not enter the current dragon realm, and neither could Grand Unity Golden Immortals. However, Grand Unity Immortals and ordinary righteous immortals could enter, but they would still feel a great pressure because they had the aura of an immortal fate. However, those false immortals without an immortal fate could still enter freely without being affected. Of course, it was useless even if they came in. The ancestral dragon hall was sealed in the depths of the raging sea. Although it could be seen, it could not be provoked. Forget about false immortals, even Grand Unity Golden Immortals would not be able to take one step closer. Because of this, the last dragon hall was still preserved, and no one dared to touch it until now. It seems like the ancestors of the dragon clan still left something behind for their descendants. After realizing all of this, Fang Xing was slightly startled. Then, he felt a little excited and wanted to step forward. "Ah, Your Excellency, please wait. It is getting late, why don't you not go there?" Unexpectedly, Immortal General Mo Kuei's expression turned flustered. He anxiously called out to Fang Xing with a strange expression. Do I need you to arrange where I want to go?" Fang Xing stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Immortal General Mo Kuei with a faint smile. Immortal General Mo Kuei was startled and hastily explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Your Excellency. I just feel that Your Excellency has, been in seclusion for 1,000 years and has yet to recover your peak strength. Although the dragon clan has been wiped out in the dragon world, many fiendish demons have appeared over the past thousands of years. It will be very troublesome if you encounter them. Not long ago, there was a fiendish demon with an immortal life force who came from an unknown place. He was initially captured by us, but he escaped. If Your Excellency encounters him now, it will be troublesome. Trash." Fang Xing harumphed coldly. Mo Kuei did not dare to refute and could only nod. However, from the looks of it, it was clear that he really wanted to stop Fang Xing and stop him from wandering around. "Master, I don't know if you noticed, but he seems to be waiting for something, and he seems to be afraid that you will escape." The Great Void Baby noticed something and secretly transmitted its voice to Fang Xing. "They sent a sword talisman earlier. Looking at the time, it should be time for them to return, right?" Fang Xing knew what was going on and said in a low voice. Then, his eyes darkened as if he was thinking about something. "That ancestral hall is perhaps the greatest fortune that the ancestors of the dragon clan have left for third brother." After returning to the camp, Fang Xing stayed in the palace. He sat cross-legged and did not say a word. He carefully thought about what he had seen and heard that day, and also thought about what countermeasures he should come up with. Based on the current situation, the situation was a little better than he had imagined. At the very least, the dragon clan's ancient world was not as he had imagined. It had not been completely breached by the great immortal realm and had left behind some of his legacy. Moreover, with the existence of the domain-sealing grand formation, the great immortal realm could not really conquer the dragon clan completely. More importantly, he had chatted with the Great Void Baby for a while and had vaguely guessed why the Great Immortal Realm was so anxious about the inheritance of the Great Immortal King. 3,000 years ago, the Dragon Clan was destroyed and the domain-sealing grand formation was activated. Immortal kings could no longer step into the Dragon Clan's ancestral hall, and those who could enter were mostly small fish and shrimps. They could not even get close to the Dragon Clan's ancestral hall. But someone broke this exception, and that was the Great Void Immortal King who was being chased by other immortal kings. He escaped into the Dragon Clan's ancient world when he was on the brink of death, and became the first immortal king to enter the Dragon Clan's ancient world in 3,000 years. The other immortal kings probably guessed that the Great Void Immortal King had some kind of secret method to avoid the domain-sealing grand formation. They were so anxious about the inheritance of the Great Void Immortal King not only because it was the place of inheritance left behind by the Great Void Immortal King, but also because the inheritance of the Great Void Immortal King was likely to contain the secret of how to enter the Dragon Clan's ancient world. It was a key. It seems that there are many secrets in the Great Immortal Realm. I have to figure them out as soon as possible. Fang Xing could not help but think about it. He himself knew that returning as an emperor was no different from walking on a tightrope. It was too risky, and his priority was to recover from his physical injuries as soon as possible, then escape the surveillance of Mo Kuei and the others, and enter the great immortal realm as soon as possible. After all, he did not intend to always act as an emperor. That was still too risky. There were many experts in the great immortal realm, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before I leave, I have to go to the ancestral hall. Fangxing slowly sorted out his plan. Originally, he wanted to explore the dragon world today to find a way out. However, he accidentally discovered the secret of the ancestral dragon main hall. Therefore, he had other ideas. At the very least, he wanted to see if he could enter the ancestral dragon hall. There was a flash of blood light in the sky just now. If I'm not wrong, the sword talisman they sent out should have responded. Just as Fangxing was deep in thought, the great void baby trotted over and said to Fangxing hurriedly. They must have sent the sword talisman to someone to ask for advice. Let's see what they have to say first. Fangxing furrowed his eyebrows and came up with a plan. He transmitted his voice calmly. All right. The great void baby agreed readily. He removed the great illusionary mirror from his back and placed it in front of Fangxing. Then, he went into the mirror. There were no formation runes in the outside world, but the great illusionary mirror was a treasure refined by an immortal king. At such a close distance, the great void baby could see whatever he wanted. After all, he was once a divine item that could control an entire domain. He could see everything in the vast immortal realm. Now that he was in the dragon world, it was even easier for him to see things from a distance. At this moment, Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerate were also waiting anxiously. They sent people to keep an eye on the palace where Fangxing was while they hid as far away as possible. They hid behind a mountain, vigilantly checking if there was anyone spying on them with divine senses. They waited quietly for something. When they felt that the surroundings were safe, they took out a blood talisman they had just received. Their expressions were unusually solemn. We originally hoped that Fairy Qing Luo would be the first to respond, but who would have thought that it would be Lord Dishi who didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of 10 false immortals, offering their blood to the heavens to send this urgent message. I wonder what's inside. Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerate looked at each other strangely, as if they were unwilling to receive the blood talisman. However, since the blood talisman was in their hands, they had to read it. They could only bite the bullet and open it. The blood talisman was in Mountain Venerate's hands. After he opened it, he quickly scanned it and was instantly stunned. Mo Kuei was anxious and asked quickly, "What's written in the letter?" With a bitter smile, Mountain Venerate turned the blood talisman around for him to read. There was a sentence written in bold calligraphy. The handwriting was blood red and it was shocking. Dilu died 1,000 years ago. It was just a sentence without any head or tail, and nothing else. Mo Kuei was also stunned when he saw it. Rumor has it that Lord Dilu died 1,000 years ago, but didn't he come back alive? We saw it with our own eyes. He's a living person. Does Lord Disher not believe it? I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Mountain Venerate smiled bitterly. Mo Kuei's expression was also very ugly. It seemed that the two of them had guessed something but did not dare to say it. Emperors had died 1,000 years ago. This was a solemn statement, as if it was correcting a mistake and telling them a fact. On the other hand, he was issuing an obscure order. Dilu died 1,000 years ago, so he was already dead. If he was not dead, then let him die quickly. Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerate's silence was filled with indescribable bitterness. In fact, they had already guessed Dilu's intentions. That was why they had sent the letter to Qing Luo first, hoping that Fairy Qing Luo would respond as soon as possible so that they would not have to bear this pressure. However, no one had expected that after waiting for more than a day, Lord Disher, who was supposed to take 2 days to send the letter, would send the urgent blood talisman. Fairy Qing Luo, who should have responded long ago, had not responded. They were still caught in a dilemma. Are we really going to kill Dilu? After a long time, Mountain Venerate finally asked in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it gave Mo Kuei a fright. Lord Dilu is a famous fiend. With just the two of us. Mountain Venerate gently raised his hand to stop Mo Kuei. Mountain Venerable raised his hand to stop him and said with a gloomy look, "That was 1,000 years ago. The son of the Red Emperor, Dilu, was naturally a peerless genius. He showed his talent at a young age and was bestowed the righteous immortal title. At a young age, he was already a primordial immortal. But now, he has been suppressed for 1,000 years and only escaped by chance. But as you can see, his body is seriously injured and almost decayed. I'm afraid he only has 10 to 20% of his strength left. He is no longer the fierce god he was 1,000 years ago. That's not something we can deal with, right? Mo said in a trembling voice. Even his palms seemed to be trembling slightly. But we still have the Daluo talisman, don't we? Mountain Venerate said in a low voice. His old face was filled with loneliness, and there seemed to be a gloomy fire flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Mo shuddered and showed a conflicted expression. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly made up his mind and said in a low voice, "It's still too risky." Mountain Venerate, I know what you're thinking. You only want to serve Lord Disher and get rid of the trouble for him. But have you ever thought about that? He pointed towards the palace and said, Is a Disher after all? He is different from us. His father is the supreme immortal emperor. Moreover, 1,000 years ago, the immortal emperor doted on him far more than the other DC. As he spoke, he showed a conflicted expression on his face. I, Mo have no other abilities. I just want to live well. So let me give you a piece of advice. We shouldn't be a pawn in a fight between such important figures. It seems that we have made a great contribution to Lord Disher, but in the future, we might be the scapegoats. Why don't you think about why there's nothing else on the blood talisman that Lord Disher sent other than this sentence? It's because he doesn't want others to talk about him. It's fine if nothing happens in the future. But if something happens, we will be the scapegoats. After all, Lord Disher didn't say anything about us killing people. Such heartfelt words really stunned Mountain Venerate. But, Lord Disher has already sent a blood letter. If we don't do it, I'm afraid we will also die. After a while, Mountain Venerate smiled bitterly. Disher's blood letter was equivalent to a secret order. If the two of them pretended not to know, they might not live for more than a few days. Sigh, Fairy Qing Luo must have received our sword talisman long ago. Why hasn't she replied yet? Mo couldn't help but stop and sighed heavily. He seemed to be complaining. Actually, the two of them had already expected this situation before this. It was just that powerful figures had their own battles, and they also had their own plans. Their plan was to first report this news to Goddess Qing Luo. After all, Lord Dishi had said that after he left, his fiancée would take care of all matters for him. Therefore, it was not too much for them to report to Goddess Qing Luo. After Goddess Qing Luo made her decision, the two of them would be able to leave. At least, there would be someone who could take care of things for them. According to the distance, Fairy Qing Luo should have received the reply long ago. Unexpectedly, there was still no reply until now. Could it be that the two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes? They made up their minds and were about to make that decision. However, right at this moment, the sky of the dragon dimension that was covered in the dusk suddenly emanated strands of red light, and it seemed as if a rift had been torn open in the sky. Shockingly, a strand of silver light charged out from within the rift, and it instantly tore through 5,000 kilometers of the sky and flew directly towards this expanse of mountains. When one looked at it fixedly, one would notice that it was actually a silver shuttle that was gorgeous, exquisite, and covered in talisman markings. As it moved through space, it was like an immortal vessel, and it was extremely extraordinary. It was a renowned top-rate immortal artifact in the grand immortal dimension. That silver shuttle looked so familiar. Mo was stunned. He raised his head and looked over in confusion. That's Fairy Qing Luo's world-breaking silver shuttle. So she didn't reply but came directly. When Mountain Venerate took a closer look, he was both surprised and happy. He hurriedly stepped into the void and bowed to welcome her. Mo felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, a prince was a prince. He was supreme and noble. Besides other princes, who would dare to have the slightest killing intent? In fact, when Mo and Mountain Venerable saw that Dilu had returned alive, they knew that they had been dragged into a huge whirlpool. Now that they were working for Disher, they could imagine how Disher would react when he heard that Dilu had returned alive. The two of them were not stupid. They did not dare to delay Disher's plans, so they could not suppress this news. However, they could guess what Disher's next order would be. They did not want to face such a choice, so they chose Fairy Qing Luo first after receiving this news. After all, Fairy Qing Luo was Di Lu's best friend when he was alive, or rather, 1,000 years ago. Perhaps after receiving this news, she would immediately make some kind of decision so that the two of them would not be in such a difficult situation and would be able to escape. Qing Luo's delay in replying put them in a dilemma. However, after a long time, they could finally relax. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief as they bowed to the silver shuttle from afar. With Fairy Qing Luo's status, even Lord Disher would have to give her some respect. They should be able to get through this. Where is Immortal General Mo Kue? The silver shuttle pierced through the air, and before it even descended, a tender voice had already shouted from it. Mo Kue was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He hurriedly went forward and said in a low voice, "This lowly one greets Fairy Qing Luo." Before he could finish speaking, the person on the silver shuttle smiled faintly and said, "Young mistress is not here. Take a good look before you bow." Mo Kue and Mountain Venerable were instantly stunned, and when they focused their eyes to look over, they noticed that the person standing within the myriad of rays of light on the silver shuttle wasn't the legendary Fairy Qing Luo in a green dress, but a young servant girl in a red dress. She seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old, and her face was extremely tender. However, her expression was extremely arrogant, and the gaze she looked at them with was condescending and carried an expression of disgust. "Fairy Qing Luo," Mo Kue was slightly taken aback and asked subconsciously. "Mistress has something urgent to attend to, so she's unable to leave. After receiving your sword talismans, she gave me her silver shuttle and ordered me to come here as soon as possible. Now, that Lord Di Lu, where is he? Bring me to him." The immortal servant walked down from the silver shuttle and waved her hand to put the silver shuttle into her sleeve. Yes. Mo Kue and Mountain Venerable hastily led the way, bringing Fairy Hongqian to the temporary imperial residence where Feng Xing was. Xingzhong and Qing Luo looked at each other. They had not expected that it was not Fairy Qing Luo herself who had come. Instead, it was her personal immortal attendant who had come. She had even lent her silver shuttle, which could travel through domains, to this immortal attendant so that she could come here as quickly as possible. She must have placed great importance on this matter, and this immortal attendant must have come with her orders, so the two of them did not need to worry. At least I'm not that unlucky." Meanwhile, in the palace, Feng Xing gestured for the void baby to put away the great illusionary mirror with a wry smile on his face. He had been observing the situation with the great illusionary mirror earlier, and the result had really surprised him. He had long noticed that Mo Kue and Mountain Venerable's expressions were a little strange when he appeared, but he did not expect them to want to kill him. However, it was fortunate that Di Lu was infamous and was known to be doted on by the immortal emperor, so the two of them hesitated and did not dare to make a move. Instead, it dragged on until Fairy Qing Luo arrived, and things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Fortunately, if we really fight, I might not have the upper hand even if I called third brother and the others out. Feng Xing thought to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Currently, he had to do his best to avoid a head-on battle with these people. After all, his physical injuries had not recovered, and he was a burden. Ao Lai, Lu So, and the others were all powerful, but they might not have the upper hand if they fought with these people from the immortal world. I have to run away as soon as possible. He secretly decided that once he entered the great immortal world, he would immediately run away, and he would not care who the hell he was. "Master, you have to be careful. Our lives are all in the hands of this little celestial lady." The void baby was also quite shocked, and he hurriedly advised Feng Xing with a tone of distrust. They were in a dangerous situation now, and there was nowhere to run even if they wanted to, and they did not have much confidence in fighting. "Don't worry, I always have a way to deal with women." On the other hand, Feng Xing gritted his teeth and encouraged himself, which made the void baby shake his head vigorously. "Doesn't look like it." Creak. Before the two of them could say anything else, the door of the palace was already opened by someone. What came into view was the little servant girl in a red dress. She looked at Feng Xing with a smile, and her eyes quickly fell on Feng Xing's face. Then, she walked into the main hall without much change in expression, and her eyes never left Feng Xing's face. After she came closer, she carefully looked at him for a while, then suddenly squatted down lightly and bowed to Fangxing, and the smile on her face became even wider. During this process, Fangxing had once again entered the zone, and he only stared at her without any expression on his face. "Master Di Lu, do you still recognize me?" The little servant girl in the red dress smiled as brightly as a flower, and it was very moving. She seemed to be very close to Fangxing. "This little goddess doesn't look like goddess Qing Luo, she doesn't even have an immortal fate." Fangxing was slightly startled when he saw her, and his expression became a little strange. He could tell that this person's cultivation level was a false immortal, and since goddess Qing Luo had such a noble identity, she should at least be a righteous immortal, right? Moreover, there seemed to be an indescribable sense of probing in her words, causing Fangxing to be even more vigilant. "I forgot." After a while, he spoke with an expressionless face. He wasn't sure if this girl was testing him or not. Whether he recognized her or not, he might fall into a trap. You don't recognize me?" The girl was startled, and she looked at Fangxing in disbelief, her eyes full of doubt. "After sleeping for 1,000 years, I've forgotten too many people and things. Plus, who do you think you are?" Fangxing raised his head and looked at the servant girl with a faint smile. After being scolded by Fangxing, the servant girl seemed to have confirmed something, and her expression became more serious. After a pause, she spoke again. "But you still remember young miss, right?" "I remember." This time, Fangxing smiled with a strange expression. "Her skin is quite soft." The servant girl's expression became rather ugly. After a long while, she suddenly sighed softly. Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid that Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable at the entrance of the temporary imperial residence would hear her. She glanced at Fangxing imperceptibly and said, "You don't remember so many things that you should remember, but why do you remember something that you should have long forgotten so clearly?" "Damn, there's a secret." Fangxing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and his eyes became extremely shocked. "It was originally a joke, but it seemed like it was true. Young miss was very anxious when she received the news that you came out of closed-door cultivation. She asked me to immediately come and see if it's really you." The servant girl nodded and said, "I was also suspicious at first. How could someone who has been dead for 1,000 years, and even his soul lamp has been extinguished, come back alive? However, since you even know such a secret, I'm sure that you're the real Lord Di Lu." "Did I pass?" Fangxing thought to himself and let out a sigh of relief. But very quickly, his expression changed drastically. The servant girl raised her head to look into his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. She gently stood up and floated backwards. At the same time, her voice rang out, "How dare you impersonate Lord Di Lu? Your crime is unforgivable. Immortal General Mo Kuei, Messenger Mountain Venerable, and young Miss Qing Luo have ordered that anyone who dares to impersonate the son of an immortal emperor must not be allowed to leave alive." As she spoke, a round purple pearl suddenly flew up behind her, emitting an endless purple light, like a small purple sun. The endless light was like a sword, instantly filling the entire hall. Fangxing, who was in front of her, was naturally enveloped by the light of this purple pearl. She had actually tried to kill Fangxing without a single word of disagreement. At the same time, a cold thought entered Fangxing's mind. "Young miss asked me to see if you're really back. If it's you, then she asked me to give you a word. The emperors died 1,000 years ago. You shouldn't have come back alive." Yes, young miss." Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable were shocked when they saw the servant girl's attack. They initially thought that Lord Di Lu's life would be saved since very Qing Luo's people were here, and they would not be accused of murdering their master. However, they did not expect the servant girl to immediately determine that Lord Di Lu was a fake after she approached him and asked a few questions. She even attacked without hesitation. They exchanged glances and could see the heaviness in each other's hearts. They had no other choice. Now that things had come to this, it was no longer something they could make a decision on. Since they had no other choice, they could only attack with all their strength to prevent Lord Disher from being used against them. Whoosh, the two of them rushed out and attacked Fangxing from both sides, one on the left and the other on the right. "Yeah, they're really going to attack." The great void baby was startled. He yelled and quickly hid behind Fangxing. "Damn it, isn't this just bad luck?" Fangxing cursed in his heart. He stopped pretending and jumped up. Why is his old lover even more ruthless than his big brother? Before this thought flashed through his mind, the countless rays of purple light had already pierced towards Fangxing like millions of swords. Fangxing did not know how to deal with this immortal artifact. Fortunately, he was also an expert in fights of magical powers. Although the situation was dangerous, he did not lose his composure and immediately made the correct choice. In the face of the endless purple light, he did not dodge, nor did he choose to block. Instead, he directly slammed his palms on the ground of the temporary residence, and his entire body flew up, and then he retreated explosively. There was a loud boom. Under the pursuit of the purple rays, Fangxing broke through the wall of the palace with his back end. Escaped into the void. However, in the next second, Hongchu's servant girl, Mo Kuei, and Mountain Venerable had already broken through the palace and chased after him. There are a lot of stories behind this. Fangxing escaped from the palace in the nick of time. He had a strange and angry expression on his face. He had not expected that even Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable would hesitate to kill him after receiving Disher's order. Even after mustering up their courage, they did not dare to attack him. However, Fairy Qing Luo's immortal attendant did not hold back at all. She had come up to him with a smile and chatted with him for a while before killing him as soon as she confirmed his identity. From this, it could be seen that Fairy Qing Luo, who had a deep friendship with Di Lu, was even more eager to kill Di Lu than Disher, who had a conflict of interest with Di Lu. She did not want him to appear alive. This also made his gossipy heart greatly aroused. What was the reason for Fairy Qing Luo to kill her lover in such a hurry? Of course, this was not the time to think about this problem. Fairy Hong Po, who looked delicate but was actually ruthless and cruel, had already rushed out. The purple beads that rose from her back were like meteors that shot into the sky. Then, they emitted rays of purple light that resembled sword aura. In an instant, the purple light enveloped the entire peak of the mountain. Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable also rushed out, one from the left and one from the right. Mo Kuei was clad in crimson golden armor and held an immortal spear. As he shook his arms, the immortal spear produced countless sharp spear shadows that interweaved in the air and even created holes in the void. The void around Fangxing was riddled with holes by him. It was as if there were black stars on his left and right that confined Fangxing on the spot. If he moved, he would be injured by those holes. It was extremely dangerous. Of course, Mo Kuei seemed to be slightly uneasy. Even though he'd attacked, and his strength wasn't weak, he didn't dare attack Fangxing directly, and he merely wanted to restrain Fangxing. Every single spear strike of his was extremely accurate as it went around Fangxing and pierced into space. On the other hand, Mountain Venerable's attacks were very strange and cruel. He took out a scroll and tore it open in the air. It was a landscape painting that was about 100 feet long. There were many strange mountains and peaks drawn on it. Each of them had a unique shape and aura. The one in the middle seemed to be the Pilgrimage Mountain in Tianyuan. As he tore the scroll open, the countless mountains seemed to become real. Although it was only a painting, it made people feel as if they were at the foot of a mountain and could not be climbed. Go. Mountain Venerable flew forward and pointed at one of the mountains. Immediately, the shadow of a mountain appeared and turned into a black ray that burrowed into the ground under Fangxing's feet. Then, the soil under Fangxing's feet rolled and sand gathered. Unexpectedly, a mountain suddenly burrowed out from under his feet. It was as if an ancient tree was growing. It was extremely mysterious, and the tip of the mountain was as sharp as a sword. It pointed at Fangxing, who was in midair and was about to pierce through his body in the air. In just an instant, terrifying divine abilities were everywhere, forcing Fangxing into a dead end. The great celestial realm is indeed powerful. Fangxing also gave a low praise in his heart, and then his expression turned grave. The three of them were only false immortals, and couldn't be considered experts of the great celestial realm. However, the moment they attacked, it could be seen that both their divine abilities and their battle intent were extremely terrifying. If they were in heaven origin, they would at least be at the level of a patriarch. The great celestial realm was indeed very powerful. "Master, hurry up and find a way to escape," an aggrieved voice came from below. It was the great void baby who was hugging Fangxing's thigh tightly. This fellow was very smart. When Fangxing rushed out of the palace, he hugged Fangxing's thigh tightly and did not get thrown off. "Heh, they think they can trap me?" Fangxing laughed coldly. It seemed like he was comforting the great void baby, but it also seemed like he was encouraging himself. Then, with a sweep of his divine telekinesis, he sensed the danger around him and instantly made a decision. He did not stay where he was and wait for the three people's divine abilities to surround him. Then, he lowered his body and fell down. Below him was the mountain that Mountain Venerable had summoned. It was piercing towards the sky like a sharp sword. It seemed like it was the most powerful divine ability among the three of them. However, with Fangxing's foresight, he could tell with one glance that the one who looked the most powerful was actually the weakest. Even though Fairy Hongdu was only a celestial attendant, she carried that unknown purple pearl. It was obviously a terrifying celestial treasure. Its radiance was like a sword and was difficult to deal with. Fangxing really did not want to take it head-on. As for Mo Kuei, as a celestial general, his martial arts were honed through battle formation demons. Mountain Venerable, on the other hand, was obviously a pedant. People like him were mostly good at talismans, elixirs, and weapons, but not the art of battle formations. It was the same even in the great celestial realm. Mountain Venerable seemed to have the most terrifying supernatural power, but his power was the weakest. Boom, in an instant, Fangxing's figure descended. With the addition of the world energy, his figure immediately became a little blurry. Adding on the fact that his current physical body had been possessed by a prince, it was indescribably powerful. With the addition of the world energy, it was indescribably terrifying. With a single stomp, he just happened to step on the peak of the mountain that was madly burrowing out of the ground. Then, the seemingly lofty mountain was stomped into pieces by his stomp, causing smoke to fly into the air as it forcefully crumbled. The power of one stomp was enough to flatten an entire mountain. With the help of the mountain that was flattened and the smoke that filled the air, Fangxing stuck close to the ground and rushed towards the north. As expected of the Emperor's son. He's been suppressed for 1,000 years, but he still has such a reaction. When the servant girl in red saw this earth-shattering scene, she was so scared that her face turned pale. If it was the Emperor's stream from 1,000 years ago, she would not have dared to touch the tiger's whiskers even if she was beaten to death. The reason she dared to come now was because of the severity of the situation. She was forced to help her mistress eliminate such a scourge. She relied on the fact that the Emperor's stream had been suppressed for 1,000 years and his physical body must have become stiff and decayed. He would not be able to recover his strength in a short period of time. After she arrived, the first thing she did was to see the Emperor's stream to confirm this. However, she did not expect that the Emperor's stream, whose physical body seemed to be decayed, would be far more powerful than she had imagined. Although it seemed that his strength had indeed declined greatly, his reaction was really frighteningly fast. You still have such ability after being suppressed for 1,000 years. If you recover from your injuries, won't you really be able to overturn the heavens? After seeing this scene, she couldn't help but snort angrily in her heart, and her killing intent intensified. At the same time, the purple bead behind her shone even more brightly, and the purple aura it contained seemed to have become several times denser. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are, you will still die here. I know that I'm not your match, but if I didn't have any special means, why would the mistress send me here? After saying this, her face had already turned cold, and then she stretched out a petite white hand. At this moment, that purple pearl was also summoned by her mind. It flew to her palm on its own accord and fused with her palm. Very quickly, her entire palm turned purple. Her muscles were stiff, like a kind of purple metal. It had a cold luster and was very penetrating. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. She stubbornly stared through the billowing smoke and stared closely at Fangxing's back. Immortal General Mo Kuei, since you have the great overarching purple gold talisman, why aren't you summoning it? A stern voice came from her mouth, and Immortal General Mo Kuei couldn't help but shiver. There's no choice. No one knew what Mo Kuei was thinking. He only sighed softly, and there was even a hint of reluctance on his face. However, he still responded and took out a red sandalwood box. There was a purple gold talisman inside. He looked at Fangxing with a deep gaze, then put his hands together and threw the talisman into the air. At the same time, he knelt on the ground as if he was praying for something. Whoosh, the talisman was thrown into the air, and it immediately turned into a ray of purple light that flew into the sky. Then, it quickly descended again, but this time, it was several times bigger. It was dazzling, and its aura was vigorous. It stood majestically in front of the escaping Fangxing. There seemed to be some kind of will on the talisman, and it descended quietly, frightening one's soul. It was just a talisman, but it had the power to suppress the heavens and earth. That's the immortal talisman that suppressed the nine-headed bug? Fangxing had long sensed the aura of the talisman. He raised his eyes and scanned it, and his entire body became extremely solemn. A talisman suppressed the heavens and earth. The power wasn't really suppression, but deterrence. It seemed to have an unusually terrifying ferocity that made people know that as soon as they got close, they would be torn to pieces by the ferocity of the talisman. A kind of spiritual fear caused Fangxing to stop running the moment he saw the talisman. He had already decided to escape, but at this time, he was unwilling to run toward the talisman even if he was beaten to death. A dignified imperial prince is actually going to die in my hands. Fairy Hongzhu revealed a slight smile, and the hand that had fused with the purple pearl suddenly stretched forward. Rumble. After the hand stretched out, it suddenly enlarged and seemed to cover the sky. It seemed to have transformed into a giant claw of a monster. The black veins were exposed, and the claws and teeth were as sharp as swords. They contained the power to tear everything apart, and they clawed at Fangxing's back majestically. They actually covered all directions of Fangxing, not allowing him to escape the second move. They were going to tear him apart directly. This is going to be troublesome. Even Fangxi's expression changed drastically, and his heart was in his throat. It was only 2 moves, but he was forced into a desperate situation. Whether it was Mo Kuei, Shan Zun, or the servant girl in red, none of them were weak, but none of them had the ability to suppress him directly. Even if they attacked him together, he was not afraid. Even if he was no match for them, he still had the strength to escape. However, what gave him a headache was that there were only 3 of them, but they had 2 immortal treasures, one at the front and one at the back. They had sealed off his path of retreat. He was trapped in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Am I going to die in the hands of a little brat without even seeing an immortal on this trip? An inexplicable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. An origin immortal talisman in front of him, a violet claw behind him. If he moved forward, then it was very likely that he would draw the energy of the origin immortal talisman, and no one knew what the consequences would be. It was possible that he would be directly torn apart by the aura of the talisman, and his soul would be obliterated. However, if he didn't move forward, then the girl in red's violet claw would grab him, and the consequences weren't difficult to imagine. After all, even though this body was formidable, the violet claw was clearly not ordinary, and it might have been specially used to break his body. At this moment, Fangxing was shockingly faced with a dilemma. However, this sort of hesitation didn't last for too long. Or perhaps, it could be said that it had occurred in an instant, and he'd made his decision without the slightest delay. Charge. Continue forward and charge out. Fangxing made up his mind and directly flashed forward while his gaze became ferocious to the extreme. The aura of the origin immortal talisman had already surged out in front of him, and it grew even more ferocious. It made him feel like he was charging towards a ferocious god, and he was courting death. If it was anyone else, then merely this sort of pressure on the heart would have caused that person to be unable to even move their legs. Unfortunately, there just happened to be a freak like Fangxing who was completely daring. The origin immortal talisman's deterrent effect on the heart was extremely terrifying. At that time, the 9-headed worm had been suppressed by this talisman, and its heart had been affected, causing it to grow more and more timid as the battle progressed. In the end, it was captured by Mo Kuei and the others. Of course, it had used some sort of unknown method to escape in the end. However, to Fangxing, he wasn't even affected by the 9-headed worm, and the energy of this talisman that directly suppressed the heart had the least effect on him. Or perhaps, it could be said that his resistance was innately stronger than others in this aspect. It was just like in the mortal world, when a commoner saw an emperor, they would probably be terrified to the point of being unable to speak. However, Fangxing was the type that didn't feel any fear from an emperor at all. Damn it, even the heavens aren't greater than me, so why should I be afraid of you? Of course, when he said that he wasn't afraid, he only meant that he couldn't feel the invisible pressure from others. He didn't have a natural sense of fear, but he wasn't an idiot who didn't know the severity of the situation. In fact, if someone came at him with a knife, he would run faster than anyone else. Even so, he suddenly threw caution to the wind and charged toward the origin immortal talisman, his mind spinning rapidly. "Master, be careful. That talisman really has a terrifying power. We will be torn apart." The great void baby, who was hugging Fangxing's leg, was so scared that he almost cried. He wouldn't dare. But in this desperate situation, Fangxing only said one sentence fiercely. As he spoke, his speed of charging forward became even faster, and his gaze became even more ferocious as he looked straight at Mo. Boom! 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 At this moment, he was like a shooting star that instantly charged into the Origin Immortal Talisman, and he could even feel the pressure from the talisman hanging above his head. But at the same time, he glared fiercely at Mo. His gaze seemed material, and it carried all his essence, energy, spirit, and monstrous rage as it poured into Mo's slightly dull eyes. "My God, why are you looking at me?" At this moment, Mo's heart was already filled with grievances. For people at their level, it was impossible for them not to sense that someone was looking at them. Subconsciously, when he sensed that someone was looking at him, he instinctively looked at that person as well. This look was extraordinary, and Mo was practically paralyzed with fear. What sort of gaze is that? Hatred, ferocity, violence, bloodlust. There was even a hint of disdain and coldness in it. Fangxing clearly hadn't said a single word, nor had he sent a voice transmission, but Mo seemed to hear a ruthless voice resounding in the depths of his heart, and it carried the ferocity of a nightmare. "A false immortal from a poor family like you dares to arouse killing intent towards me? An ant-like thing like you dares to attack a crown prince? Do you know what the consequences of killing me will be? Do you know what methods I'll use to punish a mere immortal general like you who dared to offend me once I reclaim my authority?" These thoughts practically drove Mo mad. But it just so happened that Fangxing was close to him, and his lips really moved slightly as if he was saying something. "If you really have the guts, then come and kill me." Such a seemingly insubstantial sentence seemed to strike a heavy blow to Mo's heart. At this moment, Fangxing was clearly getting closer and closer to him, and he only needed to use the celestial energy on the talisman to annihilate this crown prince on the spot. But it just so happened that his thoughts were on the verge of collapse, and his courage had vanished without a trace. He didn't dare to kill the crown prince in the first place. He'd only attacked now because he had no other choice, and he was just putting on a show. No one had expected that the crown prince would actually act like a madman and insist on giving his life in Mo's hands. If he used the power of the Origin Immortal Talisman now, then the crown prince would undoubtedly be killed by his own hands. In the great immortal world, this was an extremely terrifying thing. It was precisely this hesitation that made him even more unwilling to use the power of the Origin Immortal Talisman. "Hurry and suppress him." Fairy Hongpo had sneered inwardly when she saw Fangxing rush toward Mo and the Origin Immortal Talisman, thinking that he was just courting death. After all, in terms of grade, the Origin Immortal Talisman was even more powerful than her magic treasure. She had thought that Emperor Flo was just running into a dead end. But when she saw Fangxing getting closer and closer, and even when he was about to reach Mo, the Immortal General still hadn't used all his strength to summon the power of the Origin Immortal Talisman. Only then did she realize that something was wrong. In the current situation, victory was clearly within their grasp, but why was that Immortal General's face pale and filled with fear? "Why are you?" she couldn't help but shout, but she stopped midway. The most unexpected scene had occurred. Boom! Emperor Flo had actually charged right up to Mo, and it could even be said that he had brushed past him. However, Mo still hadn't used the true power of the Origin Immortal Talisman. His body seemed to have stiffened and didn't move at all. In the end, he raised his hand slightly as if he wanted to grab hold of Lu, but in the end, his hand fell back down, escaped. Emperor Flo, who should have been dead, had actually succeeded in charging past Immortal General Mo. From beginning to end, the Immortal General had only used the Origin Immortal Talisman to block him, but in the end, he hadn't actually made a move. He could only watch as this god of death escaped from certain death. As for the Immortal General, he seemed to have experienced a great battle. His body swayed, and he almost tripped and fell. "Why? How dare you?" The red-robed servant girl's shrill voice tore through the void, causing the surrounding valley to rumble. What did I just do?" Only then did Mo raise his head. His face was yellow, and his eyes were misty, as if he had just woken up from a dream. "You didn't do anything." The servant girl in the red dress was furious. She looked at Mokue resentfully and said, "You actually let him go?" His soul-frightening technique. Mokue opened his mouth, but he was powerless to refute. It seemed that even he himself was a little confused. That Emperor Flo's fierce reputation from 1,000 years ago still has some effect. At this moment, Fangxing, who had finally escaped with great difficulty, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had made a bet in the blink of an eye. Earlier, when he was peeking at the discussion between Mokue and Dizun in the Great Illusionary Mirror, he had discovered that this capable immortal general was actually very timid. In addition, he seemed to have known Emperor Flo for a long time and knew how terrifying Emperor Flo was. Subconsciously, he was afraid of the identity of his physical body. Now that he had been led by the red-robed servant girl and had no choice but to participate in the encirclement, he must still be afraid. In this situation where there was no way out, Fangxing decided to make a bet with this immortal general. He wanted to see if he had the courage to do so. He also wanted to see if the Emperor Flo's fierce reputation was that great. If he won the bet, he could escape with his life. If he lost the bet, there was nothing to lose anyway. He stared straight into Mokue's eyes. He wanted to make the fear in Mokue's heart grow greater and greater, so much so that Mokue did not dare to make a move. Of course, when their gazes met, he also circulated the supreme sensing scripture and completely activated the power of his divine soul, hoping to intimidate Mokue's mind. However, although his divine soul was powerful, he did not know if it would have any effect on a false immortal like Mokue. In any case, he still won the bet. He used the fierce reputation left behind by an Emperor Flo to scare immortal General Mokue. "Chase, we must catch up to him. We can't let him return to the 33 heavens alive. He doesn't have a domain-breaking immortal treasure, so he can't leave this place. Let's quickly send someone to capture him." Behind him, Fairy Hongyan's shrill cry, as well as Mountain Venerable's furious order to pursue and kill, reverberated in the valley. You sons of B*cheese, wait for me to come back and pull out your tendons." At this moment, Fangxing, who had just escaped from a hopeless situation with great difficulty, naturally did not dare to be careless. He used all his strength to move his body, which was still a little stiff, and fled tens of thousands of kilometers in a single move. He fled straight for the vast mountains and ridges of the Dragon Realm. At the same time, a strong sense of hatred rose in his heart. This was the first time he truly wanted to kill these people. He was just borrowing someone else's body in the first place, so whether those immortal soldiers and immortal generals feared or hated him, he did not feel much. Instead, he felt that it was a little fun, as if he was watching a show. However, the scene just now had truly sent a chill down his spine. After all, although those people wanted to kill an Emperor Flo, it was his life that had almost been lost. Since we've already done it, we must see it through to the end. "Brother Mokue, why were you hesitating just now?" A black figure moved like a bolt of lightning in the void, heading straight for the mountains in the distance. Its speed was terrifying. It was like a flying sword piercing into the vast expanse, and was instantly drowned by the mountains and clouds. Mountain Venerate and Goddess Hongyan hurriedly chased after it. Mokue had no choice but to chase after it as well. However, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they saw Goddess Hongyan and Mountain Venerate looking at their surroundings with rapt attention in the void ahead. It was obvious that they had lost him. Seeing Mokue rushing over in a daze, Goddess Hongyan frowned and glared at him angrily. Even Mountain Venerate sighed and could not help but complain to Mokue. He seems to have cast a soul-frightening spell on me. I can't move at all." Mokue could only try his best to explain, even though he knew that it was probably not a soul-frightening spell. To put it bluntly, he had been scared stiff. "Haha, I don't care what you do, but I hope you understand that if he returns to the 33 heavens alive." Goddess Hongyan ignored Mokue's explanation. She turned around and spoke in a gloomy and shrill voice. However, at this moment, Mokue, who had just woken up from the nightmarish feeling, could even hear a hint of fear in her voice. "Yes, we definitely can't let him return to the 33 heavens alive. Otherwise, wouldn't it be?" A deep sense of fear rose in Mokue's heart, and he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Of course we can't let him return to the 33 heavens alive. Brother Mokue, Lady Hong Yan, we've already done such a thing. With that Emperor Flo. Bah, with that fake emperor's vengeful personality, if he really escapes back to the 33 heavens and gains power, I'm afraid all three of us will die without a burial place. Haha, at that time even Lord Dishi and Goddess Qing Luo will not be able to protect us. On the other hand, Mountain Venerable seemed to be slightly calmer. However, his eerie words made everyone feel even more terrified. However, he quickly said, but we don't have to worry. The dragon world is vast and boundless, and there's also a domain ceiling formation. He can only leave with the help of a world-breaking celestial treasure, and only we have that celestial treasure. He won't be able to escape. Moreover, he's injured, and there's a huge problem with his physical body. It's impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Alright, let's start searching then. Fairy Hong Yan's voice was cold, and there was a malicious look on her beautiful face. At any cost, at all costs, even if we have to search the entire dragon world, we have to find him. If we don't kill him, we'll be in big trouble. Let's each take one side and use our divine senses to search for him. Let's see where he can hide. Mountain Venerable sneered and stood up, as if he was about to use his divine consciousness. If we search the entire dragon world, I'm afraid we won't be able to find him. I have an idea. At this time Mokue suddenly stood up. He had been frightened by Di Lu's gaze and had missed the best opportunity to kill Di Lu. He had already made a huge mistake and had been feeling uneasy. At this time, he seemed to want to make up for his mistake and was doing his best to make a contribution. At this time, his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked towards the north. He came to me to ask about the ancestral hall. You said he escaped to the raging sea? Mountain Venerable was startled and frowned. That's a dead end, and there's no way to hide. Is he that stupid? Let's go and take a look first. We can't avoid any losses. Mokue's face darkened. I feel that there's something strange about him. This, Mountain Venerable was still hesitant, but Hong Qian had already made her decision. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. Let's go and take a look first. Although I've escaped temporarily, I still have to prevent those people from finding me through other means. It's not a good idea to wander around in the dragon world. Why don't I try my luck there? At this moment, Fang Xing was thinking to himself. He did not dare to fly in the air and only flew toward the north in the deep mountains. The dragon world was vast and boundless. He had no idea how big it was. In short, he could not see the end of it with his naked eye. It looked like he was surrounded by mountains and forests. He did not know where the ferocious beasts were. He could only run around like a headless fly. However, he knew that this was not a solution. He was injured and could not keep running. He would be found sooner or later. Soon, he thought of the raging sea in the north and the ancestral dragon main hall that was protected by layers of seals. Now that he had nowhere else to go, he might as well go to the ancestral dragon main hall and see if there was any chance of survival. After all, the ancestral dragon hall was a legacy left by the ancestors of the dragon tribe to their descendants. Others could not enter it, but Ao Lai and the dragon lady in his consciousness realm could not. After all, they had the true bloodline of the dragon tribe, dead ancestors of the dragon tribe. I'm helping your descendants wholeheartedly. If my spirit is still here, please open your eyes. He was secretly praying in his heart, hoping that he could have a better ending in the dragon world. Perhaps it was because he did not hide in the deep mountains or old forests, but instead chose to go against the flow and brace himself to rush to the raging sea, that it was really beyond the expectations of those people. Along the way, there was actually no danger, and it took him almost an entire day to reach the edge of the raging sea. The sky was filled with dark clouds, shrouding the vast and boundless raging sea in front of him. It only seemed misty, and the world was vast. The raging sea seemed to be surging with waves, but there were countless seals in it. Fang Xing had no choice but to stop and take a look. He knew that he could not open the seals, so he sat cross-legged on the cliff. After making sure there was no one around, he opened his right palm and called out Ao Lai, who was cultivating in his consciousness realm. He did not have time to say anything and asked Ao Lai to take a look at the ancestral hall in the raging sea. Ao Lai also became excited when he saw the raging sea. He wanted to jump into it, but he was locked down by an invisible force. He couldn't get close to it, causing the excitement on his face to dim. He couldn't help but sigh and say, I have a premonition that the ancestral hall in the sea is summoning me. I should be able to obtain the inheritance in the ancestral hall. However, the restrictions in the sea are too powerful. They aren't targeting me. It's just that I'm too weak and can't break through the restrictions to enter the sea. I'm not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Even this is not enough? Fangxing was a little anxious when he heard this. I risked my life to send you here. Risked my life? Aolai was startled and became vigilant. Who is trying to harm you? What are you doing? Are you going to bite me? Fangxing glared at him and slapped Aolai's ferocious face, then he fiercely asked, then what do I need to do to be qualified? Aolai was a little aggrieved, but he still thought about it seriously. His eyes seemed to be a little misty. After a while, he said, I don't know, but I have a feeling that someone is talking to me. He is telling me that now is not the time to enter the Dragon Hall. Going in now is a disaster, not a blessing. At least I need to have an immortal fate. Immortal fate? Fangxing was stunned and frowned. Why is it an immortal fate again? Aolai was startled. I don't know, but I have this feeling, it is very strong. Damn it, I came here for nothing. If that's the case, then come back. Fangxing fiercely sighed. He didn't wait for Aolai to resist and recalled him back into his realm of consciousness. Originally, this was the most promising direction he could think of, but now that he personally came here to take a look, he realized that this method was not as reliable as he thought it to be. Thus, he had no choice but to think of another way. Now, it seemed like his initial idea was correct. In this great immortal world, an immortal fate was the foundation, the capital of everything. Without an immortal fate, everything would be for naught, but he couldn't help but hate the Dragon Clan's ancestors. Why did they set such a big threshold for their descendants? If they were so capable, why didn't they just leave their immortal fate inside? I have to find another way out before those people catch up, Fangxing cursed in his heart. He jumped up and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, this place was not easy to hide. He is over there, but before he could decide where to go, he suddenly heard someone shouting in the sky. When he turned around to look, his expression changed. At this time, in the sky, there were immortal soldiers rushing over from all directions. Strands of immortal chi intertwined as if they were weaving a huge net in the sky. In the south, west, and north, Mo Kue, the servant girl in red, Mountain Venerable, and the others were guarding one side each. They stepped on evil clouds and held magic treasures in their hands. Their eyes were cold, and their faces were full of murderous intent. They were like three ferocious gods. This time, they didn't press forward too quickly. Instead, they slowly closed in and gradually narrowed the encirclement, afraid that Fangxing would slip away again. How did they get here so quickly? Fangxing was really shocked. He knew that these people would catch up sooner or later, but he didn't expect them to come so quickly. Moreover, judging from their momentum, it was obvious that they had already guessed that he would come here, so they directly gathered all their forces and rushed over. On one side were three great experts, yet behind him were raging waves that were filled with restrictions that surged into the sky. Fangxing was shockingly forced to this corner of the ocean, and he was simply like a duck that had been caught in a fight. Besides bracing himself and going all out with those people, he had utterly no way out. Damn it, it's all the fault of those old farts of the dragon tribe. Fangxing's heart was cold, but he couldn't help cursing fiercely. Now that he was in a dangerous situation, he didn't think it was because his opponents were smart and guessed where he was going. He just cursed the ancestors of the dragon tribe in his heart. If it wasn't to send your descendants into the ancestral hall, would I be forced to this raging sea? If it wasn't for the restriction formations that you guys placed on this raging sea before you died, so I didn't dare to go in, would I be forced into a dead end? There was nothing he could do. If he really couldn't do anything, he could only summon all his people and fight with them. Be careful, everyone. We can't let him escape this time. At this moment, Mountain Venerable, who was slowly encircling Qin Shi, cautiously shouted in a deep voice. However, right at this moment, Fangxing, who had nowhere to go, had a gloomy expression as he prepared to fight a great battle. It was unknown if it was because Fangxing's curses had awakened the workings of the heavens, or if it was because the waves of the raging sea before him slapped too high and alarmed the phenomena in the sky, but right when the murderous intent in the surroundings rose explosively and arrived at its peak, a crack suddenly resounded high in the sky, and a bolt of divine lightning flashed through the horizon. Swish! Swish, swish! Without any warning, a heavy downpour descended from the sky, and the entire dragon world became gloomy. This heavy rain had come out of nowhere. Although there were many dark clouds in the sky, they had not gathered enough rain to form clouds. Otherwise, with their level of cultivation, there was no reason for them not to sense the arrival of heavy rain. But there was such a heavy rain, and thunder snakes swam in the sky, like divine dragons flying across the sky from time to time, leaving behind dazzling shadows. The rumbling of thunder was endless, and the raindrops were as dense as silk, falling straight to the sky. It seemed that the entire dragon realm was shrouded in such a heavy rain, or as if someone had overturned the Milky Way, and the water of the Milky Way poured down, threatening to drown the entire world. Let's go. It was also at this moment that Fangxing suddenly became alert. He, who had wanted to fight the other party, had sensed a chance of survival. There was a chance to escape. In the instant that the heavy rain fell and the lightning flashed, he had madly used all of his speed to rush out. The direction he fled in was the gap between Fairy Hong Yan and Mountain Venerate. At this moment, Mo Kuei, Mountain Venerable, and Hong Ho were slowly pressing forward, and they each guarded a side and trapped Fangxing. They'd slowed down earlier because they didn't allow him the chance to escape explosively. It was just like when one was drawing the net, swift movements would easily alarm the big fish instead, and only advancing step by step was the right strategy. On the other hand, Fangxing naturally wouldn't flee at this moment because he was clearly aware in his heart that no matter where he fled, he would definitely be trapped by the three of them. Instead of falling into a disadvantageous position at that time, it was better to go all out and fight them. However, it was different now. This heavy rain, or rather, the dense lightning in the sky, had appeared just at the right time. Although Mo Kuei, Mountain Venerate, and Mountain Venerate each guarded one side, they were actually several hundred miles away from each other as they pressed forward from afar. However, for cultivators like them, a distance of several hundred miles was really nothing. Their divine senses were densely covered in the void, so as long as Fangxing moved, they would be able to reach him in an instant no matter which direction he rushed to. However, it was different now. The sky was suddenly filled with heavy rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. When the three of them saw the lightning streaking across the sky, they subconsciously withdrew their divine senses to protect themselves. In other words, to them who relied on their divine senses more than their eyes, they were practically blind at this moment. On the other hand, Fangxing was deeply aware of this as well, so he grabbed onto this trace of hope and swiftly flashed past them. Oh no, Mo Kuei, Mountain Venerate, and Mountain Venerate obviously realized that something was wrong, and they were greatly shocked in their hearts. But at this moment, the heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, yet they didn't dare release their divine senses. Moreover, in other words, when the heavenly lightning descended, the aura in the heavens and the earth would be in disorder, so even if they released their divine senses, it would be as if they were blind with their eyes open. This was the same principle as when one looked at the sun with the naked eye, one would be temporarily blind. Unless one had attained the realm of a righteous immortal, only then would one be able to suppress this effect to the lowest level. When they realized this, the three of them simultaneously exploded out at the same time and charged towards the raging sea, but unfortunately, when their figures rushed over swiftly and smashed the cliff to the point bits of rocks fluttered in the air and the mountain collapsed, they noticed there was actually not a single person there. When they looked back anxiously, they saw a figure swiftly drilling into the depths of the mountain by relying on the glow of the lightning. They were anxious to the point they turned around at the same time and wanted to lock onto that figure with their divine senses and pursue relentlessly. But it just so happened that numerous bolts of lightning streaked across the sky at this moment and tore apart the dim night sky, causing the heavens and the earth to be covered in a ghastly white color, and it forcefully forced them to withdraw their divine senses. And this time, when they reacted, even that figure had disappeared. Don't blame me this time, he escaped from between the two of you. Mo Kuei's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to Mountain Venerable and Hong Qian as he shouted anxiously. Bad luck, why do we have to encounter such a strange rain? At this moment, Mountain Venerable and Hong Qian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Mo Kuei. Mountain Venerable was anxious and furious, and he started cursing angrily. After that, he raised his hands and released 8 violet talismans that fluttered and flew towards the 9 heavens, but it had no effect. The talismans were released for an entire 10 minutes, yet the rain in the sky didn't stop, and after a while, only tattered talismans could be seen falling along with the rain and fluttering in all directions. Tui, this rain is too powerful, my cloud-dispelling talismans are useless. Mountain Venerable frowned and couldn't help but say angrily. Heh, even God is helping him. Fairy Xianxia's eyes were almost spitting fire as she said through clenched teeth. If the first time they wanted to take down Di Lu was because Di Lu was strong enough to deter Mo Kuei, then this time was simply too strange. They were clearly confident that they would succeed, and Mo Kuei and the others wouldn't make any more mistakes. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a heavy rain? The Dragon Realm is strange, and there are many mysteries that even Lord Disher can't explain clearly. This rain is even more strange, and I'm afraid we can only wait for it to stop on its own. However, there are so many lightning bolts in the sky that we can't even release our divine sense, so how are we going to find him? If we rely on manpower to search the mountains, with our strength, it's far from enough to search the entire Dragon Realm. Are we going to let him hide? Mo Kuei also realized that this wasn't the time to shirk responsibility, so he hurriedly pretended to join the discussion. Let him hide? Is this something that can be delayed? Hong Qian glanced coldly at Mo Kuei, scaring the bewildered Mo Kuei so much that he turned his head away from her. The fewer people who know about this, the better, but we can't care about it now. Hong Qian gritted her teeth and glanced coldly at the dark clouds above her head, where lightning flashed from time to time, and finally made a decision. She took out several silver swords and seemed to be talking to Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable, but also seemed to be talking to herself. I once subdued the 16 sects of the desolate wildlands for Miss, and there are more than 2,000 disciples from each orthodoxy. If this rain doesn't stop, then we have no choice but to transfer these people into the Dragon Realm to help search. In short, that person must die. This. Mountain Venerable and Mo Kuei seemed to be shocked by the coldness in her words, and didn't dare to speak for a long time. The two of them also seemed to be a little surprised that Fairy Qing Luo would pay such a huge price to get rid of this person. It seemed even more important than Lord Di Lu. They guessed that there must be something going on, but they didn't dare to think too much and could only remain silent. Everyone was waiting in silence. They just wanted to see if the rain would stop or not. All around, the sound of rain hitting banana leaves lingered in the ears. The raindrops were like beans, hitting their armor, their skirts. Thank God there's this heavy rain. Fang Xing, who had escaped at this time, was also secretly feeling lucky. He was really lucky to have escaped just now. He felt like he had hit the jackpot. If the rain had fallen a little later, he would have definitely summoned Ao Lai and the others to fight the 3 false immortals. There was no need to talk about who would win or lose, because the other party had the 2 immortal treasures, so they would definitely lose more than they won. Moreover, even if they won, they would definitely be exposed. Fortunately, this heavy rain with lightning and thunder came as soon as it came. Not only did it save his life, it also made it easier for him to hide his tracks. After all, cultivators mainly use their divine sense to search for people, but in this kind of weather, even those powerful false immortals didn't dare to casually scan with their divine sense. To Fang Xing, this heavy rain was really no less than delivering charcoal in the snow, and he had hit the jackpot. That group of people is obviously determined to kill me. Just now, they were able to find me so quickly, so they are not idiots. Right now, my physical body is getting weaker and weaker. I have to find a safe place to treat my injuries first. As Fang Xing thought to himself, he didn't dare to stop. He swept his gaze around and directly flew towards the deep mountains in the west. What he found strange was that the heavy rain falling from the 9 heavens seemed to be gentler to him. Wherever he went, the rain would fall a little less than elsewhere, but the lightning and thunder in the sky would be a little more, causing the qi in the surrounding thousands of li to be chaotic. It was impossible for anyone to use their divine sense to investigate him, and even if he used any magic treasures in this weather, he would be deeply affected. This physical injury is too serious. I have to find a few treasures to relieve it. Although his physical body was very strong, he was still seriously injured 1,000 years ago. Now that 1,000 years had passed, his injuries had not only not recovered, but had worsened. Fangxing didn't know how long he had been aimlessly running in the heavy rain, but there was still a sense of emptiness and powerlessness rising in his body. He knew that this was the effect of the injuries of the Dilu physical body, and it was also his biggest hidden danger. Currently, it wasn't easy for him to obtain the powerful strength of the Dilu physical body and use it. First, he had to find elixirs and treasures to treat his hidden injuries, then he could use his dermic power to cleanse his body and stimulate his qi and blood to restore his decayed body. However, although it didn't sound difficult, he was currently in the process of escaping, and the situation was dangerous, so he didn't have the time to find elixirs. Currently, this dragon world was vast, with endless mountains. Perhaps there would be elixirs and treasures that grew naturally. Unfortunately, he had to escape now, so he didn't have the time to look for them. Not to mention, those true treasures and treasures all had their own intelligence. If they were older, they would definitely grow more hidden, so it wouldn't be easy to find them. This was just a thought. However, it was strange. Just when the thought of finding elixirs arose in his heart, but he felt that he didn't have the time to look for them, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed past above his head, illuminating the surrounding wilderness. Coincidentally, Fangxing just happened to turn his head, and he immediately saw that on a cliff less than 300 meters away from him, there was a plant with red leaves and blue fruits growing out, and it was swaying from the raindrops. The instant he saw the plant, Fangxing's heart moved slightly, and he rushed over. Before he even got close, he could already smell the delicate fragrance filling his nostrils. When he took a closer look, Fangxing was completely stunned. My God, I can't be so lucky, right? He opened his eyes wide in disbelief, looked again and again. And even licked it, then, his eyes widened even more. This is as if it was specially sent to me. Fangxing was stunned for a while, and then he suddenly raised his head to look at the gloomy sky, and his expression was extremely strange. This treasure medicine was called the Earth Spirit Pill. Even though it was called a pill, it was actually a natural herb that had a miraculous effect in treating internal injuries. It was a precious herb in the cultivation world. It could be found even in the Heaven's Origin era, but it was extremely rare. What was even more surprising about the one in front of him was that it seemed to be at least 3,000 to 5,000 years old. Otherwise, the blue fruit wouldn't have grown to the size of a longan fruit. This truly shocked Fangxing. If he brought this Earth Spirit Pill back to the Heaven's Origin era, he would be able to trade it for several dozen of the best peaches in the Xianxia Immortal Peach Forest, and it was the kind with a fixed price. He was just running around in the mountains, and he actually ran into a treasure medicine like this. If this were to get out, it would be like a fantasy story. While in a daze, Fangxing glanced around like a thief. He quickly picked up the Earth Spirit Pill and put it into his pouch. He thought to himself, if it was a normal body, then it would be fine. However, this Emperor's Path body has been baptized by the immortal fate and is extremely powerful. Correspondingly, it is very difficult to heal after being injured. If my body was injured before, then this Earth Spirit Pill would be able to heal half of it. However, if I want to heal it now, I will need to refine a cauldron of pills. This Earth Spirit Pill is only one of the few treasured medicines. With this thought, his brows furrowed tightly. He made his decision and flew towards the dense forest. The most important thing for him right now was to find a few treasured medicines that he could use to refine a cauldron of pills to heal his injuries. Originally, the situation was very dangerous. The enemy was looking for him, so there was absolutely no time to find treasured medicines. However, the current situation gave him a bit of confidence. He simply ran deep into the mountains while looking around, feeling that something else would appear. Just as expected, after running for a few steps, he saw a mountain in front of him collapsing, as if it had been struck by lightning, and the huge rock that tumbled down just happened to be crushing a small beast. It was currently half dead from the heavy rain, and it was squeaking with its head stretched out, looking very pitiful. Ground monkey? Fangxing was shocked and hurriedly went closer to take a look. He saw that the little beast looked like a young ape, but it was hairless and chubby. Half of its body was in the soil, and the other half was outside. It was stuck in the middle of the rocks that had burst out from the mountain peak, and it was poking its head out to call out. After looking at it for a while, he confirmed the identity of the little beast. He was completely shocked. This was a spiritual beast recorded in the ancient books of Tianyuan. It was not strong, and it could not cultivate. However, it knew the earth escape technique by nature, and it was the hardest to capture. This beast had long been extinct in Tianyuan because its blood was a body-tempering treasure that was hard to find. Normally, it would be difficult for even a tribulation-passing cultivator to capture these small beasts. Firstly, these beasts were very rare. In the vast history, there were only a few records of them. Secondly, this beast's earth escape technique was very powerful. Once it touched the ground, it would immediately disappear without a trace, not even leaving a trace of its aura. Unless a tribulation-passing cultivator set up a trap in advance, it would be impossible to capture it, but now, there was actually one that had appeared in front of him, alive and well. Fangxing directly let out a breath of cold air, feeling that he was a little speechless. After taking a closer look, he guessed that the little beast was in such a predicament. It must have been living happily and unfettered on the mountain peak, but it was struck by lightning and the mountain peak was exposed to the rain. Then, it was pinned down by a few mountain rocks. Originally, with its ability, it could have burrowed into the ground at any time and looked for a nest again. However, the two mountain rocks that pinned it actually had a large amount of iron, which restrained its innate magical power and forcefully trapped it here. With this beast's blood, it won't be a problem to cure the decay of this body. Fangxing was overjoyed. He quickly stretched out his hand, grabbed the little beast's neck, and pulled it out like a radish. He originally wanted to crush it to death and then extract its blood, but with a thought, thunder suddenly rumbled in the sky. He had a feeling in his heart, so he raised his head and chuckled a few times. With a slash of his finger, he made a cut on the little beast's neck. Red blood mixed with strands of gold flowed out. He took out an empty jar and put it in. After half a jar, the little beast was already listless, so he casually threw it to the side. Squeak squeak, the little beast had escaped from death and immediately became spirited. It looked at Fangxing with its eyes full of flowers, then burrowed into the ground and disappeared. The feeling of stepping on dog shit is really not bad. Fangxing put away the half jar of beast blood and couldn't help but grin. He continued to move forward, but suddenly, a branch caught the corner of his robe. Fangxing wanted to tear it off, but he felt that it would be a pity to tear the robe, so he squatted down and untied the corner of the robe from the branch. However, while he was squatting down, a figure flew past less than 3,000 feet to the right. She was dressed in a red dress and had a pale face. Her eyes were black, and her expression was as cold as ice. She looked around coldly. It was Fairy Hongyan. This gave Fangxing quite a fright. He hurriedly squatted under the tree and didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, Fairy Hongyan didn't use her divine sense to scan the area. She only looked around coldly. This seemed to be a subconscious action, and she didn't really discover anything. She only sighed and rose into the sky. However, Fangxing was scared out of his wits. When he took a closer look, he exclaimed that he was lucky. There was a clump of dead moss growing next to him, and the color was very similar to his robe. Fairy Hongyan, the dragon world is a dense forest that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. It's impossible for us to find him with just a few people. High up in the sky behind them, Mountain Venerable and Mo also flew over and tried to persuade her in a low voice. Fairy Hongyan's voice was also secretly annoyed. She said with hatred, "I used my immortal technique to predict that I'll find something in this direction. However, when I rushed over, I felt that my aura was in a mess, and I couldn't find anything. It's really annoying. The rain is getting heavier, and the thunder and lightning are flashing in the sky. I'm afraid it won't stop anytime soon. I have no choice but to quickly summon the disciples of the 7 Daos, 9 mountains, and 16 sects to help us find him. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Fairy Hongyan, don't disturb me. The injuries of that fake the arch can't be healed in a short period of time. He must be dragging his heavily injured body and hiding everywhere. We don't have to worry, we have all the time to play with him. You just need to summon the people. I've already ordered the immortal soldiers to go in all directions and set up the formation flags that I've refined. When the time comes, we'll directly set up a formation to seal off this mountain range so that he can't escape. After we get help, we'll dig 3 feet into the ground and turn over the entire mountain range. We must find him. Mountain Venerate said coldly, but he was full of confidence. His guess was not wrong. Dilu had escaped with heavy injuries, so he couldn't have gone far. He must still be in the mountain range. However, due to the heavy rain and the thunder in the sky, they couldn't use their divine sense to investigate. If they sealed off this mountain range, they would definitely be able to find him after searching inch by inch. After the three of them finished their discussion, they went back to their own business. However, they probably did not expect that the person they were looking for was actually hiding under their feet and listening to their conversation. They secretly sneered in their hearts, "This group of bastards has a good idea. Using this method, they might really be able to trap me. Right now, it's impossible for me to escape from this 100,000-kilometer mountain range. If I escape too quickly, I will only be discovered by them. However, even if it's within this 100,000-kilometer range, I still want to fight with all of you." He quickly made up his mind. After the three of them left, he hurriedly got up and fled in another direction. If they want to summon more people, they'll probably need at least a day like Hong Kun's girl. Even if thousands of people come, it'll probably take at least 3 days to search this mountain range, right? Then I will simply play with you. Before those people arrive, I can still walk around. I will use this time to find all the medicinal ingredients and then immediately find a place to refine pills in seclusion. Before you search the mountain and find me, I will heal my physical injuries and play with you to my heart's content. There was no better way, so this was the only thing he could do. Fangxing gritted his teeth and escaped into the mountain range again. He looked at the gloomy sky calmly and said, "If you guys want to protect me, then hurry up." Whoosh, his figure flew through the forest. Fangxing could be considered to have experienced a new kind of escape. Sure enough, as he expected, his luck was actually very good. In the process of flying, he accidentally tripped. Looking down, he saw that the thing that almost tripped him was actually a withered vine. After tearing off the black rough skin, he saw the natural color of jade. It was one of the treasured medicines that he urgently needed. Jade bone vine, and it was thousands of years old. His stomach felt hungry and thirsty. After circling around twice, he found a purple pomegranate that was full of fruits. The flesh of each fruit was like purple jade, and its fragrance assailed his nostrils. After eating one, he felt the immortal energy lingering in his stomach. His chi and blood became more vigorous, and his fatigue disappeared. He simply plucked dozens of pomegranates from the tree and stuffed them into a cloth bag. It was enough for him to eat for 4 to 5 days. After running for a whole day, the harvest was simply unbelievable to him. All kinds of treasured medicines and immortal fruits grew casually by the side of the road like free goods, allowing him to pick them. In the dragon world, where the immortal chi was dense, it was not strange at all for such treasures to grow here. However, since these treasures were able to grow for thousands of years without being discovered, they naturally had their own characteristics, or they grew in an extremely secretive manner. If they were naturally protected by ferocious beasts and evil spirits, there was absolutely no reason for them to be easily discovered and plucked. However, at this moment, Fangxing had broken this rule that had never changed since ancient times. He had plucked these rarely seen immortal herbs like he was casually pulling weeds. If there must be a word to describe Fangxing's mood at this time, it would be, "Why are there so few treasures in the dragon world?" It was said that some people were born with great luck and could pick up celestial treasures when they went out for a meal. In the cultivation world, there were many legends about this. After all, there were many cultivators living in seclusion in the cultivation world, and many of them were in closed-door training. After they passed away, many of them left their inheritance to the fated ones. Therefore, there were also people who found treasures by chance. For example, Fangxing started from a humble background and had encountered countless strong enemies, including many opponents who had great luck. Gu He, the top expert in the Pure Land, was a typical example. However, Fangxing was obviously not a person with great luck. Other people's treasures were found or found by chance, but Fangxing's treasures were found and robbed. But now, in the dragon world, he had an inexplicable feeling that he had hit the jackpot. To think that he would be able to find a priceless immortal herb so easily. Furthermore, it wasn't just a single stalk, but several stalks. All of them were what he needed the most right now, and they were precious medicines that could be used to heal his injuries and refine the rotting of his body. Although these medicinal materials were not difficult to find in the world, they were extremely rare and valuable. Even in the great immortal realm, they could not be obtained by the lower grade aristocratic families. To take them all out in a short period of time, several upper grade worlds had to mobilize all their resources at the same time. However, these extremely rare and priceless celestial medicines could only be found by great luck. However, in just one day, Fangxing ran around in the forest and got all of them without any effort, and their quality was extremely high. Even Fangxing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't really care about these things, but it made him feel flattered that he had obtained them so easily. He was like a wild child who was used to being mean, and was used to relying on his own ability to make a living. Suddenly, others were nice to him, and it made him feel uncomfortable. He kept feeling that all of this was a little unreal. This world seems to love me very much. Fangxing could not help but have this thought in his heart. All of this seemed to be a coincidence. No matter how unbelievable this coincidence was, there was no trace of anyone intervening. It could only be attributed to good luck falling on Fangxing's head, and that was why he had such an incredible encounter. He even had a feeling that his good luck would continue as long as he stayed in this world. Looking up, it was still raining heavily, and it seemed that it would not stop. The surroundings were gloomy, and dusk had arrived. On the other hand, the day was almost over. Fangxing calculated in his heart. If Fairy Hongqian intends to ask for help to search for me, then those people are probably here by now. After all, after she received the sword talisman from Mo Kuei and the others, only a day had passed before she arrived at the dragon dimension. Those people are about the same. The search for me might begin at any moment. I should find a place to hide and refine pills to cure my injuries, Fangxing thought in his heart. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the boundless mountains around him, pondering in his heart. What he needed now was a place where he could hide and refine pills. After all, immortal medicine was immortal medicine, and he could not swallow it raw. It would be better to refine a pill that had its impurities removed after being blended. However, refining pills required a very harsh environment. The mountain terrain, the water flow, and the circulation of qi would all affect the quality of the pills. Moreover, the place he was looking for needed to be as hidden as possible. After all, those people would start searching for him at any time. If he was discovered just as he hid, he would be out of luck and would not be able to play anymore. He could not fool around in such a place, so he had to choose carefully. However, Fangxing was still Fangxing, braving the heavy rain in the dark. He wandered around the deep mountains for a few rounds without any results. Very quickly, he thought of something and looked at the sky with some ill intentions. He thought to himself, if you really have a spirit, then help me one last time. With that thought in mind, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, he suddenly stretched out his legs and started to run wildly in the forest. He did not look at the road, nor did he use his divine sense to explore the road, nor did he use the clouds to fly. He just ran directly, one step at a time. Normally, doing this would only result in him crashing into a tree or falling off a cliff to his death, but Fangxing didn't. He was clearly running around like a headless fly in the depths of the towering mountains, but he didn't bump into a tree, nor did he trip over rocks or vines. Instead, he only heard the sound of wind whistling past his ears. His footsteps became faster and faster, and without the slightest hindrance, he let go of all the doubts in his heart and did whatever he wanted. He closed his eyes and ran freely in the forest. Pa! When he crossed a short stream, there happened to be a rock cave on the top of the mountain, and it happened to be placed on the mountain stream. Then, Fangxing stepped on it and successfully ran across the short stream. The rock fell, but Fangxing did not notice anything unusual. Hua la la, when he crossed a small stream, some dead branches were knocked down by the rain and mixed with the moss on the side of the stream, so he did not slip and fall. Croak! When he jumped from a mountain peak and jumped towards an abyss between two mountain peaks, there was a toad that had cultivated in the abyss for many years. It jumped out of the abyss on a whim, and coincidentally, its head hit the bottom of Fangxing's foot, so he successfully jumped another step, and landed on a horizontal cliff on the opposite side. He continued to run forward. However, this toad was not lightly stepped on, and it dizzily fell back into the abyss. From then on, it completely gave up on the idea of leaving this abyss. Countless coincidences, as if it was the arrangement of fate, were happening in an unbelievable way. And at the center of all these coincidences, Fangxing did not notice anything at all. he only ran recklessly, and did as he pleased. He ran when he wanted to run, jumped when he wanted to jump, and even turned at will. This was obviously deep in the mountains, but he felt that he was running on an endless plain, and there was no end to it. He did not know how long he had run, and did not know how far he had run, when he finally opened his eyes and looked around. The surrounding mountains were mysterious, and extremely unfamiliar. The ancient trees towered into the sky, and it was quiet and silent. He did not even know where he was at this moment. When he looked back, he saw that his footprints were being washed away by the rain. Some were on the ground, some were on the cliff, and some were even on the surrounding ancient trees. But he clearly remembered that he was patrolling the ground, and he did not even use his chi. Haha, haha, haha. This kind of feeling made him feel a little elated. He laughed proudly, and took a step forward. Wah! Just as he took a step forward, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fell directly into a dark shrubbery in front of him. This was a slope, and he fell into it carelessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After running for so long, he fell headfirst into this place. He felt dizzy, and he didn't know how long he had been sliding for. He didn't even think of a way to stabilize his body, and just followed the momentum and tumbled downwards. Phew, he felt that he had rolled for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea before he finally stabilized his body. He only heard the sound of water splashing in his ears. This motherf asterisk cur, Fang Xing did not know whether to laugh or cry, and could not help but curse a few times. Then he slowly stood up, looked around, and could not help but be stunned. At this time, he was in an extremely hidden mountain gap. Looking up, he saw a line of starry sky, which was still blocked by many overgrown bushes, and could not be seen clearly. But below, there was a different world. A small stream was murmuring, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. There were strange flowers and plants everywhere, and the mountain was like a crescent moon, hiding wind and absorbing chi. It was a cultivation paradise with rich chi. And from his position, he could see a cave door that was the same color as the mountain stone, embedded in the stone wall. If not for the cave door being half open, he would not have noticed it. The look in Fang Xing's eyes changed a little, but he was not afraid. He walked up boldly, opened the cave door, and gathered his spiritual power in his eyes. When he looked inside, he was surprised to find that it was actually a kind of dilapidated cave abode, which was fully furnished inside. There was a praying mat, a jade couch, a spirit-gathering array, a pill furnace, and a talisman table, but it was covered with dust, like a cultivation cave abode that had been dilapidated for God knows how long. Haha, no matter how much effort I put in to find it, I won't be able to find such a good place. Fang Xing was very happy, and he calmed his mind and took a step in. Before entering the cave abode, he thought in his heart, will there be an invincible Taoist scripture in here, and after reading it, I will be invincible in the world? Will there be a celestial weapon that can kill celestial kings in my hands? Will there be a pile of good wine in the cellar? After entering the cave abode, he opened his eyes after a long time, but saw that the cave abode was still arranged the same, and there was not a single thing he wanted. He immediately felt a little tired, thinking that he was not that favored to that extent, so he could only close the stone door of the cave abode, and then took out a few luminous pearls to illuminate the cave abode, sat on the praying mat, and took out the celestial medicine that he had obtained in the past few days one by one. There is a limit to how much the heavens can help me, and more importantly, it probably depends on me, he thought to himself. Although he had been extremely lucky in this world, when he thought about the fact that the people who had been chasing him were still alive and well, he knew the limit of how much help this world could give him. Now that he had obtained Liao Shang's celestial medicine as he wished, as well as the place where he could refine pills, the only thing left to do was to quickly heal his injuries and teach those bastards a lesson. Inside the cave abode, the celestial chi was thick, and it was as warm as the wind. Holding the medicine in his hands, Fang Xing looked at it, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. At this time, outside the cave abode, the huge dragon world was full of wind and rain, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, and everything was shaking. Where did you get so many elixirs? Did you rob the immortal garden? Fang Xing could refine elixirs in his spiritual realm, but he had not opened the 9 apertures and 10 orifices of that world, so the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could not enter. Therefore, without the support of spiritual chi, the quality of the elixirs would be inferior. It was not as convenient to refine elixirs outside. Therefore, he invited Lu So, Mr. Wen, and a few other old men to help him refine a cauldron of elixirs with the elixirs he had collected to cure his old injuries. However, before the elixirs were refined, Lu So was dumbfounded when he saw the elixirs in Fang Xing's hands. He held the elixirs for a long time, not daring to move, for fear of destroying one of its roots. Even the Immortal Garden's elixirs are deliberately cultivated. You can see clearly that these elixirs are naturally grown by nature. Fang Xing was a little proud, but he did not explain the origin of these elixirs. Lu So naturally knew the difference. In fact, he was shocked because he could see that these immortal medicines were rare treasures of heaven and earth. Regardless of their age or how rare they were, the value of these immortal medicines would increase by 30% out of thin air. Moreover, these immortal medicines looked old and full of medicinal properties. You are too resourceful." Lu So was speechless. He felt tired when he saw Fang Xing's smiling face. After getting to know Fang Xing, his worldview had changed greatly. Since when did one's status in the cultivation world not depend on one's divine sense? Since when did all kinds of treasures become commonplace goods that could be obtained at any time in the cultivation world? Do you have a way to refine them into elixirs? Fang Xing interrupted Lu So and Mr. Wen with a smile and asked worriedly. As a cultivator, how can I not know the art of elixirs? Although this old man has been studying array theory for his entire life, I also know a thing or two about pill techniques. When I was young, I wandered around Tianyuan and was given the title of Pill King. It's just that, after all, I still like array techniques more, so I didn't continue to study it in depth. However, with this kind of immortal medicine, it's not a problem to refine a cauldron of pills. I believe Brother Wen is the same. Lu So did not even raise his head as if it was a matter of course. Mr. Wen nodded and said, "That's true. Since we've embarked on the path of cultivation, we're no stranger to the art of alchemy." On the other hand, when Fang Xing saw the two of them boasting, he curled his lips in disdain and said proudly, "I won't." Lu So and Mr. Wen were left speechless. They glanced at each other. Since when could he call himself a cultivator even though he didn't understand alchemy? Since when did not understand alchemy become something to brag about? However, they were used to Fang Xing's surprising ways. So, they didn't waste time talking to him and just went their separate ways. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach a conclusion. Lu So came to Fang Xing and said, "The spiritual nature is complete, the quality is excellent, and the quantity is sufficient. However, many of the immortal medicines are extinct in Tianyuan, so there's no ready-made recipe for them. I'll use an ancient recipe that I came across when I was young as a guide to replace the immortal medicines. I'll be the furnace master and Brother Wen will be my protector. The success rate of this pill is not low, but it'll take at least 48 hours. That's already the fastest." "Very well, go ahead and refine it." Fang Xing readily agreed. He knew that some time couldn't be saved, he had only found a few of the main medicines. If he wanted to refine the pills, he would need other supplementary medicines. Fortunately, they had the resources they brought with them. In addition, they had obtained a lot from the Taishu Immortal King's Taoist scripture. In fact, there were many medicinal pills for injuries in the Taishu Immortal King's Taoist scripture. Fang Xing had eaten some of them. However, old wine was fragrant, while new pills were better. Those pills had been stored for thousands of years, or even thousands of years. Their medicinal efficacy was far from being as good as newly refined pills. This cave abode that had been dilapidated for a long time had its own pill room. He let the two of them busy themselves, while Fang Xing himself was in another side room. He spread his 5 fingers and slowly pressed down, melting the hard stone on the ground, revealing the solid ground. Then, with a thought, he exerted force in his palm and dug a huge pit in the ground. He dug deeper and deeper. After thousands of feet, he had dug to the bottom, revealing golden magma. It was bubbling and steaming, and the scorching heat rose up. Fang Xing looked down with satisfaction. Then, he took out the blood of the earth monkey he had obtained during the day and poured it into the magma. Immediately, the well of magma turned golden. The smell of glass was gone, and a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. Then, he took off his robe and jumped into the magma with a splash. The moment the magma spread over his body, he felt his whole body was boiling hot. It contained a terrifying power, and it drilled into every pore of his body. The numbness spread all over his body in an instant and penetrated deep into his bones. The acupoints in his head were bulging. It was an indescribable feeling. Fangxing couldn't help but let out a few moans. Lu So and Mr. Wen, who were preparing to concoct pills in the next room, were stunned by his moans. Then, they set up a soundproof spell. I didn't expect him to hide another one in the cave abode next door. Don't listen to indecent things. Do you think we should talk to the first princess? Why are we so nosy about our own matters? The two old men laughed at each other and shook their heads as if they understood. Then, they buried their heads in their work again. Fangxing didn't know that his actions had already aroused the suspicion of others. He only felt that even without the blood of the earth monkey, just soaking in the magma was extremely pleasurable. Moreover, the blood of the earth monkey had been added to the magma, so the medicinal effect was even more extraordinary. He could almost feel that the rotten parts of his body were gradually softening, and then being washed away by the magma. Then, the blood flowed back to those parts, and new flesh was rapidly growing, and the divine power was growing. It was scalding, itchy, numb, and painful. It was an indescribable feeling. Fangxing lay down comfortably and actually slowly fell asleep. At this moment, in the outside world, in the dragon world that was filled with wind and rain, over a dozen groups had descended into this world. There were no less than 100 people in each group, and all of them held spears in their hands as they rode on wolves and tigers. Their auras were stern, and at the very front of each group was a leader. Shockingly, all of them had powerful auras and terrifying strength, and they looked ahead with solemn expressions. Opposite them, dressed in a red dress and a red cloak, Fairy Hong Yen had an ice-cold expression as she scolded sternly, "This is why I called you here. You must find that madman, and then, no matter what he says, immediately kill him the moment you see him. This matter is very important. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground and overturn the entire mountain range, you must find him. I won't hide it from you. This time, whoever can take down that madman's head will be greatly rewarded. Not only will the young lady remove your restraints and set you free, she will even recommend you to participate in the All Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly, giving you a chance to pursue your immortal fate. Remove your restraints and set you free, and even participate in the All Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly?" When the dozen groups heard this, they all revealed excited expressions. A few of them blurted out, "Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask the young lady." Fairy Hong Yen said with a cold expression, we wouldn't dare. Thank you, Fairy Qing Luo, thank you, Miss Hong Yen." No one dared to make a sound, and they all bowed in unison. The joy on their faces could not be concealed. "Go." Fairy Hong Yen did not waste any more time. She raised her slender hand and pointed to the deep mountains in the heavy rain. "Yes." The dozen groups responded in unison. They each looked for a direction, turned into streams of light, and flew away. Soon, they disappeared into the darkness. Like a group of ghosts, they disappeared into the forest. Haha, with so many people, even a righteous immortal can be killed. Killing that fake the arch will be a piece of cake. Mountain Venerable chuckled and crossed his arms, looking very happy. Mo Kuei's face was full of curiosity. "Fairy Hong Yen, you just mentioned the All Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly." Fairy Hong Yen turned her head and said with a faint smile, "General Mo Kuei, are you also interested in the All Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly?" Mo Kuei was slightly stunned, and he hurriedly said, I don't dare, I'm Lord Disher's subordinate, I don't have the right to participate in this." "Haha, you also know the importance of this fake the arch. Find him and kill him, maybe Lord Disher will also give you this opportunity?" Fairy Hong Yen sneered and said, "After all, I heard that this time's Immortal Ascension Assembly is different from the past. There will be more immortal lives released than in the past. Maybe it will set a precedent, and people like us will also be qualified to participate." "This? Miss Hong Yen, you must be joking." Mo Kuei could hear the mockery in her words, but he did not dare to speak any more. Fairy Hong Yen and Mountain Venerable flew to a steep mountain, sat down on 2 steering wheels, and waited quietly for news. Mo Kuei was also excited. After a while, he gritted his teeth and secretly made a decision. He flew over and looked around coldly. Mountain Venerable was right. Now that 16 troops from the 7 paths and 9 mountains had arrived, it was probably enough to turn the mountain range over. With so many people, even righteous immortals could probably kill them. Not to mention that Lord Dilu was seriously injured, and his body was decaying. His true strength was probably not even comparable to a righteous immortal. They had basically sentenced that lord to death. What they needed to do now was to wait for him to be found, and then immediately rush over to claim the credit. Time passed slowly, and they all held their breaths and waited silently. After an unknown period of time, in the southwest corner, a divine light suddenly shot into the sky, and turned into a brilliant fiery tree that dyed half the sky red. Found him? The three of them sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. Killing intent rose between their brows. Phew. That was a great sleep. Fangxing opened his eyes and felt that the air around him was scorching hot and the magma was boiling. His body was sluggish, but it was a great sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but now that he had woken up, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream and didn't know what day it was. For a cultivator, this was a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. Even Fangxing found it rare. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, wind and rain came and went, and he never had the chance to have a good rest. Now that he was in the underground magma of the dragon realm, he felt a kind of comfort that he hadn't felt in a long time. He didn't even want to get up. He closed his eyes and slept for a while before he stretched his body. I've almost finished refining this body of decay. He stood up in the magma and shook off the magma. He looked down and was satisfied. Originally, most of the skin on his body was covered by a kind of horny material that seemed like iron and wood, but it was caused by the decay of his body. It was also this decay that caused his body to stiffen. Whether it was speed or reaction, he couldn't keep up, so he naturally couldn't unleash the great power of this body. But now, he had finally endured to the end. The blood of the earth monkey had been absorbed by his body, and the magma had turned bright red again. The decayed parts of his body had been peeled off, and new flesh was growing. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and a crisp explosion suddenly sounded between his fingers and palm. A part of the void was directly crushed by him. Haha, this power is really good. Fangxing was overjoyed and jumped out of the magma. He felt strong and powerful, and there was endless power in his body. However, his organs were still a little sluggish, and he couldn't circulate his spiritual power freely. He knew that this was because his internal injuries hadn't recovered yet. I don't know if those 2 guys have finished refining the elixirs. Fangxing pulled out a new robe and put it on. He grabbed his hair with both hands and tied his ponytail. He put on a new pair of boots and hung a few ornaments around his waist. Only then did he jump out of the magma well that he had dug himself. He listened to the side wall, and then pushed the door to another stone room in the cave residence. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. Lu So and Mr. Wen were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. They were drinking tea in a leisurely manner. 2 halves of a purple pomegranate were placed next to them as refreshments. It was the same purple jade pomegranate that Yi Shiwen had found. A chessboard was made out of ordinary iron stones between them. They were playing chess in a leisurely manner. They looked like 2 idle old men. Fangxing's nose sniffed, and he could tell that their pill tea was made from his own celestial medicine. He instantly rolled his eyes and scolded, "You 2 shameless bastards, eating my pomegranates and drinking my tea. Have you finished refining the pills I asked you to?" Mr. Wen smiled in embarrassment when he saw him. He wanted to get up, but Lu So raised his hand to stop him. He calmly glanced at Fangxing and threw away the chess piece in his hand. Then, he proudly said, "I've racked my brains to refine the elixir for you. I haven't had a break for 48 hours. Now that I've finished, I've eaten your pomegranate and used the leftover elixir to refine some elixir tea. What's wrong with eating your pomegranate and using the elixir tea? Quick, take out the good wine that you've hidden in your cellar. I've been drinking tea for a whole day. It's not as good as good wine. Oh my. It's been so long." Fangxing was startled when he heard this. He thought that they had refined the elixir for 48 hours and drank elixir tea for a whole day. Didn't this mean that he had slept for 4 or 5 days? He was startled, but then he became full of expectation. He knew that the elixir had been refined well when he saw Lu So's reaction. He took out a jar of wine from his storage pouch and threw it at Lu So. He then said with a smile, "It's just a lousy elixir. What's there to be proud of?" quickly take out the elixir. If the elixir is not refined well, you'll have to spit out the pomegranate that you ate. Since I've already done it, how can it not be refined well? Lu Shou laughed and took the jar of wine with one hand. He then handed over a purple gold gourd. Fangxing hurriedly opened the gourd and immediately smelled a strange fragrance. He hurriedly poured one into his hand and saw that the elixir was shaped like a dragon's eye. It was purple with a hint of gold, and there were natural patterns on it. It looked complicated and mysterious, but if one counted carefully, they would find that all the patterns added up to exactly 49. Although Fangxing did not understand the meaning behind it, he could feel the mystery in this exquisite elixir. Not bad, not bad. Fangxing was very satisfied and put the elixir back. He used his divine sense to count and found that there were a total of 7 elixirs. He was even more excited and could not help but grin. He looked at Lu Shou excitedly and asked, "What's the name of this elixir?" Lu Shou also could not help laughing and scolding, "You don't even know the name of the elixir, and you know it's not bad?" After saying that, he took the gourd and poured one into his palm. He gently blew on the elixir. Immediately, the elixir was filled with energy and illusions appeared. Sometimes, it turned into layers of clouds, and other times, it turned into immortal herbs. There were even illusions of immortal mountains and spiritual birds. It was so real that it was really amazing. Lu Shou also looked at the elixir with an infatuated look in his eyes and said, "The ancient elixir formula for refining this elixir is called the 1,000 Gold Formula. It's one of the best elixir formulas recorded in it. Because it takes 48 hours to refine, even a dying person will be revived by just one elixir. Hence, it's called the 7-7 elixir. However, when I refined it, I changed a few of the herbs. Although the technique is similar, the quality of the elixir is very different. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a new elixir." As he spoke, he sighed and said, "Alas, I didn't expect to have the opportunity to refine such a good elixir in my lifetime. The herbs used to refine this elixir have exceeded the category of precious herbs in heavenly yuan. They are nourished by immortal qi and can be called a real immortal herb. This elixir formula was passed down by an ancient immortal. I didn't dare to be negligent, so Brother Wen and I did every step to the extreme. Both the quality of the elixir and the efficacy of the elixir have reached the peak. It's not that we're boasting, but these 7 elixirs can be called immortal elixir. When Fangxing heard this, his eyes widened and he tightly held the gourd in his hand. At this moment, Lu Shou also frowned and said, "Therefore, I want to give this elixir a name. Let's call it Tianai elixir." Fangxing smiled and blurted out before Lu Shou could finish his words, "Why is it called such a strange name?" Lu Shou was slightly stunned and did not comment. He tilted his head and looked at Fangxing. "It means that if you eat this elixir, you will be protected by the heavens. You won't die even if you want to." Fangxing chuckled, but he had other intentions in his heart. "This, we can think about it." Lu Shou obviously did not agree. He frowned and thought about it, but Fangxing had already taken the elixir from his hand and put it back into the gourd. Then, he walked to another room and said with a smile, "You can name it whatever you want. Anyway, I will call it Tianai elixir." Lu Shou's face turned green and he angrily scolded behind Fangxing's back, "Ignorant and incompetent. What a waste of a precious elixir." But Fangxing ignored him and went directly into the inner chamber. Mr. Wen hurriedly tried to persuade him to sit down and drink. "This elixir is indeed extraordinary. Let's take one first." Fangxing was also anxious. He went into the stone room and poured out another elixir. After staring at it for a while, he raised his hand and threw it into his mouth. Boom, the elixir didn't move for a long time after it entered his stomach. Just when Fangxing was feeling a little strange, he suddenly felt an invisible fire burning inside his body. The fire was so fierce that it was like a volcanic eruption. It filled his lungs in an instant. Before Fangxing could react, he felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat. He then spat out a mouthful of black blood. The blood fell on the ground and made a sizzling sound. Well, he spat it out. That means the elixir is effective. Lu Shou and Mr. Wen looked at each other and smiled. Then, they continued to drink and play chess. At this time, Fangxing looked down and was shocked to find that the black blood he had spat out contained many blood clots. It even contained a terrible Xianxia. As the black blood was spat out, the stone floor made a sizzling sound. However, the temperature of the entire stone room suddenly dropped. In a flash, the walls were covered with a layer of white frost. It was a very strange scene. He suddenly felt the qi flow in his body become smooth. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if a big hole had been opened in his lungs. Good, good, good. Fangxing also clenched his teeth. The raging fire was still burning in his lungs. It was rumbling and attacking his meridians. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of black blood. The feeling of his internal organs becoming more and more obvious. The room was covered with a thick layer of white frost. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Fangxing stopped and smiled. His complexion was a little pale. He felt that his body was very weak, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. The qi flow in his body was getting smoother and smoother. It was as if a huge and intricate magic formation was rotating faster and faster. Phew. After holding it in for a long while, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of flame. In a split second, it filled the entire stone room. The thick layer of frost on the walls immediately melted as he spat out this mouthful of flame. It turned into water droplets and dripped down. Then it was evaporated by the flame that he spat out and rose up into the air. The entire stone room was immediately filled with smoke and clouds, as if it was a fairyland. How delightful, Fangxing's deep voice resounded in this fairyland-like stone room. He slowly got up and walked out of the stone room. His expression was very strange. It seemed as if he was smiling. But, it seemed as if he was secretly gritting his teeth. Now, it's time to do something more delightful. Calculating the time, Fangxing felt that those people should have found him by now. In fact, he had been hiding here for 4 to 5 days, and no one had found him, which made him feel a little strange. No matter how well hidden this cave abode was, it was still deep in the mountains of the Dragon Realm. After all, the distance he ran was limited, and he must still be surrounded. With the cultivation of a false immortal, if there were 1,000 people looking for him in 4 to 5 days, it would be enough to turn the area over. He even suspected that those people had encountered some trouble, which was why they had not found his hiding place. Since you can't find me, then let me find you, Fangxing thought for a while, then laughed coldly, stood up, and decided to leave this cave abode. Before he left, he spent another hour to send Lu So and Mr. Wen, the 2 masters who had made a great contribution, back to the spiritual realm respectfully. Then, he summoned the Taishu baby out to understand the situation outside. When he heard that there were more than 10 groups of people looking for him, and that the leaders of each group were false immortals who were not weaker than Lu So and the others, his heart became slightly heavy. Then, he laughed coldly, gathered his qi, and prepared himself for a fierce battle, pushed open the door and walked out. It was still raining heavily outside the cave abode. It was midnight, and the world was dark. Occasionally, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, rendering the world as bright as day. So many days have passed, and they still haven't found me. These people are too useless, Fangxing muttered to himself, and slowly walked out of the cave abode with his hands clasped behind his back. However, the moment he stepped out of the cave abode, he suddenly saw a burst of fireworks in the night sky 300 to 400 miles away in the west. Then, countless rays of divine light flew up from the deep mountains in all directions, heading straight for where he was. There were more than 100 people, and he could vaguely hear someone shouting, "It's over there, eh? You found me as soon as you came out?" Fangxing was slightly taken aback. Then, he secretly circulated his magic power and prepared to fight in the sky. But very soon, he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He realized that those people were not coming for him. Instead, they were all rushing towards a spot to the north of him. From that spot, there was a series of battle cries and the sounds of divine abilities that could split mountains and split forests. As a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, he could see that in that direction, there were a few people who were anxiously chasing after something while shouting for people to come over. Fangxing's interest was slightly piqued. His figure exploded and like a ghost, he passed through the forest. Where is he? Is it the lunatic that Fairy Hong Yan ordered us to find? Above his head, countless people rushed over and shouted anxiously. I couldn't see it clearly. He was really sinister. He hid in the crevice of the mountain, killed 3 of us, and then escaped. damn it. In the past few days, more than 100 people have died, but we haven't caught a single one. Does he think we're useless? Shouts and curses could be heard from the sky. Some people even landed on the ground and began to search the mountain. However, the rain was heavy and they couldn't see anything. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, so they didn't dare to release their divine senses. It was extremely difficult to find someone in this rainy weather. Even they could only curse and cast the luminous pearls in the sky to illuminate the sky. Then, they used the weak light from the luminous pearls and the lightning in the sky to try their luck in this deep and shallow mountain forest. They locked onto the general area and began to search slowly. At this moment, Fangxing squatted down and looked down at the bottom of a cliff. His good luck hadn't ended yet. Just as he was flying over, he accidentally bumped into someone. This should be the person that those people were chasing. He was lying at the bottom of the cliff. His body was covered in injuries, his bones were broken, and his flesh was a bloody mess. His robes were tattered and soaked in the rain. He looked extremely pitiful. At this moment, he seemed like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was lying motionless beside a stream at the bottom of the cliff, and half his head was submerged in the water. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and his body would tremble slightly. However, after that, there was no other reaction. He was only left with a sliver of vitality that could be severed at any time. Now, he was barely breathing and was struggling at death's door. Squatting on Fangxing's shoulder, the great void baby took a few glances at the figure and couldn't help but speak in shock. Yes. Fangxing took over the conversation, and a strange smile appeared on his face. What an unlucky fellow. After that, he leaped down the cliff lightly and flipped the person over. The person was facing upwards, and only his chest was rising and falling slightly. His eyes were dull and lifeless, and his pale fingertips were stained with blood. There was even half of a celestial sword stuck in his abdomen, and it was burning his flesh and sucking away his remaining vitality. That face looked young, and to Fangxing, it was both familiar and strange at the same time. When he saw him, an extremely absurd feeling rose in his heart. The nine-headed bug, or rather, Yu Jiuling, who had already obtained the immortal life and became an immortal, appeared in front of Fangxing. Since there were people who were lucky, there were also people who were unlucky. Fangxing was extremely lucky in this world, but this nine-headed bug was the exact opposite. As soon as he entered the dragon realm, he was found by Mo Kuei and the others. They used the Origin Immortal Talisman to suppress him and imprison him on the spot. Later on, he was quite capable and managed to break free from the talisman and escape into the Endless Mountains. However, it seemed like he didn't find any suitable spiritual medicine to heal his injuries. His body was full of new and old injuries, but there were no signs that he had been treated. However, at least he had found a place to stay. Mo Kuei and the others didn't have enough manpower, and their attention was attracted by Fangxing, the prince, so they didn't send anyone to search for him. Logically speaking, if he hid slowly, the nine-headed bug should be able to recover from his injuries and escape. However, suddenly, someone came to search the mountains. Then, after hiding for a few days, he was found, and a fight immediately ensued. He wasn't weak, so he killed a few more people and escaped. However, very quickly, the pursuers caught up again. He killed again, escaped again, and was found again. Fangxing didn't know how many fights the nine-headed bug had experienced while he was sleeping in the cave, soaking in the magma. He could only say that, looking at the shocking wounds on his body that hadn't automatically healed, he had experienced countless battles. This caused his vitality to run out, and he couldn't heal the wounds on his body. It could even be said that if it wasn't for the fact that he had just obtained a complete immortal life and his vitality was far stronger than others, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now and would have died a long time ago. As for Fangxing, he finally knew why no one had found him for 4 to 5 days in a row. It was very obvious that there was an unlucky bastard who had attracted too much attention for him. Looking at him, then looking at himself, Fangxing suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This thing called luck is too important. Those people are about to catch up. Kill him. The great void baby alertly observed the situation around him and urged Fangxing in a low voice. All right. Fangxing didn't hesitate. He raised his palm and prepared to slap the nine-headed bug's head. There was nothing much to say. He and the nine-headed bug were like old enemies, so he naturally wouldn't leave it alive if he could kill it. Moreover, the hatred between the nine-headed bug and the dragon clan was too deep. As the son-in-law of the dragon clan, it was not wrong for him to get rid of this great enemy. After all, when he first entered the dragon realm, the first thing he wanted to do was to find this nine-headed bug and kill him. The nine-headed bug, who was once arrogant, didn't even know that killing intent was about to befall him. He had just killed a few people at the end and escaped here. He was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to find this hidden cliff. It was already quite a feat for him to be able to find this hidden cliff. From the looks of it, he probably wanted to hide on the rock opposite the stream, or at least hide from the rain. However, he still tripped and fell into the stream. His entire body was muddled, and he was only half a step away from death. It could even be said that whether Fangxing's slap landed or not was the difference between dying a few breaths earlier or later. As for Fangxing, he didn't care about not attacking the weak. He focused and was about to slap the nine-headed bug. Kill me. However, just as his palm was about to land, the nine-headed bug, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved his lips and said something that could not be heard. It was only thanks to Fangxing's deep cultivation that he could barely make out these few words in the heavy rain. He subconsciously paused, wanting to hear what the nine-headed bug was going to say next. I am the most honorable nine-headed bug bloodline. I will never bow to anyone. The nine-headed bug had clearly lost consciousness. It was as if he had instinctively sensed danger, which was why he spoke so intimately. However, these words made Fangxing's heart flutter, and he became slightly interested. But what if you must bow your head and kneel? Fangxing lowered his voice and asked quietly. He also used his divine thoughts to enter the nine-headed bug's mind, afraid that the nine-headed bug couldn't hear him. Kill, all of you deserve to die. The nine-headed bug's voice seemed to be filled with endless anger. His palm moved slightly, as if he was about to raise it, but then he lowered it again. I should kill all of you, but I don't have any strength left. His last breath was slowly disappearing, and his voice was so soft that it could not be heard. Without Fangxing's slap, the nine-headed bug was about to die here. However, Fangxing suddenly changed his mind. His palm still fell, but there was an extra spiritual pill between his fingers, the Lord Heaven pill. He stuffed the Lord Heaven pill into the nine-headed bug's mouth, helped him refine it, and then lifted him up. A bolt of lightning flashed behind him, lighting up the sky. At that moment, he looked down at the nine-headed bug's face. Then I will give you some strength. Carrying the nine-headed bug, Fangxing placed it in the cave that he had been hiding in for 4 to 5 days. The door to the cave was half closed. Then, he jumped up like a big bird and landed on a cliff 100 miles away from here. He plucked a huge banana leaf to shield himself from the rain and took out a pot of wine. He drank it while waiting for something. He understood that while the nine-headed bug was near the end of its life, that was because its injuries were too severe. After consuming the pill of heaven, there would probably be a very strong effect of the pill, allowing it to suppress its injuries for a short period of time and become lively again. But after that, it would probably cause great damage to its body. After all, it was different from him. He had 1,000 years of hidden injuries, but the nine-headed bug's body was extremely weak. If there was damage to the body, then so be it. Fangxing did not feel bad for the nine-headed bug. Now, he was waiting for the moment when the nine-headed bug would explode. Those pursuers would probably find the cave in about an hour's time. If not for the nine-headed bug's attention, they would have found this valley a long time ago. After all, no matter how hidden this valley was, it had always been there. It did not grow legs and run away. Moreover, he had left the cave door half closed and left behind clues. Right now, he was sitting at the edge of the cliff. His ears and eyes were sharp. Even though he was 100 miles away, and there was the sound of rain and thunder messing with people's minds, but if he concentrated, he could still hear the sounds 300 to 400 miles away clearly. Very quickly, he saw that the cultivators who used the luminous pearls to illuminate the area were slowly gathering. They swept through one area after another, and finally, they all headed towards the location of the valley. People were gathering from all directions, like a large net that did not let through. There are bloodstains here. He should have fallen here. Quick, go find him. He must not be far from here. In the distance, a few groups of people had already found the stream where the nine-headed bug had fallen. They were patrolling around vigilantly. Did you see it clearly? Is it the madman that the lords want, or the troublemaker from the ancestral land? Who cares? Let's catch him first. We've wasted too much time. In the midst of the noise, someone suddenly found the valley where the cave was. He shouted in joy, "Quick, quick, there's a valley here. It's hidden by mountains, blocked by ancient trees, with two cliffs. If we don't look closely, we won't be able to see it. We didn't find it before. That bastard most likely hid in this valley. Maybe, both of them are here." There was a hubbub of voices as countless people rushed into the gorge. In next to no time, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded out. "There's actually an abode here. Damn it, we actually didn't notice it earlier. Quickly, he's right there." Before he could finish speaking, a loud rumble suddenly spread out in all directions, followed by an exhilarating cry that rang through the skies. Fangxing could see with his naked eye that the valley 100 miles away was filled with boundless divine light, illuminating the entire mountain range as if it was daytime. There were countless pieces of scattered corpses mixed within, as well as a huge monster with 9 heads that charged into the skies. The group of people had basically run right into the muzzle of the gun. At that moment, the 9-headed bug was filled with medicinal effects, and it was as if it had gone out of control. It was as if it had gone mad. Kill, countless murderous cries came from its mouth. Endless divine powers were unleashed. Its sharp claws pierced through the chest of a Dowlord and tore him into pieces. Then, its 9 heads spread out, looking ferocious and terrifying. It swallowed one person after another in midair. It's actually this demon. Quick, call for reinforcements. Why is he even more powerful than before? The people who had barged into the valley were really dumbfounded. They hadn't rested for the past 4 to 5 days because they were under Fairy Han Yan's orders to search for that heinous lunatic. But after searching for 4 to 5 days, they couldn't even find a shadow of that lunatic. Instead, they found this mysterious demon. Since they found him, they could just take him down. But this demon was very powerful. He was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Without any explanation, he killed many of them, then continued to flee. Then, he was found again, and fled again. In these 4 to 5 days, they hadn't found the master, but this demon had jumped out 4 to 5 times. Now that he had managed to severely injure this demon, he thought that he was dead for sure. Then he got lucky and actually found a cave that was right under his nose, but he had not found it many times before. He should have found the owner of the cave, right? Who would have thought that when they entered, it would still be that demon? And this demon had used some kind of secret technique that made his aura even more violent than before. Bam! 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 Amidst the chaos, they couldn't care less anymore. 3 of them consecutively shot divine light into the sky to call for reinforcements. "Have you found the master?" Troops rushed over from all directions. They were brimming with murderous intent and shouted as they flew. Whoosh! 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 In the distant sky, there were 3 figures swiftly flashing over. They were like 3 shooting stars with powerful auras that surged between the cliffs. They were Mo Kuei, Shan Zun, and Hong Ho. After 4 to 5 days of waiting, they obviously had anxious expressions. At this moment, when they heard such a great commotion, they thought that they had found the person in question, and they hurriedly surrounded him. Every single one of their faces were filled with killing intent. However, when they flew over and arrived at the surroundings of this space, all of their faces were instantly filled with resentment when they saw the situation clearly. Trash. All of you are trash. How did we find this demon again? Fairy Hong Yan was enraged. Her dainty face was almost contorted. She looked at the 9-headed bug with eyes full of hatred. Who is it that has ruined our plans time and time again? In all honesty, if the 9-headed bug knew about this, he would probably cry himself too. Death. These people felt that the 9-headed bug's existence had attracted the attention of many people and affected their plans, but to the 9-headed bug, he was the one who wanted to attract their attention. Mo Kuei also said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no need to say more. I keep feeling that this guy's background is strange, and he has an immortal fate. Why don't we take this chance to take him down first? Maybe he has something to do with the fake prince that we haven't been able to find these days. That's right, there's nothing to worry about if we keep this guy here. Mountain Venerate could not help but agree. The nine-headed bug had been bothering him for the past few days. It was not that they did not think of killing the nine-headed bug first, but the guy was very cunning. He would fight and run, so there was no chance for them to kill him. Looking at him now, he seemed to have gone mad, fighting the pursuers alone and massacring them without restraint. Even when he saw the three of them rushing over, he did not seem to have any intention of running away. Judging from the way he fought, it was obvious that he was completely surrounded and wanted to fight for his life. Instead of letting him go, it was better to kill him first, just in case something unexpected happened. Attack. Demon, die. Immortal General Mokue and Mountain Venerate roared at the same time and charged forward. While in the air, he unfurled the ancient scroll. On the scroll, there were towering mountains, rising from the ground. The other held an immortal spear in his hand, and he fiercely stabbed it towards the nine-headed bug. At the same time, a strand of violet light shot into the sky. After a short while, it transformed into an enormous violet talisman that descended, and it carried terrifying immortal might as it suppressed this region. Disciples of all Daos, set up the array and kill this demon. The pursuers, under the lead of their respective sect masters, summoned their talismans and surrounded the nine-headed bug to attack it. They had fought with the nine-headed bug countless times, and they knew that this was indeed a good opportunity to trap and kill this demon. Compared to Mokue and the others, they hated this demon even more. After all, in the past few days, no less than 100 people from the 7 paths and 9 mountains had died at his hands. Now that they had this rare opportunity, they naturally had to take this demon down in one fell swoop before anything else. Bang! 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 Countless flying swords, godly talismans, and immortal ropes intertwined and entangled the nine-headed bug. Uncountable talismans and mystiques shot towards Fangxing from all directions. In midair, Mountain Venerate, Mokue, and the others suddenly launched their killing moves. They descended from the sky and unleashed their strongest attacks. For the nine-headed bug, this was a land of death. In fact, it would have been better if it had been killed when it was exhausted. Because then, it would have had no other choice and no power to resist. But now, it had obtained a powerful medicinal effect out of nowhere and had the power to fight. But now, it was being forcefully suppressed. It was the most frustrating thing. I am not willing to let this slave kill me. Facing the endless mystiques, the nine-headed bug faced the sky and roared crazily. His voice shook thousands of miles. There seemed to be a real flame burning in the two eyes that were looking at the 9 heavens. Shameless boasting, you shall be executed. This heart-shaking roar of despair caused the hearts of the pursuers to tremble, but it didn't affect Mokue, Mountain Venerate, and the other experts. They attacked even faster and fiercer. Even Fairy Hong Yen, who'd been watching coldly from the side and wasn't interested in the nine-headed bug, seemed to be infuriated by this roar. Suddenly, her figure flashed and charged forward. A purple pearl flew out from her back, and she grabbed it. It caused her slender hand to transform into a sharp claw that clawed at the nine-headed bug's head. Mokue and Mountain Venerate moved to the side when they saw her attack, giving her the chance to attack. I'll kill you first, then I'll look for the crown prince. The sky was dark, and the rain was like a forest. Fairy Hong Yen flew over with a heart full of anger, and she went straight for the nine-headed bug's head. It seemed like the nine-headed bug that was in a hopeless situation had no chance of survival. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and shot up to the 9 heavens. It was also at this moment that the heavy rain abruptly stopped and the clouds dispersed. A huge bright moon appeared in the sky, illuminating the world as if it was daytime. The figure with the corner of his robe fluttered in the wind, and the large saber in his hand was exceptionally clearly outlined in front of the bright moon. You're looking for me? Why did the rain stop? The moment Fairy Hong Yen attacked the nine-headed bug, the heavy rain suddenly stopped. Everyone raised their heads in surprise. Ever since they entered the Dragon Realm, this strange rain had never stopped. It was always this terrifying, and the rolling thunder in the sky was also frightening. They did not even dare to fly too high in the sky, for fear that they would be affected by the lightning bolts in the sky. It was precisely because this heavy rain had left such a deep impression on them that they felt extremely strange when they saw that the rain had suddenly stopped without any warning. They instinctively raised their heads and looked at the sky. Everyone's heart suddenly sank when they saw what they saw. The dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The night sky was so clear that it was almost transparent. The bright moon was even bigger than usual, and in front of the bright moon, there was a figure standing proudly in the night sky. The figure holding a large saber was clearly outlined by the bright moon. His voice was deep and faint, and it shocked everyone. Who was that? When everyone saw that figure, they were all dumbfounded for a moment. There should be no one else in the dragon realm other than them and this demon, but very quickly, they came to their senses and thought of a person. It's the person that Fairy Hong Yan ordered us to find. Someone exclaimed in shock. He was so shocked that he could not react for a moment. They had worked so hard to soak in the heavy rain of the dragon realm for so many days. What was it for? Wasn't it to find this guy? The fiendish demon in front of them had unintentionally bumped into the muzzle. It was because that guy had hidden himself too well. After a few days, they had almost forgotten about the main character. Now that they had seen him, they actually couldn't remember him anymore. How dare you, you! Mo Kuei and Mountain Venerable also reacted. They were ecstatic and roared loudly. But before they could say anything, the figure in front of the bright moon had already moved. In fact, when everyone saw that figure and realized who he was, he had already moved. With a whoosh, that figure suddenly swooped down. The large saber in his hand was accompanied by 2 rays of yin and yang saber light. You finally appeared. The moment Fairy Hong Yan saw Feng Xing, she could not help but be shocked. Then, she was overjoyed. She suddenly flipped her claw that was already grabbing at the 9-headed bug. She actually lifted it up and grabbed at Feng Xing. She wanted to take him down. Even at this moment, she was extremely happy. She felt as if her wish had finally been fulfilled. However, very quickly, her eyes widened and she let out a cry of surprise, because that figure was too fast. His speed was indescribable. In a flash, he had already arrived in front of Hong Ho. At this moment, Red Centipede had just raised its sharp claws and had no time to retract them. For a moment, a murderous aura that seemed to have materialized rushed straight to his eyebrows. Hong Ho was so shocked that he was already flustered, looking at the figure that was rushing towards her. It was as if she was looking at a demon. She opened her mouth and shouted with endless anger and resentment. Unfortunately, the other party was too fast, and it was too unexpected. Before she could even say a word, the ghost head broadsword had already slashed across her neck. Then, the fierce figure brushed past her and suddenly stopped in midair. He slowly withdrew the broadsword that was slanted behind his back and raised it horizontally in front of his chest. Red Centipede did not finish her sentence. Her entire body froze. Her lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. Instead, a head rolled out of her neck, and then her body fell to the ground. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to kill me? Then, that person did not even turn around to look at her. Only his cold voice resounded. You, Mo Kuei, Mountain Venerable, and the 7 Daos and 9 mountains that were surrounding the 9-headed bug were all stunned. That scene was too terrifying. It was as if the words in their throats had been cut off at the same time. Fairy Qing Luo's personal attendant, Fairy Hong Ho, who was said to be a servant but was actually like a sister, was beheaded just like that. A gust of cold air rose from the bottom of their hearts, and they could not help but shiver. There were even some mountain chieftain-level figures who were more experienced and knowledgeable. When they saw that proud and aloof silhouette, and then looked at the large saber in his hand, they inexplicably thought of an existence. Their hearts felt as if they had been violently clenched by someone, and they violently contracted. How did his injuries heal so much? Even Mountain Venerable was shocked. After a while, he could not help but blurt out. From that saber, they could see that Feng Xing's strength was too strong. Compared to 3 or 4 days ago, there was a world of difference. It was as if he had consumed some kind of elixir that had healed most of his injuries, and the decay of his flesh had almost completely disappeared. However, in reality, he should not have had the time to look for elixirs to heal his injuries in the past few days when there were so many pursuers. However, they did not think that Feng Xing's injuries had completely healed. After all, in their opinion, the former crown prince, Di Lu, was an existence who had cultivated to the Tai immortal realm. If his injuries were completely healed, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to kill them? Now, it seemed that only most of his injuries had healed, but his strength had not fully recovered. The Crown Prince's foundation is indeed extraordinary. Mo Kuei also said in a low voice, this time, we've caused a great disaster. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse, but... Mountain Venerable gritted his teeth and growled, what's the point of hiding now that the deed has been done? He launched a sneak attack and severely injured Fairy Hong Yan, but we have so many people now, and he has not fully recovered his strength. We still have a chance to kill him. At this point, he suddenly let out a loud shout and completely unfurled the scroll, revealing a large mountain diagram. Fellow Taoists from the 7 Taos and 9 mountains, this person is the person that Fairy Qing Luo has named to kill. We've been looking for him for 4 or 5 days, and now that he has come to us, we can't wait for more. Whether we can rise to the top and be recommended by Fairy Qing Luo to participate in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering depends on this. Boom. 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 Although they were stunned by Fang Xing's sudden saber strike, the people from the 7 Taos and 9 mountains immediately became excited after Mountain Venerable's reminder. No one could control themselves. After all, the bait that Fairy Red Yen had thrown out was too tempting. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, so it was easy for them to be emboldened. For a moment, many people's killing intent rose again, and they looked over coldly. Impudent fool, impersonating the Emperor is an unforgivable crime. Mountain Venerable was the first to roar. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the mountain picture. It immediately transformed into countless mountain shadows that rumbled toward Fang Xing. At the same time, Mo Kuei also made up his mind. Without a word, he shot into the air with a whoosh. The immortal spear in his hand shook and transformed into countless spear shadows that enveloped Fang Xing. The Origin Immortal Talisman that had been suppressing the 9-headed bug glowed with a purple light and surged toward Fang Xing. He was using his full strength. Even if you're the true Emperor's disciple, you're going to become a fake now. A vicious glint appeared in the depths of Mo Kuei's eyes. He had clearly cast aside all his worries. Is it really that important whether I'm real or fake? At this moment, Fang Xing, or rather, Emperor Lu in Mo Kuei's eyes, also revealed a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. In any case, you can't afford to offend either of them. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Mo Kuei's immortal spear had already arrived. Spear shadows rained down on Fang Xing's head. At the same time, the people from the 7 Paths and 9 mountains gathered their courage and summoned their treasures to attack. But Fang Xing also moved at this moment. When facing Mo Kuei's immortal spear and the numerous mountains that Shan Zun pushed towards him, Chen Shi suddenly took a slanted step forward, and then his figure suddenly became ethereal and unfathomable. He actually directly passed through Mo Kuei's immortal spear, and the countless mountains that arrived in succession actually didn't even hit a shadow of him. His figure was like a wisp of smoke as he avoided the immortal spear and the mountains. The changes were indescribable, yet he charged forward in an upright manner. When Mo Kuei reacted, Chen Shi had shockingly arrived behind him, the supreme unfettered scripture. Before, Emperor Lu's body had mostly decayed, and his movements hadn't changed, so he couldn't use such a profound movement technique, but now that he was using it, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was even more powerful than when Fang Xing used it. How is this possible? Mountain Venerable's expression changed. Facing the charging Fang Xing, he quickly flew away, not daring to face him head-on. But at this moment, Fang Xing had already raised the saber in his hand, and it slashed down ferociously. Whoosh! This slash was not aimed at Mountain Venerable, nor was it aimed at Mo Kuei, but at the 9-headed bug. Or rather, at the restriction around the 9-headed bug. As the saber slashed down, a black and a white saber light appeared, and a huge sun rose from his back, and a terrifying power wreaked havoc in all directions. The disciples of the 7 Paths and 9 mountains who had trapped the 9-headed bug with countless magical treasures and were suppressing him were all sent flying by the blade. It was unknown how many people had died. Their magical treasures were destroyed, and their divine abilities were destroyed. Cries for their fathers and mothers filled the air. The 9-headed bug, who was originally filled with anger and resentment, suddenly roared at the sky. Demonic power swept out in all directions. His entire person revealed his true form. He had turned into a ferocious 9-headed bug. All 9 of his heads shot up to the sky and let out a long cry. His wings swept to the sides. This is going to be troublesome. Seeing this, Mokue and Mountain Venerable's hearts dropped, as if they had sunk to the bottom of a valley. A demon and a demon, they actually joined forces at this moment? Of course, Fang Xing and the 9-headed bug did not join forces. In fact, the grudge between them was probably deeper than anyone else's. However, there was no need for them to join forces. What they wanted to do was the same. As the most unlucky person in the dragon realm, the 9-headed bug was truly aggrieved. He had been attacked multiple times and nearly lost his life. This time, he was even tied up tightly and almost beaten to death. He had long since been driven to the brink of insanity. Now that he had regained his freedom, he immediately roared furiously and charged into the 9 heavens like a mad demon. The people from the 7 paths and 9 mountains who had surrounded him earlier were also shocked. They sensed the danger he was in and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, those 9 heads opened wide and swallowed countless unlucky people who could not escape in time. Even more so, who knew how many people were knocked to the ground. The scene was a mess. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them go. Mokue and Mountain Venerate were already pale with fright. The change in the situation was far beyond their imagination. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this when it was originally in the bag? Almost at the same time, Mokue and Mountain Venerate roared and charged at Fang Xing from 2 sides. At the same time, they hurriedly sent voice transmissions to the 7 paths and 9 mountains mountain masters, telling them to temporarily hold back the 9-headed bug so that they could spare more strength to kill Fang Xing. Now that they thought about it, their combined strength was still enough to kill Fang Xing. After all, whether it was them or the 7 paths and 9 mountains mountain masters, they were all not weak false immortals. They also had all sorts of treasures to protect themselves. Fang Xing, the emperor, had not recovered all of his strength. Although his current performance was terrifying, it was not to the point where they did not dare to kill him. If everyone could work together and quickly kill Fang Xing, they might be able to turn the tables. Of course, it was a good idea, but unfortunately, things did not always go as one wished. After all, the people of the 7 mountains and 9 paths had been summoned by Han Yan in the name of Fairy Qing Luo. They obeyed Fairy Qing Luo's orders, but they lacked respect for Mokue and Mountain Venerate. Although they respected their opinions, they would not subconsciously follow them. Fang Xing had beheaded Fairy Qing Luo the moment he attacked because he could tell that although Fairy Qing Luo was a delicate little girl, she was the backbone of everyone who was after him. Once she was beheaded, the pressure on him would be reduced by at least half. Because the 7 paths and 9 mountains mountain masters were panicking and had their own plans, they were afraid of Fang Xing, and they were wary of the 9-headed bug. They did not want to fight it head-on, but they also wanted to take advantage of the situation. As a result, no one responded to Mokue and Mountain Venerate's message. They did what they were supposed to do. They tried their best to lead their disciples away from the 9-headed bug while they fled to the edge of the battlefield. They all looked like they had a common enemy, but their eyes were darting back and forth. Mokue and Mountain Venerate roared and charged forward, but they realized that the situation of everyone attacking Fang Xing together did not happen. Only the 2 of them were charging forward, while the others were a little further away. They were anxious, angry, and embarrassed, but it was too late to stop. They could only brace themselves and charge forward. However, they cursed inwardly. F*ck, they have no sense of cooperation at all. Haha, you 2 still haven't given up? Fang Xing looked at the 2 of them and chuckled softly. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. Then I'll send you to hell. Rumble, he gritted his teeth and faced the 2's joint attack. He did not dodge anymore and charged forward. He waved the ghost head saber in his hand, and a dazzling sun appeared behind him. Then, the screams of countless vengeful spirits rang out, bringing with them a terrifying resentment. The black and white saber rays seemed to rise from the netherworld and charged toward Mokue and Mountain Venerate, who were charging at him from the left and right. The 2 of them were so frightened that one of them hurriedly waved his immortal spear while the other hurriedly summoned several mountains to collide with the saber rays. Crack, 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 an unimaginable explosion resounded in the void. The immortal spear in Mokue's hand blocked Fang Xing's saber ray, but the impact made his fingers numb and his hands tremble. The immortal spear in his hand kept ringing, and he fell backward from the impact. The chi and blood in his chest were surging. In front of Mountain Venerate, the mountains were directly shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and smoke rose in all directions. Crushed rocks fell to the ground as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. After Fangxing's saber ray shattered 3 mountains in a row, it had already charged toward him. Mountain Venerate shouted and slapped the scroll with both hands. Another 4 to 5 mountain shadows rushed out. Not only did they dissipate the saber ray, but they even collided with Fangxing. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and prepared to attack again. "I'm going to kill you, old thing," Fangxing shouted coldly. He suddenly took a diagonal step and rushed forward. His movements were like an immortal's. He bypassed several mountains, and the saber ray appeared in his palm again. He went straight for Mountain Venerate, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. Mountain Venerate clearly did not expect Fangxing to actually target him. Looking at Fangxing's posture, Mountain Venerate would not stop until he killed him. Cold sweat poured down his body. As he ran, he shouted, "Mo-Kuei, save me." Why does he seem to be getting stronger and stronger? At this moment, Mo-Kuei also sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that Fangxing was even more terrifying. At this moment, seeing him rush straight for Mountain Venerate, Mo-Kuei knew that Mountain Venerate was in danger. He wanted to rush forward to help, but the moment he rushed out, he abruptly stopped. A thought flashed through his mind, and he hardened his heart. Ignoring Mountain Venerate's shout, he quickly formed a hand seal. His eyes were cold, and he suddenly spat out a breath of immortal chi. A strand of his spirit was attached to this breath of immortal chi, and it charged straight for the Great Firmament Immortal Talisman floating in the air. The Great Firmament Immortal Talisman was strengthened by a strand of his spirit, and its surface was also purple. With a rumble, endless immortal might flowed out, and it directly suppressed the area where Mountain Venerate was. The speed of the immortal might was naturally not as fast as Fangxing's, but it had predicted the enemy's moves. Looking at the situation, it seemed that it was determined to suppress Fangxing. Seeing this, Mountain Venerate could not help but be unhappy. Instead, he was furious. He looked at Mo-Kuei with indescribable hatred and shouted angrily, "You dare to harm me." It was no wonder that he was angry. At this moment, Mo-Kuei was clearly using him as bait to suppress Fangxing. The result of this was that Fangxing might be suppressed by the immortal talisman, but he would not be able to keep his old life. Haha, Mountain Venerate, don't blame me. Since I've already done it, I'll do it to the end. I've also thought about it. Even though killing the Emperor's descendant is very dangerous and can easily lead to disaster, there is also an opportunity within the danger. After killing him, I'll use it as a threat to ask Lord Dishi for a chance to be recommended to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering. I believe he won't refuse me. At this moment, Mo-Kuei's face was cold and hard, and his heart was as hard as stone. He clearly did not hesitate at all. Originally, he was the one who did not dare to kill Di Lu, but after hearing about the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, his attitude changed greatly. He felt that he could take a gamble. There's no other choice, I can only risk it. At this moment, Mountain Venerate was also furious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the scroll. In an instant, dozens of mountain shadows rushed out of the scroll and turned into mountain shadows that collided with the saber-wielding figure of the fierce god. At the same time, he threw away the scroll and turned to run. He prayed in his heart that this was equivalent to directly destroying this magic treasure that had followed him for thousands of years. He hoped that he could use it to delay the fierce god for a while so that he could have a chance to escape. But very soon, he was in despair. This time, Fangxing, who was rushing towards him and was blocked by dozens of mountains, did not forcefully slash at them, nor did he evade them. Instead, he smiled coldly and actually waved his sleeve, which turned into half the size of the sky and directly covered the dozens of mountains. Then, he was shocked to find that the dozens of mountains actually fell into his sleeve one by one, as if they were directly devoured by immeasurably. There was not even a sound as they continuously disappeared into his sleeve. What kind of magical power is that? It can absorb dozens of mountains of mine? Mountain Venerate was so shocked that his expression changed, and his heart was trembling. This scene was too terrifying. Even a powerful Tai immortal could not absorb dozens of mountains at once, could he? Old man, what else do you have to say? At this moment, Fangxing waved his sleeve and collected the mountains. He directly rushed towards Mountain Venerate and waved his saber fiercely. I have nothing to say, but this old man is not willing. Mountain Venerate, who was on the verge of despair, suddenly roared angrily. He stopped running and looked straight into Fangxing's eyes, and shouted madly, Di Lu, do you know why I want to kill you? Do you really think I'm doing this for Lord Disher? I want to kill you because you deserve to die, because you are a true devil that is not tolerated by the heavens and earth. I want to avenge my son. At this moment, his old face, which was usually unfathomable, was filled with endless hatred. You don't remember me, but I remember you. More than 1,200 years ago, beside the spring in the Sorrow Valley of Hongmeng Mountain, because my son looked at your concubine, you moved the mountains and killed him. Why? My son was extremely talented and diligent in his cultivation, he was thousands of times better than you. Why did you dare to kill him? Why did you kill him? Other than having an immortal emperor as your father, what else do you have that is better than my son? He roared madly, as if he had gone mad, I want to avenge my son, I will curse you for thousands of years, this. The chaotic void fell silent for a moment due to Mountain Venerate's sudden rage. Obviously, no one expected this to be the reason behind Mountain Venerate's attempt to kill Di Lu. As for the people from the 7 Paths and 9 Mountains, when they heard the 2 words Di Lu, many of them suddenly covered their mouths. Oh, everyone shuddered in fear when they heard Mountain Venerate's hysterical curse. However, Di Lu only raised his eyes and responded calmly. Then, he swung his saber and tore Mountain Venerate's body into pieces. Your father is the immortal emperor. His voice was so soft that only a few people could hear it, but it was filled with indignation. This person is still as cold-hearted as ever. Mo Kuei could not help but shudder when he saw Mountain Venerate's body being sliced into pieces. Especially after hearing Mountain Venerate explain why he wanted to kill Di Lu, Mo Kuei felt that Di Lu, who seemed to have nothing to worry about, was even more terrifying. As he thought this, Mo Kuei seized this chance to pour all his energy into the Origin Immortal Talisman. He knew that this was his only chance. Although Di Lu had not fully recovered, both his speed and reaction speed were terrifying. In normal circumstances, he would find it very difficult to use the Origin Immortal Talisman to suppress him. Now that Mountain Venerate had been killed, this was his only chance. Rumble, Mountain Venerate was pulverized by Di Lu's saber, and not even his soul was able to escape. The Origin Immortal Talisman used this chance to descend on Fangxing's head, roiling with violet energy as it shot toward Di Lu's head. Suppress him for me. Mo Kuei roared, all the immortal energy he could muster. Unlike last time, he did not hold back. In order to completely suppress Di Lu, he was willing to destroy the Origin Immortal Talisman. At this moment, Fangxing had just finished killing Mountain Venerate and was turning around when the Origin Immortal Talisman appeared above his head, roiling with violet energy. Massive dragons coiled around his body, locking him and his saber in the air. It was like his soul had been nailed in place, and he could not react at all. Haha, haha, you're still not dead this time? Mo Kuei was overjoyed at this sight, and he began to laugh maniacally. He was truly overjoyed to be able to use the Origin Immortal Talisman to suppress Fangxing. Laughing heartily, he charged forward, the immortal spear in his hand condensing boundless immortal energy into the form of a horned flood dragon. With an indescribably savage aura, he thrust the spear at Di Lu's chest. What immortal clan? What emperor? You'll all become stepping stones for me to ascend to the heavens, a ruthless voice roared in his mind, as if his other self was madly baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The more cowardly and slippery a person was, the more terrifying they were when they went crazy. Mo Kuei was clearly a classic example of this type. As the immortal spear approached, Fangxing, who was being restrained by the Origin Immortal Talismans, narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he truly felt like he had been suppressed, even though it was only a yellow talisman paper floating above him. He felt as if his entire body was being suppressed by a mountain, and it firmly pressed down on his head, causing him to be unable to move, and it seemed as if even changing his thoughts seemed to be so difficult. It was the will of a golden immortal. Even though it was only a strand of the will and sounded lonely like a cloud of smoke, but when that strand of will firmly pressed down on his head, it had a boundless weight that was lofty, and impossible to climb. It felt like his hands and feet were all bound, and even if he had all his strength, he couldn't use it. it seemed that his understanding of the great immortal world was still lacking. Because he had once escaped from the Origin Immortal Talisman, he had somewhat underestimated it. But now, he realized that he had been lucky to escape, mainly because the might of the Origin Immortal Talisman couldn't intimidate him. But now, the Origin Immortal Talisman had revealed its true strength. It was no longer trying to restrain him, but directly suppress him. Fortunately, I have enough trump cards. As he looked at Mo Kuei's crazed face rapidly approaching him, Fang Xing chuckled to himself, die. The Mo Kuei immortal spear stabbed forward with incredible speed, instantly piercing through Fang Xing's body, but to his surprise, as the spear stabbed forward, Fang Xing's body suddenly changed. Suppressed by the Origin Immortal Talisman, he couldn't move his limbs, his body, and even his divine abilities. But to his surprise, the small skull hanging at his waist began to move on its own. At the same time, it began to grow larger and larger, flying to the top of Fang Xing's head. Golden runes flew out of the skull, and at the same time, he could hear faint chanting. The Sanskrit chanting sounded like countless monks hiding in the invisible void, chanting in unison. How could this be? That's Buddhist. Mo Kuei was startled, and he subconsciously slowed down the momentum of the spear strike. Then, he saw an even more shocking scene in the next scene. Following the sound of Sanskrit chanting, golden threads flowed out of the skull, and actually turned into a great Buddha in the void. It was benevolent, sitting upright and motionless, as if it had existed since ancient times. Because of its existence, the flow of time had slowed down, and the endless fast-moving smoke and clouds seemed to have stagnated at this moment, as if they had been fixed in time. As for the Origin Immortal Talisman floating above Fang Xing's head, it poured out endless violet qi, transforming into a towering mountain that could suppress all things. But the Buddha's palm slowly raised the mountain, and then, sliver by sliver, inch by inch, the palm slowly lifted the Origin Immortal Talisman up a little, leaving a gap between it and the Buddha. Just what is it that can shake the suppression of the Origin Immortal Talisman? Mo Kuei's teeth were chattering in fear. He was a knowledgeable person, and he knew just how terrifying this sight was. The Origin Immortal Talisman contained the will of a golden immortal of the Origin Immortal realm, and this will was being pushed up by this Buddha. Didn't this mean that the source of this Buddha, the manifestation of its spirit, was an existence on par with a golden immortal of the Origin Immortal realm in both strength and will? Did this sort of Buddha really exist in this world? If it really existed, how could it be related to this crown prince? Interesting. Even Fang Xing was a little surprised as he slowly walked out. Originally, he had only wanted to use the skull to summon the divine palace to protect him. After all, the skull had originally been his minor world, and it contained the Buddha ray that could best protect him. But after he had obtained the world of spiritual sense, the skull had become a useless existence, and he usually only hung it around his waist as a decoration. He hadn't expected that with just a thought, he would be able to activate the Buddha array within the skull, and the array's performance had far surpassed his expectations. It had actually gained a bit of intelligence, and it had taken the initiative to shake the will of a golden immortal of the Origin Immortal realm. There was even a hint of competition within it. After entering the immortal world, many things had begun to change. Even in the midst of this fierce battle, Fang Xing couldn't help but faintly think of this point. Many changes were slowly taking place. Then he viciously glared at Mo Kuei, his lips curling into a strange smile. A pauper wants to fight with me? Whoosh, a black and white saber light appeared, and like lightning, it instantly tore through the void and slashed at Mo Kuei. Puff, Mo Kuei broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that Fang Xing had actually broken free from the suppression of the Origin Immortal Talisman. He hastily raised his immortal spear and used all his strength to block in front of him. Although he barely blocked the two saber lights, he was still shaken by the terrifying power attached to the saber lights. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and then his entire body was thrown back like a kite with its string cut. However, he wasn't weak, and he didn't lose all his fighting strength. Borrowing the momentum of the fall to retreat several dozen li, he immediately roared again, "Bai Li, come quickly, Ah Wu." Following his shout, a white shadow rushed over from the side, carried him on its back, and hurriedly fled into the distant sky. It was a fierce white tiger, Mo Kuei's mount, and it had been lurking nearby. Mo Kuei could be considered a ruthless person. Once he decided to kill Di Lu and seduce Di Shi, he would immediately kill him. But now, seeing that his plan had failed, he immediately decided to escape without any hesitation. With a shout, he summoned the white tiger and immediately sat on it. The white tiger's claws tore through the void, and it was able to run extremely fast. In just a few leaps, it had already jumped out of this part of the world, and was about to escape into the void. If he followed his plan, even Fangxing wouldn't be able to catch up to him. However, this wishful thinking was disrupted by another figure. Just as the white tiger was about to escape, it was suddenly blocked by a demon. It was a giant demon with 9 heads. On the 9 heads, 18 eyes were staring at Mokue fiercely, forcing the white tiger to stop. It lowered its head and let out a muffled roar, its ferocity overflowing. However, it didn't dare to approach the demon. Instead, it let out a low roar and subconsciously retreated. It was actually the 9-headed demon bug. At some point in time, he had broken free from his restraints and had already killed so many people from the 7 Daos and 9 mountains that they did not dare to approach him. But now that he had found an opening, he had blocked his path of retreat. At the most critical moment, he had blocked his way. You, get out of the way. Mokue was shocked and angry at the same time. He only felt that his heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. The 9-headed demon bug, on the other hand, was cold and murderous. It looked at Mokue coldly, and there seemed to be endless anger in its eyes. Kneel. His voice was deep and low as he stared at Mokue with the head in the middle. Mokue didn't expect it to say this. He opened his mouth in shock and anger, but he didn't know what to say. The 9-headed demon bug slowly closed in. Its voice was filled with indescribable grief, anger, and hatred, as well as indescribable arrogance and pride. I am the leader of the 9 Spirits tribe, the last member of the 9 Spirits tribe in the world, and the first person to become an immortal in the past 10,000 years of Tianyuan. I deserve to be respected by all tribes, and my name will be passed down through the ages. And you, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to kneel before you speak? Mokue really didn't know what to say in the face of this demon's questioning. Fangxing, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This grandson is actually quite vengeful. When he saw the terrified Mokue fighting with the crazed 9-headed insect, who was already in a sorry state and wouldn't be able to live for more than a few seconds, Fangxing chuckled to himself and walked off in another direction. He had no need to worry. Without the Origin Immortal Talisman, the 9-headed insect could easily take down Immortal General Mokue. Moreover, he couldn't be bothered to join hands with the 9-headed insect to deal with the pitiful Mokue. Instead, he returned to the skull and saw that the power of the Origin Immortal Talisman was still connected to the power of the Buddha formation within the skull. The two powers were fusing together like magnets, creating a very strange sight. After observing it for a while, he curiously took back the skull. To his surprise, the skull returned to his palm, and the power of the Grand Buddha formation vanished. Without the interweaving of this power, the Origin Immortal Talisman turned back into an ordinary talisman about the size of a palm. It gently floated down to his palm, and when he caught it, there was nothing strange about it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this talisman was not made of paper or gold, but was made of a strange material. There was a strange talisman inscribed on it, and it seemed to contain an extremely powerful energy. It's also a treasure. Fangxing chuckled, then put the talisman back into the skull and tied it back to his waist. While he was doing this, the surroundings were quiet, and no one dared to disturb him. Even the 9-headed bug, who was suppressing Mokue and beating him up in a frenzy, didn't come forward to disturb him. The people of the 7 Paths and 9 Mountains, who were originally excited, seemed to have withered at this moment. They all stared blankly at Fangxing, their eyes filled with terror and endless fear. In truth, when Fangxing killed the Mountain Venerate, they had already begun to panic. The Mountain Venerate's anguished cry before his death had inadvertently revealed some information, allowing some of them to discover Fangxing's true identity and realize just what sort of trouble they had gotten themselves into. At this moment, all of them were panicking, and their souls had left their bodies. Since they were summoned here, how could Hong Ho and the others dare to tell them that they were here to kill the crown prince? All this while, he had only told them that there was an audacious madman of unknown origin who had impersonated a royal disciple. That was why he had summoned them to find and kill that madman. He did not even dare to tell them that the madman was impersonating Di Lu because he was worried that they would be too scared to kill him. However, after keeping it a secret for a few days, because of what the mountain venerate had said before his death, everyone had lost their confidence. They were not idiots, so they could naturally tell the difference between the truth and the lies. If this was really a madman who pretended to be a prince, then why would Mountain Venerable say those words? In their hearts, they had already confirmed a certain fact. At this moment, they could only stand there in a daze. They did not escape, but were considering whether they should take the initiative to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps they would die a little slower, however, they no longer had the chance. After the nine-headed demon tore Mo Kue and his tiger into pieces and swallowed them whole, it began to chase after them again. This demon might have really gone mad. At this moment, it only knew how to kill and did not hold back. It did not even know how to dodge the defense and counterattack of some magical treasures. It only knew how to rush over and tear those who had chased it into pieces before swallowing them whole. These people were helpless. If they stayed here, they would die even faster. Therefore, they could only flee while wailing in pain. Qing Luo, that be *tch, she made us suffer. It was unknown how many people had this thought in their hearts. While the nine-headed bug was chasing people around in the sky, Fang Xing descended and looked at a person on the mountain peak. More accurately, it was two groups of people. One group was a body in a red dress. It was crawling with difficulty, feeling around, looking for its own head. The other group was a head that was anxiously waiting for the body to find it. Immortal Hong Yan was not dead. At her cultivation realm, having her head chopped off was not a fatal injury. Unless Fang Xing used his mystique when he chopped off her head and destroyed her spirit at the same time, it would not be difficult for her to live for another 10 days, half a month, or even several months, or even years, given the strong vitality of her physical body. However, the impact of having her head chopped off was too great, and the injury was too severe. Without her head, her physical body had no sense of direction. It had taken her a long time to find it. Seeing the physical body finally reach her, and its arms were about to touch her head, a glimmer of hope appeared in the depths of Hong Yan's eyes. But suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky and stepped on her physical body, causing her expression to freeze. Despair, pain, and even madness appeared on that beautiful face. She glared coldly at Fang Xing with an ashen gaze. She even looked a little ferocious, as though she wanted to leap up and bite Fang Xing. You don't need this physical body anymore. Fang Xingwei exerted his strength, and the body was trampled into meat paste by him. However, a purple bead jumped out from the arm of the body and spun in the air. He caught it and looked at it carefully. Then, he threw it into the skull palace. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. No matter who it was, they would inevitably feel despair when they saw their own body being trampled into a pile of meat paste and smashed into a pulp. Hong Yan's head did not care about anything as it transmitted its divine sense and cursed Fang Xing viciously. Perhaps I really do deserve to die, but it will never be your turn to take my life. Fang Xing waved his hand noncommittally. He was not at all aware of these curses directed at emperors. He stared indifferently into Hong Yan's eyes and said, I left you half alive so that you can go back and pass a message to that woman. I can almost guess why she doesn't want to see me return alive. Unfortunately, she has made a mistake, a big mistake. When I return to the 33 heavens, she will not only face the wrath of an emperor's, but also an even more ruthless existence. Hong Yan thought that the more ruthless existence was referring to the immortal king, so before he could speak, his divine sense had already transmitted like a cold and poisonous flame, You're the one who is wrong. You're the one who is wrong. Do you think that only Lord Dishi and my miss don't want you to return alive? Now that immortal King Qi Shao has become an immortal emperor, Qi Shao Tian is no longer the Qi Shao Tian of the past. Everything has changed in the past 1,000 years. Do you think the immortal emperor will still love you as much as before? Haha, you're simply delusional. In the past 1,000 years, you've lost everything. Everything, whether it's your identity, your status, your cultivation, or even your miss's friendship and the respect of others. 1,000 years ago, the emperors entered the dragon realm. Even if you're still alive, you'll only be a piece of trash when you return. Hong Yan clearly hated Fang Xing to the core. Coupled with the fact that she was almost in despair, she cursed without fear of angering him. Go to hell. Fang Xing casually grabbed a handful of mud and slapped Hong Yan's head, making her even angrier. She screamed and cursed. Fang Xing ignored her and used his voice to suppress her screams, coldly saying, "Do you think you've only offended Emperor Flo?" His expression was very serious as he said, "Go back and tell Qing Luo not to provoke me, she can't afford to provoke me." With that, he kicked Hong Ho's head into the air. He didn't care about her anymore. He knew that with the people from the 7 Daos and 9 mountains around, she wouldn't die so easily. Then, she would definitely find another way to return to Fairy Qing Luo's side and pass on his message. "Was it you who saved me?" Just as he was about to leave and search for a domain-breaking treasure to enter the 33 heavens, he heard someone speak behind him. Turning around, he saw the young 9-headed bug's pale face. At this moment, this fiendish demon that had been chasing after the people of the 7 Daos and 9 mountains seemed to have seen that Fang Xing was about to leave, so he forcibly suppressed his killing intent and came before him. He had already reverted to his human form. Although his robe was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and even his madness had not completely disappeared, he forcibly suppressed it. Although his face was expressionless, his killing intent had also disappeared. Instead, he seemed somewhat scholarly. "No, it wasn't me who saved you, it was someone else." Fang Xing also turned around and replied with a serious expression. When the 9-headed bug heard this, he was slightly taken aback. He thought that this prince didn't want to admit it, but he had already made up his mind and didn't argue. There was still no smile on his face. He frowned slightly and asked directly, "Why did you save me?" There was a deep smile in Fang Xing's eyes. As he stared at the 9-headed bug, he smiled faintly and said, "It's probably because the person who saved you wanted to see what the great celestial realm would become after you survived." The 9-headed bug's eyes darkened even more. After a while, he said, "You are also from the great celestial realm." Fang Xing didn't deny it. He smiled and said, "Continue doing what you were doing. Don't give me face." The 9-headed bug was slightly taken aback. As if he understood something, his eyes became more serious. After a while, he actually nodded seriously. "No matter who saved me, I will owe him a favor. I will return it." He seemed to hesitate for a moment, then his palm moved slightly. A black feather flew toward Fang Xing. It was obviously his original feather. His expression was also serious, which was rare for him. He said, "Give this token to him. In the future, when he goes to the 33 heavens, if he needs me, he can find me here. I never owe anyone anything. He saved my life twice, so I will return the favor 3 times." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and flew into the distance, disappearing in an instant. On the other hand, Fang Xing held the black feather and stood where he was. He had a strange expression on his face. Does this guy know who he owes a favor to? As he watched the 9-headed bug leave, Fang Xing, who had wanted to make a move, held back. He suddenly felt that he really wanted this demon to live and see what the outcome would be. He smiled and turned to leave. At this moment, he had nothing to worry about and was ready to go to the 33 heavens to take a look. Before he left, he first went to the place where Imo Kue and the other immortal soldiers were stationed and found the path of immortals and mortals. There was a teleportation matrix there, and the door to the inheritance of the Taishu immortal king was sealed on it. He destroyed the teleportation matrix with a wave of his palm, and the door returned to the path of immortals and mortals. He then erased all traces of it, as if it had never been there. After doing all this, Fang Xing rushed to the palace again. There were still 2 immortal soldiers standing guard here. Fang Xing captured them casually and interrogated them for the way to leave the ancient world of the Dragon Clan. He then forced them to lead the way to a high peak in the south. There was a sea of clouds here, and no one knew where it went. At a glance, it stretched all the way to the sky, and the end of the sea of clouds could not be seen. Fang Xing understood that this was the domain that the immortal soldiers had mentioned, and so he took out the silver shuttle that he had obtained from Hong Ho. This was a top-notch flying immortal treasure that had the ability to break through realms. It was one of the symbolic treasures of Fairy Qing Luo, and she had given it to Hong Ho in order to allow her to enter the ancient world of the Dragon Clan. Now, Fang Xing had naturally plundered it, and it was a good chance to use it to leave this world. He flew into the silver shuttle, and Fang Xing ordered the 2 immortal soldiers to follow him. He rode the silver shuttle and rushed straight into the sea of clouds. Outside the ancient world of the Dragon Clan, there was a domain sealing matrix, and it was difficult for ordinary people to leave. However, there was a passage connecting it to the outside world. Using a domain-breaking treasure, one could resist the residual power of the domain and leave this world. After entering the silver shuttle moved faster and faster, speeding through the sea of clouds. Its speed had even exceeded the speed that Fangxing's physical body could withstand, and it seemed to have surpassed the speed of light. Then, when the power of the silver shuttle reached a peak, the space changed greatly. The entire silver shuttle seemed to have taken Fangxing and the two immortal soldiers directly into another space. The surroundings were filled with flowing lights, as if even the silver shuttle did not exist. Fangxing was the only one left. He looked at the miraculous scene around him with some amazement. He could see countless phantoms, including the dragon tribe bathed in blood in a fierce battle, the grand cultivators riding on magic treasures, and the boundless void thunder and lightning. They flew over in groups from afar and passed through his body as if they were passing through the mustard matter of nothingness. This is the feeling of traveling through the domain? Even at this moment, Fangxing could not help but feel a little surprised. This was a realm that exceeded his understanding, and it made him feel as ignorant as a child. Very quickly, the feeling of moving swiftly reached an extreme. After that, it was as if he had broken through a certain barrier. Suddenly, he felt that his speed had turned from extremely fast to extremely slow. It could even be said that he had come to a standstill. All the illusions before him had disappeared, and what entered his eyes was a vast starry sky. In front of this boundless starry sky was an indescribably vast world. Numerous huge worlds lay across the starry sky, and they carried a desolate and ancient feeling. This was the first time that Fangxing seemed to see a complete world from the perspective of a bystander. Moreover, the worlds did not exist on their own. Instead, they were connected to one another, stacking on top of one another like strange towers. Every single world gave Fangxing the feeling that it was even vaster and more majestic than the Tianyuan continent he had seen before. They possessed a lofty presence that the Tianyuan continent did not possess. Strands of violet chi seemed to rise from the worlds with the naked eye, but their presences were different. Some were gloomy, while others were scorching and bright. It was difficult to describe them all with a single sentence. As he looked over, the feeling of being reflected in his eyes even made Fangxing feel like something in the depths of his soul had been touched. However, this glance only lasted for a moment. Before he could sense what had touched his soul, that feeling of stillness was immediately replaced by a feeling of extreme speed. The entire silver shuttle was attracted by the worlds one by one, and its speed became faster and faster. It fell into one of the worlds at the very bottom, and then it instantly broke through. This stillness and extreme speed was not something that could be controlled by a single person's power. Instead, it was a kind of source power that controlled everything in the starry sky. The venerable Taoist has returned. It was also when Fangxing's shuttle quickly broke through the world barrier and entered a certain world that an unfathomable will seemed to awaken. It opened its eyes from somewhere unknown and looked at the shuttle. Fangxing sensed this existence, and his shock immediately reached the limit. After all, his identity as a remnant of the venerable Taoist orthodoxy was a secret that he had always wanted to hide. How could he have thought that he would be discovered as soon as he entered the 33 worlds? Who is it? Who's looking at me? He raised his head in shock and looked around, but he only felt that it was illusory, and he could not see anything at all. However, just as he was about to recover from his shock, there was a strange force that was hard to detect in the unseen world. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, and it slammed into the silver shuttle with a rumble. Fangxing and the other two immortal soldiers in the silver shuttle that were under his control were shocked at the same time. They felt their bodies tremble, and under that kind of power, they could not hide at all. They felt as if their bodies and souls were being torn apart, and the silver shuttle that was protecting them was torn apart like dry paper. What's going on? Fangxing was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. This silver shuttle was originally a magic treasure that protected them from harm when they were breaking through the boundaries, and its main defense was the boundaries of the Dragon Realm. They were safe and sound when they came out of the Dragon Realm just now. Logically speaking, they had already passed the most dangerous period, and it should have been even easier for them to enter the 33 heavens. However, they did not expect that when they left the Dragon Realm safely, they would suddenly encounter a terrifying backlash when they entered the 33 heavens, and even the silver shuttle was easily torn apart. The two immortal soldiers were annihilated before they could even let out a scream, and their bodies and souls were torn to pieces. In the face of that vast and terrifying power, Fangxing could only stare blankly and could not fight back, roar. But it was also at this moment that the ancient domain of the dragon clan behind Fangxing and the others suddenly sounded a dull dragon roar, and then a vast and mighty power rushed out of the dragon realm and directly collided with the domain where Fangxing was. The two kinds of power collided and formed a huge turbulence, intertwining and tearing each other apart, forming a world-class destructive power. And in this kind of chaotic power, Fangxing could not help but fall down, and his whole body was like a kite. In front of him, he saw mountains being instantly crushed into powder, saw forests being uprooted one after another, saw countless large stars colliding and shattering, and also vaguely saw a divine dragon tearing apart an endless part of the sky. Puff! Fangxing's chest felt stuffy, and there was a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, he felt that his body was as light as a piece of paper, and he seemed to be falling into an endless abyss. Fangxing felt as if he was being violently pulled here and there by a pair of large hands. His body was involuntarily flung in all directions. He was like a fish being tossed here and there by the rapid current in a raging ocean storm. He didn't know how long this feeling of being tossed around by the current lasted. When his body finally came into contact with the solid ground, his vision had already darkened, and he directly fainted. The unconscious Fangxing did not know that he had fallen into a deep forest. The robe on his body was tattered and stained with blood, and his body was motionless, looking like a corpse. After a long time, the robe on his chest finally shone with a faint light. It was the great void mirror that he kept in his bosom. The great void baby came out of the mirror and looked at the sky with lingering fear. He took a deep breath and said, "Oh my God, I actually triggered a battle of wills between the two sides." It was unknown what she had thought of, but her big eyes were filled with terror. She didn't dare to say anything else. She looked around and didn't see any powerful beings coming over. Only then did she relax a little. However, she lowered her head to look at the unconscious Fangxing. Her expression was still incomparably strange. After a long time, she couldn't help but let out a low sigh. "My master, just what kind of background do you have?" After waiting for a long time, he seemed to want to escape, but in the end, he gave up on the idea and sat down to wait. However, after waiting for a long time, Fangxing did not wake up. He called out a few more times, but he still fell into a deep sleep. He thought that it was not a good idea to keep waiting in the deep forest. Seeing that the sun was about to set and the beasts were coming out of their caves to hunt for food, he started to panic. "This is a barren mountain, where can I go?" Just as he was scratching his head helplessly, he saw a small little girl in a loose dress walking slowly along the small path. She was carrying an old zither in her bosom. The great void baby suddenly had an idea, and suddenly leaned on Fangxing's body and cried loudly, "Oh my father, wake up! Why are we being targeted by a pack of wolves? If you die here, what am I going to do? Can someone come and save us?" When Fangxing woke up, he felt that his physical body was rather weak. He didn't even have the slightest bit of strength left in him. He struggled to open his eyes and saw a dilapidated roof. Several tiles were broken, revealing bits of the sky. He was covered with a thin, tattered quilt, and it took him a great deal of effort to sit up. He found that he was lying in a dilapidated hall. From the looks of it, it seemed to be a dilapidated temple. In the middle of the hall was a statue of a deity that was half broken and covered in a layer of dust. Even the paint had fallen off. And in the middle of the hall, there was a pot propped up on a wooden fork. It was gurgling, and next to the pot was a little girl. The rich aroma of porridge wafted out from the pot, stirring up the emptiness in his stomach and causing the fires of hunger to rise. The feeling of hunger was truly unbearable. For Fangxing, he had taken the Father Heaven pill in the dragon realm and healed his internal injuries. But after his injuries were healed, his body was at its weakest, and he urgently needed nourishment. It was just that he didn't have the time to do so, so he came out to fight and then came to the 33 heavens. But he didn't expect that he would encounter such a strange thing and be seriously injured. For him, this kind of injury healed quickly, but he needed nourishment to recover. So at this moment, he was truly unbearably hungry, it wasn't that cultivators weren't hungry. Sometimes, they were more sensitive to the need for energy than ordinary people, especially after they were injured. Their bodies would feel a great need to replenish their energy. Of course, with their bodies, they might be hungry, but no matter how hungry they were, they wouldn't die even if they didn't eat for 100 years. Hunger was just a feeling. Some cultivators cut off this feeling a long time ago, and they also cut off their desires for the mortal world. Their minds were like knives, and they only used spiritual energy to make up for what they lacked. But for Fangxing, he ate and drank whenever he needed to. Unless he encountered some big trouble or needed to go into seclusion, he never stopped eating 3 meals a day. He was even more particular and punctual than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that when he opened his eyes, the first thing he said was subconsciously, "I'm hungry. Bring me a bowl of porridge." This call made the little girl who was sitting beside the earthen jar stare blankly. She tilted her head to the side, her eyes lifeless. Then, she came back to her senses. Without saying a word, she put down the worn-out zither in her arms. Then, she reached out her hand and searched for a long time. She found a chipped rough porcelain bowl and a wooden spoon. She slowly scooped a bowl of vegetable porridge and carefully brought it over. It wasn't a good porridge. Coarse rice was mixed with wild vegetables and sprinkled with some salt. It was really coarse. In the past, the old man didn't even use this to feed pigs. However, he was hungry now. Smelling the fragrance of the porridge, his appetite actually increased. He gulped down a bowl of porridge and even felt a little unsatisfied. He raised his head and saw that the little girl was already sitting there hugging her zither like a wooden statue. He waved his hand and said, "Another bowl." The little girl put down the zither again, groped her way over, took the bowl, and went back to help him scoop the porridge. It wasn't until this bowl that Fangxing had some time to consider other things. He slowly drank the porridge while looking at the little girl. He saw that she had delicate features and was very pretty. However, her clothes were worn out and she looked very poor. The straw sandals on her feet were torn, revealing a toe. Her eyes were wide open, but her eyes were dull and her pupils were unfocused. He asked curiously, "Are you blind?" The little girl seemed to be a little shy when he asked her. She carefully nodded and sat on a small stool with the zither in her arms. "TSK, so you're a mute." Seeing this, Fangxing shook his head with some regret. I'm not a mute. I just can't see." The little girl opened her mouth and gently lowered her head. "Hee, I saw that you only nodded and didn't speak." "I thought you were a mute." Fangxing laughed and looked around. "What kind of shabby place is this?" The little blind girl lowered her head and said softly, "This is the territory of the Giant Stone Tribe. They agreed for me to live here." "The Giant Stone Tribe? This should be the 33 heavens, right?" Fangxing whispered to himself. After thinking for a while, he asked the little blind girl curiously. 33 heavens? The little blind girl didn't understand. "What's that?" Fangxing thought for a while and said with a smile, "She's asking you what territory this place belongs to?" Hearing this, the little blind girl lowered her head and said, "This is the Giant Stone Tribe." Fangxing was speechless. He said with a wry smile, "Forget it, I won't ask you anymore." "Did you save me just now?" The little blind girl lowered her head even more and hugged the zither in her arms tightly. She said, "I went to dig wild vegetables and met you and your child on the way back. He said that you encountered a wild beast and it bit you. Since you had nowhere to heal, I brought you here." "My child?" Fangxing was stunned. He touched his chest and found that the grand illusionary mirror was gone. He asked hurriedly, "Where is the little bastard?" The little blind girl was also stunned. "Isn't he your son?" Fangxing was stunned. He said with a wry smile, "How could I have such an unreliable son? Where did he go?" The little blind girl replied with an "Oh" and didn't ask further. She said in a low voice, "He was called by the chief. The Giant Stone Tribe usually doesn't take in strangers with unknown backgrounds. The chief said that he would ask him about your background. He asked me to wait here for you to wake up." "I see," Fangxing roughly understood. After finishing the second bowl of porridge, he put the bowl aside and lay down comfortably. He rubbed his stomach and said with a wry smile, I didn't expect to encounter such a strange thing. I didn't expect to be taken in by a little blind girl like you. Although the vegetable porridge was coarse and didn't have much food in it, he felt much more comfortable now that he had some food in his stomach. At Fangxing's level, what he ate was not important. He only cared about the taste. As for energy replenishment, even dragon liver and phoenix gall couldn't do it. He could only breathe in and out and take pills for cultivation. Therefore, after eating 2 bowls of vegetable porridge, he felt full. He lay down lazily on the haystack and began to ponder with a straw in his mouth. He used his divine sense to check his current condition. When he broke into this domain, the injuries he suffered were not light. However, they were not comparable to the internal injuries he had suffered previously. His current injuries looked terrifying, but they were all external injuries. He would only need to rest for 10 days to half a month before he could recover. If he were to consume the Heavenly Grandmaster pill, it would only take a day or 2. This should be the 33 heavens, but I don't know which day and place it is, he thought to himself. A wisp of divine sense came out of his shell and explored the surroundings. He found that the giant stone tribe he was in was located in a deep forest, surrounded by dense forests and dangerous mountains and rivers. Within a radius of 300 miles, there were about 4 or 5 such small tribes where humans lived. They didn't live in tall houses or halls, but in small thatched huts. There were about 100 families. There were farming tools at the door and animal skins were drying behind the houses. Obviously, they were small clans that relied on farming and hunting for a living. And now he was in a dilapidated temple at the head of the village. He didn't know how many years there had been no incense burning there. Intentionally or unintentionally, he asked the little blind girl a few more questions and found that she didn't know much. She only knew that this place was called the Giant Stone Tribe. "Ku," the little blind girl answered Fangxing's question in a soft voice, but her stomach growled. She blushed a little and covered her stomach carefully, as if she wanted to use this method to cover the sound. However, it awakened Fangxing from his contemplation. He looked at her and said with a smile, "My stomach will growl when it's hungry. What's there to be embarrassed about? The vegetable porridge tastes good. I'm already full. You can eat yours." "The porridge has been eaten up," the little blind girl lowered her head. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She seemed a little embarrassed. "Huh? Why is it so little?" Fangxing was slightly stunned and said disdainfully, "Why are you so lazy? Just make a little more. There's no rice left." The little blind girl seemed a little embarrassed, but she didn't want to say anything more. She stood up and took out a shabby bamboo basket from behind the temple door. There were still some wild vegetables in it. She fumbled for water and washed them, put them into the crock, and added a ladle of water. It seemed that she was going to eat it. However, Fangxing was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. He just smelled the porridge and drank 2 bowls of it. He didn't expect that he would eat the last rations of the little blind girl. "My dear guest, don't be embarrassed. The chief will distribute the rations in 3 days." Hearing Fangxing's silence, the little blind girl blew the fire under the crock and comforted Fangxing. "I'm not embarrassed," Fangxing answered as if it was a matter of course. "Oh," the little blind girl answered after a while. Her face was a little red. Fangxing asked curiously, "But can you be full eating only wild vegetables?" "Yes." The little blind girl blew the fire and sat quietly at the side, waiting for the water to boil. "By the way, I still have half a pomegranate. You can have a taste." Fangxing searched through the skull and found that the things inside were not good. There was not much that he could give to the little girl, but there was still half of the purple pomegranate that he obtained in the dragon world. He took it out and threw it to the little blind girl. The little blind girl did not stand on ceremony and thanked Fangxing softly. Then, she fumbled around and found the pomegranate. Then, she carefully peeled the pomegranate. There were 2 small handfuls in total. She handed one to Fangxing and ate the other one slowly. It seemed that she really treated the pomegranate as a pomegranate and did not know how precious it was. Fangxing didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. In his eyes, it was just a pomegranate. "You give me 2 bowls of vegetable porridge and I will give you half a pomegranate. This is a very fair thing," the food in the tribe is not enough to eat. I can't leave two outsiders here." Before he finished eating the pomegranate, he suddenly heard a sound outside. A large group of people came to the temple door. Suddenly, a dozen strong men dressed in animal skins rushed into the small temple, and there were many more standing outside. Most of them were looking at Fangxing with vigilance. The great void baby was helplessly carried back, and the leader was an old man dressed in a gray robe. His hair and beard were all white, and there were only a few white hairs on his bald head. He looked kind. He raised his hands and pressed down a few times, suppressing the voices of the villagers. Then, he turned around and looked at Fangxing. Then, he stepped forward and bowed to Fangxing. He opened his mouth, which had only a few teeth left, and smiled at Fangxing. "My dear guest, you have woken up? How are your injuries?" "Hee, I'm fine, but I can't move at all." Fangxing also looked at the old chief with a smile, and cupped his fists to return the greeting. When the great void baby saw that Fangxing had woken up, he had already scurried over. He pinched Fangxing's body a few times with his little hands. Seeing that he was fine, he felt relieved. He pursed his lips and whispered to Fangxing, "This is just a poor little tribe. They have lived here for generations, and have never seen the world. It is the beginning of spring now, and the weather is not good. There is not enough food to eat, and the beasts have started to go into heat. They are extremely fierce, and it is not easy to hunt. So, they are all afraid that we will steal their food to eat. Hee, the beasts in the forest are ferocious, and there are even some demons who have attained cultivation. Even when our tribe goes out to hunt, we need a dozen people to go with us. You are walking alone in the forest with a child, so it is inevitable that you will run into danger. But fortunately, you did not lose your life, which is a blessing in disguise." The old man said courteously, and then smiled, "Since there is a guest in our tribe, we should treat him with great hospitality. But our village is poor, and we can't bring out anything good. We can only prepare some food for you to eat on the way." As he was speaking, he asked the woman behind him to bring out a wooden tray. There were 2 coarse pancakes and a salted fish on it, as if he was going to bring it to Fangxing. Just these items alone had already made a few strong men behind him look indignant, as if they were unwilling to part with the food. In their tribe, they ate and drank together, and all the food in the tribe was communal. The old chief did not want to take Fangxing in, nor did he want to provoke strangers. He planned to send them away with the 2 coarse pancakes and the salted fish, but many of them were already reluctant to part with them. Looking at the old man's smiling mouth that was missing a tooth, Fangxing was speechless. He did not know how to reply. Of course, he was not afraid of these people forcefully chasing him away, but their expressions gave him a headache. "Uncle, you can't chase them away. He has not recovered from his injuries, and he will be eaten by the demons." But the little blind girl was a little anxious when she heard that. She hugged her zither tightly and said softly, "Blind girl, it's not your place to interrupt when your uncle is talking. Do you believe that I will chase you out as well?" Behind the chief, a fat woman scolded fiercely. The little blind girl did not dare to talk back, and lowered her head while hugging her zither. Another strong man also said, "Even if they are eaten by the demons, it's their own business. Who asked them to wander around the forest alone? However, our tribe does not dare to take in strangers. In the past, the Silver Python tribe took in an injured woman. In the end, she was a concubine who had escaped from an aristocratic family in the Qinggu province. She angered the master of the Qinggu province, and he directly sent out a group of green wolf soldiers who could ride on clouds and annihilated the entire tribe. Don't you all remember this lesson clearly?" As soon as this was mentioned, everyone instantly revealed panicked expressions, and the gazes they used to look at Fangxing were all different. From the looks of it, it was as if they were worried that Fangxing was also a concubine who had escaped from an aristocratic family. "This guest, it's not that this old man does not know etiquette." The old chief with a missing tooth kept bowing, looking like he was in a difficult position. "Haha, I was worried that you would not wake up anytime soon. That's why I wanted to stay in this stupid place for the time being. In the end, they really worried about you. This look of his is really annoying. Why don't we just kill this old man and leave?" The great void baby also looked unhappy. He carefully asked Fangxing, "How are your injuries now?" Since Fangxing had already woken up, he naturally had no problems moving around. Just when he was about to speak, He heard the fat woman looking at the little blind girl with disgust again. She said in disdain, "What a useless blind girl. Not only did you freeload from the tribe, you actually brought an outsider back and even spoke up for him. What a heartless little thing. If it wasn't for the old chief who pitted you, you might have starved to death somewhere. In my opinion, we should chase her out as well. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of food if she stays in the tribe." After being scolded, the little blind girl did not dare to speak anymore. She hugged her zither tightly and shrunk her little head. All right. She refused when you wanted to sell the shrimp girl's zither in the city. Do you have to scold her every day? Seeing the little blind girl's pitiful look, a man next to her could not stand it anymore and reprimanded the fat woman. F***ck your mother's fart. Do I need to talk to her? Am I not thinking about the tribe? A girl's food is not food? Does she eat **t instead of rice? Don't look at me, Huerlatzi. I don't know what you're thinking. You can't marry a woman in your 40s and you've gone crazy. I'm telling you, don't mess with me. Do you believe that my 10 brothers will beat the **t out of you? The fat woman was furious. She scolded the man so loudly that he did not dare to say anything. The others did not dare to say anything either. Shut up. The tribe leader, on the other hand, was furious. He felt that he could no longer maintain his dignity as a tribe leader. He was so angry that he tapped his walking stick on the ground. He glared at the fat woman and shouted, "I told you to let the men follow me. Why are you, a woman, following me? Get out of here. The men in your tribe are all useless. If my 10 brothers were here, they would have beaten them out long ago." The fat woman was still in awe of the old tribe leader. She walked out while muttering, "Hee, I've embarrassed myself in front of you, sir." The old tribe leader glared at the woman until she left the dilapidated temple. He then turned to Feng Xing and smiled apologetically. All right. Feng Xing raised his hand to stop the old tribe leader from speaking. He smiled and said, "I'm seriously injured now. Old tribe leader, you can't just leave me in the lurch." The old tribe leader was stunned. He did not know what to say. The great void baby was stunned too. He looked at Feng Xing in confusion. The men behind the old patriarchs all revealed expressions of anger. Some of them even had vicious expressions on their faces. If these people really wanted to keep Feng Xing here, he would not hesitate to deal with them. However, when he saw that they were determined to chase him away, Feng Xing did not want to leave. He did not want to waste time talking to these people. He smiled faintly and took out a few immortal gold dregs. He tossed them up and down in his hand and said with a smile, "I don't know what my son told you. I'm actually a merchant from the other province. I come to the tribe to collect beast crystals and high-quality furs. I met a ferocious beast and it ate my servant. That's why I'm in trouble here. I'm looking for a place to recuperate. Of course, I won't recuperate for nothing. As for the reward, I'll get something." Golden beads. When they saw the shining golden beads in Feng Xing's hand, the eyes of the fierce-looking men behind the old tribe leader lit up. As the golden beads were tossed around in Feng Xing's hand, they also moved up and down. They did not move their eyes away for a long time. Even the old tribe leader was stunned. After a while, he said, "Only demons who cultivate have those beasts. We can't get them. However, we have quite a lot of furs. We're just waiting for the merchants from the Qinggu province to collect them. Dear customer, if you don't mind, we're doing business. We have to take both the good and the bad. As long as the price is different." Feng Xing interrupted him with a smile. Of course. However, the furs in our tribe are all top-notch goods," the old tribe leader stammered as he said this. "That's good. We'll look at them after I've recuperated," Feng Xing said lazily. He rubbed his stomach and smiled deliberately. "I'm a little hungry. I'll have to trouble the old tribe leader to send some food over." As soon as he said that, a golden bead was flicked over and rolled on the ground. The old tribe leader hurriedly picked it up and examined it. Seeing that it was real, the wrinkles on his face bloomed. Oh, all right. Are you hungry? There's food here." The person who was carrying the coarse biscuits and salted fish was about to serve the food when the old tribe leader turned around and slapped him. He scolded, "Is this pig's food for the customers? Quick, quick, go and stew the wild boar thigh that we hunted yesterday. There's still a jar of wine under my bed." All the people in the temple went out excitedly. In an instant, the temple was empty. The seemingly unsolvable problem was solved just like that. It was really a little speechless. However, the great void baby obviously did not consider that. He only looked at Fangxing with a strange expression and said, "What are you thinking? Why are you staying in such a stupid place?" Fangxing smiled. "I'm new here and I'm not familiar with the place. It's a good chance for me to understand the customs here." The great void baby did not comment. He nodded casually. "Up to you. It's just a little noisy. Little blind girl, come here." Fangxing turned around and looked at the little blind girl. He waved at her. The little blind girl hesitated when she heard that. After Fangxing revealed his wealth and the people in the temple became friendly to him, she seemed to be a little distant. However, the great void baby went over and pulled her over. Fangxing also sat up and looked at her eyes. He saw that her pupils and whites were normal. She was very beautiful, but there was no spirit in her eyes. He did not know what was wrong with her. After looking at her for a while, he raised his hand gently and placed 2 fingers on her eyes. He wanted to find out what was wrong with her. The little blind girl sensed something. Her body trembled slightly and her head tilted back. "Hee, don't be afraid, little sister. It won't hurt at all," Fangxing smiled and comforted her. However, the little blind girl became even more afraid after hearing that. Although they were now in the great immortal realm, the most ordinary clan and tribe was similar to the heavenly Yuan realm. Not everyone had cultivation, and they were just ordinary people. For Fangxing's current cultivation realm, the blindness and disability of an ordinary person was not a big problem. As long as the cause could be found, there were too many ways to solve it, be it pills, talismans, or directly using mana to forcibly correct it. Therefore, he only wanted to help this little girl cure her eyes. According to common sense, it should be a very simple matter to send his divine sense into the little girl's body to find out the cause. It would just be a little stinging, that was all. The 8 extraordinary meridians look normal, and there's nothing wrong with the bloodline in her eyes. After sending his divine sense into the little blind girl's eyes, Fangxing was slightly stunned and looked at her in confusion. He thought he could easily find the problem, but he was surprised to find that the little blind girl's eyes were completely normal, and he could not find the cause of the disease. This surprised him a little. He divided his divine sense again and sent it into the depths of her bloodline. Soon, he felt that something was wrong. When his divine sense entered the little blind girl's sea of knowledge, he immediately found that something was wrong. Her sea of knowledge was dark and shrouded in dense fog. It was as terrifying as the netherworld. Fangxing frowned, but he did not relax. He continued to send his divine sense into her sea of knowledge. At this moment, he felt that the little blind girl's eye disease was not as simple as it seemed. However, if he could find the problem, it would not be a problem to cure her. What's that? Soon, he sensed that something was wrong in the depths of the little blind girl's sea of knowledge. In the depths of the dense fog, he saw a seal. It was cold and terrifying, and it was hidden in the deep darkness. Why is there a seal in the sea of knowledge of an ordinary person? Fangxing was also slightly surprised. Then, he calmed himself down and sent his divine sense forward to see what the seal was. However, just as his divine sense neared the seal, suddenly, there was a flash of divine light from within the mysterious seal. It contained an extremely shocking power, and it was extremely terrifying. It slashed toward Fangxing's divine sense, rolling out in all directions. It caught Fangxing off guard, and it was extremely powerful. Even the current Fangxing was caught off guard by this power, and his entire divine sense was ejected from the seal. Swoosh, he opened his eyes and stared at the little blind girl with a ghastly expression. Meanwhile, the little blind girl cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. She seemed as if she'd just woken up from a dream, and she was unable to crawl back up for a long time. What happened? The great void baby sensed that something was amiss and hurried over to ask. There's something strange about this girl's eye disease. It's as if someone has done something to her sea of consciousness. Fangxing replied in a deep voice. Then, he pulled little blind girl up and asked, Have you come into contact with cultivators before? At this moment, the little blind girl seemed as if she'd just woken up from a nightmare, and she still had a lingering fear. She shook her head repeatedly and trembled without end when she heard this. How did you become blind? Fangxing frowned and asked again. I don't remember. Little blind girl replied in a low voice that was like the hum of a mosquito. Fangxing asked a few more questions, and only then did he realize that this little blind girl's situation was very strange. She seemed to have no memories of the past at all. The earliest memory she had was that she wandered around in the forest and accidentally trespassed into this tribe. The patriarch pitied her and allowed her to stay in the tribe. She lived in this dilapidated celestial temple for a long time, and he would give her some rations every month. It was also because this little blind girl could play the zither. Every time there was a ceremony, a wedding, a funeral, and so on in the tribe, the patriarch could ask her to come over and play a song to make it seem grand and formal. As for this little blind girl, she didn't remember anything in the past, and she didn't even remember her own name. This little thing is really strange. Fangxing frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. He could determine that this little blind girl definitely had some background, but he couldn't figure out exactly what her background was. Hey, guest, wine and meat are here. While he was deep in thought, he was interrupted by someone. The old patriarch brought people over with wine and meat. It was a whole pig's hind leg that was stewed to a pulp, and a jar of turbid corn wine. He enthusiastically brought it over and invited Fangxing to sit down to eat and drink. Of course, Fangxing didn't stand on ceremony. Then the little blind girl sat down, and the old patriarch personally accompanied her. He held a rough porcelain wine bowl and kept toasting to Fangxing, distinguished guest, you've graced our giant stone tribe with your presence. You've really brought glory to our tribe. Ha 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 ha, patriarch, you're too polite. Come, let's drink. Fangxing laughed heartily. He drank bowl after bowl with the old clan leader to his heart's content. May I know where you've been doing business before? It could be seen that the old patriarch actually had some intention to sound him out. But for Fangxing, this trick was really nothing. He covered it up with a few words. When he said some untruths, he just glanced at the old patriarch and suppressed his divine soul. Naturally, he didn't doubt him. After a few bowls of wine, he had already dispelled his suspicion towards Fangxing. He firmly believed that Fangxing was a god of wealth with a clean background, and he naturally respected Fangxing even more. At this time, Fangxing began to inquire about the little blind girl. This little girl, I kept her because I was kind. At that time, I don't know why she came to the tribe and was almost bitten to death by the tiger lady's family's dog. I really couldn't stand it, so I kept her to recuperate. I originally thought that I had no children and wanted to raise her by my side, but I didn't expect that I was blind. If I raised her, would she take care of me in the future, or would I take care of her? The old chief was drunk, but he said everything he knew. I had no choice but to let her stay in this broken temple. Later on, I found out that the little girl was playing the zither, offering sacrifices, and getting married. Whenever she needed it, I just gave her a portion of rations every month. Fangxing listened carefully. The old patriarch's words were similar to what the little blind girl had said. He guessed that the little blind girl should be the daughter of some zither master. This kind of zither master was similar in this world. There were even some people who specialized in doing this. They would bring their zither with them and travel all over the country, specially playing music for sacrifices, weddings, funerals, and other important events. Of course, they only knew that a poor tribe like theirs would definitely not be able to hire a zither master. Only the big aristocratic families in the Qinggu province could afford to hire these people, if only things were so simple. Fangxing secretly noted this in his heart, but he did not comment on the old patriarch's words. From the old patriarch's words, he could tell that those musicians were mostly ordinary people. At most, they knew some qi refinement techniques, and could be considered to have half a foot in the cultivation world. However, the seal in the little blind girl's body was obviously not something that those half-baked people could do. However, after drunkenly bragging with the old patriarch for a long time, he learned a lot of information that he could not get out of the little blind girl. Finally, he found out some other things besides the tribe's name, Boulder. For example, this mountain area was all part of the Qingwu province's territory, and was under the jurisdiction of the Qingwu province. The biggest family had the surname Qing, and they had immortal soldiers that could ride on clouds and mist. After chatting for a while, the old chief mentioned that their tribe still had a notebook left behind by an old hermit who lived in seclusion in the tribe hundreds of years ago. The notebook recorded many things about this world, and he promised to bring it to Fengxing after the meal. He realized that although the people in the tribe were ordinary people, they were no strangers to demons and immortals. They had more or less seen them. In terms of insight, they seemed to be better than the people in the mortal world of Tianyuan. However, no matter how good their insight was, they could not see through Fengxing's background. The reason was very simple. The really powerful demons in this wild forest had all been driven deep into the mountains by the immortal soldiers of the Qingwu province. The ones that hurt people were ordinary beasts. Since Fengxing could be bitten by ordinary beasts, he was naturally an ordinary person. Naturally, Fengxing did not bother to explain. The current situation was unclear, and many things had not been resolved. Naturally, he would not casually reveal his cultivation. After drinking, the old patriarch completely regarded Fengxing as one of his own. He even warmly invited Fengxing to move to a better house in the tribe. However, Fengxing rejected him with one word. It was just right for him to stay in this shabby temple and be the companion of the little blind girl. He took 2 more golden beads and asked the old patriarch to send more food over. Naturally, the old patriarch happily agreed and generously sent over all kinds of meat, wine, and meat. After all, 1 golden bead was enough for the entire tribe to eat for half a year, not to mention that he had already taken 3. Now that he had something to eat and drink, Fengxing was able to calm down and recuperate in peace. He planned to observe for a while before doing anything else. Actually, this was also because he still had lingering fears. Even now, he still remembered that when he first entered this world, he had been rejected by the will of the world. Now, he was a bit worried that the will of the world was still watching him. He hid in this tribe to observe. After staying for a few days, everyone in the tribe knew about Fengxing. For a person of unknown origin, who could bring disaster, and who wanted to share their already limited rations, the entire tribe naturally wanted to immediately drive him out. However, for the old patriarch, who patted his chest and said that there was no problem, and also the god of wealth, who sent over many golden beads, he was a very welcome existence. The tribe even held a big banquet, and then quickly returned to peace. The almost primitive life in the tribe was actually peaceful and boring. There were few disturbances. Staying here, Fengxing felt a little like his childhood life in the Ghost Smoke Valley. At that time, when everyone was not going out to rob, it was more or less the same. Therefore, he did not find it boring and settled down peacefully. Every day, he would study the notes that the old patriarch sent over and understand this side of the world. So this place is called Xianxia Heaven, and the Azure Xian Domain Master rules this region. That fairy Qing Luo should be from the Azure Xian Domain Master's faction. The ancient scroll seemed to be a record of the customs and practices of the heaven realm of Qingxian. It was not something precious, but a record of what a person who was wandering around had seen along the way. However, to the current Fengxing, it was very precious. He could use it to understand the world he was currently in. Although it was called an ancient scroll, it was only to the ordinary people who had lived in the tribe for generations. In fact, the book was only 300 to 500 years old. In the eyes of the cultivation world, it was a very time-sensitive record. According to the records in the ancient scroll, the heaven realm of Qingxian was the world they had lived in for generations. It was ruled by countless families and ruled over the 4 regions. This world was not like the mortal dynasty in Tianyuan, where cultivators controlled it from behind. Instead, it was ruled by the families who had mastered the art of cultivation. Of course, the families were also divided into various grades. There were low-grade families, middle-grade families, and top-grade ancient families. The hierarchy was strict and could not be surpassed. Outside of the families, there were many orthodoxies and itinerant cultivators. It was difficult to describe them all. The heaven realm of Qingxian was divided into 9 prefectures, ruled by 9 middle-grade families. Each prefecture was divided into 9 states, ruled by a low-grade family. The giant stone tribe that Fengxing was in was ruled by the Qingwu state. According to the ancient scroll, the top-grade ancient family that ruled the entire heaven realm of Xianxia was called the Zhou family. The head of the family was known as the Azure Xian region lord. He was the highest existence in Xianxia. No one knew his name, but it was known that the descendants of the Zhou family all had the word Qing in their names to show the glory of their bloodline. What was interesting was that in the ancient scroll, there were actually two of the most famous people in the heaven realm of Xianxia. One of them was the head of the Zhou family who ruled the heaven realm of Xianxia. He was also the current Azure Xian region lord. It was said that this person had lived for tens of thousands of years and was one of the 7 most loyal and honorable people by the Qi celestial emperor's side. The other person was the little princess of the Zhou family of Qingxian. Her name was Qing Luo. According to what was written, fairy Qing Luo's beauty was shocking and outstanding. Her bloodline was noble and her talent was excellent. She was known as Qingxian Heaven's #1 beauty. There were even rumors that not only in Qingxian Heaven, but in the entire 33 heavens, she was one of the top 10 beauties. Moreover, according to the ancient scroll, Dishur, the son of immortal Emperor De Qi, had always been pursuing fairy Qing Luo. The two of them fell in love with each other. Perhaps Qing Shantian would soon have an imperial concubine. At that time, both Qing Shantian and the Zhou clan that ruled over Qing Shantian would undoubtedly rise in prestige and status. Of course, when the scroll was written, the marriage between Dishur and fairy Qing Luo had not been confirmed. However, according to Feng Xing's knowledge in the dragon world, there were already rumors that fairy Qing Luo was Dishur's fiancée. It seemed that their relationship had progressed in the past few hundred years. First, she was intimate with Di Lu. After Di Lu disappeared, she became Emperor Shi's fiancée. Feng Xing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly when he saw this. Fairy Qing Luo's abilities were not to be underestimated. Mr. Feng, your body is much better now, haha, it's about time. Come out and bask in the sun, that's right. Moving around is good for your body. Yesterday, I caught 2 wild turtles in the swamp. I'll send them to Mr. Feng. They're very good. Are they big? Yes, they're as big as a calf. In the tribe, people came and went one after another. When they saw Feng Xing strolling on the street, they all smiled and greeted him. Feng Xing also smiled and chatted with them without any arrogance. Now that he had stayed in this tribe for half a month, the people in this tribe no longer doubted him and accepted the existence of this god of wealth. It was as if he had always lived here. Moreover, the people in the tribe were very friendly to Feng Xing. The main reason was that Feng Xing was too generous and famous for his gluttony. Every time the people in the tribe brought out wild honey, mushrooms, fat fish, monkey wine, and other rare items, he would ask for a taste and then give out large amounts of golden beads. As a result, the people in the tribe would immediately think of Feng Xing when they got something good. Of course, it could also be said that they were thinking of the golden beads in Feng Xing's hands, but now, the little blind girl, who was unloved by her father and mother and ignored by everyone in the tribe, had become the object of envy in the tribe. They all knew that she had accidentally saved a god of wealth. She was grateful and refused to move into the big house prepared by the chief. She lived in the ruined temple every day and ate with the little blind girl. The little blind girl, who could not even eat a meal of wild vegetable porridge a day, was now blessed. Every day, she could smell the fragrance of meat coming from the ruined temple, which made the dogs in the tribe drool at the temple every day. Little blind girl, is the meal ready? After strolling for a while, Feng Xing also felt a little hungry, so he returned to the ruined temple. Although the little blind girl could not see, she was very diligent. Moreover, she was used to living alone, so it was not a problem for her to make a fire and cook. Naturally, he was too lazy to do it himself and was used to eating with her. Although he did not need to eat these ordinary foods, he was indeed greedy. The wild game in the forest felt quite fresh to him. There's no salt at home. I'll go to the chief's house to get some salt. Carrying a basket of washed wild vegetables, the little blind girl groped her way back from the riverside. She placed the basket in a corner and whispered to Feng Xing, Go. Be careful, don't fall into the ditch. Feng Xing waved his hand and let her go. The little blind girl didn't know that he was teasing her. She softly replied with an "oh," then picked up her zither and groped her way out of the door. No matter when she would always hold her zither in her arms. Fangxing also took the opportunity when she was not paying attention to explore the zither with his divine awareness. He didn't find anything strange. It was not a magic weapon, but just a habit of hers. Since she came to this tribe, she didn't remember anything except this zither. She regarded it as an existence that depended on her. It's been so long. Why hasn't she come back yet? Even though little blind girl couldn't see, the tribe was so small, and she should be back in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. But he didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of her. Fangxing felt hungry again, and he became more and more impatient. With a slight thought, a strand of divine scent spread out and enveloped the entire tribe. In next to no time, he was stunned, and then he frowned tightly, stood up, and went out. Damn blind girl, give me this broken piece of wood. At the north of the tribe, under the big willow tree, there was a group of strong and dirty wild boys surrounding the little blind girl. The one in the lead had mucus running down the side of his mouth, like two yellow dragons. His nose twitched, and the yellow dragons shrank back into his upward-facing nose. Then, in a moment of carelessness, they quietly drilled out again. He had two broken teeth in his mouth, and most of the hair on his head had been shaved, leaving only a weak upward-facing nose. He was stocky and strong, and although he was young, his expression was very fierce. He was holding the little blind girl's zither in one hand. The little blind girl was holding the zither tightly and holding the salt in the lotus leaf bag in the other hand. She looked a little scared and leaned against the willow tree. Give me the zither, or I will beat you to death. The wild boy had a fierce look on his face. He grabbed the zither with all his strength and threatened fiercely. Don't take my zither. The little blind girl was weak, so she had to bend down and hold the zither with her whole body weight. Still not letting go? The wild boy was strong, but he could not pull the zither out of the little blind girl's embrace. His hand slipped, and he almost fell. Don't take my zither. The little blind girl could only say this, and she begged for mercy pitifully. Oh, tiger boy, you're bragging. You're not even as strong as a little blind girl, the group of wild boys next to them jeered, and their faces turned red. They crawled up from the ground, and a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. You don't want to give it to me, do you? If you don't, I will beat you to death. As he spoke, he rushed forward, clenched his fists, and punched the little blind girl's bent back twice. The little blind girl did not dare to resist. She only held the zither tightly, and her body was bent. She did not dare to move, and she held the salt in her hand tightly. Hey, this group of little bastards is fighting again. Outside a thatched cottage not far away, there were 3 to 5 women surrounding a wild boar. They were boiling water at the door and scalding its hair. When they saw the commotion, they laughed and scolded the group of wild boys. Some of them scolded the group of wild boys to go back and prepare to eat, and to stop messing around. However, among these people, the fat woman glanced at them and said, "A group of wild boys. Who cares what they are doing, as long as they don't go to the back of the mountain to dig out the hornet's nest. If they want to play around, let them do it. It's just kids playing around. Do you think they can really beat that little blind girl to death? Hey, Aunt Hu, your little tiger boy is really strong. None of these boys can beat him in wrestling." Seeing that the fierce fat woman did not stop them, the others did not take it seriously, and some even looked at the slug and praised it. That's right. My tiger boy eats 7 cornbread and 2 salted fish for a meal. His 10 uncles all praise him. The fat woman proudly glanced at the slug and began to boast. Humph, my mother said that this little blind girl is a bitch. She took someone's gold to sleep with them, and she even secretly played dirty tricks. She didn't let that person use the gold to buy my salted fish. This kind of person should be driven out and starved to death. Today, I must teach her a good lesson. The slug also heard the discussion of the group of women not far away. It was so excited that its little face turned red, and it looked a little proud. It felt that there was someone supporting it, so its expression became more ferocious. It punched the little blind girl's back a few more times. Seeing that the little blind girl still did not let go, it called the 2 boys next to it, and asked them to hold the little blind girl down from one side. The 2 boys also looked excited, and they held the little blind girl's arms indifferently, while the slug used all his strength to snatch it back. It looked like a tug of war. Don't snatch my zither. The little blind girl's little face turned pale because of the pain, but she still protected the zither tightly, and her voice trembled. Quick, tiger boy, use your strength, pull her arms, do you want to break her fingers? Quick, she will let go soon. Kids really don't know what's good for them. No one knew when Fangxing had appeared not far from the big willow tree, but he had been watching in silence. He did not say anything, nor did he let anyone see him. He quietly watched Little Blind's arms being twisted into a weird angle by the two wild boys. He saw that she was in pain and scared. Her little face was pale, and she was sweating profusely. However, he did not rush to stop them. He wanted to see if Little Blind, who seemed to be hiding a great secret, would show any abnormal signs in this situation. After all, in his opinion, Little Blind had a very strange power. Not to mention the mysterious seal in her soul sense. Her physique after eating the purple pomegranate was absolutely extraordinary. However, after waiting for a long time, Little Blind still looked like a punching bag. Her zither was about to be taken away, but there was no change at all. Useless little thing, Fangxing sighed. He had no choice but to stand out. After watching for a while, he had confirmed one problem. The power in Little Blind's body was hidden too deeply. Even if someone wanted to kill her, he would not be able to draw out the power in her body, because that kind of power would not be drawn out in a crisis at all. Little B****, don't fight. Return the zither to him. Fangxing opened his mouth lazily, which startled the group of wild kids. They turned around and looked at him in horror. They didn't notice when Fangxing came over. Moreover, they were still in awe of adults. The two accomplices who were holding the little blind girl's arm immediately let go and stood aside like obedient children, as if they hadn't done anything at all. Pooh. However, the snot-nosed boy named Baby Tiger was obviously not so obedient. He spat at Fangxing, and then turned around to grab the zither in Little Blind's hand. He was not afraid of Fangxing at all. Instead, he seemed to be even more energetic. He directly clenched his teeth and grabbed the zither in Little Blind's hand. His fat butt was almost squatting on the ground. He was so energetic that he almost drank milk. Uncle Fang, the little blind girl heard Fangxing's voice and looked in his direction. However, she was too embarrassed to ask for help, so she just hugged her zither. Aya, Aunt Hu, Mr. Fang is here, outside the thatched hut not far away. The women who were shedding the wild boar saw this and hurriedly tried to persuade the tiger-looking woman. If he's here, then he's here. Do we still have to kowtow to him? The tiger woman glanced at Fangxing, then turned her head away in disgust. She started cursing, you are not a good person either. Relying on a few gold beads, you freeload food and drinks in the tribe, and you even have no shame to live in this shabby temple with that little blind man. Your own son is already so big, why don't you have any shame? Who knows what the three of them are doing at night? Humph, and they don't have the foresight. How big is my salted fish? How good does it taste? How is it too much to sell him 2 gold pearls for a salted fish? Sigh, when the women beside her heard this, they could only turn their heads speechlessly and listen to the tiger-looking woman's long-winded ramblings. They also understood why the tiger-looking woman had such a huge grudge against this foreign guest. Ever since this god of fortune came to the tribe, it could be said that every family had benefited from him. A wild boar's hind leg could only be sold for 30 taels of silver in the city, but this guest had taken a fancy to it and casually tossed a gold bead over. A black fox skin could only be sold for half a dozen taels of silver in the city, but this guest had taken a fancy to it and directly gave them 2 gold pearls, wild honey, black bear paws, and so on. Everyone in the village knew that this guest was rich and gluttonous, so they naturally left all the good things in their family for him in exchange for a few gold pearls to buy rice to tide through this season of drought. The chief even planned to use the money to hire a teacher to teach the kid in the city. But even though the villagers benefited from him, not everyone benefited from him. For example, Granny Tiger's family excitedly brought a few salted fish to the rundown temple and asked for 4 gold pearls, but the guest threw them out without even bothering with them. From then on, Granny Tiger's family hated the guest and cursed him behind his back every day. Of course, although the people in the tribe didn't say it out loud, they were a little disdainful of Granny Tiger's family in their hearts. This woman was really addicted to money. The guest was a glutton, not a fool. He liked to eat wild game, so he was willing to use gold pearls to buy it. But you took a salted fish that 2 dogs couldn't even smell and wanted to sell it for 2 gold pearls. If he really bought it, he would be a fool. Because of this, Granny Tiger's family became a joke in the village. Many people talked about them behind their backs. Of course, they couldn't say it out loud. Granny Tiger had always been fierce and domineering. Her family lived in the Black Bear tribe next door. She had 10 brothers at home, and no one dared to offend her. They were afraid that if they quarreled with her, the 10 brothers would rush over and beat them up. Not long ago, there was a villager who quarreled with Granny Tiger's family over a wild rabbit. Her 10 brothers blocked his way and beat him until his head was broken. Even the old chief couldn't do anything to Granny Tiger, so he just turned a blind eye to it. Now, when they saw Granny Tiger's son fighting, they wanted to say something, but since their mother didn't say anything, they didn't say anything either. After all, it was just a fight between kids, and it wouldn't get out of hand. At most, they would cry for a while and it would be over. Hey, little bastard, didn't you hear me? I told you to let go of me. But when Fangxing saw that the slug actually ignored him, and instead snatched even more vigorously, he suddenly became angry. He didn't know how to use magic on people in the tribe, so he naturally wouldn't use his divine soul to suppress this wild kid. He was worried that if he couldn't control his divine soul would be destroyed. Therefore, he came to scold him as an ordinary adult. Anyway, there was a rumor in the village that the little blind girl had found a father outside, so it wasn't a big deal for him to be her father. Maybe because his voice was a little harsh this time, the slug tilted his head and looked at Fangxing. Only then did he let go of his hand. However, he was still not afraid. He put his 2 fat and dirty hands on his waist and looked up at Fangxing with an unconvinced look. Because he had been forcefully grabbing the zither just now, 2 long lines of snot had flowed down to his lower lip. With a hoo sound, he sucked it back and swallowed it into his stomach. This kid looks a little stupid, Fangxing thought to himself. Then, he stretched out his hand and prepared to take the little blind girl home. The little blind girl finally managed to keep her zither. After waiting for a while, when she felt that no one else was trying to snatch it, she slowly sat up from the ground. Her little skirt was covered with dust and grass, and there were tear stains on her little face. She looked delicate and pitiful. Fangxing felt uncomfortable when he saw this. Just when he was about to comfort her, the fat woman not far away spat on the ground with disdain. She said in an indifferent tone, "Humph, why are you scaring a kid when he's fighting? Aren't you ashamed? Do you really think that she's your own daughter? So what if she's my own daughter?" Fangxing was so infuriated by the fat woman that he nearly laughed. He knew that she was still angry about the salted fish, but he didn't care. He had deliberately thrown the salted fish out to begin with. When Angelica woke up and saw the fat woman scolding little blind girl, he hated it. During this period of time, he had given the golden beads to others, but he didn't give them to her family. He had done it on purpose because he found her an eyesore. Damn blind girl, go to hell. But before Fangxing could quarrel with the fat woman, something unexpected happened. When the slug heard his mother's words, he became bolder again. When he saw the little blind girl slowly getting up from the ground, he suddenly pushed her again. The little blind girl hadn't stood firmly, so she immediately fell again after being pushed. Her head hit the willow tree with a dong sound, haha. When the few wild kids saw the little blind girl fall in a sorry state, they burst into laughter. The little blind girl was afraid and helpless. She covered the bruised skin on her head and cried softly. Even Fangxing was stunned when he saw this scene. This brat's fierceness was really beyond his imagination. Fangxing's face turned cold when he saw that the brat did not run away after pushing down the little blind girl. Then, he saw that there was blood flowing down from the little blind girl's forehead. He glanced at Xianxia with a faint smile, gritted his teeth, and said, "You do have the demeanor of me when I was young. But I'm different from you. I like to bully the older ones, damn you, hurry up and go home to eat." When the tiger woman saw that the little blind girl's head was bruised, she couldn't help but scold the slug in a hurry. Humph. The slug looked at Fangxing's gloomy face and was a little afraid. He snorted and ran toward the fat woman. But Fangxing suddenly took a step sideways and stood in front of the wild kid, looking at him with a gloomy face. What are you doing? When the tiger woman saw this, she quickly straightened up and shouted with her hands on her waist, "Come here quickly." She was also a little worried. Looking at Fangxing's silent appearance, she was a little afraid. She knew that he was angry and was afraid that his child would be taken advantage of. But it was just a thought. In her heart, she didn't think that an adult would hit a child. She secretly felt that her child was really filial. She had only scolded the little blind girl at home, and the child had already taken revenge for his mother. As a cultivator, I really don't want to bully mortals like you. As an adult, it's not right to bully a child. Fangxing looked at the slug with a gloomy expression as he thought helplessly in his heart. Then, he suddenly reached out to pick up the little blind girl and slapped the slug's face. Slap. With a crisp sound, the slug was sent flying and its head hit the willow tree. Its head was broken and bleeding. But I just can't control myself. Bang! The slug was sent flying, and his head hit the willow tree. His head was broken and bleeding, and he was dumbfounded. Blood flowed down his head, but he didn't know how to cover it. He didn't even know how to cry or howl in pain. He just sat under the willow tree and stared at Fangxing blankly. No one knew what he was thinking in his silly head. After all, although Fangxing didn't use any magical power in that slap and didn't even use 1/10,000th of his physical strength, it was still not something that a wild boy like him could withstand. It would take him a few days to recover from that slap. As for those women who were plucking the pig's fur, they were stunned for a long time. They didn't expect that there would be such an adult who would hit a few kids just because they were making noise. Moreover, he was so heavy-handed that he directly sent one of them flying. The bears at the side were also dumbfounded. They looked at Fangxing, who was carrying the little blind girl, in confusion. "And you too, how could you pull a little girl's arm so hard?" Fangxing didn't stop there. After slapping the slug away, he carried the little blind girl and walked a few steps to the front of the two wild boys who were holding the little blind girl's arms. Then, he slapped each of them and sent them flying. One fell into the quagmire and flopped around for a long time, while the other was sent flying 10 to 20 feet away and was covered in dust. "You guys can't run away either." After slapping the two, Fangxing rushed to the wild boys who had been watching and applauding, and slapped each of them. Squeak! The wild boys were all sent flying. None of them could escape from this slap. "Oh, my son," it was not until this moment that the tiger woman, who had been stunned on the side, reacted. She opened her mouth wide, sucked in a breath, and her chest rose high. Then, she screamed like a castrated pig. She rushed over crying, hugged the slug who was still sitting on the ground and letting his head bleed, and cried loudly. The women next to her were also stunned by the scene in front of them. They hurriedly shouted and ran over to pull the other boys who had been slapped away. "You son of a bitch, he's just a child." The tiger woman hugged her son and cried for a while. Then she rushed to Fangxing like crazy and scratched Fangxing's face. "Well, I can't let you go either." Fangxing sent another slap flying towards the tiger woman's face. The tiger woman's face was big and she was fat, so this slap was firm and used a little more strength. The tiger woman's cries and curses were suddenly cut off. Her body, which weighed about 100 kilograms, was directly sent flying by Fangxing into the thatched hut. There were 2 paw sounds on the ground, and 2 of her molars fell out. "He's still a kid. Why did you hit him so hard?" The women next to them were also so scared that they burst into tears. Obviously, their worldview had been completely changed by Fangxing. In their minds, which man would beat a child, let alone slap the child's mother and directly send her flying? "I don't want to quarrel today." Fangxing shut his mouth and said a few words angrily. He came to the side of the woman who was crying the loudest and slapped her again. When the other women saw this, they trembled in fear and cried even louder. Some got up and ran, some threw their heads at him and cried, "I'll kill you." There were also some who sat on the ground holding their children and cried, "You beat me to death." It was a mess. But Fangxing had obviously made up his mind and did not let any of them go. He slapped them again and again, very rhythmically. One after another, the women were slapped away by him. Some fell into the pigsty, some fell into the mud, and some fell into the cesspit. The village was in chaos. The crying of a group of women could exceed the crying of 3,000 ducks. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. I'll fight you to the death, you damned bastard. The fat woman rushed out of the thatched hut with a kitchen knife and was about to fight with Fangxing. What's wrong? What's going on? Outside the village, a group of strong men came back from the forest with some game on their shoulders. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked, especially a skinny man. He was the man from Tiger's wife's family. When he saw his wife rushing over with a kitchen knife in her hand, he threw the game on his shoulder and hurriedly rushed over to ask. When Tiger's wife saw her husband, she threw away the kitchen knife and sat on the ground, crying and screaming, "Zhu, you useless man. Your son was beaten silly, your wife was bullied, and you still have the face to ask me? Why haven't you taken a knife and chopped that bastard to death? Are you still a man?" "What?" The thin man glanced at the slug who was sitting under the willow tree in a daze. His face immediately turned red with shame and anger. He picked up the kitchen knife and rushed to Fangxing. He shouted, "Are you still a human who bullied a woman? Do you think you are an immortal just because you have some money? If I don't kill you today, Zhu, will kill you." Fangxing didn't even look at him. He turned around and slapped the man's face again. The slap caused the man to scream and fall far away. The kitchen knife fell to the ground, and his whole body directly crashed into a wall. He fell behind the wall and didn't move anymore. Zhu, you bastard, what's wrong? Say something." The tiger woman was scared to death. She crawled up and went behind the wall. She held the unconscious man in her arms and burst into tears. She pulled her hair crazily and yelled at those men who were still standing there, "You cowards! They have bullied our tribe, and you are still standing there. Don't you see that your wives and children have been beaten? That's too much." The men who were hunting were really confused by this scene. They knew that Fangxing had money, so they took the risk to hunt a wild boar and a gazelle to sell to this god of wealth. They didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as they entered the village. At this time, some of them saw their wives and children among the people who were being beaten. They hurriedly went up to have a look. When they saw the slap mark on their faces, they were so angry that they grabbed their knives and spears and fought with their lives. "Kill him. What kind of man is he to bully a woman and a child? Let's go together and beat this bastard to death. If we don't teach him a lesson, does he really think that there is no one in our Boulder tribe?" All of a sudden, the fighting intensified. A group of men surrounded them with weapons in their hands. It was not a joke. The tiger woman and the women who were beaten behind the wall all showed fierce and hateful expressions on their faces. However, Fangxing, who was surrounded, just sneered. He turned around and sat on the big millstone at the entrance of the village with the little blind girl in his arms. He raised his hand to wipe off the little blind girl's tears. Then, he raised his palm and looked at the men's faces maliciously. He didn't panic at all. At this time, the little blind girl was scared silly. She tried to get into his arms, and her thin body was trembling like a little animal. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" However, before the group of men rushed over, they heard a shout. The old chief rushed out of the house with the help of a walking stick. "Old chief, please be the judge. This bastard didn't thank us for taking him in. Instead, he beat our women and children." When the chubby tigress saw the old patriarch, she cried and scolded him. Alas, alas, what's going on? The old chief squeezed into the crowd and listened to the people talking at once. He did not understand what was going on, but he could still see the crying and screaming babyish women sitting on the ground. He also saw the men in the tribe rushing forward angrily, so he hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop them from moving forward. He desperately rushed to the front of the crowd. His wrinkled face was almost squeezed into a sesame ball, and he impatiently saluted Fang. "What do you think? Those little bastards bullied my daughter." Fangxing was a bit more polite to the old patriarch. He gritted his teeth and sneered, impatiently replying. "But you can't beat a child." The old chief was also a shrewd man. It was easy for him to understand the whole story. He didn't take it seriously. He thought that it was common for this blind girl to be beaten. If it wasn't for him, she would have been beaten to death. There was no need to make such a big fuss. Seeing that the men beside him were about to go crazy, he estimated that if they rushed over, they would definitely lose their lives. He could only desperately stop them. He complained to Fangxing, "My Mr. Fang, why are you getting involved in a fight between children? Hurry up and pay up, pay up? When the angry men at the side heard this, they quieted down a little and pricked up their ears to listen. Pay up? The tiger woman had already woken up. When she heard the word pay up, she subconsciously stopped crying. Then, she immediately started crying again. She cried loudly, pay up? How can we pay up? It's too easy for him. She paused and cried again, you have to pay up more. Hee, I can pay up. I have money. How much do you want me to pay? Fangxing was also stunned when he heard this. He smiled and looked at the old chief. The old chief couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly calculated in his heart. Looking at the angry men around him and the crying women, he knew that Fangxing definitely couldn't stay here anymore. When he thought of Fangxing's handfuls of golden beads, he made up his mind and bravely stated a price. I think, at least 10 golden beads for each family? 10 golden beads? The place suddenly became silent. Other than the cries of pain from a few children, no one spoke. Whether it was in Tianyuan or Xianxia Heaven Realm, gold was a rare metal. It was also a form of currency. Moreover, the gold beads that Fangxing used were not ordinary gold beads. They were the leftover immortal gold that the Divine Master had given to him. He used his hands to cut them off and then kneaded them into small round beads. Each of them weighed about 1 tael. This kind of immortal gold was very useful when traveling through space. It was embedded in the Divine Palace and could isolate the loss of spiritual energy. It could also resist the harsh cold of the starry sky. It could even be used for alchemy. Therefore, both mortals and mortals welcomed this kind of immortal gold. The old chief had seen the world. He knew that if this kind of gold bead was brought to Qingwu State City, 1 bead could be exchanged for 10 cows. This was a huge fortune. To put it bluntly, 1 bead was enough for the villagers to eat for half a year. The old chief could also see that Fangxing could no longer stay in the village. Therefore, he used this excuse to extort some money. In his heart, he thought that Fangxing might not agree. After all, so many young women were beaten up. If everyone had to pay, how much money would it cost? However, he definitely had to pay. After all, there were so many people surrounding him. How could he not pay? What a joke. At most, he would give him a discount. Each family would get 1 gold bead. However, what was unexpected was that even though he was prepared to bargain on the spot, he did not expect that Fangxing would agree to it. Then, he took out his palm from somewhere and opened it. He saw a handful of gold beads. There were at least a few hundred of them. They lit up in front of him and then he threw them out. There was only a slight paw sound that lingered in the ears. The old chief was so shocked that he was dumbfounded. He kept thinking in his heart, how many cows did this god of fortune throw out just now? The others were also stunned. Some even quickly put down the hoe in their hands, not daring to let Fangxing see it. The old chief was even more dumbfounded. He did not know what to say next. Is this enough? Fangxing was the first to speak with a smile. Then, he rubbed the little girl's head and sneered, since you found me a lot of wild bastards in the past few days, I'll give you this gold as a mercy. Today, I'm going to take the little blind girl away. Take a good look at her face. Next time I see her, she won't be someone you can flatter. After saying those words, Xianxia picked up the little blind girl and prepared to leave. Sigh, the old patriarch didn't dare to say anything and nodded repeatedly. He wants to take little blind girl away? When the people in the tribe heard this, they were startled and felt somewhat surprised. Among them, a skinny man with a head full of scabs jumped up and said, No. No. How could he take little blind away? He was raised by our tribe. How could he take him away just like that? Old chief, when I told you last time, you promised that she would be my wife when she's almost grown up. I've already given you that wild boar's head, so you can't go back on your words. I think she's almost grown up now. The villagers, who had just quietened down, became noisy again. Everyone was shouting. The tiger-looking woman, who had just quietened down, also shouted, Yes, Huerlotzi is right. I'm on your side today. No matter what, little blind girl was raised by our tribe. How can we let an outsider take advantage of her? Not to mention becoming Hu Erlotzi's wife. Even if we raise her for a few more days and sell her to the brothel in Qinggu province, we can still sell her for a lot of money. You want to take her away with just one sentence? How can there be such a good thing? Give me the money. Give me the money. In my opinion, little blind girl is so handsome. Don't even think about taking her away without 100 gold beads. As she spoke, she looked at Fangxing with a satisfied expression. She was very proud of herself. I don't want. I don't want. After hearing these words, little blind girl was really frightened. It was no longer the kind of fear she had when she was bullied by those wild boys. Instead, she was trembling from the bottom of her heart. She hugged Fangxing's arm tightly and kept shaking her little head. Her little hands that were hugging the zither had turned pale. Crystal tears flowed down from her dull eyes, wetting the front of Fangxing's shirt. At this time, Fangxing also became strangely silent. He didn't say anything, but just tilted his head and looked at the old chief. Shut up. All of you, shut up. The old chief was also anxious and angry. He scolded and suppressed the voices of the others. He reprimanded, "Our gigantic stone tribe has been a good tribe for generations. Little Shrimp Girl is also a member of our tribe. When we worship our ancestors, we even need her to play the zither. Just because there is music when we worship our ancestors, which of the surrounding tribes doesn't envy us? When the ancestors hear this, they will be happy and bless us. How can we sell people to brothels? Tiger bitch, if you dare to say this again, this old man will tear your mouth. Oh my God, please strike these bastards down with lightning. I'm thinking for the tribe, and I'm being scolded for coming up with an idea. Are you all going to see me bully you? Just wait, I'll call my 10 brothers over and beat the sh*t out of you one by one. No matter how arrogant your 10 brothers are, they are still people from other villages. Don't call them over to fight for no reason." The old chief's eyes twitched a few times. He jumped and scolded the tiger bitch to shut up. That's more like it. After hearing the words of the old chief, Fangxing's expression became slightly better. He had almost given birth to a murderous aura just now. However, his expression quickly changed again. After the old chief finished scolding the tiger bitch, he looked at him with a smile and said, "Mr. Fang must be joking. That tiger bitch has a rotten mouth and dares to say anything. No wonder she was beaten up. How is it possible to sell good people to brothels? How is that possible? However, it is indeed inappropriate for Mr. Fang to take the little shrimp girl away. This little girl has stayed in our tribe for 3 to 4 years. I watched her grow up. Firstly, I can't bear to let her go. Secondly, she is already engaged to someone." Engaged? Fangxing's expression suddenly turned cold. He asked in a low voice, "With who?" "It's the second son of the Hu clan," the old chief sighed. He pulled Hu Erlai, who had just spoken, from the side and said to Fangxing with a smile, "I watched the second son grow up. He is honest and works hard. It's just that he has a scabbard and doesn't have a wife. This is not the same thing. Last time, he begged me to marry the little shrimp girl to him. I have already agreed. I was going to send her to marry this year, alas, hee, there's no need to wait. Take her to my house today." "It's not a good thing to live with another man," that Hu Erlai grinned and bowed toward Fangxing to show his goodwill. "No. No. The little blind girl was obviously frightened. It seemed that she didn't know before. Now that she heard it, she was completely dumbfounded. What right do you have to make this decision?" Fangxing rubbed the little blind girl's hair twice and looked at the old chief with an unfriendly expression. She is kept by me. If I don't make the decision and give her some food, she would have starved to death. The old chief seemed to have other plans. After explaining, there was a hint of shrewdness in his old eyes. He said with a smile, "If you really like her to serve by your side, I will persuade Hu Erlai that this marriage is not valid. But after all, she is his fiancée. He can't just take her away like this. In my opinion, why don't you marry another wife for Hu Erlai?" "No, I want her." "I don't want other wives," Hu Erlai shouted when he heard it. He pointed at the little blind girl with a very firm attitude. Fangxing glanced at him coldly. He was afraid and lowered his head. But soon, someone poked him from behind. He also reacted and knew that this was a good opportunity for him. He puffed out his chest and even showed a fierce expression that he didn't dare to show usually in his eyes. He straightened his neck and stared at Fangxing, saying, "Why are you looking at me? Back then, the old chief accepted my pig head and promised it to me. This is my wife. No matter how you look at it, it's also reasonable." Someone next to him said with a laugh, "That's right. If it weren't for the little shrimp girl's weak body and the old chief being afraid that she would be tortured to death by this donkey Hu Erlai, she would have been married 3 years ago. How could it be your turn to be so outstanding here? Don't be afraid, Hu Erlai. If someone wants to take your wife away, just tell me. I'll call my 10 brothers over." The tiger woman seemed to want to see the world in chaos. She shouted with her hands on her hips and pointed at the little blind girl fiercely. "Even if this guest wants to take her away, he can't just take her away. If you are a man, you should drag this little vixen into the room first. It's not shameful to sell a wife, but I've never seen anyone who sells his original wife. Hu Erlai, you've been eyeing her for 3 years, but you haven't slept with her yet. Isn't it a loss?" Yes, yes, with the support of the crowd, Hu Erlai became a little bolder. His eyes kept looking at the little blind girl. No one knew what he was thinking, but his Adam's apple moved and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were burning. "Shut up, all of you, shut up." When the old chief saw that Fangxing's face was already very ugly, he turned back and scolded them. Then, he turned to Fangxing and bowed. This villager doesn't know how to speak. Please don't blame him, but I'll tell you the truth. After all, the little shrimp girl is. Hee, you don't have to say it. I think it's quite interesting." Fangxing rubbed the little blind girl, who was already trembling in fear at this time, and raised his hand to interrupt them. His eyes were very deep at this time, and there was a kind of unclear emotion brewing in them. He took out a handful of golden beans from his bosom, which was more than the previous one. The old chief and Hu Erlai stared at it, and then he directly put this handful of golden beans into the old chief's bosom. Alas, alas, enough, enough, the old chief was overjoyed. He kicked Hu Erlai next to him and was about to salute to Fangxing. However, before he could say this, Fangxing suddenly raised his hand and slapped him again. This slap was aimed at the old chief. The old man was trying his best to force a smile on his face, but he was slapped away by the slap. He knocked over a group of burly men, and then he fell to the ground like a gourd for hundreds of feet. Then, he lay on the ground without moving at all. "Anyway, I've already given the money, so I might as well give you a few more." In the dull silence, Fangxing spoke slowly. His voice was low, and his eyes were ferocious as he looked around. "Speaking of which, I can actually understand your situation. If it were me, I would probably be the same. Who doesn't like money? It's reasonable to use any method to get money. Not to mention that I hit you. Even if I didn't hit you, as long as you have the ability, it's not impossible to snatch the money from my hands. However, it's fine if you're poor and want money, but no matter how much you love money, you can't lose face." Fangxing was obviously really angry at this time. His voice was stern and suppressed everyone else. The whole place was silent. Even the woman and the child who were still crying seemed to feel his anger. They felt inexplicably frightened and didn't dare to cry anymore. Hu Erlotzi, who was closest to Fangxing, was also stunned. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say a complete word. Facing Fangxing's anger, he was so scared that his heart was already filled with cold air. "You want to take a woman from me?" Fangxing squinted at him. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth, with deep mockery and murderous intent. "Oh my God! Murder!" Hu Erlotzi was suddenly startled by his gaze. He screamed in fear and was about to run away. However, Fangxing's attack was so fast that he slapped him. It seemed that his attack speed was not particularly fast, but Hu Erlotzi couldn't dodge it. He was slapped on the left cheek, and his whole body flew out like a broken cloth bag. He crashed into a thatched house, and then passed from one side to the other, causing the thatched house to collapse. He fell on the ground and rolled twice. Then, his body twitched twice, and he stopped moving. There was yellow-brown liquid flowing out from his crotch. He actually hit the old chief. That Hu Erlotzi, was he killed by him? The surrounding men who had just quietened down were also stunned. After a while, they suddenly became noisy again. They waved their hoes, sickles, and kitchen knives and were about to rush over again. Someone even shouted in the crowd, "We just wanted to spare him, but he actually wants to beat people again. This time, he even beat the old chief. Let's see who dares to protect him. Everyone, let's go together and beat this bastard to death. Yes, yes, beat him to death and take all his money." No one knew who shouted, but the men who were still hesitating went crazy in an instant. Not only them, but many people who were just watching the scene at the front and back of the village also came over. They fought to rush in, waved all kinds of weapons, and shouted that they wanted to avenge the old chief. The crowd was crazy, and it was really terrifying. That inadvertent shout seemed to open the prison of a beast, releasing the most terrifying desire in the bottom of their hearts. Everyone thought of a problem. That's right, since he was so rich, instead of waiting for him to give it to him, why not? Anyway, there was a ready-made excuse now. If you dared to beat the old chief, then you didn't put the entire tribe in your eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at this time, in Fangxing's eyes, the eyes of the entire tribe were red. No, this group of poor people will have it easy, and at this time, the tiger woman also seemed to suddenly think of a serious problem. She was so shocked that the fat on her face was trembling. She patted her butt and got up, throwing all the men in her family aside, and said to herself, "This time, we've lost a lot. Originally, that bastard hit my child, and the money on him is also my family's. In the end, it was robbed by this group of bastards. How can I get it back? Usually, they are afraid of me, but when it comes to money, they are all very bold. No, how can such a good thing be given to them? I have to call my 10 brothers over to help my family's Dezhuang. Let's see which bastard dares to rob my family's money." As she thought of this, she ordered her men to keep a close eye on that person, and ran out of the tribe with a skinny donkey. Beat him to death, quick, hand over all your money." The people in the tribe were very angry. They shouted loudly and surrounded Fangxing. At this time, the little blind girl was so scared that she didn't dare to raise her head. Her whole body was stuffed into Fangxing's arms. However, Fangxing was still looking at the crowd with a calm expression. It was because of this calm attitude that no one dared to rush up and be the first to attack. They just wanted to let someone else attack first. I've robbed countless people in my life, but this is the first time that I've been surrounded and threatened to pay money. He also felt a sense of novelty in his heart. Looking at the angry faces around him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This bastard is afraid. Let's teach him a lesson. If he doesn't pay, we'll beat him to death, someone in the crowd shouted. Then, a man holding a sickle staggered and was pushed out by someone. Someone else shouted, "Quick, go to the shabby temple and catch his son. Tie him up first." Oh, they've really become robbers. Now they know how to kidnap people? Fangxing was surprised to see that the villagers had learned how to use the great illusionary baby to threaten him. He wondered what was going on. How did the honest people of such a large tribe suddenly become bandits who knew how to do things, or could it be said that this was a natural instinct of a person? Damn it, I'll cut him first, and then I'll get a bigger share of the money. The man holding the sickle, who was pushed out, turned around and scolded angrily. However, he didn't intend to retreat. At the thought of the golden bead, he couldn't help feeling dizzy and hot blood rushing to his brain. He made up his mind and slashed at Fangxing's stomach. At this time, he didn't treat Fangxing as a human being, but as a prey in the forest. Go! 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 The surrounding people kept shouting, and the atmosphere reached a boiling point. What they were waiting for was the first person to cut, and then they would rush forward. They felt a little pressured to be the first one to cut, but they were not afraid of the second and third. Staring blankly at the sickle that seemed to have landed on Fangxing's stomach, everyone's blood suddenly rushed to their heads. Shouting and shouting, they rushed forward. Looking from afar, they could see at least 10 burly men fighting to be the first to push their way forward. You have no idea who you've offended, Fangxing sighed in his heart, but he didn't raise his head until the sickle was about to fall on his body. His ferocious aura surged. Then, looking at the red-eyed man who rushed forward with the sickle, he slapped him. Smack! The crisp sound was as if a firecracker had been set off. The man seemed to have put his face close to his hand, and he was slapped hard on the left side of his face. His facial bones were deformed by the slap, and his facial features became distorted. He flipped over like a fried dough twist, and the sickle in his hand somehow cut into his stomach. Then, his whole body hung on the willow tree, dripping with blood. However, under this severe pain, he couldn't make a sound like a pig being slaughtered. He could only grunt because almost all his teeth had fallen out, and his tongue was bitten. Even if he recovered, he would probably be able to eat vegetable porridge for the rest of his life. However, such a shocking scene didn't attract too much attention. The crowd had already gone crazy. They thought that Fangxing had been cut by the sickle and was desperately fighting back, but they had the advantage in numbers. In addition, the madness was like a flood. How could it be stopped suddenly? They still surrounded Fangxing in a frenzy, holding kitchen knives, hoes, brooms, and wooden sticks. They surrounded him and hit him randomly. As for Fangxing, his eyes were cold in the face of this rain-like attack. He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and then, slap after slap was sent over. Hit me. Kill me. Pay up. When fighting with mortals, he didn't use any supernatural power or physical strength. He just slapped them in the face. Bang. 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 His movements seemed to be very slow, no different from an ordinary person. Every villager felt that they could hit him at any time and dodge his slap at any time, but they just couldn't. Even when watching from the side, his movements actually had a bit of elegance. He just walked leisurely in the crowd, then raised his hand lightly, aiming at a fierce face with bloodshot eyes, and slapped it down like lightning. His movements were fast, accurate, and ruthless, just like a textbook. With every slap, a person would fall to the ground. However, they would only fall to the ground. They would not be badly mutilated, nor would they look miserable or frightening. Thus, they would not be able to intimidate the onlookers enough, allowing them to continue their craziness. Go, beat him to death, and take all the money. He dares to bully our Boulder tribe, let's teach him a lesson. Groups after groups of people rushed over. Their emotions were stirred up, and their arrogance was crazy. They were furious and vicious. But Fangxing's feet didn't stop, and his hands didn't stop either. He waved up and down, his movements graceful and elegant, and the rhythm was neither rushed nor impatient. Bang. 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 No matter old or young, he slapped them to the ground, and no one was spared. Gradually, the people around him, who were shouting to kill him, were all slapped to the ground by Fangxing. Then, Fangxing didn't feel satisfied, so he went along the road from the west side of the village to the east side. He really slapped them to the gods, and slapped them to the ghosts. The trembling old lady rushed out of the hut with a fire stick in her hand. Before she could figure out what was going on, she opened her toothless mouth and shouted. Before she could say the word God, she was slapped to the ground. The newly married wife hid behind the window and peeked outside. She was also slapped to the ground by him. The cripple, who was kneeling down to beg for mercy, was slapped to the ground by him. He slapped all the way to the east side of the village, but there was no one in front of him. There was only a cow chewing grass, looking at Fangxing with an innocent expression. The man and the cow looked at each other for a long time, and then Fangxing simply slapped it. Bang! The cow also fell to the ground. Fang Xianxia, we are defeated. F***ck, we won't do it, please, endure it, let's go, sigh. After a period of chaos, a shocking spectacle appeared in the giant stone tribe. All the villagers, men and women, young and old, were kneeling on the ground. They were slapping their faces with their hands and begging for mercy. However, their faces were red with a huge palm print. Many of them were missing a few teeth. When they spoke, their red and swollen faces were trying their best to force a smile that was uglier than crying. The ones kneeling at the front were the trembling elderly men, and the ones kneeling behind them were the shivering men. Behind them were the women, and then there were the crying children with dust all over their faces. Behind them was a cow. It knelt on its 4 hooves with a wronged expression. Its big eyes were filled with fear. Do you know why I hit you? Fangxing held the little blind girl's hand and wandered in front of the group of kneeling people. His eyes swept across their faces. I know, because we were greedy. The old chief was the first to kneel in the first row. He didn't have many teeth to begin with. He knelt on the ground and kept bowing. Wrong. Fangxing's expression was solemn. He shouted, "Everyone in this world is greedy, but I'm the greedier one." The old patriarch was stunned for a moment, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. Could it be because we? He paused and glanced at the little blind girl, feeling a little embarrassed to say it out loud. After a long while, he continued, "Because we offended this young lady? Of course, that's part of the reason, but it's not the main reason." Fangxing rubbed the little blind girl's head and said sternly. Then, the old chief's face was bitter. He really didn't know what to say. Mr. Fang, can you give me a hint?" "Humph." Fangxing glared at him with a serious expression. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but he didn't. Everyone in the village pricked up their ears to listen. He seemed a little embarrassed, and his face was a little red. After holding it in for a long time, he glared at the old chief who was kneeling at the front and said with a cold smile, "Humph, I don't know what you did wrong. Anyway, you offended me, and that's your fault." The old clan leader was speechless. He could only kneel down and kowtow. Mr. Fang is right. That makes too much sense. Behind him, a large group of people knelt and kowtowed, their expressions matter-of-factly. They really didn't know where they went wrong. Everything was just because they were unlucky to have met such a freak. At first, they thought that since he was injured by a wild beast, he must be an ordinary person. He was just a merchant with a child. How powerful could he be? With so many people, it would be easy for them to beat him up. In the end, who would have thought that he was so powerful in slapping people in the face? He forced the entire tribe to kneel down. If it wasn't for the pain of the slaps landing on their faces, they wouldn't dare to believe this scene. As for how they did it, it was passed down from generation to generation. If they didn't do it, what else could they do? Fangxing understood this, so he naturally wouldn't try to teach them anything. Originally, I was going to leave you guys some money to vent my anger and then leave. But you guys don't care about face at all. You actually want to hit on a little girl. I can't stand the sight of you guys. It seems that I have to teach you guys a lesson before I leave." Fangxing's face was gloomy. As soon as he said this, the entire tribe was immediately scared out of their wits. He had already slapped the entire tribe, including men, women, children, and the cow. Was there a more serious lesson than this? He actually said that he wanted to teach them a lesson. Was he going to kill them? The old chief could not help but look at Huerlatzi. At that time, he was the one who insisted on taking the little blind girl back to be a wife. Also, that troublemaking tigress, Songming, had already taken the opportunity to run away. It seemed that Huerlatzi was going to be the unlucky one today. He no longer dared to think about that miserable scene. He only waited in his heart, but he could only close his eyes in pain. Even if he wanted to kill them, there was nothing he could do. How could he not know how powerful this Mr. Fang was? At first, he thought that he was just an ordinary merchant, but which merchant could slap everyone? Needless to say, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, seeing that he did not spit fire or have a flying sword, it meant that he was not a cultivator. He was most likely a martial artist, and a powerful one at that. There was no one in his tribe who could deal with him. Perhaps the ferocious demons in the neighboring Black Bear tribe who were preparing to enter the Qingwu province as guards might be able to subdue this guy. Thinking of this, the old chief could not help but twitch his eyebrows as he thought of something. Where did that tiger bitch run off to now? Wasn't she the one who married into the Black Bear tribe? The 10 brothers in her family were not to be trifled with, especially the 3rd and the 7th. When they were young, they went into the forest and accidentally ate the meat of a dead beast. They did not expect that it was actually a beast with the bloodline of Tao Tai. This was a blessing in disguise. After returning home and having a high fever for half a month, when they woke up, they actually became so strong that they could even uproot a big tree that was as thick as an arm. Legend had it that they were fated, a blessing that only immortals could have. Even the immortals of the Qingwu province appointed them to be guards in the city when they grew up. The Black Bear tribe could dominate the surrounding tribes all because of those 2 brats. Don't tell me this tigress went to call for her 10 brothers? The old chief thought of this and could not help but feel his heart beating violently for a while. Old chief, save me, but at this moment, a stench came from the side. It was Huertzi who was so scared that he peed his pants. His entire body was paralyzed. Like the old chief, he also thought that the guest was going to use him as an example. But at this time, the old chief did not have the time to care about him. He only lowered his head and pondered, afraid that he would be targeted by the guest. It's good for you to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Fangxing coldly opened his mouth and continued, hand over all the tribe's money. The old chief, who was lowering his head and wishing he could bury himself, was stunned. He raised his head and said in a daze, Mr. Fang, what did you say? Fangxing lowered his head and glared at him. Can't you tell that it's a robbery? Robbery, the old chief was completely stunned. He felt like he was dreaming. He thought that after offending such a person, at least a few people in the village would die. In the end, he actually robbed them? Humph, you were greedy because of money and offended me. Then, I'll settle this with money. Now, hand over all the valuable things in your houses to me. If you dare to leave anything behind, believe it or not, I'll slaughter your entire village for you to see. Under countless surprised or shocked gazes, Fangxing's expression was calm as he announced in a deep voice. Then the golden pearls we got from selling things, someone spoke with a trembling voice, and his face was ashen. Naturally. You have to hand them all back to me, Fangxing laughed sinisterly, his expression indescribably sinister. Oh my god, goddamn Huerli, he killed our whole family. For a moment, the originally peaceful tribe was filled with sorrowful cries. Everyone burst into tears. To them, what was a slap in the face? No one died. Or rather, if someone died, it didn't matter as long as they weren't the ones who died. Huerli had caused trouble, so they didn't care if he died or not. However, Fangxing's move had really removed their backbone. It wasn't easy for them to dream of becoming rich for a few days. They held the golden pearls and counted them every day. They didn't know how many wonderful scenes they had imagined, but now, everything was in vain. Mr. Fang, we were wrong. Please forgive us this time, some people cried and begged for mercy. At this time, they were really full of remorse. If you don't hand over the money, I will slaughter the entire village. You can try, Fangxing sneered. And not only my golden pearls, but also the original money in your families. Mr. Fang, what should I do if I don't have money? I only have 2 wild tortoises, someone was sobbing. It was truly frightening. Even the wild tortoises have to be handed over. Fangxing's voice and expression were stern. He didn't leave any way for them to live. You compensated us with this money, and you actually want to take it back. Are you a robber? Someone jumped up and shouted indignantly. When it came to the matter of money, the fear of being beaten faded. Pa! Fangxing was even more unforgiving. He slapped that person, and that person hung on the wall. Everyone immediately fell silent out of fear. I am a robber. You forced me to show my true colors. Fangxing shouted sternly. His eyes were red, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. No one dared to make a sound in fear. Many people looked at the old chief pitifully, but the old chief also looked embarrassed and didn't dare to raise his head. The giant stone tribe, which didn't even feel anything after being slapped, and it didn't matter if 2 people died, became lifeless because of Fangxing's robbery. Hee, where would there be a robber who dares to clamor in broad daylight? Just when the entire Boulder tribe was in a state of mourning, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the village. Dust billowed, trees swayed, the earth rumbled, and a fierce gust of wind rolled up. Shockingly, dozens of riders rushed out. The 4 or 5 in the middle were riding tall and majestic green wolves that were as big as calves. The dozen or so people at the front were wrapped in animal skins, revealing their thick and strong arms. Behind them, there were a few people leisurely following. They rushed over like wolves and tigers, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, third brother, fourth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, ninth brother, it's that bastard who deserves 1,000 cuts. On the green wolf in the middle, a fat woman rolled down and pointed at Fangxing. Her small, squished eyes were full of resentment. She shouted, it's him who beat your nephew. Quick, he's rich. Quickly beat the shit out of him. Oh, there are even reinforcements? Hearing the noise at the entrance of the village, Fangxing turned his head and took a look. He suddenly felt it was a bit fresh. He didn't expect that there could be so many big ants in this village. When the villagers of the giant stone tribe saw those valiant existences, they were obviously relieved. Some of them were even moved to tears. Usually, because the fat woman often mentioned her 10 brothers to bully them, they often cursed her secretly. Usually, they would avoid them like the plague. But now, it was the first time that they saw these 10 arrogant guys. They felt that they had seen their family members, tiger brothers, save me ah. Some people even stood up and were about to rush over in excitement. Fangxing noticed and shot him a cold glare. The villager was startled and slowly knelt down again. He thought to himself, if he angered this evil person, he would still have to suffer a loss. It would be better to wait for the 10 tiger brothers to beat the sh*t out of him before standing up. Ho ho, in the Demon Dragon Ridge, who doesn't know our 10 tiger brothers in 4 or 5 tribes? How dare you bully my sister? Are you tired of living? Among the group of burly men, there was a slightly skinny man with half of his hair shaved. He pulled the reins of his horse and swaggered over slowly. He looked at Fangxing and laughed in a low voice, giving off a fierce aura. Yes, big brother, no one in these tribes dares to bully our tiger brothers. Only this bastard dares to beat me. The tiger woman took a step forward with her hands on her waist, looking majestic. Her eyes were only looking at Fangxing's money bag. Although she came over to take a look and found that Fangxing was not beaten to death by the villagers, and instead, all the people in the tribe were kneeling in rows, which was somewhat unexpected to her. However, with her 10 brothers by her side, she was not worried that she could not beat Fangxing. On the contrary, she felt a little lucky that Fangxing's money had not been robbed. After all, if the money was robbed by the people in the tribe, and her 10 brothers robbed it back, it would not look good for them. Fangxing didn't pay any attention to the half-haired man. He just looked at the tiger woman and calmly waved his hand, saying, "Come quickly, you are the only one left in the tribe. Come here and kneel down, repent, and then hand over all the money in your family. Then, I will spare you." Ah? When the tiger woman heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She felt like she couldn't understand what was going on. Originally, she wanted to open her mouth to ridicule, but seeing that Fangxing was serious, she actually felt that she couldn't open her mouth. After all, I have lived in this tribe for more than half a month, ate your rice, and borrowed your place to recuperate. So this time I have opened the net to you. As long as you repent, you will only rob money and not kill people. You are lucky that you didn't come back after I robbed the money, so you still have this opportunity. Otherwise, if I had robbed all the money and met you again, it wouldn't be so simple. When Fangxing saw that the tigress didn't move her legs, he kindly advised her again. Haha, big brother, did you hear that? He is actually trying to scare me. The tiger woman finally reacted, as if she had heard a great joke. She pointed at Fangxing and laughed. As expected, you are a person seeking death. The man with half of his hair who spoke first looked behind him. Seeing that the people behind him didn't have any special reaction, he took a step closer to Fangxing and said with a cold smile, "Scaring my sister in front of us, you really don't know what's good for you. Calling yourself a bandit in front of the immortals of the Green Parasol State is even more suicidal. Merchant, perhaps you don't know who those people behind you are. Let me warn you, they are people from the immortal abode of the Green Parasol State. They are here specifically to test my 3rd brother and 7th brother's martial prowess and to bring them to the Green Parasol State as guards. With them, we will not make things difficult for you. Quickly state your origins and kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps the immortals will be merciful and spare your life." "We can't spare him, this bastard." Hearing this, the tiger woman hurriedly said to her brother. "Shut up." The man with half hair glared at her, scaring her so much that she immediately swallowed the rest of her words. No matter how stupid and ignorant she was, she still knew what was good for her. Her 10 brothers had always been extremely rude and unreasonable, but now they were so respectful towards those people. She also heard that they were from the immortal abode and were high and mighty, so she naturally understood that she could not speak carelessly in front of these people. Of course, compared to this tiger woman, Fangxing was really too insensible. After hearing the man with half hair's words, he actually did not have any reaction. He only slowly glanced behind the man with half hair, then said in a gentle voice, "Today, I have already said that I will rob this tribe of all their money, so I will definitely rob them all. Even if the emperor himself were to come, he would not be able to do anything about it. Let me give you a word of advice, it's best not to provoke me. The people in this tribe still have some face. If you offend me, I will just give them a slap and teach them a lesson, but you guys are different. How dare you?" In the ears of some people, these words were already considered treason. They immediately shouted in a rough voice, for fear of angering those nobles. There was even someone who could not bear it any longer. He suddenly pulled on the reins and directly rushed out. It was unknown which of the 10 tiger brothers was riding on it. In any case, it was not a green wolf, but a ferocious wild boar. As he shouted, he directly rushed towards Fangxing, not forgetting to lean on the big brother behind him. "This bastard is really too arrogant. Take him down first and make him kowtow to the lords." "Okay." The man with half hair did not say much, only nodding his head vigorously. "Fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, hurry up and beat him to death, beat him to death." Seeing this scene, the tiger woman was so excited that her blood rushed to her head. She clenched her fists and cheered with all her might. "Woo-woo. Uncle, uncle, hurry up and beat this bastard to death." He bullied mother and father. Among the children kneeling at the back of the Boulder tribe, that slug also stood up, jumping and shouting. The heavens have eyes. Seeing the formation of the 10 tiger brothers, the people of the Boulder tribe were also excited. Although many people did not dare to stand up, they could not help but straighten their bodies with their eyes shining. They wanted to see the scene of the fierce 10 tiger brothers knocking down the evil man. Looking at that fierce and big wild boar with its sharp fangs, perhaps even an iron man would die if it pierced into the body. "I said not to let you come, but you actually came to seek death." In the face of the 3 ferocious wild boars, Fangxing's eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce. A kind of awe-inspiring aura that had never been revealed in the Boulder tribe suddenly appeared on his face. "Kill him." The 3 tiger brothers who had rushed up had the intention of showing off their bravery in front of the noble. They shouted loudly as they rushed up. One was holding a stone spear, one was holding a bone blade, and the last one was holding a thick wooden club. They rushed over from 3 different directions, bringing with them a sharp gust of wind as they fiercely struck towards Fangxing. Looking at their momentum, it seemed like they wanted to directly smash Fangxing into a meat paste. Scram! Just when the 3 of them were close to Fangxing, who had not made any movements, suddenly moved. He suddenly took a step forward, and then slapped over. This first slap landed on the face of the 4th tiger brother. His skull was smashed, his eye sockets were deformed, and his eyeballs burst out. He did not even have the chance to let out a scream, and was directly thrown far away. He fell on the ground and did not move anymore. Then, Fangxing slapped back again, but this time, it was the wild boar that suffered the same fate. After that, he turned around and slapped towards the 5th tiger brother of the tiger clan. Similarly, both the man and the boar flew out. Then, it was the 6th tiger brother of the tiger clan, similarly, 1 slap per person, not even letting go of the man and the boar. All these actions were not fast in the eyes of others, and could be seen clearly. However, the originally fierce and domineering 3 tiger brothers just flew out without a sound, and then fell to the ground, motionless. The warm atmosphere that had just risen seemed to be strangled by someone, and there was no sound at all. "Kill him, 4th brother, 5th brother, 6th brother, kill him." The tiger woman hadn't reacted yet. Halfway through her cheering, she suddenly choked back her words. Whether it was the people of the Boulder tribe or the other brothers of the tiger clan, all of them were stunned, and not a single sound was made. There was a wind blowing through the field, and it was illusory, like the ascension of a ghost. The tiger woman was already stunned, and almost did not dare to believe this bloody scene in front of her. Her son, Hu Dazhuang, rubbed his eyes, and when he found that this was not an illusion, he burst into tears. The people of the Boulder tribe, including the old chief, all had their mouths wide open, and their eyes were filled with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Of the 10 tiger brothers who had always been ferocious, 3 had actually died just like that. 4th brother, after an unknown amount of time, the eldest of the tiger clan finally reacted, and his eyes instantly became red, and his voice was like a pig being slaughtered. fifth brother, sixth brother." At the same time, countless shouts came from behind the eldest of the tiger clan. 7 or 8 men rushed out at the same time, their eyes bloodshot, and with a look of disbelief. Some rushed towards the corpses with broken heads, and some rushed towards Fangxing, who was still standing there, wiping his hands on the little blind girl, as if nothing had happened. Among them, the fiercest were 2 strong men riding green wolves, and they were naturally the third brother of the tiger clan. These 2 had eaten the meat of demonic beasts, and had extraordinary strength. They could uproot trees and split mountains, and were exceptionally ferocious. Even the immortal mansion had taken a fancy to them, and now, they were riding the green wolf mounts that the immortal mansion had bestowed upon them. They were even more ferocious than ordinary wild beasts. Even an ordinary immortal would have some misgivings when these 2 people rushed at him, but Fangxing just stood there, motionless, and waited for them to come closer. Only when the green wolf's claws were about to scratch his body did he suddenly raise his hand again. His movements were as casual as ever, and as if he was slapping his own son, he fiercely swung his palm, and slapped it left and right. Then, 2 more of the tiger clan brothers died. The scene in front of them was beyond the comprehension of the villagers in the gigantic stone tribe. They couldn't imagine what kind of slap it was. It was one thing to slap a little kid like Hu Dazhuang to the ground, and it was one thing to slap those women who only knew how to make a fuss. If he was really a martial artist, then he could slap all the strong men in their tribe, including the cows, to the ground. But they really couldn't understand why, facing such fierce people like the 10 Hu brothers, he could actually slap them one by one and send them flying one by one, or perhaps, other than having wild boars as mounts, the other 10 tiger brothers were more ferocious than the men in the gigantic stone tribe. They dared to fight and kill, so it wasn't a big deal for them to be slapped down. At most, the wild boars were a little bigger. Why were the 3rd and 7th brother of the tiger clan, whom even the immortals had taken a fancy to, so why were they so useless? They clearly saw that the guest didn't move at all. He just slapped them like how he slapped them just now. It seemed that he wasn't even as powerful as when he slapped them, but old 3rd and old 7th of the tiger clan looked as if they were wooden blocks. They didn't move at all as they were slapped in the face. Then, they fell down like 2 pieces of wood. One crashed into a large rock at the entrance of the village, causing the rock to crack. The other flew dozens of feet away. Looking closer, one of them had his head deflated like a sheepskin bag, while the other's head had split open like a rotten watermelon. His body was lying on the ground, twitching nonstop. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. Then there were the 2 Cyan wolves' cavalry. According to the legends, these were monsters. Raised in the immortal's mansion. They could travel thousands of miles in a day, and each of them could destroy a tribe. But after the evil man slapped away the 3rd and 7th brother of the tiger clan, they were so scared that they directly prostrated themselves on the ground. Their tails were wagging like wild dogs, and their tongues were sticking out. But this didn't cause the evil man to be lenient. He squatted down and gave them 2 more slaps. The 2 Cyan wolves' cavalry were sent dozens of feet away, lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. As for that evil person, after doing such a shocking thing, he actually didn't stop and directly walked out. Some of the tiger brothers went to check on the 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers, while others directly rushed up. However, they were not as fast as the 3rd and 7th brothers. They had just arrived at this time, and when they saw the miserable state of the 3rd and 7th brothers, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and their bodies were stiff. However, they did not manage to escape. One of them was slapped, and flew out stiffly, motionless. Some of them wanted to escape, but for some reason, the wild boar they were riding was not obedient. Or perhaps it could be said that they were too slow, and the other party easily caught up to them and also slapped them. From the beginning to the end, not a single one required 2 slaps. All of them were slapped until there was not a single breath left. Fangxing drew all the way to the boss of the tiger family. This man, who only had half a head of hair left, was so scared that his face had turned green. He squeezed his eyes hard, as if trying to squeeze out the illusion in his eyes. No matter how many times he squeezed, the scene in front of him was still the same. The one whose face was filled with even more fear was the tiger woman. The expression on her face was like a painting. She did not know whether she should believe it or not. Her own brothers were almost all dead. It seemed that she should cry, but that tragic scene was right in front of her, and she could not cry, especially when that fiend was standing in front of her. She wanted to curse, but not a single word came out of her mouth. Get over there and kneel. That fiend opened his mouth, and then slapped the tiger woman's fat face. She was sent flying several tens of feet away. When she landed, it could be said that she was coincidentally kneeling. Moreover, she was kneeling right beside the old chief, and her big head immediately hit the ground. The boss of the tiger family suddenly reacted. His butt slid down from the back of the wild boar, and he was about to kneel. It's useless. Fang Xing reached out and grabbed the boss of the tiger family, stopping him from kneeling. He slowly shook his head. I took advantage of the Boulder tribe, so they can kneel. You do not have the right to kneel. That fiend lowered his head and looked into the eyes of the boss of the tiger family, and then raised his palm. Spare me. The boss of the tiger family only had time to shout out these two words, and then he received a slap and was sent flying. In the next second, the one that was sent flying was the wild boar he was riding. After that, Fang Xing continued to walk forward. There were still 3 or 4 men riding on green wolves. Their faces were already ashen, and they wanted to escape, but they did not dare to move. One of them, when Fang Xing came closer, was so scared that his legs and stomach cramped. He said with a trembling voice, Sir. We are the Green Wolves cavalry selected from another tribe. We have nothing to do with the tiger family. Seeing these people's honest looks, and thinking about the fact that there were only 10 brothers in the tiger family, it really did not seem to have anything to do with these people. Fang Xing nodded, and then continued to slap after slap, sending the originally majestic fellows of the Green Wolves cavalry flying one by one. Then, without raising his head, he said to himself, Then who told you to come and watch? Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. Suddenly, there was a cold shout from behind, shaking the air, and the world was filled with echoes. Fang Xing was slightly startled, and turned his head to look. When the 10 tiger brothers majestically rushed over, there were 4 or 5 riders following behind them. They were also riding on green wolves, but the green wolves they were riding on were clearly a size larger than the others, and also a size more ferocious. On the backs of the wolves, there was a saddle wrapped with golden threads. 3 of them were dressed like ordinary soldiers, wearing green armor, with helmets covering their faces. Another one had an extra red cloak on his back, and the aura on his body was extremely strong. The last one was a woman wearing a black cloak. The one who had just shouted was this person. Originally, they all looked like they were watching a joke, but after Fang Xing quietly slapped the 3rd and 7th brother of the tiger family, they could no longer sit still. At this time, the person in the black cloak had a pair of cold but shining eyes, and looked at Fang Xing coldly. What, you have a problem with that? Fang Xing tilted his head and looked at them, then he walked over. At this moment, they all straightened their backs, and their murderous gazes looked directly at him. Fellow Taoist, I'm the commander of the Green Parasol Immortal Manor's Green Wolves Cavalry, and this is the Green Parasol Immortal Manor's Honorable Holy Ghost. I don't know which orthodoxy you're from, and which immortal mountain you're cultivating in, but you must give us an explanation for slaughtering the Green Wolves Cavalry in front of us. The man in the red cloak shouted in a deep voice, and raised the long spear in his hand. All right, I'll give you an explanation. Fang Xing's footsteps did not show the slightest hint of panic, and he walked closer and closer to them. Oh my God, he's actually going to offend the lords of the Green Parasol Immortal Manor? This scene caused the villagers of the Boulder tribe to raise their heads again, and they looked over without blinking. To them, this evil man was naturally terrifying, but the Green Parasol Immortal Manor was a supreme existence in their eyes. But now, was this evil man really seeking his own death? His strength is terrifying, he's at least a gold core cultivator. It's impossible for this kind of person to have no background, let's capture him first. Seeing that Fang Xing was walking slowly towards them, the young leader of the Green Wolves Cavalry and the woman in the black cloak began to panic. They were not ordinary members of the Green Wolves Cavalry, and they seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura from this person, so they did not want to let him get close to them. The young leader of the Green Wolves Cavalry decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. All of a sudden, he spurred the green wolf he was riding on, and with a howl, he leaped into the air, and with a swing of the long spear in his hand, he thrust it towards Fang Xing. The aura from his body surged, and it was as deep as the ocean. That's the legendary divine general? The old chief of the Boulder tribe was the most knowledgeable, and when he saw the young commander charging towards him, his eyes widened. Even he had only seen such a powerful figure once, when he was young. For someone in this realm, he's not weak. Fang Xing also seemed to be admiring the young commander as he descended from the sky, and he nodded his head in admiration. Then, just as the young commander's long spear was about to pierce his head, he slapped it. Slap! The helmet on the young commander's face was deformed, and he and the green wolf were thrown out in a sorry state. They crashed into countless trees in the forest, and a deep ravine the size of a man was formed. He then struggled on the ground, and could not get up even after a long time. My lord, the remaining 3 members of the Green Wolf's cavalry were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to stop Fang Xing. Get out of the way. But just as they rushed out, they suddenly heard a shout behind them. It was the woman in the black cloak who had formed a hand seal, and then a gourd suddenly flew out from under the cloak at her waist. The stopper flew out on its own, and as she crushed the hand seal, a mournful wail came from inside. A cloud of black smoke surged out, and inside it was a ferocious and terrifying ghost. It had sharp teeth and claws, and a murderous aura all over its body. Its face was deathly pale, but its eyes were bloodshot, and it stared fixedly at Fang Xing as it charged towards him. Boom! A patch of dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and the sky seemed to suddenly darken. That's evil ghost. All the Boulder tribe members were so scared that their bodies trembled, and many of them even wet their pants. They said that there were evil ghosts, but how many of them had actually seen one? But just as they held their breaths, an even more shocking scene appeared in front of them. He watched as the ghost, which could frighten people out of their wits, ferociously charged towards the evil man. It opened its sharp claws and was about to pounce on him. However, the evil man did not make any unnecessary movements. He directly raised his arm and slapped it across the face. Wah! A wail like a wild cat's tail had been stepped on, and the murderous aura on the ghost's body seemed to have faded a lot. The dark clouds that had just gathered in the sky also scattered, and the ghost was directly sent flying dozens of feet by the slap. It curled up under a tree, and covered its face as it trembled incessantly. Isn't this a little too ridiculous? Seeing the evil ghost that was sent flying under the tree with a single slap, covering its face and shivering in fear, whether it was the woman in the black cloak or the villagers kneeling on the ground, they were all stunned. They could understand why they had been slapped, and could even understand why the 10 Tiger brothers had been slapped. But no matter what, they couldn't imagine how an evil ghost with soaring killing intent could be slapped to the point of hiding under a tree and crying like a young girl. Especially the woman in the black cloak, she felt as if her worldview had been refreshed. This was an evil ghost that she had painstakingly refined, and it had been slapped silly by someone. Fang Xing, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't care, and continued to walk forward leisurely. As if they finally understood the terrifying strength of this person in front of them, the Green Wolf's cavalry that had wanted to charge forward and fight to the death also stood dumbfounded on the spot. The green wolves under them all tucked their tails between their legs, and didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Fang Xing. When Fang Xing walked in front of them and calmly raised his head to look at them, the 3 riders looked at each other in dismay, and then cast an inquiring gaze at him. Fang Xing nodded. Then, the 3 riders took the initiative to stretch out their faces. The 3 green wolves also took the initiative to stretch out their necks. Paw! 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 One of them took a slap, and obediently flew out. It was obvious that their cooperation was effective, and they actually didn't get hurt. After slapping these 3 people away, there was only one person left standing in front of Fang Xing. It was the woman in the black cloak. The gourd was still floating in front of her, and she was also holding a seal in her hands. However, the evil ghost that was supposed to be under her control was hiding under a willow tree not far away, and wouldn't come over no matter what. She could only watch blankly as Fang Xing walked in front of her, and then raised his hand. He tilted his head, as if he was considering whether to use a forehand or a backhand. You dare! The woman suddenly screamed, and her voice revealed the unruliness and fear of a young miss. However, the man in front of her seemed to think that her words were ridiculous. He still raised his hand. I'm a distinguished guest of the Green Parasol Immortal Manor. You dare to hit me? The woman beneath the black cloak threatened with a grim voice, but her voice obviously carried a trace of guilt. "This time, I'm only following along to have fun. If you dare injure me, then all the immortal soldiers in the entire Azure Parasol Immortal Estate will be mobilized over, and they won't let you off even if they chase you to the ends of the world. If you touch a single finger of mine, then you're bound to be captured back, torn into 1,000 pieces, and burned into ashes. Don't hurt, miss." Not far away, the young commander who was lying on the ground, unable to get up from the slap, was also screaming. Unfortunately, the man in front of her didn't care at all. He just clenched his teeth and laughed, as if he found it funny. He raised his hand and narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously. "Hit me." Seeing that she couldn't dodge this slap, the woman in the black cloak suddenly used the only method she could think of. She abruptly tore off the cloak, revealing a beautiful face that could topple nations and cities. Her voice was slightly hoarse, and if one didn't see this face, they would absolutely not believe that it was actually such a young and beautiful woman under the cloak. She looked less than 20 years old, and her face was as white as porcelain, and her eyes were like lacquer. At this moment, she raised her head in a fit of pique, closed her eyes, and said, "Hit me." She said it in a huff, but there seemed to be a hint of coquettishness in her voice, and there seemed to be some tears at the corner of her eyes. My God, this must be a real deity. In the Boulder tribe, the old chief who stole a glance was directly stunned at this moment. Although he was so far away and couldn't see clearly, he could still feel that soul-stirring beauty, and the young commander who had fallen in the forest, unable to get up, was similarly stunned. This was the second time he had seen such a face, but he still felt extremely impressed. Although he felt depressed and resentful that this face had been seen by that audacious madman of unknown origins, but when he thought of the current situation, he could not help but admire that ghost saint's cleverness. At this moment, perhaps this was the only method that could save her from the unfortunate fate of receiving a slap. As long as it was a man, he would probably not bear to hit such a beautiful face. Have I finally dodged a calamity? The woman who had raised her face was also secretly praying in her heart. She had confidence in her own looks, otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of this method. At this moment, when she felt that a few breaths had passed and she hadn't been hit, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and felt a little proud. She quietly opened her eyes and saw that the man's palm was raised in midair, but did not come down. She was even more amazed at her own cleverness, and even in her heart, she was slightly moved. She pretended to look pitiful, but her left hand quietly reached into her waist pouch. "If you hadn't hit me, perhaps when I return to the Green Parasol Immortal Residence, I could still help you." Her fingers quietly took out a black talisman, and her mouth was still talking, trying to divert the man's attention. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard a slap, and her vision went black as she was sent flying. "You're so much uglier than my wife, and you still want to use a honey trap?" The man sneered, clasped his hands behind his back and walked back, as if he thought that this woman was extremely ridiculous. "You'll regret this, you'll definitely regret it." Behind him, the woman's hysterical cries could be heard, but Fangxing didn't even turn his head. He was waiting for the woman to take out the black talisman, but from the looks of it, she was very clever and did not do so. The surviving members of the Green Wolf's cavalry, as well as the woman in the black cloak, all left with a heart full of hatred. They left without a single one left. Fangxing, on the other hand, once again clasped his hands behind his back and returned to the Boulder tribe. At this moment, everyone in the Boulder tribe was looking at him with an expression of extreme fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. Only the tiger-looking woman seemed to be scared out of her wits, lying on the ground and trembling incessantly, her mouth muttering, Don't hit me. My 10 brothers are very powerful, they'll beat the shit out of you, what are you looking at?" And after Fangxing's gaze swept across the crowd, he suddenly took a deep breath, exhaled abruptly and shouted, "Robbery!" The Boulder tribe villagers who were kneeling on the ground, after a moment of daze, suddenly jumped up and ran back to get their money in a mess. This time, no one dared to say anything. The crazy tiger-looking woman was dragged back home by her husband, and not long after, the villagers brought out all the gold beads and valuables in the village. Apart from the gold beads and copper coins, there were even some iron pots, iron stoves, sickles, axes, dried meat, salted fish, and so on. At the top of the pile, there were even 2 wild tortoises that were tied up with straw ropes, crawling slowly. It was not hard to imagine that after this round of plundering, there probably wouldn't even be any smoke rising from the chimneys of the tribe. Hey, you also want these scrap metals? The great void baby came out of nowhere and flipped the pile a few times with a disdainful expression. The point is that they only have this. Fangxing pursed his lips, looking very dissatisfied. But before he was about to put it away, his sleeve was tugged. He turned his head and saw the little blind girl with a hesitant look on her face. Without waiting for her to speak, he already knew what she wanted to say, so he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't ask for mercy. When they beat you, no one begged for mercy, and when they wanted to kill me, no one begged for mercy. It's already a great honor that I didn't kill them, so don't bother me. There's no reason for me to take back my words. Since I want to rob them, I can't go back empty-handed, but they," the little blind girl spoke with a trembling voice, obviously still hesitating. "I've already robbed them, do you still want me to give them away?" Fangxing laughed coldly and interrupted the little blind girl's thoughts. He turned around and was about to put away all the things. His robe was tugged again, and he turned around impatiently and was about to scold her, but to his surprise, he saw the little blind girl holding her zither in front of Fangxing with a trembling face. Her face was full of reluctance, but she bit her lips and looked resolute. "Ouch, I didn't intend to rob your things." Seeing this, Fangxing couldn't help laughing, thinking it was a little funny. Master Fang," the little blind girl also seemed to be a little afraid. Although she couldn't see, she heard what had happened just now. She couldn't help feeling a little afraid of Fangxing, which was a kind of natural reverence for the strong. But even so, she still gathered her courage, held her zither, and stammered, Don't rob their things. I'll give you my zither, this is your lifeblood, but you're willing to give it to me?" Hearing this, Fangxing was a little stunned, and then he asked with great interest. The little blind girl also looked a little reluctant, but after a long time, she still bit her lips, nodded, and said softly in a low voice, "In the tribe, there are only these things. If I take them away, I won't be able to eat. I'll starve to death." When talking about starving, she looked a little frightened. Obviously, she recalled her own experience. "I wanted to take you as my disciple, but you're so kind-hearted, so you're destined not to inherit my great way." It was also the first time for Fangxing to encounter such a situation. After hesitating for a while, he finally let out a long sigh, took the little blind girl's zither, put it into the skull, and then pulled her to the pile of junk, saying lightly, "Well, it's up to you. These junk, including the golden beads, are all yours. You can do whatever you want with them. But from now on, your zither is mine." The little blind girl's broken zither was ordinary without any special features. Naturally, Fangxing didn't care about it. However, what she did made him very unhappy. Therefore, he put away the zither. After all, she wanted to do a good deed, so he had to help her, right? He wanted to see if the little blind girl was really willing to do that or if she was just putting on a show. However, what made him speechless was that the little blind girl had really done that. Being a timid girl, she didn't enjoy the feeling of being deeply grateful by the people in the tribe. She just said something to the old chief with a red face. When the old chief took her hand and all the people in the tribe came to her with tears and words of gratitude, she hurriedly let go of his hand and hid beside Fangxing. She hugged her knees and lowered her head. She didn't move at all. The villagers of the giant stone tribe turned their sorrow into joy and distributed the broken pots and ladles and the golden beads as if they had survived a disaster. She just sat there alone like an unwanted child. "Little girl, do you regret it?" Fangxing couldn't bear to see her like this. He rubbed the little blind girl's head and said, "No matter how nice they are, no one wants to keep you in the village. You didn't lose anything after doing this, but you lost your zither, it's a bit," the little blind girl murmured. Without the zither in her arms, she could only hug her knees tightly. She seemed to be thinking about it seriously for a while. Then, she raised her little face and looked at the direction where Fangxing's voice came from. She said in a low but firm voice, "But if I can do it again, I will do it again. You deserve to be stupid." Fangxing sighed helplessly and said to the little blind girl in a serious tone, "Since I can't keep you here, you'll only be beaten to death if you stay. If you're too stupid, you won't be able to survive. I'm kind and can only take you with me. However, you're so stupid that you're not even comparable to a pig. I won't accept you as my disciple." There's no other way. Just stay by my side and be my maidservant. The little blind girl seemed to think about it seriously. She asked in a low voice, will I be given food? Fangxing's face darkened. After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words, fill my stomach. Then I'll agree. The little blind lady clapped her hands and answered in a relaxed manner. Why is he getting dumber the more I look at him? Fangxing knocked on the little blind girl's head and sighed helplessly. The little girl was knocked on the head, but she rubbed her head and smiled. This was the first time Fangxing saw her smile. He couldn't help but think to himself, it's quite nice. The troops from the Qingwu province will probably arrive soon. What do you think? Should we escape first or kill a bunch of them? The Great Void. Baby came back and discussed with Fangxing like an old man. Since there's nothing else to do, let's fight them first. Fangxing sat at the edge of the well at the entrance of the village lazily, as if nothing had happened. Hearing this, everyone probably didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when the Great Void Baby heard this, he actually agreed. That's the only way. Both of them understood that what Fangxing needed the most now was a celestial life. However, celestial lives were too rare. It wasn't something that could be easily found. In fact, he didn't even know where to look for one. In such a situation, he could only take it one step at a time. He did not have to wait too long. According to the ancient scroll, the Green Fermiana province was extremely far away. From this mountain, if one wanted to rush to the Green Fermiana province, even if they rode at full speed, it would still take more than a month. However, for immortals who could ride on clouds and mist, it would only take half a day. Fangxing had not sat on the head of the giant stone tribe for long. Night had just fallen when he heard the faint sound of thunder coming from the north. Bolts of lightning swam, filling half the sky. Then, he heard the howls of wolves, eerie and terrifying. A group of green wolves cavalry swept through the sky. Looking into the distance, there were hundreds of green wolf riders in the black clouds. Their flags fluttered in the wind, and their murderous intent was dense. The soldiers in green armor were faintly discernible in the clouds. Their eerie gazes shone through the clouds. The few celestial generals who were at the front had a vast and terrifying aura. Heavens, the celestial soldiers have arrived. The men, women, and children of the Boulder tribe had never seen such a terrifying scene before. They were all frightened out of their wits. They shrunk by the window and looked out, trembling. The entire tribe was dark like a dead zone, but there were countless gazes looking out from the windows. That evil person has done so many things, but he still hasn't escaped. He waited until now. Is he seeking death? Heavens, I hope that our tribe won't be implicated, countless people were praying. If there really was a heavens, they would probably notice this place. It's him. He's over there. He didn't escape. In midair, there was a cry of surprise. A woman in the clouds pointed at Fangxing from afar. She was very surprised. Haha, he's finally here. He's made me wait for so long. He deserves a beating. At this moment, Fangxing finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up. When the green wolf riders appeared, there was already a strong gust of wind. When he stood up, the corners of his robe fluttered in the wind. His hair that wasn't tied up was also fluttering in the wind. Streaks of lightning flashed in the sky before him, outlining his figure very clearly. Then, he waved his left sleeve and sent the little blind girl and the Great Void Baby into the tribe. Then, he took a step forward and directly leaped into the air. It was hard to describe the awe-inspiring and domineering nature of his step. The villagers of the giant stone tribe could not tell how easily he stepped into the air. But in their simplest minds, they felt that Fangxing's momentum had even overwhelmed that group of immortal soldiers. Where are you from? Hand over your life. Crack, as Fangxing took a step into the air, a bolt of lightning struck from ancient times. A tall and strong bald man with a bare back rushed out from the celestial soldiers. He held a long spear that was entwined with endless lightning. He shouted and swung the spear in the air. Immediately, streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the night sky. They gradually struck towards Fangxing. Oh my God, is this the descent of a deity? In the Boulder tribe, many people fell to their knees when they saw this power. A living being of the celestial race? In the face of the fierce and mighty bald giant, Fangxing remained calm and collected. With just one glance, he saw through the giant's background. He was not of the human clan, nor was he of the demon clan. Fangxing sneered and shook his head. He raised his hand and pointed. All the power and killing intent of the great lightning was wiped away by his finger. Like a small snake, it obediently wrapped around his finger and then rushed over. The bald giant man was at least 30 feet tall, like a hill. Fangxing's current Dilu body was tall in the human clan, but in front of this bald giant man, he seemed extremely small. Looking at the two figures that were about to collide, they could not help but feel that Fangxing was like an egg hitting a stone. Especially the woman who had suffered a loss in the hands of Fangxing before. At this time, her eyes lit up, as if she was looking forward to the scene of Fangxing being beaten up. However, obviously, he was disappointed. Fangxing, with the thunder and lightning entwined in his hand, rushed straight to the bald giant. The saber entwined with thunder and lightning slashed at the bald giant fiercely. It was obvious that Fangxing was going to cut off the bald giant's neck. But somehow, as Fangxing moved slightly, the saber brushed past his shoulder. Then, Fangxing rushed directly to the front of the bald giant. His face was almost touching the bald giant's face. Fangxing grinned, raised his palm, aimed at the bald giant's big face, and slapped it hard. Pa! A resounding slap resounded in all directions, and the bald giant was directly slapped down from the clouds. When he fell into the air, he had already transformed into his original form. Impressively, he was a monster with sharp claws and fangs. When he landed on the ground, his figure continued to move forward. The huge mountain forest was abruptly grinded out by his figure, leaving a terrifying deep ravine. This scene was so shocking that everyone was stunned, and no one spoke for a long time. Even the woman who was praising Fangxing just now closed her mouth. She looked at Fangxing dumbfoundedly and had subconsciously raised her head to cover her face. It seemed that because of this scene, she recalled the painful memory of being slapped by Fangxing during the day. As for the villagers of the giant stone tribe, they did not even dare to peep. They all hid under their beds. You just sent so few people to deal with me? Fangxing, who had sent the bald giant flying, looked as if nothing had happened. He walked forward with a smile on his face. Quick, hit him. The woman who was slapped by Fangxing and called herself the Holy Ghost Immortal was also a little flustered. She hurriedly pushed the man beside her. That was an immortal general, whose strength was obviously far beyond that of the others. He was looking at Fangxing coldly. Behind him, the hundreds of Green Wolf's cavalry were ready to strike, their auras thick and dense. Although Fangxing had slapped that god clan creature to the ground, it was obviously not enough to make them fear him. Immortal soldiers and immortal generals were best at cooperating in combat. It was said that if there were enough people, they could besiege and kill a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and hundreds of immortal soldiers, although not too many people, were a huge force that could wipe out countless Taoist orthodoxies. Fangxing also knew this in his heart. He looked calm, but he had secretly clenched his fists. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, and was about to reach 100 feet, the murderous aura suddenly became strong to the extreme. For cultivators, a distance of 1,000 feet was already an exceptionally dangerous distance. If there was a battle of magical powers between experts, they would usually choose this distance. Regardless of whether they took the initiative to attack or passively defended, they would have enough time to react and enough power. However, as they watched helplessly as the fierce battle was about to unfold, the next scene was out of everyone's expectations. When Fangxing was about 100 feet away from him, the immortal general with extraordinary aura did not attack. Instead, he suddenly smiled, took out a purple invitation card from his bosom, and gently handed it to Fangxing. He smiled amiably and said, "Ha ha ha ha, just as Miss Chier said, your strength is not to be underestimated. Fellow Daoist, my surname is Tiger General Li, and I am the commander of the Cyan Wolf's cavalry of the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion. This time, I have no ill intentions. I just heard that there is an expert in the Giant Stone tribe, so I specially came to visit and invite you to be a guest in the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion." Eh? Why are you so polite? The immortal general's action stunned Fangxing. He was about to slap him, but the other party was so courteous. This really surprised him, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he really couldn't understand the intentions of the immortal general called Tiger General Li. No matter how he looked at it, this fellow didn't seem like he was trying to numb him with a smile and then suddenly kill him. More importantly, the greeting card had clearly been written long ago. The words were beautiful and very polite, but this was not something that could be done on the spur of the moment. From the looks of it, he really seemed to have come to pay a visit with sincerity. Even the immortal soldiers behind him had floated out. Haha, fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Our green parasol immortal manners Reverend Profound Ji has always been thirsty for talent. He's single-minded in governing the green parasol province. Every time we hear of the appearance of an expert, we can't wait to meet him and discuss the Tao with him. It's the same this time. I heard from Lady Chi that an expert has appeared deep in the mountains, so I immediately ordered this lowly one to bring his greeting card to pay my respects. However, this lowly one was too abrupt. I heard from others that fellow Taoist's magic power is unfathomable, and I didn't dare to believe it, so I sent someone to test you. Please don't blame me, fellow Taoist. The immortal general chuckled and passed the immortal spear in his hand to the immortal soldier behind him. He walked up empty-handed and greeted Fangxing. He really wants to pay me a visit? Fangxing was stunned. He understood that the immortal general's words about being abrupt were all bullshit. If he had been struck down by the bald giant's spear, they probably wouldn't have been so polite to him and would have just killed him. However, he had sent that god race being flying with a slap, proving his strength, so they took out the greeting card and treated him with the utmost courtesy. Haha, you're too polite. May I know why Reverend Profound Ji wants to see me? Fangxing also retracted the ferocity on his face and asked with a smile. The Green Fermiana province is vast, and it's close to the wilderness. From time to time, there are demons causing havoc and rebels running amok. In order to expel the demons and kill the rebels, Reverend Profound Secrets has always spared no effort in recruiting talents from all over the world. With your abilities, isn't it a pity to be buried in the wilderness? My clan's Reverend Xuanji wanted me to sincerely invite you over. If you go to the Qinggu province, there will naturally be a chance for fellow Taoists to rise rapidly. The immortal general was extremely polite. After saying these polite words, he smiled and said, "Only, I wonder what friend's name is and where you cultivate?" My name is Fangxing. I'm from there. Fangxing answered with a smile and pointed to the west. Oh? The immortal general was slightly taken aback. Then, with a face full of smiles, he said, "That's even better." The west that Fangxing was pointing to was a boundless and mysterious wilderness. This was what he had seen from the ancient scroll. Back then, the Azure Mystic Domain Master had descended and engaged in a fierce battle with the orthodoxies of the Azure Mystic world, uprooting countless orthodoxies. Those who were lucky enough to survive had all fled into the wilderness and often caused havoc. Occasionally, there would be people who could not endure it and came out to serve the Azure Mystic Domain Master. However, Fangxing had already chosen an identity for himself. Every time someone asked, he would say that he was from the wilderness. In this way, it would be difficult for others to tell the truth. If fellow Taoist has nothing else, why don't you follow me to the Green Fermiana province? Li Hujiang nodded to himself. Then, he smiled and extended an invitation. Fangxing thought about it seriously and then agreed, all right, no problem. It was not that he did not think that there might be something fishy going on here. However, he had nowhere else to go. Also, even if he went to the Green Fermiana immortal residence, he would be able to escape if there were any problems. Therefore, he simply agreed and prepared to go and take a look. You actually agreed just like that? He looked for the Great Void Baby and Little Blind Lady. When he said this, the Great Void Baby was shocked. Yes. Aren't you afraid that they might have some kind of trap? There's nowhere else to go anyway, the Great Void Baby was stunned. That makes sense. Then, let's go, the two of them had the same thought. Since there was nowhere else to go, whether it was a blessing or a curse, they might as well go. The two of them looked as if it was a matter of course. However, Little Blind Lady was stunned. She felt that it was not very reliable. Li Hujiang did not seem to think too much. When he saw that Fangxing had agreed to it, he was instantly overjoyed. He completely ignored the unhappy look on the lady called Chier's face. He called for a green wolf to be brought over and invited Fangxing to sit on it. Then, he led the way with the immortal weapon at the back. They rode on the cloud and flew toward the green Fermiana province. The huge storm disappeared in an instant. There were people in the Boulder tribe who hoped that Fangxing would be well, but there were even more who hoped that he would meet with misfortune. However, no matter how they thought about it, they did not expect that things would turn out this way. After a while, they mustered up the courage to come out of the thatched cottage and stared blankly at their retreating backs. Our tribe, the old chief raised his head and looked for a while. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. We've missed a great opportunity. The villagers were confused. They really did not know why the old chief would sigh like that after being slapped. In fact, the old chief also felt that his brain was not enough. In the beginning, he had treated the injured guest as the god of fortune. Then, he treated him as the god of plague. He only wanted to see him meet with misfortune. However, no matter what, he did not expect that after waiting for such a long time, the guest would still be courteously invited away by the green Fermiana immortal residents and treated as a distinguished guest. He really did not understand this. If he had known that the guest was so capable, he would have just treated the guest more politely. With the guest taking care of them, wouldn't they have been able to achieve great success? However, such a good thing was just a thought. After thinking about what had happened in the past few days, he could not help but smile bitterly and admit that even if they had to do it again, the villagers would still make the same decision. They would still offend this important person. There would be no other outcome. The green wolf demon mount trod on the air, moving as fast as lightning. Very soon, it flitted across the sky above the vast mountains and arrived before a plain. The terrain in front of them was wide and spacious. Clouds were rising in the air, and the atmosphere was like that of a celestial being. Impressively, there was a huge celestial city built there. Inside, there were pavilions and pavilions that were extremely luxurious and luxurious. There were actually countless buildings that floated in mid-air, and there were even countless celestial soldiers and generals patrolling in the air. From time to time, there would be celestial birds and auspicious beasts flying leisurely in the air. There was also a celestial city in Tianyuan called Beko Kekyang. However, Fangxing secretly thought that the Beko Kekyang also had a strict atmosphere, but compared to this celestial city, it was much shabbier. Beko Kekyang was superior in terms of Taoist accumulation, but in terms of luxurious celestial qi, it was really a far cry from here. This must be the big city of the Qinggu province, right? In his heart, Fangxing could not help but sigh in admiration. It's just a city of a province, and yet it has such an atmosphere. As expected of the 33 heavens. I wonder just how many treasures are hidden in this big city, and how much effort will it take to obtain them? Fellow Taoist Fang, please. I will report this to Reverend Xuanji. When he is done with his official business, he will naturally host a banquet to welcome you. Tiger Li politely invited Fangxing into the city. They came to an exquisite courtyard, and he invited Fangxing to rest. There's no need to be so polite. Just serve the good wine and meat. Fangxing was very receptive, and he seemed very easy to talk to. He had a smile on his face. Tiger Li politely exchanged a few more words, and then said that he had to go back to report. He ordered 2 immortal soldiers to stand guard in front of the courtyard, and a few maidservants to listen to his orders. He also ordered his men to bring a lot of good wine and various other things. Then, he asked Fangxing to rest for a while, and he left with his men. The woman called Qi'er glared at Fangxing indignantly, as if she was very dissatisfied that this fellow who had hit her was receiving such honorable treatment. However, she had no choice but to follow Tiger Li out. I'm tired, and I want to rest for a while. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important, Fangxing stretched, and then picked up a jar of wine. He asked little blind girl to stand guard outside, and then he entered the inner hall with the great void baby. Without saying anything, the great void baby took off the great illusionary mirror on its back, and went in on its own. There was no doubt that there was no such good thing in this world. Tiger Li had sincerely invited Fangxing over, and no one could be sure what his intentions were. Fangxing was not stupid. Even if he did not mind Tiger Li's little tricks, he had to be on guard. Naturally, he would not be able to get the answer out of Tiger Li face to face. The best way was to peek through the great illusionary mirror. Before he entered this place, he had already figured out the layout of the surroundings without making a sound. Although there were many restrictions that blocked out spying, they could not prevent a treasure like the great illusionary mirror from entering. Soon, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror, and the scene of Tiger Li and Chi soaring on the clouds appeared. Chi naturally had a dissatisfied expression as she said unhappily, "Senior brother Li, you don't love me at all. You clearly said that you would teach that bastard a lesson on my behalf, so why did you politely invite him over in the end? Are you really going to ask Uncle Xuanji to give him a celestial official position?" "Haha, Uncle Xuanji ordered me to invite him over to give him a celestial official position." Tiger Li was all smiles, as if he did not care about it at all. "How can there be such a good thing?" Chi was fuming with tears in her eyes. "All of you are bullying me." "Haha, Sister Chi since when did you become so stupid? Is it so easy to be a celestial official in Qinggu State?" Tiger Li could not help but laugh out loud, and his face was full of mischief. "How many people want to be a celestial official but can't get it? Isn't this a good thing?" Chi was faking her tears, and she could not help but raise her head. Tiger Li held back his laughter, and after looking around to make sure no one was around, he asked softly, "What do you think is the biggest thing in Xianxia Heaven Realm recently?" "The biggest thing?" Fairy Chi was stunned. "Sister Hong Yan's disappearance?" Tiger Li shook his head and said, "Although this is not a small matter, it is still a private matter. If we really want to talk about the biggest thing, it would be the Heaven's Ascension Assembly that is about to start. Which celestial official in Xianxia Heaven Realm is not feeling insecure, afraid that they will be chosen? Heaven's Ascension Assembly?" Fairy Chi was stunned, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "You want to send him to fight for a celestial life?" Tiger Li smiled and nodded. "Someone has to fight for our Qinggu State, isn't that right? Heaven's Immortal Ascension Gathering? Immortal Fate?" Feng Xing was very certain that they didn't have anything good to say to him, so when he heard Tiger Li's words about throwing away his life, he felt as if a boulder had been lifted from his heart. He finally confirmed his suspicions. However, he was quickly stunned by the topic they brought up during their conversation. He blankly stared at the great illusionary mirror and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. What was this immortal ascension? How could it be related to an immortal fate? And what did Tiger Li and the others mean when they said they were going to die? Suddenly, he came into contact with the thing he needed the most, and it was related to some immortal ascension gathering. He didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? When he looked again, Tiger Li and Fairy Chi didn't say anything. They walked away with smiles on their faces. Fairy Chi looked very satisfied. The great void baby also came out of the great illusionary mirror and stared at Feng Xing in silence. "What is this Heaven's Immortal Ascension Gathering?" Feng Xing asked with a frown when he remembered the great void baby's identity. But at this moment, the great void baby also looked confused. He thought hard and said, "I've heard of this name before. It seems to be a grand event that is held once every 3,000 years in the 33 heavens. It's related to the immortal's fate, but I don't know much about it. Back then, my spiritual nature wasn't strong, and I only followed my previous master. I remembered more things that he mentioned, and naturally, I didn't know much about the things that he didn't mention. I've never heard him mention this immortal's fate gathering many times, a gathering that happens once every 3,000 years? Feng Xing thought of the expressions on Tiger Li and Chi Er's faces and thought, "It's not a gathering, is it?" He took the ancient scroll and flipped through it. He wanted to see if there were any records of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly. After flipping through the entire book, he finally found a line of inconspicuous words: "Every 3,000 years, there will be an All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly. All the living beings of the various worlds will chase after them. They are as ugly as dogs." This caused Feng Xing to stare blankly for quite a while. He didn't know who had provoked this old scribe to actually curse him. However, he didn't know if this old thing dropped the book bag, or if he didn't know much about it, but there was only one sentence in the entire book. This obviously didn't solve the question in Feng Xing's mind. He asked the servant girl outside the room, but she was also confused. From the looks of it, ordinary people didn't know about this immortal ascension gathering. Feng Xing could only sit down and slowly ponder. He stayed here until nightfall, but he didn't receive any invitations from Taoist Master Xuanji. Instead, Fairy Chi came with 3 little servant girls, carrying wooden trays with wine and food. This little fairy was behaving very strangely. Ever since she was slapped by Fangxing and the giant stone tribe, she had been looking at Fangxing as if she wanted to bite him. But at this time, she was beaming with happiness. Once she saw Fangxing, she bowed and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Fang. Chier is here to accompany you." After saying that, she ordered the servant girls to prepare the food and wine, but she stared at Fangxing with her big eyes and didn't leave for a long time. "You're actually here to accompany me?" Fangxing sneered in his heart. He already knew that this fairy Chier didn't learn her lesson. Even if a knife was held to her neck, she wouldn't apologize to him. Moreover, back in the giant stone tribe, she didn't do anything wrong. Looking at her gloating expression, Fangxing knew that she was here to see him make a fool of himself, right? Some petty people just liked to see people's expressions when they were about to be in trouble. Fangxing himself was one of them. However, although the smile on Lady Chier's face made him want to slap her again, his heart was moved. He felt that this was a good opportunity to find out more about her, so he forced a smile on his face and stood up in an exaggerated manner. With an excited expression, he held both of Fairy Chier's arms and sighed, "Oh my, Fairy Chier, what are you doing? If you don't accompany me, wouldn't that be an insult to me? Ha 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 ha, I should be the one thanking you. If not for Fairy Chier, how could I have such good luck?" Fairy Chier was stunned by such an enthusiastic gesture. She stayed where she was for a long time and didn't dare to move. After a long time, she squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "You're thanking me?" "Of course." Fangxing pulled her to sit down and sighed sincerely. "Little sister Chier. It's okay if I call you little sister, right? Anyway, I'll call you that even if you don't let me. You don't know the pain of being an individual immortal. Wandering around all day, drinking wind and dew, not having a full meal for 10 days to half a month is fine. The key is that I can't even get to know a girl for 3 to 5 years. Look at me, I'm already 746 years old, but I'm still a primordial young body. My future is uncertain, and I don't know where to go. I didn't expect that I'd become an official now." What's going on?" Fairy Chier was dumbfounded. She just wanted to see the unlucky appearance of this guy who was about to die. Why did she end up listening to his agitated complaints? What does it have to do with me whether you're a primordial young body or not? Moreover, she originally wanted to ridicule him. Why did she feel so uncomfortable when she saw his excited expression? Are you really grateful to me?" After a long while, Fairy Chier pulled her arm back and said with a stiff smile on her face, "You're right. Of course." Fangxing laughed like a pug and said proudly, "If I hadn't slapped you, such a good thing wouldn't have fallen on my head." Ha ha ha, how many people would want to snatch the opportunity to become an immortal official just like that? Damn it. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Once he mentioned it, Fairy Chier's expression became even uglier. She felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. Even now, she still felt a burning pain on her face when she thought about it. When she saw the smile on Fangxing's face, she felt even more uncomfortable. Subconsciously, she didn't want to let Fangxing be so complacent. She wanted to suppress his excitement. Although she knew that the position of the immortal official was fake, and he would be in trouble sooner or later, she couldn't bear it even for a short while. Even if she didn't directly expose this matter, she still felt the need to retaliate. At the very least, she had to vent the anger in her heart. You have this ability. Why are you worried about not being an immortal official? Fairy Chier didn't think for long. She smiled evilly and said, "But, have you heard of the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly?" Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly? Fangxing was happy in his heart, but pretended to be confused. It sounds familiar. This guy is a hothead. Although his ability isn't low, he's stupid. He hasn't even heard of the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly, Fairy Chier thought to herself and felt relieved. No wonder he dared to hit me. He doesn't know the severity of the situation. Thinking of this, she became happy. She smiled again and looked at Fangxing with a hint of ridicule. She smiled and said, "So you don't know about the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly? Then let me teach you something. This Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly is the biggest event in the 33 heavens. It's called heavens, which means that all living beings in the universe must participate in this immortal ascension assembly. It's also called Immortal Ascension Assembly. It's said that there are benefits to participating in this Immortal Ascension Assembly. There's a chance to obtain an immortal fate and become an immortal. There's such a good thing? Fangxing deliberately pretended to be surprised. His face was full of disbelief. Sure enough, he's an idiot, Fairy Chi sneered in her heart. Her smile became even sweeter. She said, is that so? That's great. I'm sure you know that in the 33 heavens, immortal fates are becoming rarer and rarer. They are also becoming more and more precious. Who knows how many aristocratic families can't even obtain one? As for ordinary people, they shouldn't even think about it. Strictly speaking, an immortal fate isn't something that ordinary people can dream of. Even if you wait for 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, it still won't be your turn. Not to mention, if you don't obtain an immortal fate, you wouldn't be able to live for so long. What are you trying to say? Fangxing's expression became a bit strange as he looked at Fairy Chi with a puzzled expression. Fairy Chi's smile became even more cheerful. She said, I'm trying to tell you how precious an immortal fate is. Because of how precious it is, the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly is exceptionally cruel. Every 3,000 years, there will be no less than 100,000 false immortals participating. They compete and kill each other for the title of Immortal Chief. Only those who survive the slaughter of 100,000 people and reach the top 3 of the immortal rankings can obtain 3 immortal lives. Do you understand now? Out of 100,000 people, only 3 can obtain an immortal life. 3 out of 100,000 people? Even Fangxing's expression slightly changed. It was unknown what he was thinking about. After a while, he said, isn't that courting death? Who said it wasn't? Seeing his expression, Fairy Chi thought that he was afraid. She purposely smiled and said, anyone who participates in this Immortal Ascension Assembly is courting death. After saying that, he cast a meaningful glance at Fangxing. Before taking his leave with a smile on his face. She also knew that now was not the time to reveal her trump card to Fangxing. Right now, she wanted to plant a thorn in Fangxing's heart, making him feel uncomfortable and panicked. The more it was like this, when Uncle Xianxia announced that he wanted Fangxing to participate in the Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly, the more interesting his expression would be, and the more she would be able to vent her anger. As for whether her words could be considered revealing her true intentions to this guy in advance, she was not worried at all. Even if this guy guessed something, what could he do? Since he was here, could he still run away? What's more, this guy was a fool. He deserved to compete with 100,000 people for 3 immortal lives. This guy is a fool. One trick and he managed to get the truth out of me. After Fairy Chi left, Fangxing's expression changed. His eyes lit up as he smiled. He couldn't help but want to clap his hands and cheer. 3 immortal lives. There are actually so many. This time, we're rich. Fairy Chi probably never would have thought that the Immortal Ascension Assembly, which she thought was a dead end, would be a great fortune in Fangxing's eyes. He had been racking his brains to seize the immortal lives, and he would do anything to do so. To put it bluntly, if there were immortal lives in the Qinggu province's immortal residence, Fangxing would have long since flipped the place upside down. And now, he was in luck. All he had done was sit there and not go anywhere, and such a good thing had fallen into his lap. He was incredibly lucky. The 3 immortal lives were already in Fangxing's pocket. As for the 100,000 competitors, they were just a bunch of hopping salted fish. He was finally at ease. After staying in the Qinggu province's immortal residence for a few days, he finally saw Sage Xuanji, who was in charge of the Qinggu province's immortal residence. This person's surname was Zhou, and he was a branch relative of the Azure Xian domain lord's bloodline. His name was Zhou Xuanji. Because he was not from the main bloodline, his name did not have the word Qing in it. However, since he was related by blood to the Azure Xian domain lord's bloodline, his status was naturally extraordinary. Among the surrounding provinces, the Qinggu province had always had an illustrious status, and it was as lofty as an immortal. When Sage Xuanji was hosting a banquet, only then did Fangxing see what he looked like. He was an old man dressed in a green Daoist robe. His face was as gloomy as water, and he did not like to speak or smile. His chi was truly terrifying, and with just a glance, he could sense that this person's chi and blood were like lead and as deep as a valley. His cultivation was unfathomable. Fang Xing secretly estimated that this old man Xuanji's cultivation was most likely that of a true immortal. On the surface, he was hosting a banquet, but in reality, he only showed his face and said a few words of encouragement before sitting there like a wooden statue. And it was not only Fang Xing who hosted the banquet. There were also 3 or 4 other Yuanying cultivators with different backgrounds. Their cultivations were all different, and it was clear that they had just been invited. All of them looked anxious, and they attended the banquet nervously, as if they were waiting for something. After 3 rounds of wine, they began to feel uneasy, as if they had something to say. Haha, fellow Taoists, our master, Sage Xuanji, appreciates the 5 of you for having such high cultivations. It would be a pity to be buried in the wilderness, so he sincerely invites the 5 of you to join the Qinggu immortal residence and temporarily take the position of commander. You will quell the chaos in all directions and sweep away the demons of the 4 seas, and help the Azure domain. We will clear all the demons and monsters for the Xian domain, for the Azure domain, for the Crimson clan, as well as to a bright future for ourselves. What? It was almost time. The Green Parasol Immortal Mansion's great commander, Tiger Li, stood up and raised his cup with a smile. All right. Fang Xing had been waiting for a long time, and he immediately raised his cup in agreement, very excited. Swoosh 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 swoosh, in the huge hall, countless gazes looked at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. Lady Qi who was sitting beside Sage Xuanji, spat out the wine in her mouth. What? Fang Xing had a confused look on his face as he glared back at those gazes. Cough, cough, in the silence, a grey-robed old man stood up. He was a Yuanying cultivator, and in the 33 miles, he was already known as a rogue immortal. He smiled bitterly, poured a cup, and apologized to Sage Xuanji. Lord Xuanji, please accept this humble one's bow. This humble one does not dare to refuse Lord's kindness, but this humble one is used to being a wanderer, and I do not wish to be an official. I am afraid that I will delay Lord's important matters. If Lord needs me, this humble one will be the first to serve, but as an official of the immortal residence, forget it. He actually refuses to agree. Fang Xing looked at the old man with a strange expression, but he saw that the old man's expression was one of forbearance, and his attitude was very firm. Looking at the others, they were also eager to try, wanting to stand up and chime in. It seemed that they were not the least bit interested in being an official of the immortal residence. Haha, fellow Taoist Kusong, your words are too much. Reverend Xuanji didn't even open his mouth to speak. Instead, it was Commander Li who sneered at the grey-robed old man and said in a deep voice, My lord has good intentions. What's the meaning of your refusal? If I remember correctly, a year ago, you fought with someone at the Yi River and took his opponent's life. 3 years ago, at the border of the desolate wildlands, you seized a precious herb. 10 years ago, you disrespected an immortal official, and when immortal soldiers were trying to capture you, you broke through the siege, injured 5 immortal soldiers and 1 immortal general, and fled to the desolate wildlands to avoid disaster, am I right? Every time he said something, the grey-robed old man's expression turned uglier, and in the end, he lowered his head deeply. Commander Li's expression turned uglier, and he said with a cold smile, speaking of which, you have done many evil deeds. The immortal law of the heaven of Xianxia has long been unable to tolerate you. Once you are captured by the immortal soldiers and immortal generals, you will be killed by divine lightning, and your soul will be destroyed. However, our prefecture lord of Qingwu Prefecture is desperate for talent, so he did not pursue your past wrongdoings and wrote it off. He even rewarded you with an official position, allowing you to have a meteoric rise. However, not only did you not thank him, but you even tried to refuse. Do you think that the immortal law of the heaven of Xianxia cannot punish you? By the end of his words, his expression was already stern, and there was even a murderous intent in his eyes. I don't dare. The grey-robed old man's body trembled, and after a while, he replied with a trembling voice. Since you don't dare, then sit down and listen to the announcement. Commander Li shouted coldly, his tone unquestionable. The grey-robed old man's face was full of despair, and he sat down like a log. As for the others, they all had the same expression as him, and they all remained silent. Let's go, let's fight with our lives, and we can also become the head of a family. Among everyone, other than Fang Xing, there was only one man who seemed to be in a daze, who spoke in a low voice. The immortal will is vast, and the emperor's grace is as vast as the sea. Itinerant cultivator Fang Xing, sinful cultivator Ku Ting, 100 Flowers Valley's remnant disciple Lu Dai commanderly glanced at spiritual master Xuanji again, and seeing that he didn't speak, he took out a purple edict and read it out. Beside him, there was already an inner attendant who brought out a few sets of official robes. Everything was considered simple, there was no worship to the heavens, and there was no worship to the immortal emperor. It was just read out at the banquet, and after giving the robes to the officials, it was considered a foregone conclusion. When Ku Ting and the others received the robes, their hands were all trembling. Only Fang Xing was in high spirits, and he even measured the robes with his own robes. He felt that it was a little too small, and then he pulled the inner attendant to ask for another set. Among the few people whose faces were ashen as if a great disaster was about to befall them, there was actually such a strange person. This made everyone feel a little strange. Even spiritual master Xuanji couldn't help but look at Fang Xing a few more times, then he smiled faintly and ordered someone to help him back to the inner hall. Hee, fellow Taoists, let's drink to our heart's content. In the future, on the road to the Yellow Springs, at least we can take care of each other. Ku Ting raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. His face was full of despair. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. At this time, what else is there to say? A woman with a voluptuous figure and a charming appearance also raised her cup, sighed, and drained it in one gulp. There's actually such an excited fool. Does he really think that a pie will fall from the sky? There was even a black-haired man in a black robe with an aura like that of a ferocious ghost. He glanced at Fang Xing and sneered, concealing his anger. Maybe he thinks that he has the ability to stand out, the voluptuous woman sighed and said faintly. Then, the others heard her and burst into laughter at the same time. There was a hint of bitterness in their laughter. Everyone, congratulations on entering my green parasol immortal mansion. Let's drink. When Fang Xing heard those ambiguous words, he was about to lose his temper, but Commander Li had already raised his cup and shouted in a deep voice. The others could only follow suit and raise their cups helplessly. This official position of the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, which countless people could not even get their hands on, was given back to them so easily. The most absurd thing was that the person who got the official position did not seem excited at all. It was a rare and strange thing. In the next few days, there was still no movement from him. Nominally, the person who got the position of commander was supposed to lead the immortal army, quell the chaos, or gather the masses to train the immortal army. However, the person who got the position of commander was doing it in a very simple manner. Other than getting a title out of nowhere, there was no change at all. They just drank and made merry all day. It was also during these few days of banquets that Fang Xing carefully observed and found out more or less about the details. The current Azure Mysterious Heaven realm had strict rules. There was almost no space for rogue cultivators and orthodoxies to survive. If it was in normal times, the official position of the Green Parasol Province would definitely be a precious protective talisman that everyone would desperately fight for. However, it was different now. These people who were invited basically knew deep in their hearts that they were just scapegoats for the upcoming All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering. The All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering was held once every 3,000 years. It was a grand event in the 33 heavens, and it was also a calamity in the eyes of many people. In every gathering, there would be a few outstanding people who obtained the immortal fate and stood out from the rest. However, most people would die in the fierce competition without knowing why. Other than a few ambitious old cultivators who had nowhere else to go, very few people would fight for their lives in the Immortal Ascension Gathering. And the reason why Fang Xing and the other cultivators were in such a situation was because of a special rule of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering. Some people racked their brains, wanting to enter the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, but to no avail. There were also some people who didn't have any hope at all and didn't want to throw their lives away. Since ancient times, there had been a rule in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, and that was that the families of the various provinces and prefectures would nominate fake immortals to participate in the gathering, or even forcibly increase the quota. For example, the Green Parasol Immortal Manor had 3 quotas. This was an edict personally issued by the Azure Mysterious Domain Lord, and even if they didn't want to refuse, they had to choose 3 people with extraordinary strength to participate. Moreover, the strength of the people participating in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering absolutely could not be lower than Yuanying. Otherwise, if they couldn't even touch the word immortal, how could they ascend to Immortal Ascension gathering? In this green parasol immortal mansion, there were many experts, but they were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. They could be considered as the backbone of the green parasol immortal mansion. Moreover, most of the city heads held important positions and were related to Reverend Profound G. How could they be willing to casually send 3 people to their deaths? And it was precisely because of this that these scapegoats appeared. With regards to these questions, Fangxing didn't express his opinion. He just couldn't understand why the 33 heavens would be so generous to give away 3 immortal fates every 3,000 years, since immortal fates were so precious that even an emperor couldn't casually obtain one. Half a month passed by in a blink of an eye. Fangxing stayed in the green parasol immortal mansion, drinking and having fun all day long, attending banquets, teasing a fairy, and talking about his divine abilities. He felt like he was living the life of an immortal. Perhaps they had already planned to send them to their deaths. The green parasol immortal mansion was very generous to them. They were served with good food, drinks, and pills. Although they were called immortal officials, they were treated like distinguished guests. In this month, no matter what request they had, they were satisfied. Even the withered vine old man's request for a high-grade essence nurturing pill, the 100 Flowers Valley's remnant disciple Lu Dai's request for 3 priceless immortal goo, the ghost Dao Sec's inheritor Ling Sha's request for a set of blood grievance soul armor, and the rash Qing Shan Tong's request for 3 virgins to serve him every day. In comparison, Fangxing was much easier to serve. He only needed wine and meat every day. At most, he would quarrel with Fairy Qi Er. As he stayed in the green parasol immortal mansion for a long time, Fangxing gradually understood some things about the Heaven Azure mysterious realm. For example, the division of strength among righteous immortals. There was no such thing as passing tribulation in the Heaven Azure mysterious realm. From the moment one cultivated to the realm of Yuanying, he would be called a rogue immortal. However, there was still a gap of 2 great realms between rogue immortals and righteous immortals, especially when compared to Heaven Primordial, where there was a huge gap of 9 tribulations. It was even harder to estimate one's strength. Thus, some people decided to divide the rogue immortal realms. Roughly speaking, they were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Roughly speaking, they were divided into 9 grades. Those who had just entered the realm of Yuanying were the 9th grade, and those who had reached a realm similar to the 9 tribulations of Heaven Primordial were the 9th grade. The Green Parasol Immortal Mansion originally only had 3 quotas to forcibly send people to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly. However, the 100 Flowers Valley's remnant disciple Lu Dai was just a beginner rogue immortal, and the rash Qing Shan Tong was only a lower-level rogue immortal. Thus, the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion was not competent, and specially arranged for 2 more quotas. He, little Fangxing, yesterday Uncle Xianxia gave the order for you to prepare for the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly. Are you happy? I heard that in a few days, the Azure Mystic Domain Lord's decree will be issued, and you will have to leave. Inside the Green Parasol Immortal City, on top of a pavilion that was floating in midair, Fairy Qi giggled as she pinched a bunch of purple grapes. Her big eyes kept glancing at Fangxing's face as she spoke, taking pleasure in his misfortune. As she spoke, she glanced at the little blind girl who was playing the zither next to her and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm kind. After you die, I'll adopt this little sister, and I won't let her suffer. However, I won't accept that son of yours who runs around with a bronze mirror on his back every day. He doesn't wear pants." After listening to these words that had been repeated countless times, Fangxing couldn't help but glare at her. He was really speechless. This little girl seemed to want to see his misfortune. Every day, she would follow behind him and tease him with words from time to time, as if she always wanted to see him cry bitterly. It was really annoying. It was only because he could get a lot of information from her that he temporarily endured it. However, ever since yesterday, when the decree for them to prepare for the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly was issued, she became even more annoying. Alas, little Fangxing, look at how stupid you are and how unpopular you are. Before participating in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly, other people will make a few allies. Since Uncle Xuanji issued the decree yesterday, Old Man Ku Ting and the others have been staying together for more than a day. They didn't even show their heads, and I don't know what tactics they are discussing. Why do they just ignore you? In these days, they have been drinking together without you. Only that stupid Meng Shantung came to find you once, but you ignored him. When Fairy Chi saw that Fangxing only rolled his eyes and ignored her, she went on to find something to talk about. Humph, a bunch of idiots. I'm not going to play with them. Fangxing rolled his eyes again and continued to drink. Fairy Chi's words were not wrong. Those colleagues led by Old Man Ku Ting had always been whispering to each other. Perhaps they felt that Fangxing was too fanatical about the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly, so they didn't want to pay attention to him. Usually, they didn't even invite him to drink or discuss official business. Only Meng Shantung came to find Fangxing once. However, this guy was obviously not a clear-headed person. He kept on bragging to Fangxing for a long time about how many wives he would marry after obtaining his immortal fate. This made Fangxing so bored that he would rather lie down on the ground with a little blind girl and fight under the beast flag than drink with this stupid young man. Oh, right, where's your big brother Tiger General? Why don't I see him? Fangxing didn't want to pay attention to Fairy Chi. He was also very bored, so he casually asked. Usually, it was Big Brother Tiger General who came out to invite them to dinner, but he didn't appear in this immortal abode these past 2 days. You don't know, but Big Brother Tiger General has something important to do these 2 days. Seeing that Fangxing finally opened his mouth, Chi was very excited and hurriedly said, I don't know if you've noticed, but 2 months ago, there was a roaring thunder in the southeast sky, causing the sky to change color. At that time, everyone thought that a giant demon was born, or a devil from another domain broke in. The Azure Mystic Domain Lord personally ordered people to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. However, not long ago, Big Sister Qing Luo came out of seclusion and heard about this matter. She said that there must be something fishy, so she dispatched a large number of capable people to investigate. Big Brother Tiger General is a famous expert in our Qingwu province, so he naturally couldn't escape. He went to work for Big Sister Qing Luo. 2 months ago? Fairy Qing Luo? After hearing this, Fangxing was slightly startled. He suddenly thought of something. Could she be looking for me? He also suddenly thought of the time when he descended to this heavenly world. Wasn't it only 2 months ago? Moreover, at that time, he had indeed caused a great change in the weather, causing the 2 heavenly phenomenon wills to fight. That was not a small change. Moreover, Fairy Qing Luo would find out about what happened in the dragon world sooner or later. When she heard that he had arrived in the 33 heavens, she would most likely immediately put in a lot of effort to find him. Calculating the time, it was about time. However, when he thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh. How interesting, Fairy Qing Luo probably wouldn't have guessed that he was hiding in the Qingwu immortal abode, right? In her opinion, Di Lu was a prince who had returned and obtained an immortal life more than 1,000 years ago. Naturally, he wouldn't have any designs on the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering. In that case, let Fairy Qing Luo go look for him. He could hide here and watch a joke. Something big has happened, something big has happened. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the Great Void Baby riding on the back of an immortal crane that was specially used as a means of transportation in the Immortal City. He waved his little arms and shouted loudly, and his face was full of excitement as he flew towards the pavilion in the sky. Fangxing frowned when he saw this. He thought to himself, did this fellow see a servant girl having an affair with an immortal soldier again? It was quite funny. The Great Void Baby had been thinking about becoming a human every day. Until now, he hadn't become one, but he was becoming more and more like a human. It was probably because of his original form. Now, the Great Void Baby loved to peep into other people's private affairs. He would often use his divine ability to look around the immortal abode. Every time he came across some interesting gossip, he would excitedly tell Fangxing about it, causing Fangxing to be speechless. However, Fangxing didn't stop the Great Void Baby. After all, Fangxing also liked to listen to such gossip. Your nosy son is here again. Speaking of which, why doesn't he wear pants all the time? Fairy Chi was also speechless when she saw the Great Void Baby. During this period of time, her fear of Fangxing had disappeared. All she wanted was to see him suffer. However, she was still a little scared of this fat boy who only wore an undergarment and ran around to peep into other people's private affairs. Especially when she heard this fat boy telling Fangxing about how the concubines who were banished to the cold palace by immortal Xuanji were like at night. She was so scared that she broke into a cold sweat and almost ran away with her arms around her chest. The concubines who were banished to the cold palace were not allowed to see other men for the rest of their lives. How did he see them when they were imprisoned in the deep palace? From that day onwards, Fairy Chi had to set up 3 big formations and draw 10 curtains every day when she took a bath. Of course, she didn't know that it was useless. Fangxing now knew exactly where she had a mole on her body. If you saw another servant taking a bath, then you don't have to say anything. When Fangxing saw the great void baby flying up, he immediately said, "Wait until we get back." It's not a bath this time. The great void baby jumped down from the back of the crane. It lifted its undergarment and shook its little penis. Fairy Chi immediately covered her face with her hands and peeked through the gaps between her fingers. The great void baby didn't care that it was exposed. It rushed to the front of Fangxing and held Fangxing's hand, saying, "This is big news. Listen to me, I saw it by accident just now. When did you not do it by accident?" Fairy Chi opened her eyes and interrupted him with a smile. "I didn't do it by accident." The great void baby glared at Fairy Chi and answered carelessly. Then, it stood on its tiptoes and whispered something into Fangxing's ear. Fangxing was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "These people can't be so bold, can they?" The great void baby pointed at its own eyes and said, "I saw it with my own eyes." Fairy Chi curiously poked her head over and asked, "Who are you talking about this time?" Fangxing and the great void baby looked at each other, then turned to her at the same time. Their smiles were so strange that it made Fairy Chi's hair stand on end. She covered her chest and took a few steps back. Then, she heard the 2 of them say at the same time, "I'm not telling you. You're telling me a secret right in front of me, but you're hiding it from me?" But the great void baby was very slippery, and it hid behind Fangxing. Lady Chi was so angry that she stomped her feet. Fangxing ignored her. He looked around and was about to turn around and leave. Lady Chi was confused. She was about to stop him and ask him when she heard a whistle. Suddenly, 3 figures flew up from below. All of them had an extremely powerful aura. They rushed into the air and surrounded the pavilion. At the same time, a withered vine quickly grew from the pavilion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Chi was furious. Lady Chi was shocked. Before she could react, the withered vine had already grown from under her feet and wrapped around her legs. Fangxing's gaze turned cold and he frowned. How did they get here so quickly? The great void baby was even more stunned. He looked at Fangxing helplessly. "Let me go." "What do you want?" Lady Chi was entangled by the withered vine. She couldn't break free even with her magic power. She could only scream and stare angrily at the 3 people. "Haha, Lady Chi, please don't blame us. We have no choice but to borrow you for a while." Among the 3 people who surrounded the pavilion, one of the old men said in a deep voice. It was the old cultivator with the withered vine. The other 2 were the successor of the Ghost Dao sect, Ling Sha, and the remnant disciple of the 100 Flowers Valley, Lu Dai. The 3 of them looked gloomy and ruthless, as if they had made a huge decision. While they restrained Lady Chi, they looked around cautiously. Not far away, someone noticed the change. Just as the drums were beating, immortal soldiers and generals rose into the air and rushed over. "Let's not waste any time. Take her as a hostage and leave quickly." The remnant disciple of the 100 Flowers Valley, Lu Dai, said anxiously. "You want to take me as a hostage and then run away?" Fairy Chi wasn't really a fool. How could she not understand after hearing this? Her eyes went blank for a moment. All of a sudden, she looked at Fangxing hatefully, glaring at him. Now, he finally understood why the 2 of them did not tell him earlier. The great void baby must have accidentally found out about their plan to pester him. Hence, he excitedly came to tell Fangxing about it, but he did not tell him about it. Fang Xing ignored her hateful gaze. He just held the wine jar lazily, as if it had nothing to do with him. However, he didn't expect that even though he clearly didn't want to care about these things, those three people still had their eyes on him. With a thought, Ku Ting's poisonous ivy had already wrapped around Fairy Chi-er and pulled her to his side. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked coldly at Fang Xing and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Fang, please don't blame me for being rude. The three of us had discussed it. We'll die if we go to the Immortal Ascension Assembly, so it's better to take a risk. This woman has an extraordinary identity, so we plan to tie her up and run away. Do you want to come with us?" Perfected cultivator Xuanji is in closed-door cultivation all year round, so it's hard for him to show his face. He showed up once a month ago, but he hasn't been seen since. Commander Li, who's in charge of guarding the immortal abode, isn't around, so the patrols are lax. You've really picked a good time. I'm impressed. But go on with your business. I wish you good luck. I won't get involved in this. I wish you all a smooth escape, haha. Fang Xing smiled lazily and cupped his hands at the old cultivator. Fellow Taoist Fang, do you really not know how cruel the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly is? Cultivator Teng, on the other hand, seemed to be glaring at Fang Xing as he said coldly, other than rank 1 bodiless immortals and rank 1 bodiless immortals, how many people could possibly survive the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly? Do you really think you can snatch an immortal fate? Now, the three of us are taking a risk and fighting for a slim chance of survival. We've called you along because you're not weak. If you're still rational, then hurry up and fight your way out of this immortal abode with us. Otherwise, if fellow Taoist Fang is the only one left, you won't be able to survive. Haha, thank you for your consideration. I have my own plans, so please do as you please. Fang Xing laughed dryly and naturally didn't want to leave. He cupped his hands again. The old cultivator could not help but narrow his eyes. He really couldn't imagine how such a fool could be so determined to risk his life in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly. Now that they had taken a risk and taken the hostage, he still didn't agree. Of course, they didn't expect the Great Void Baby to eavesdrop on their secret conversation. He knew that the three of them planned to take Chi-er as a hostage and escape from the immortal abode. They even planned to find someone to be the scapegoat to attract the attention of the immortal soldiers and give them a chance to escape into the wildlands. The Great Void Baby hurriedly came back to tell Fang Xing after hearing half of their conversation. He didn't realize that they were looking for someone to be the scapegoat. He initially thought it was Meng Shantong, but now it seemed like they were targeting Fang Xing instead. This person is a fool. He's so sure that he can obtain the immortal fate. Senior, why are you wasting your time talking to him? Right when the old cultivator with the withered vine furrowed his brows and remained silent, the ghost cultivator beside him, Ling Sha, opened his mouth and looked at Fang Xing with an indifferent gaze. His gaze was vicious and cold as he said coldly, "Since he refuses to accept a toast, then we might as well treat him to a cup of forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the little blind girl in the corner of the pavilion. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a black shadow flew out from his mouth. It was a malicious spirit, and it laughed miserably. It opened its mouth with a rumble, and two pale hands reached out to grab the little blind girl. The little blind girl was still in the corner, and she didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Withered Vine Old Cultivator and 100 Flowers Valley's Lu Dai-er were overjoyed. They thought that this was a good method. They had captured his people, and they didn't need to be afraid that he wouldn't submit. You're courting death. However, when Fang Xing saw this, he was immediately enraged and his eyes turned cold. He didn't want to participate in these people's plan, but he didn't want to stop them either. He was happy to watch a good show. He didn't care even if they wanted to kidnap Chi-er. After all, although this girl pestered him every day, she didn't have any good intentions. She just wanted to see him suffer. However, he didn't expect that even though he didn't provoke them, they would provoke him instead. Swoosh. The ferocious ghost rushed out of Ling Sha's mouth. Just as it was about to pounce on the little blind girl, Fang Xing suddenly spoke with a cold face. He glared at the ghost like two sharp swords. It was an insubstantial gaze, but the ferocious ghost sensed it and shrank back in fright. It didn't continue to rush towards the little blind girl. Then, as if it couldn't control itself, it hurriedly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was so shocked that he didn't understand what was going on. He waved his hand again and drew out a ghost sword. The ghost sword had just floated in midair and hadn't even been pointed at little blind girl when Fangxing's figure had already appeared in front of Xianxia in an extremely strange manner. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xianxia across the face, sending him flying with his sword. Stop! 100 Flowers Valley's Lu Daier also didn't understand what was going on. She only saw Fangxing rushing towards Xianxia and hurriedly raised her hand to summon an immortal goo. But before she could summon it, Fangxing took a step forward and slapped her, sending her flying as well. She didn't even have time to summon that immortal goo before she fell to the ground like a butterfly, just like Xianxia. Fellow Fang, old cultivator Kuting was really frightened. The scene in front of him happened so quickly that he didn't even have time to react before his 2 helpers were sent flying. He was incomparably shocked. He really didn't expect Fangxing to be so strong. He subconsciously shouted and took a step forward. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with Fangxing at this moment, he just wanted to quickly resolve the situation. But Fangxing had slapped 2 people consecutively and was already used to it. The moment he heard someone speaking behind him, he casually slapped back. Slap! Old cultivator Kuting didn't even get to finish his sentence before he was sent flying. Old cultivator Kuting was slapped until he was dizzy and his magic power was in disorder. The poisonous vines that were coiling around Fairy Chi-Er also undid themselves, leaving Chi-Er in the air in a daze. Although she had also suffered from Fangxing's slaps before, seeing him send 3 strong cultivators flying with just 3 slaps without batting an eyelid, it was still far beyond her expectations, especially when she was tied up and couldn't escape. This scene was even more impactful. How can this guy be so impressive? He just loves to slap people. A peculiar feeling rose in Fairy Chi-Er's heart, she didn't even know what it was. Quick, take down these 3 troublemakers. The immortal soldiers in the distance had already gathered over, surrounding Ku Ting and the other 2. Speaking of which, they also felt confused. They clearly saw that something had happened here, but before they could rush over, the 3 of them had already fallen to the ground. As for old cultivator Ku Ting and the other 2, they were even more speechless. Just now, what exactly happened? The plan we'd painstakingly planned for a whole month failed just like that? Even when they were surrounded by the celestial soldiers, the 3 of them were still confused. They didn't know which part of the plan went wrong, only Fangxing remained calm among the group of completely confused people. He touched the little blind girl's head, slightly raised his sleeves, and had a natural and unrestrained demeanor. Rogue cultivator Fangxing, you have done a meritorious service in quelling the chaos. Lord Xuanji has ordered that you don't need to go to the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Stay in the Immortal Mansion and await further orders. However, before Ku Ting and the other 2 could be taken away, a fair-skinned, beardless attendant flew out from the depths of the immortal abode. He was beaming with joy, and when he saw Fairy Chi-Er standing in the air as if nothing had happened to her, he took out an immortal decree with a smile and read it aloud. Even Fangxing was dumbfounded. He suddenly froze and turned to look at the attendant with a face full of shock and confusion. What? What did the immortal decree say? What the hell is this? If it was said that Fangxing's 3 slaps had reduced the plan that Ku Ting and the others had concocted for a long time into complete despair was already shocking enough, then the decree that came from the depths of the Immortal Mansion had completely dumbfounded everyone, including Fangxing. Ku Ting and the others felt like weeping but had no tears. Damn it, they had risked their lives to take this risk, but in the end, it had actually become someone else's wedding gown? As for the other immortal soldiers and the others, they suddenly felt a little more reverence for this ordinary rogue cultivator. Only Fangxing was stunned on the spot. After a long while, he slapped his head angrily. Damn it, I've gone too far. How am I going to clean up this mess? Under the protection of a troop of immortal soldiers, Fairy Chi-Er, who had just been startled, was now hurrying toward the abode in the depths of the immortal abode. She looked very reluctant to leave, as if she really wanted to stay, but Fangxing was in no mood to pay attention to her. This incident had caused quite a commotion in the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, but no one really cared about the trouble that Ku Ting and the others had caused. After all, to them, these scapegoats who were selected from the outer mansion did not look like good people. Usually, everyone would obey the decree of the mansion master and be polite to these scapegoats only because they were going to die very soon. Usually, prisoners who were sentenced to death would have to enjoy a good meal of wine and meat before going to the execution ground, let alone these people who were in the cultivation world. The only change was that Fangxing had become completely famous. Everyone was talking about this lucky guy. It was difficult to be an official, it was even more difficult to be chosen but did not want to go to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly to die, and this lucky guy, because he accidentally saved Miss Chi-er in the mansion, suddenly had a meteoric rise. Not only was he exempted from going to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly by an immortal decree, but he was also able to stay in the immortal mansion and become an official. Because of this, no one in the mansion dared to look at him as if he was a criminal sentenced to death. Only Fangxing was so angry that he returned to the main hall and smashed a few cups. I know I can't do good. Once I do good, I'll definitely be unlucky. Ha 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 ha, you've caught the mansion master's eye, the great void baby laughed as he watched. Now, the immortal abode will definitely not send you to the Heaven's Immortal Ascension gathering. It's not really because you saved that sly girl, and it's not because of your so-called contribution to quelling the chaos. It's mainly because the abilities you displayed just now were too great. That old man Ku Ting and the others are all rather powerful rogue immortals. In any region, they would be able to make a name for themselves. Yet, you easily defeated them with a slap. How could that Reverend Xuanji not realize your extraordinary abilities? Do you really think that every immortal mansion has so many experts? I've been asking around for the past few days. This immortal mansion that rules over a province doesn't have many experts that can be used in public. They have to expel the demons and pacify the chaotic cultivators. Just based on your performance today, they would at least put you on the same level as that Commander Li. You haven't obtained an immortal life yet, but you're already so powerful. This is the talent in the eyes of those big shots. Of course, they would keep you by their side and not send you to your death. Then what should I do? Fangxing pondered with a bitter expression. Should I go and kidnap that girl too? The void baby pouted and said, that's not very skillful. Fangxing nodded and sighed. That's true, those guys have already done it. Everyone outside was talking about his luck, but he stayed alone in his room and fell into deep distress. At dinner time, enlightened Master Xuanji's servant personally delivered his dinner and praised him warmly. He only said that when enlightened Master Xuanji officially came out of seclusion 3 days later, he would personally host a banquet to welcome Fangxing. He asked Fangxing to stay here and wait patiently, and congratulated him in advance on his upcoming good fortune. Why don't you go and tell the higher-ups that I still want to participate in the Heavenly Immortal Ascension Conference? Fangxing pitifully begged the servant and even stuffed a handful of spirit essences into his mouth. Mr. Fang, please don't joke around. I know that you're very capable. You easily subdued those 3 troublemakers. I'm afraid that with this ability, you can at least be rated as an upper-level scattered immortal, even comparable to Commander Li. However, with this ability of yours, if you participate in the Heavenly Immortal Ascension Conference, don't blame me for speaking bluntly, you'll still end up with no return. That's not a place for humans to go. Every time there's a bloodbath and corpses everywhere. Not to mention immortal lives, how many people can actually come back alive? At this point, he also shook his head with a sorrowful expression and sighed. I treat you as one of our own. Let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. In the past Immortal Ascension conferences, there were indeed people who obtained immortal lives, but look at who those people were. They were either peerless warriors loyal to the immortal emperor, or they were carefully groomed descendants of some ancient orthodoxy. Each and every one of them was a top talent. Not to mention their abilities, just their status alone was enough to scare their opponents to death. What do we have to compete with them? Okay, courting death is my business, why are you worrying so much? Fangxing had a headache from the servant's nagging, so he unhappily rolled his eyes at him. Ha ha ha, the servant was so angry that he laughed. If you didn't save Lady Chi-er, I wouldn't be saying these heartfelt words to you. To tell you the truth, Lord Xianxia has already decided who will participate in the Heavenly Immortal Ascension Conference, so that person has to go. Even if they don't want to go, they can't. However, since he told you to stay in the Immortal Mansion to serve him, then you should obediently stay here. Even if you want to die, there's no way. After saying this, the old man waved his sleeves and confidently left. Only Fangxing was left in the main hall, and he bitterly watched the old man's departing figure. He's forcing me to use my ultimate move. After pondering for a long time, Fangxing finally stood up angrily, as if he had made a huge decision. The Great Void Baby was startled, and he quickly reminded him, "You have to take it easy. Don't think that you can get this opportunity just because those withered vines and old cultivators are more determined to participate in the Heavenly Immortal Ascension Conference because of the trouble they caused. You have to know that whether you go or not, this opportunity is still in Reverend Xianxia's hands. Moreover, he only needs 3 scapegoats, and that's enough now. If you really annoy him, what if he doesn't give you this opportunity and decides to get rid of you instead? Then, the loss outweighs the gain. So, be careful, and don't overreach yourself again." "Shut up, are you the master or am I the master?" Fangxing rolled his eyes at him, then slammed the table and said, "Let me tell you, my method is very good." "Then, master, why don't you tell me about it first?" The Great Void Baby called him master perfunctorily, and asked curiously. Fangxing smirked and was about to speak when he saw a little head poking over silently. It turned out to be the little blind girl who also wanted to eavesdrop. She looked honest, but she could not hide the curious expression on her little face. Fangxing stretched out his hand and pushed her little head back, sternly warning her, "What are you doing? Do you have any rules? Go and guard the door for me, don't let anyone in." "Oh." The little blind girl agreed reluctantly and went out of the door obediently. She pouted her little mouth slightly. "Come here." Only then did Fangxing call for the Great Void Baby, and whispered a few words into its ear. The Great Void Baby's expression changed immediately. "This? Are you really going to do this?" he probed, a little diffidently. "Of course, is there a problem?" Fangxing asked confidently and proudly, feeling very proud of himself. No. Master, you are too bold, I am really convinced today." The Great Void Baby quickly shook its head, and then sighed deeply. It cupped its hands and bowed to Fangxing. "Are you convinced now? Then hurry up and ask someone to go." Fangxing was stunned, and he urged the Great Void Baby out of the door, looking excited. "You are actually serious?" The Great Void Baby was speechless, but it still went out the door. Speaking of which, it was also quite interested in this matter. After the Great Void Baby went out the door, Fangxing took a deep breath, and immediately got to work. First, he prepared the food and wine that the servant brought, then warmed the cold wine with his magic power. Finally, he distilled it himself, and folded 10 jars of wine into 1 jar. This way, the wine would be 10 times stronger, and he prepared 10 jars in total. Then, he stood up and looked around. Suddenly, he smacked his own head, and ran to the flowering shrubs outside. He plucked a few immortal flowers that were in full bloom, and placed them in a white vase beside the table. Once he was done, he chased away the maidservants that Immortal Mansion had assigned to him, and said that he wanted some time alone. Less than an hour after he finished setting up everything, a frail figure appeared at the entrance of his palace. It was none other than Fairy Chi. She quietly stuck her head in to take a look and was immediately stunned. Her expression showed that she was touched. She had just changed into a new dress, and she even had light makeup on her face. Under the light of the candlelight, she looked even more charming. "Lil Fangxing, you want to treat me to a meal?" she asked Fangxing shyly, and in disbelief. "Of course, I've been wanting to treat you to a meal for a long time." Come, Fangxing was very enthusiastic. He invited Immortal Chi in, and said with a smile, "Let's not go home until we're drunk." Immortal Chi lowered her head, and said in a low voice, "I should be the one to hold a feast to thank you. Haha, we're friends." Fangxing laughed, then placed a jar of wine in front of Immortal Chi. "Come, let's finish this, brother, I'm a sister." Immortal Chi mumbled in a low voice, and said a little guiltily, "Finish them all?" Fangxing nodded, and said with a smile, "Of course, and you have to drink it honestly. Whoever uses magic power to refine it is a puppy." With Fangxing's capacity for liquor, when he was 10 years old and had no cultivation, he could drink an entire jar of wine. Then, he could excitedly watch a widow bathe without being caught. Now that he had grown up and had cultivation, his capacity for liquor could be described as bottomless. And now, he had the intention to get Fairy Chi drunk, so he brought out his true ability. 1 jar after another, he drank to his heart's content. While his mouth spoke pleasantries, his hands were not idle either. He almost did not allow Fairy Chi to put down the jar of wine in her hand. In less than 2 hours, there were already 4 or 5 jars of wine beside the two of them. The smell of alcohol in the room was enough to make people intoxicated. Let me tell you. Senior brother Fangxing, I really didn't like you at first. Immortal Chi was drunk, her little face was flushed, and her tongue was loose. She put her arm around Fangxing's shoulder and kept talking, because you hit me as soon as you saw me. Let me tell you, ever since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, how many dared to hit me? Only my mother. When I was young, I lived with my mother in a remote tribe. She said that my father didn't want me anymore and that the people in the tribe bullied us. When she got angry, she would hit me, just like how you hit me. As she spoke, she pouted and tears welled up in her eyes. Later on, my father sent people to find us, and brought us into the city. We had food and good clothes to wear, and no one dared to bully us anymore, but my mother died, no one dared to bully us anymore, so she died. From then on, no one dared to hit me anymore. I cultivated the art of ghosts, wanting to resurrect my mother, but they all told me that it was impossible. Woo woo woo. I miss my mother. Just how much can he drink? Even Fangxing felt a little speechless. The feeling of being hugged by a drunken little girl and calling him mother was really not a good feeling. The most important thing was that the way he looked at this little girl had changed. 4 to 5 jars of strong liquor went down their stomachs, and neither of them used their transcendence energy to refine it. Now, even he felt a little tipsy, but this girl actually didn't change much other than talking a lot. If he were to continue drinking, he probably wouldn't be able to reach his goal without at least 8 to 10 jars. More importantly, he wasn't sure how much more he could drink. Mother, there's no more wine, mother. While he was deep in thought, Fairy Chi, who was hugging his thigh with one hand, threw away an empty jar and shook the other empty jars beside her. When she saw that they were all empty, she became indignant. Looking as if she hadn't drunk enough, she hugged Fangxing's thigh and shook it unhappily. Fangxing held the last jar of wine in his hand. Just as he was about to pass it to her, he suddenly hesitated. What if I lose to a woman in a drinking contest? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? A thought flashed through his mind, causing him to seriously ponder over it. He was hesitant. Mother, give me the wine. Holding on to Fangxing's thigh, Fairy Chi climbed up, reaching out her hand and asking for more wine. All right. I'll give it to you. Fangxing made up his mind and handed over the jar of wine. Fairy Chi giggled and reached out with both hands to receive it. Unexpectedly, Fangxing suddenly raised the jar and smashed it on the back of her head. The girl's eyes immediately glazed over, and then she fell straight down like a log. Fangxing casually threw the jar of wine to the side and touched the back of her head, knowing that she was fine. At their level of cultivation, smashing the head was no different from exploding a chestnut on an ordinary person. The reason why she fainted after being smashed was because Fangxing himself had used his supernatural power to shock her spirit, in order to avoid losing the drinking contest and knocking out the opponent. This was a bit shameful. Even Fangxing had to look around guiltily. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he finally relaxed. Then, he carried Fairy Chi and walked into the inner room. Although cultivators rarely slept on their beds, and most of the time, they sat cross-legged and breathed, as a place to entertain guests, they had to have beds. Moreover, they were very luxurious. In the inner room where Fangxing lived, there was an extremely luxurious bed. It was covered with a thick mattress made of cloud silk and a thick blanket made of demonic feathers. You don't want me to die? Fangxing looked down at Fairy Chi who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. He smiled sinisterly and said in a low voice, "Then I'll make you die of anger." After saying that, he took off Fairy Chi-er's outer robe and threw it directly onto the bed. Fairy Chi-er was in a deep sleep. She actually didn't wake up. Instead, she shrunk her body and arched deeper into the blanket. Then, she hugged the pillow tightly and muttered, "Mother, this little girl is raised here. She has a noble status. If she does that with me," Fangxing laughed and rubbed his hands. Just as he was about to climb onto the bed, he suddenly thought of something and was stunned. That's not right. My current physical body is that of an emperor style. If I do that with her, wouldn't that be giving the suppressed brat a great advantage? For some reason, the more he thought about it, the more intense this question became. He anxiously paced around the room. Why is there no movement at this crucial moment? At this time, outside the hall, the great void baby was holding the great illusionary mirror in his arms, and he kept encouraging it. Little blind girl also sat beside him obediently. She tilted her head slightly and listened. In the mirror, it was Fangxing pacing around anxiously in the room. But no matter how much he encouraged him, he just didn't go to the bed. In the end, he even saw that his unreliable master actually sat down on the side of the bed, hugging his head and sighing for a while. Then, he pulled the big blanket over his body and covered his head as he lay down. The great void baby was stunned. He's on the other side. Why are you lying on the other side? When little blind girl heard the great void baby's nagging, she couldn't help but purse her lips and laugh. It was already midnight. The great void baby and little blind girl could only sit outside in boredom. They looked at the great illusionary mirror from time to time, but there was no change at all. After enduring for a while, a few maids and eunuchs rushed over and looked around. When they came to the inner hall where Fangxing lived, the eunuchs hurriedly said, "Boy, have you seen Fairy Chi-er? The main show is here," the great void baby chuckled. Then, with a pure and innocent expression, he said, "Sister Chi-er and Daddy are drinking inside, we are all cultivators. Why are you so greedy for wine?" The chamberlain was obviously relieved. He said with a wry smile and walked inside. However, the great void baby blocked his way. He raised his little face and said seriously, "Daddy said that you're not allowed to go in." "Hey, boy, get out of the way. It's just drinking. Why can't you go in?" The eunuchs laughed and kicked the great void baby. "It's late now. We have to ask the young mistress to go back and rest." The great void baby rolled his eyes and said, "Daddy said that Sister Chi-er won't go back today, eh?" When the eunuchs heard this, their expression changed. As if they realized something, they hurriedly walked into the hall. Meanwhile, the maidservants behind him hurriedly followed behind. It didn't take long before they saw the messy table and smelled the rich fragrance of wine in the room. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly rushed into the inner room. They kept praying in their hearts. Unfortunately, no matter how they prayed, the most terrifying scene still happened. They saw the messy clothes in the room, and a man and a woman sleeping together on the bed. One of the maidservants was shocked when she saw the scene. She covered her mouth and was about to scream. Swoosh! Suddenly, the eunuchs turned around, and a flying sword in his sleeve pierced through the maidservant's forehead. Then, the eunuch said fiercely with a gloomy expression, "None of you saw this." The other maidservants turned pale with fright, and they nodded repeatedly. The eunuchs were obviously terrified as well. Their faces turned ghastly pale. They walked forward lightly and considered carrying the young mistress away. The entire room was filled with an oppressive silence, and it was suffocating. Suddenly, just as the eunuchs were about to carry the young mistress away, a shrill cry pierced the night sky. The voice was so loud that it made one's head hurt. It was much louder than the maidservant who was killed by the eunuchs. The eunuchs turned around and saw the great void baby looking at the scene in the inner room in shock. His big eyes were filled with tears. "Shush," the eunuchs hurriedly reprimanded. However, before he could finish his sentence, the great void baby had already turned around and ran. As he ran, he cried loudly, "Wah, Daddy is so bad. Daddy and Sister Chi-er are sleeping on the same bed. He's not going to bring me to my mother. Wah, this is troublesome. Daddy slept with Sister Chi-er. What should I call him in the future? The seniority is completely messed up, completely messed up." The immortal abode was silent in the middle of the night. Even the immortal soldiers patrolling the area were careful and did not make any noise. However, when the great void baby cried with a voice that was several levels higher than an ordinary person's, the entire immortal abode became noisy. "Damn it, make him shut his mouth." The eunuch's expression changed. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and his expression was twisted. The few maidservants behind him immediately chased after the great void baby, not daring to stay for a moment longer. It was not that the eunuch did not want to sew up the great void baby's mouth himself, but the problem was that his mistress had woken up. This is Fairy Chi was woken up by the great void baby's loud voice. She sat up in a daze, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she rubbed the back of her head that was throbbing in pain. After a moment of daze, she suddenly realized that she was not wearing a coat. Then, she saw Fangxing, who was sleeping soundly on the other side of the big bed. She was stunned for a moment. After a moment, another scream pierced through the night sky. "This damn bastard!" The eunuch did not care anymore. His anger suddenly exploded, and he slapped down hard on Fangxing's head. Fangxing had been pretending to be asleep, so how could he not react? He suddenly jumped up and protested loudly. We really love each other." Scandals always spread especially fast, especially rumors with a bit of gossip. This was the case in both the Tianyuan realm and the Green Mystic Heaven realm. In less than a day, the news that Fangxing and Fairy Chi-Er's affair had been discovered had spread throughout the Immortal Mansion in the Green Parasol province. Although the higher-ups immediately issued strict orders that no one was to mention it, or else they would be killed without question, the news still spread uncontrollably in the Immortal Mansion. When the maids and servants saw each other, even if they didn't dare to speak, they would exchange glances to see if the other had heard the news. Cultivators might not pay much attention to etiquette between men and women, but reputation was still extremely important, especially for this Fairy Chi-Er, who had been left to live in the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, but few people knew about her background. Some people were even gossiping about what would happen to the commander of the Immortal Mansion, Tiger General Li, when this news came out. After all, it was said that the two of them had been in love with each other for a long time. If it wasn't for Miss Chi-Er's mysterious identity, Lord Xianxia would have already decreed the marriage. But now, before the window paper of the two of them could be opened, another one had popped up and taken the lead. The Immortal Mansion is probably going to be lively soon. It was unknown how many people were secretly thinking about it. The fire of gossip was ignited. Hee, I can't be allowed to live this time, can I? At this time, Fangxing was also staying in his room, thinking complacently. He was now under house arrest, and an immortal soldier was guarding outside, not allowing him to go out at will. The servants and maids, who had become respectful and polite before, were now like a plague to him. When he called out to them from afar, they were so scared that they covered their ears and flew away as fast as they could, as if listening to his words would bring them bad luck. As for Miss Chi-Er, after she woke up that day and ran away in tears, she hadn't appeared again. In front of others, he still pretended to be affectionate. Every day, he would pick a bunch of wildflowers and let the immortal soldier bring them to Chi-Er. Of course, he also knew that all the wildflowers had probably fallen into the hands of the servant supervisor, and Chi-Er probably hadn't even seen them. But he didn't care. He still picked a bunch every day, and always picked the brightest and dewy ones. He wasn't allowed to go out, so he had to look for them in the flower bushes in his hall. Now, a few days had passed, and the whole flower bed was bare, but there was still no movement. No one came to kill him angrily, and no one came to comfort him. Since things had developed to this point, Fangxing estimated that his plan should have succeeded. If he was said to be astute, he really didn't think too much before he did it, and almost did it without thinking too much. But if he was said to be reckless and ignorant, he did think about it. Previously, the Great Void Baby had found out a lot of things. For example, Chi-Er was actually not from the Immortal Mansion in the Green Parasol State, and had nothing to do with Immortal Xuanji. She was sent to the Immortal Mansion in the Green Parasol State 4 years ago. She was just living here, but her status was very noble. Immortal Xuanji didn't have any descendants, but this Fairy Chi-Er was no different from a real Missy in the Immortal Mansion in the Green Parasol State. From this, Fangxing could also determine that this Fairy Chi-Er must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, there was no reason for Immortal Xuanji to raise her for free, and treat her like a Missy. But on the other hand, this Fairy Chi-Er's status was definitely not noble enough for Immortal Xuanji to worship her. Otherwise, when he slapped her, he wouldn't have been brought to the Immortal Mansion as a scapegoat. Instead, all the immortal soldiers in the huge Immortal Mansion would come out at the same time and kill him outside. This existence with such a special status just happened to help him achieve his goal. Right now, the Immortal Mansion definitely didn't want to see a scandal between him and Miss Chi-Er, because they would be worried that the existence behind Miss Chi-Er would be dissatisfied. But they also didn't dare to kill him because of this matter. That would be too direct, and it would be too easy to anger Miss Chi-Er. It would also be too obvious, and it would be easier to verify some rumors. Therefore, the best way for them to handle this matter was, of course, to follow their original plan and send him to his death at the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Conference. No one would know, and they would appear to be calm and unperturbed. Of course, all of this was just Fangxing's conjecture. When it was actually carried out, it was inevitable that there would be variables. However, Fangxing had always been a daring person. Who cared what variables there were? As long as he had a 30% chance of success, he would make his move. Bang! Just as Fangxing was acting as if nothing had happened and was happily waiting for the Immortal Mansion's decree to arrive, the palace's door was suddenly kicked open. A gust of wind rushed in, and the palace welcomed its first guest after the scandal. Fangxing looked up and was somewhat surprised. The person who had come was not the inner attendant chief steward, but a young man dressed in golden armor and a blood-red cloak. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, and they were fiercely staring at his face. There was a cruel and venomous intent in his eyes. Every step he took was like a gust of wind, and his face was as gloomy as a volcano. It was actually the Immortal Mansion's great commander of the Immortal Soldiers, Sage Xuanji's personal disciple, Tiger Li. Before this, he had only heard that this person had been summoned by Fairy Qing Luo and had gone out to do something. Unexpectedly, he had rushed back. "Hello, you're very good." When Fangxing saw that it was him, he lost interest. He turned his head away and continued to drink slowly, shaking his head as he listened to the little blind girl play the zither. But Tiger Li was obviously furious. He walked up to Fangxing with a murderous look. His fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His golden armor seemed to sense his anger, and it rattled incessantly. He walked up to Fangxing and stopped. His eyes looked coldly at Fangxing, as if there were two volcanoes hidden in them. After staring for a long time, he lowered his voice and shouted fiercely. "Commander Li is here? Come, sit, there's still wine here." Fangxing seemed to only notice him now. He turned around with a smile and greeted him, holding a jar of wine in his hand. "You still want to drink?" Commander Li was furious. He suddenly grabbed the jar of wine. "I can give it to you, but don't snatch it." Fangxing raised his hand and Commander Li's hand missed. Then, Fangxing turned to look at him and said with a grin. Good. I won't snatch it." When Commander Li heard the word snatch, he was even more furious. His eyes were almost spitting fire. "But what are you doing?" "What did I do?" Fangxing had an innocent expression, as if nothing had happened. "What did you say you did? What did you do to little sister Qi? Commander Li took another step forward and stared coldly at Fangxing. He shouted in a low voice like a wild beast. Oh, you mean the little girl." When Fangxing heard this, he looked like he had a sudden realization. Then, he said solemnly, "We really love each other. Dream on." When Commander Li heard this, he almost threw caution to the wind and beat this guy to a pulp. However, he quickly remembered what the head chamberlain told him. He used all his strength to suppress his anger. However, his voice was cold and he was on the verge of losing his mind. "I don't know how you found out about little sister Qier's background. But do you really think I don't know what you're trying to do? Ha 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 ha, a rogue cultivator who just escaped from the wilderness probably doesn't even understand the current situation in Xianxia Heaven Realm. You want to use little sister Qier's identity to have a meteoric rise to the sky? Meteoric rise to the sky?" Fangxing was slightly stunned. He thought that they were all thinking the same thing. He did not deny it. He simply smiled and said, "That's right." Commander Li was completely infuriated by his nonchalant attitude. He spoke without thinking and shouted, "Why?" "Because I'm prettier than you." Fangxing pointed at his own face confidently, feeling proud of himself. This was not an exaggeration. Dilu's physical body was indeed as perfect as a heavenly god's. However, when Great Commander Li heard these words, he almost fainted from anger. You're dreaming. Finally, he could no longer suppress his anger. And roared in anger. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a beam of divine light floated and enveloped the entire temporary imperial residence. The voices inside could no longer be heard by outsiders. After that, he gnashed his teeth and glared at Fangxing hatefully. He shouted in a low voice, "I will let you know that all your efforts are in vain. Even if you know how to please little sister Qi, so what? So what if you can really deceive her? Why don't you take a look at your own status? Do you really think that someone like little sister Qi is someone that you can climb up to?" The more he spoke, the angrier he became. In the end, his eyes became cold and fierce. His voice seemed to come from the netherworld, with a touch of malice. "Also, don't forget, your life is in my hands. As long as you die, everything will be for naught, When Fangxing heard this, he blinked and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" "Of course it's very simple." Commander Li took out a jade token from his bosom. There were 4 names and faint images floating on it. They were Ku Teng, Lu Dai Ling Sha, and Meng Shantong. Then, in front of Fangxing, he wrote Fangxing's name on it. The 4 names immediately became 5. His eyes suddenly became cruel and he laughed coldly. "Do you know why I ignored Fairy Qing Luo's orders and rushed back? It's because I wanted to add your name before the immortal official's decree." As he spoke, the expression on his face became more and more complacent. His eyes stared fixedly at the wisp of image that rose from the jade token, as if it was a wonderful hope. However, as the wisp of image rose, his eyes became strange. He looked at Fangxing, then looked at the image that rose from the jade token, and felt that it was increasingly familiar. He frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his mind flashed, and he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It's actually you." Swish, just as Tiger Li revealed an expression of shock and looked at Fangxing in a daze, Fangxing's lazy eyes suddenly burst with light. He glared fiercely at Tiger Li, and his mind spun rapidly as he realized where the problem lay. The jade tablet in Tiger Li's hand was a magic treasure from the immortal world. It could be imprinted with a person's mark, making it easier to record. To the green parasol immortal manor, Fangxing and the others were all wild cultivators who came from God knows where, so when they were subduing them, they naturally had to leave their mark on them first. In order to sneak into the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering, Fangxing was very receptive to these ordinary events. As soon as he entered the immortal abode, he left behind a trace of his own imprint. This imprint was the imprint of his physical body, originating from his physical body's Tao source. It was the most basic kind of Tao source imprint, but this was also the problem. Fangxing usually paid attention to hiding his aura, and adding on his lazy nature, he was completely different from the legendary Emperor Flo. It was naturally very difficult for others to notice him, and even if they did notice him, it would be very difficult to connect him to the legendary Emperor Flo. After all, this fellow's aura was far too different from the legendary Emperor Flo, so it would be impossible to think in that direction. As for the matter of notifying the upper echelons of the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly, it would not have fallen into Li Hujiang's hands. Coincidentally, Li Hujiang was actually very jealous because of the matter between Fangxing and Miss Qi. He took the risk of being reprimanded by Sage Xuanji and went to take out the jade token. He even wanted to write his name on it in front of Fangxing. At this time, he just happened to see the mark left behind by Fangxing. After all, this mark came from an Emperor Flo and was not something that Fangxing could change. Its appearance was originally that of an Emperor Flo, and the most coincidental thing was that Li Hu had originally been transferred out of the residence to serve Fairy Qing Luo. In this period of time, he had already firmly memorized a portrait in his heart. At this moment, when he saw the appearance of Fangxing's brand, his entire person was suddenly stunned. An incomparably terrifying thought rose from the bottom of his heart. Could this person be? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the hand holding the jade token couldn't help but tremble. He recognized me. Fangxing knew what was going on, and his murderous aura slowly rose. From Li Hujiang's eyes, it could be seen that this Di Lu's identity had been exposed. If this matter was not handled properly, chaos would ensue. A few thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Kill this person? Fangxing's fingertips moved slightly, and his murderous aura surged. He almost subconsciously wanted to directly attack and crush this person to death. However, he also knew that if he really killed this Commander Li, the entire immortal abode of the Green Parasol province would be shaken. After all, this person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, he did not know if others had seen the way he had come looking for him in such a rage. It was impossible to hide it. If he died, there would definitely be people coming to investigate, bluff my way through? Another thought rose from the bottom of Fangxing's heart, but he denied it again. Although the mark was very similar to that of a Di Lu, if he denied it flatly, he might be able to deceive Li Hujiang. However, once Li Hujiang had this thought, it was like a seed in his heart, and no one knew when it would grow into a disaster. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Fangxing's mind, but he denied them one by one. Then, he quickly filtered out a decision. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. As for Li Hujiang, he had only inadvertently discovered something, and then he was completely stunned. The identity of this person in front of him was not to be underestimated. For a moment, he did not know whether to shout or attack. It was not until a long time later that he thought of a problem, and that was to inform Fairy Qing Luo immediately. Probably no one would have thought that he and so many immortal generals had worked tirelessly and almost turned the entire green mystic heaven upside down because of a single sentence from Fairy Qing Luo. Some had even risked their lives to go to the wildlands to search, but in the end, no one had found anything. Because of a moment of personal anger, he had disobeyed orders and returned to the green parasol immortal abode, only to make such a discovery. However, just as this thought rose in his mind, it was interrupted by Fangxing's words. "You recognize me, don't you?" Fangxing looked at Li Hujiang with a faint smile on his face. His appearance did not change much, but in that instant, his temperament was completely different. Originally, he was lazy and tired, like a cat taking a nap, but when he asked this question, he suddenly opened his eyes like a ferocious tiger, and his ferocity was pressing. Li Hujiang's heart skipped a beat when he thought of his identity, and his body almost froze. "Do you still think that I am not good enough for that little girl?" Fangxing narrowed his eyes and looked at him with interest as he asked softly. "I dare not." Li Hujiang's heart was filled with shock, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his face. "You were working for Qing Luo previously, so it's not difficult for you to recognize me. But how did you know my identity?" Fangxing smiled and sat down on the armchair, looking at Li Hujiang indifferently as he asked. We were all sent out by Fairy Qing Luo to confirm this information." Li Hujiang was slightly taken aback when he heard this question, then he swallowed and said in a low voice, Lord, I do not dare to be rude. Half a month ago, I received an order to leave the residence and work for Fairy Qing Luo. There was only one order, and that was to find a person. I saw the portrait, and at that time, I felt that it was somewhat familiar. Afterwards, I talked to my colleagues, and only then did I know that it was a suspected emperor. What we need to do is to find this person at all costs, and then? Kill me? Fangxing raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. No, how is that possible? Li Hujiang was greatly shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly explained, the order we received was that if we find this person, we must protect him at all costs, and then immediately inform Fairy Qing Luo herself. She will personally come to confirm, protect me? Fangxing was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and was somewhat surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood that because of the different environment, Fairy Qing Luo's attitude was also different. In the Dragon Realm, she could not wait for him to die immediately, and there was no chance for him to appear in the 33 heavens. But now that he was in the 33 heavens, and she was not using her own people, she did not dare to give such an obvious order. On the surface, she wanted to use protection as an excuse. If there was a flaw in the future, she would have something to say. Of course, even if she said protection, once he fell into her hands, he would not have a good ending. After being hunted by the Dragon Realm, he had already formed a death grudge with her. Li Hujiang definitely did not know about this, and probably thought that his relationship with Qing Luo was extremely close. Fortunately, I did not attack, otherwise I would have missed a good opportunity. Looking at the trembling Li Hujiang kneeling in front of him, a playful expression appeared on Fangxing's face. You want to use the identity of that sly girl to climb up? He suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Li Hujiang with a smile. These words were precisely what Li Hujiang had shouted at him earlier, and it had also revealed Li Hujiang's own thoughts. It was very obvious that he was only a disciple of a mere prefecture lord, and his status was not high at all. He had probably taken a fancy to Qi Er's status and treated her as a stepping stone for his meteoric rise. It was also precisely because of this that he had been secretly interacting with Qi in an attempt to capture her heart. Of course, before he could succeed, Fangxing had already snatched her away. This lowly one does not dare, please spare my life. Li Hujiang was so scared that cold sweat poured out like a spring, and he repeatedly kowtowed. Haha, it is a good thing that you have the heart to climb up, there is no need to beg me for mercy. Fangxing's eyes flashed a few times, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, she is just a wild girl, how much can she help you climb up? At this time, Li Hujiang already could not understand Fangxing's thoughts, and he only continued to kowtow, and Fangxing took the opportunity to make a decision. He suddenly stood up, and his large sleeves fluttered. It was as if a mountain had appeared out of thin air, and his power was monstrous. When Li Hujiang stood up, his entire body almost shrunk into a small ball, and he did not even dare to raise his head, and only lowered his head to look at Fangxing's feet. Fangxing chuckled, and his large hand slowly pressed on Li Hujiang's head, but he was so scared that his blood almost froze. Just as he was secretly complaining in his heart, he unexpectedly heard a sentence, from now on, serve by my side. Ah? Li Hujiang raised his head, and his eyes were filled with shock, as if he could not understand at all. And Fangxing directly said calmly, since you know my identity, you should be able to understand my current situation. Haha, I have not returned for 1,000 years, and everything is not the same. To tell you the truth, that Qing Luo did not come looking for me with good intentions. Now can be said to be the most troublesome time for me. If I want to take back everything that belongs to me, I cannot avoid spending a lot of effort, and I just happen to be lacking a few helpers by my side. If you have the heart, submit to me now, and when I take back everything in the future, I will throw a few bones for you to gnaw on. These words were treating Li Hujiang like a dog, and was almost humiliating. But when Li Hujiang heard this, his eyes actually bloomed with a hint of light, but very quickly, it became a little dim, probably because he thought of Fangxing's current situation, but thinking about it again, he had now fallen into the hands of this person, and did not have a choice at all. Rather than making things difficult for both sides, he might as well take a gamble. To be able to stay by Lord Imperial Prince's side and serve as the blessing of 10 lifetimes, this Li Hujiang was also an ambitious person. After thinking about his current situation, he immediately made a decision. On the surface, there was not even a trace of hesitation. He directly bowed down, and with a face full of loyalty and bravery, he said in a deep voice, no matter what you need me to do, Lord Imperial Prince only needs to say the word. Even if I have to ascend to heaven or descend to hell, I do not dare to refuse. Your ability is limited, and you cannot ascend to heaven or descend to hell. Just do some small things. Fangxing waved his large sleeves, indicating that he did not need to talk nonsense, and said indifferently, the first thing is to report my name. Ah? Li Hujiang was greatly shocked, and his expression became strange. At this moment, Tiger Li's heart was filled with doubts. He was already feeling uneasy because he had just harmed Sir Di Lu, but he didn't expect that the first thing Sir Di Lu wanted him to do after subduing him was to continue harming him. Right as I tell you. Seeing that he did not dare to do anything, Fangxing frowned, which frightened Tiger Li. Although he still did not understand why this emperor, who was said to have reached the Tai immortal realm, wanted to participate in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering, he also understood that, in any case, he was not a rookie who would go to die at the gathering. It was probably inconvenient for him to tell Tiger Li his plan, so he could only grit his teeth and agree. Then, he set up a small magic formation on the Jade Book, and Fangxing's imprint was sent to another place. This time, the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering would have the name Fangxing. This time, I must participate in the All Heavens Immortal Ascension gathering. Make the necessary arrangements for me. Fangxing nodded and ordered in a low voice. The strong malice in his eyes made Tiger Li not dare to look at him directly. I will definitely do a good job. Although this task was not easy, Tiger Li still grit his teeth and agreed. Fangxing nodded with satisfaction and said, then, do one more thing and you can go back. Li Hujiang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Fangxing in confusion. You are a villain. Although I want to use you, I don't trust you. Fangxing looked at Tiger Li and said lightly, his eyes flashing slightly. Tiger Li suddenly understood Fangxing's intention. For a moment, his face looked awkward, and cold sweat gushed out again. Haha, Fangxing nodded and smiled gently, without saying a word. I understand. Tiger Li suddenly made a firm decision. He once again lowered his body and kowtowed. Above his head, there was actually a purple brilliance lingering around. Then, a small purple figure followed his movements and kowtowed deeply towards Fangxing. Fangxing stretched out his hand and plucked out a strand of spirit from the little purple figure's head. Then, he took out a blank scroll and sealed it in it. An image of Li Hujiang immediately appeared on the scroll. It was vivid and lifelike, with both form and spirit. Fangxing nodded his head in satisfaction and put the scroll into his sleeve. Then, he said, "Go. I will take my leave." Tiger Li knew that things had come to this and had no choice but to kowtow again and leave. It wasn't until the moment he exited the hall that he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. The terror of the person inside was secondary. The main reason was that when he recognized the identity of the person inside, he suddenly felt a murderous aura that shocked him. Li Hujiang was very sure that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as moving a finger. Moreover, he must have really wanted to kill him. Just now, it seemed that he had made a choice, but in fact, there was no choice at all. He just listened to whatever the person inside said. Of course, he had nothing to say about his current situation. If the person inside failed, and I fell into his hands because I was helping Fairy Qing Luo, and if he really took back his previous identity, then I'm afraid I will have to struggle for at least 10,000 years. This kind of vigorous ambition gradually caused Tiger Li's eyes to light up, as if there was a fire burning in them. He mustered up his courage and left in a hurry. He decided to find a place to rest for a while. The short battle just now was less than the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, but to him, it was as if he had gone through 4 or 5 consecutive days of fierce battles. He was really exhausted. Sigh. After Tiger Li left, Fangxing also hurriedly stretched his back and sighed. Acting is too tiring. In the end, it was still 2 different styles. Although Fangxing felt that he had succeeded in acting as a Di Lu, it was too tiring to keep up the act. Just now, his back was a little itchy, but he forced himself not to scratch it. He also forcefully controlled the muscles on his face, and his face was sore from acting. Now that Tiger Li had finally left, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had regained his freedom. It's quite convenient to have a little brother. Looks like I'll have to recruit a few more in the future. Now that he was free, he carefully pondered, and felt that this unintentional decision was not bad. He reckoned that Tiger Li would definitely do his best to help him enter the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, right? Although having such a henchman, to a certain extent, increased the risk of being exposed, but it saved him a lot of trouble. The rogue cultivator Fangxing, who had already obtained Lord Xuanji's immortal decree and did not need to go to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering to die, actually appeared on the list again. This matter really made everyone in the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion sigh inexplicably. Many people felt sorry for Fangxing, and many people laughed at him for bringing disaster upon himself. But most of them were even more afraid of Commander Li, who could cover the sky with one hand. In the end, he was still a big shot. This rogue cultivator was sent to a dead end by Commander Li the moment he had evil thoughts. Uncle Xuanji, can you spare him? In the depths of the Immortal Mansion, outside a stone door, Miss Qi, whom Fangxing had not seen for a few days, was kneeling outside the door, pleading bitterly. We drank too much and thought it was fun, so we didn't use our magic power to refine it. But we didn't expect that the immortal wine was so powerful. Both of us were so drunk that we fainted. When I woke up, I felt the back of my head hurting. But we really didn't do anything. Uncle Xuanji, please believe me, there's nothing between us. I beg you, don't send him to the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Gathering, okay? She was on the verge of crying, delicate and pitiful. It was as if even the heavens were shedding tears upon hearing her, and a fine rain began to fall. With my cultivation, how could I not see that you're still a virgin? After an unknown amount of time, an old voice finally sounded from inside the cave, sighing deeply. However, sometimes, the truth is not necessarily more important than the rumors. Little Qi, your identity is special, and your reputation is even more important. Since he has been involved in this, he is destined to lose his life. Even that child, the Tiger General, I feel that he is not a good match for you, so I have been beating him up, not to mention this rogue immortal who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this point, his voice slowly rang out, carrying with it an unquestionable majesty. There's no need to say any more, this matter has been decided. The immortal decree from Upper Xian City has arrived. Tomorrow, I will personally bring them to the immortal ascension gathering. No. Uncle Xuanji, listen to me, Qi'er was startled, and hurriedly shouted again, but inside the cave, there was already no sound. No, after all, he saved me, I can't let him be wronged because of me. Qi'er stood up in a daze, thinking to herself, no matter what, I can't let him die. That's right, I'll go find my sister, she will definitely save his life. Hee, you're here too. A huge immortal boat landed outside the immortal city of Green Parasol State. It was as big as a small mountain and was extremely exquisite. There were countless array formations and immortal soldiers guarding the sides of the boat with long spears in their hands. In the Green Parasol State, several rows of immortal soldiers escorted the dispirited Ku Teng and his companions out. Then, they boarded the immortal boat in a line. They looked desperate and lifeless. The only time they were excited was when they saw Fang Xing swaggering onto the spiritual boat. Although they had always hated Fang Xing, they felt a sense of satisfaction when they saw Fang Xing boarding the spiritual boat with 2 kids. Even though you used us as your stepping stones, you didn't escape. Instead, you're going to destroy your family with us. That feeling of schadenfreude slightly alleviated their despair and sorrow. You're the only one who came to Xianxia City. The immortal soldiers guarding the front of the boat frowned and looked at the great void baby and the little blind girl in displeasure. Hee. If he wants to take them, let him take them. Beside them, the cold-looking Tiger General Li gave the order calmly and helped Fang Xing board the boat successfully. Of course, the others didn't know that Tiger General Li had taken Fang Xing as his master. They thought that he was trying to kill Fang Xing's family on purpose. After entering the spiritual boat, they saw a luxuriously decorated but well-guarded cabin. This was the room of Fang Xing and the others. There were 5 cattail hassocks in the cabin, and it was clear that each of them had one. However, the moment that the great void baby entered the cabin, it ran over and carried 3 cattail hassocks to Fang Xing and the little blind girl, enthusiastically giving one each to Fang Xing and the little blind girl. As a result, Ku Teng and the others only had 2 cattail hassocks each. They looked at the great void baby in displeasure, and they couldn't hide the hatred in their eyes. Fang Xing saw all of this, but he didn't pay attention to it. Although those people obviously hated him, they knew how powerful he was, so no one dared to provoke him. At this moment, they estimated Fang Xing's strength to be at least a grade 3 loose immortal or even a grade 1 loose immortal. Among them, the strongest was the Ku Teng old cultivator, but he was only a 4th grade disbanded cultivator. Naturally, they could not afford to offend him. Even if you're going to the guillotine, you'll still have a good meal. Since you're fighting on behalf of the Green Parasol Immortal Abode, we won't treat you badly. All you need to do is rest here and prepare. If you need anything, you can ask this brat to come out of the cabin to look for me. I'll remember what you said. However, you must remember not to cause trouble at the last moment. No matter how dangerous the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly is, there's still a chance of survival. However, if you cause trouble on this spiritual boat, no one will be able to save you. When Tiger Li patrolled the inner cabin, he said a few words coldly before turning around and leaving expressionlessly. However, Fang Xing knew that most of this guy's words were for him to hear. Lord Xuanji has arrived. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, an attendant shouted from within the immortal abode, and Taoist Profound Ji, who was dressed in a grand purple robe, flew out from within the immortal abode, accompanied by over 30 young attendants that were as beautiful as flowers. After paying respects to the great scarlet sky, he boarded the immortal boat. After that, he felt the immortal boat shake violently, and then it slowly rose up. Beneath the boat, the clouds gathered and dispersed, vast and mighty. Facing the morning glow, the clouds gushed out, towering like a great mountain passing through the sky, its speed also becoming faster and faster, directly flying towards the east. At the same time, in the vast green mystic heaven realm, within the 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures, there were ferry boats like this rising into the sky. They were all heading toward the same destination, which was called Xianxia City. Xianxia City was the largest immortal city in the green mystic heaven realm. It was also the place where the green mystic domain lord usually cultivated. He ruled over the 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures, as well as various other realms in the green mystic heaven realm. Even in name, even the boundless wildlands were under the control of Xianxia City. It was just that the tentacles of Xianxia City could not reach in. Now that Fang Xing and the others were going to participate in the All Heavens Immortal Gathering, all the participants of the Green Mystic Heaven Realm had to rush to Xianxia City first. There, a teleportation array had been built, which could directly lead to the Slaughter Heaven Realm. The days in the inner cabin were naturally boring. Ku Ting Lao and the others sat on the side all day, whispering to each other. They had a grudge against Fang Xing. Although they did not provoke him, they were not willing to bring him along. As for the boorish Meng Shantong, he was even more special. Ku Ting Lao and the others thought he was stupid and refused to bring him along. Fang Xing found him annoying and would rather drink and listen to music alone than bring him along to play. Therefore, in this small inner cabin, there were 3 groups of people, Ku Ting Lao and the other 2, Fang Xing and the 2 children, and Meng Shantong. Haha, brother Xuanji, it's been 300 years since we last met. Have you been well? Xianxia City was located in the center of the heaven realm of Xianxia. It was thousands of miles away from the Qingwu province. Even with a celestial boat like this, it would still take 3 days to get there. Needless to say, the journey was boring. For Fang Xing and the others, it was just waiting in the inner cabin for 3 days. On the other hand, Immortal Xuanji treated this journey as a trip to visit a friend. Along the way, he would often meet old friends and they would smile and stand at the bow of the boat, saluting from afar. However, they were all fellow Taoists who ruled over a province. Moreover, although Immortal Xuanji only ruled over a province, he was of the same race as the domain master of Qingxian, the highest existence in the entire heaven realm of Qingxian. Although their blood relationship was far apart, the closeness they shared was something that others could not compare to. Therefore, his status among his fellow Taoists was very high. Thank you for your concern. Everything is as usual. I wonder how many people did Brother Hongguang prepare for the competition this time? Sigh, I'm ashamed to say this. I'm not as good as Brother Xuanji. Guarding the entrance to the wildlands, I can hunt down those rebellious rogue cultivators, but I can't send my subordinates out to die. Left with no choice, I had to personally take action and suppress a demon. In addition, there are also 2 old men in the mansion who are nearing the end of their lifespans. They begged me to grant them a favor and fight one last time. I also agreed to it. Haha, Brother Hongguang, why didn't you say so earlier? 30 years ago, I happened to suppress a group of Green Lotus sex remnants and captured a dozen rogue cultivators. I might as well send all of them in at once. At the same time, I can also ask for a reward from the North Mysterious Mansion Master. If you had said so earlier, I could have given you a few. Haha, Brother Zhenqiong is here too. Let's go together. Haha, of course. I specially took a detour of hundreds of thousands of miles just to find you guys. Along the way, there were people who greeted them from time to time and then walked together. When they first left Qingwu province, there was only 1 ferry boat, but by the 2nd day, there were already 4 or 5 ferry boats. From their conversations, Fang Xing learned a lot of things. In order to deal with the death meeting that was held once every 3,000 years, all the prefectures and prefectures had really racked their brains. Some were like Xuanji Immortal who found scapegoats, some were like Zhenqiong Immortal who directly pulled out condemned prisoners, and some were even people who were nearing the end of their lifespans who took the initiative to ask for a favor. The people of the 33 heavens were not as free as the cultivators of Tianyuan. Instead, they paid particular attention to the hierarchy and had a strict hierarchy. Almost all of the important people had masters above them and servants below them. On the surface, the masters of the 9 prefectures and 81 prefectures, and even the mighty Azure Mystic Domain Master who ruled over a part of the heaven realm, were all subordinates of the high and mighty Red Emperor. It was precisely because of this reason that the gathering of immortals in the heavens was in an awkward situation. Naturally, the more loose immortals that participated in this gathering, the better it would be. However, it was very difficult to gather enough people every time. There were 2 reasons for this. First, the majority of the free and unfettered loose immortals were now like street rats. Since they refused to submit to the lord of a prefecture, they would definitely be suppressed. Not to mention participating in this gathering of immortals, even if they showed their faces, they would probably be suppressed by the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. They were miserable and anxious, and most of them tried to escape into the wildlands. The other reason was that some ambitious people, such as Mo Kuei and the others whom Fangxing met in the Dragon World, wanted to participate in the gathering of immortals. However, they did not even have the chance to do so because they had a master above their heads and a chain around their necks. If they took the initiative to participate in the gathering of immortals without the master's permission, they would be disloyal and unwilling to serve the master sincerely. In this way, not to mention whether the master would agree or not, he would first be dissatisfied with the person. If the person was not capable enough and died in the gathering of immortals, it would not be a big deal. However, if the person was capable enough to obtain an immortal life, wouldn't that mean that they would be on equal footing with the master? Only some of the old cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans would have the guts, or the face, to take the initiative to make a request to the master. They wanted to use their remaining life to fight for the gathering of immortals. If they succeeded, then even if they failed, they would only die a few days earlier. And the masters of the immortal families would often give these old cultivators a way out and give them this opportunity. These strict rules were also a problem that made Fangxing sigh with sorrow. He could not help but think of the nine-headed bug. This ambitious demon who wanted to become an immortal, seeking freedom and liberation. It was no wonder that he had gone crazy in the Dragon World. At that time, when Mo Kuei and the others told him to kneel down, it had caused him to burn with rage. Now that he had arrived in the 33 heavens, he saw that the great immortal world that was once rumored to be free and unrestrained was in such a state. He really did not know if he would really be driven crazy. We've arrived at Upper Xian City. After guarding the inner cabin for 2 or 3 days, the wine jars had piled up into a small mountain. The great commander of the immortal mansion of Green Parasol Province, Li Hu, finally appeared in the inner cabin. He coldly ordered Fangxing and the others to follow him out. When no one was paying attention, he secretly gave them a meaningful glance, indicating that everything had been arranged properly. Then, he raised his voice and coldly swept his gaze over Zhu. Xiao. He shouted in a deep voice, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will follow Lord Xuanji into the city. Be careful with your words and actions, abide by the rules, and do not look around or ask questions. If you lose your etiquette, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. There are many important people in Upper Xian City. You can't afford to offend any of them. The few of them stood up and walked out. Fangxing also stood up and stretched. He was a little curious. Right now, almost all the experts and important people in the heaven realm of Green Mystic have gathered in Upper Xian City, right? I wonder if that woman called Qing Luo is here. Xianxia City, the biggest city in the heaven realm of Xian, was actually flying in the sky. As soon as they got out of the inner cabin, Fangxing and the others saw the big city. In fact, they were still tens of thousands of miles away from the big city, but with their cultivation, they could already see the big city flying in the sky. Even though they were so far away, they were still shocked by the majesty of the big city. Perhaps, in their understanding, it was not a city at all, but a continent. A huge city that was millions of miles wide flew high in the sky. Even the purple setting sun could only hang by the side of the pool, as if it was an embellishment of the big city. You don't know that you're a country bumpkin if you don't see Xianxia City. Fangxing saw the city from afar and could not help but be shocked. He was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Follow me to see Lord Xuanji, don't talk nonsense. Tiger Li's acting was very good, even Fangxing admired him. In front of others, there was no flaw at all. His cold and arrogant expression was no different from now. Only when he occasionally cast a glance at Fangxing when others were not paying attention would he show a hint of apology, and since they were already here, Ku Teng and the others had nothing to say and walked forward obediently. At this time, Fangxing was also alone. He left Taishu baby and little blind girl in the inner cabin and only followed them. At the bow of the ferry boat, he saw immortal Xuanji. The old man had his back to them, looking at Xianxia City that was tens of thousands of miles away. He did not speak for a long time. After 10 minutes, he laughed softly and shook his head. He sighed and said, Xianxia City, long time no see. Greetings, Lord Xuanji, Hearing the old man speak, Ku Ting and the others heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. Fangxing curled his lips and looked at Ku Ting and the others, finding it hard to understand. They were the ones who wanted to kidnap Qi and escape, and now they were also the ones who were bowing and scraping. They were already in front of Xianxia City. No matter how much they flattered, would they let them go back? But he didn't know that behind him, Tiger Li was also secretly sweating. Actually, I should have guessed that he was that crown prince a long time ago. Apart from a dignified crown prince, how many rogue cultivators could remain calm in front of someone like Lord Xuanji? Just look at it now, even those unruly Ku Ting old men would feel guilty and sweat profusely when they saw Lord Xianji's physical body, and subconsciously flattered him. But what about that master? He didn't feel anything at all. His back was ramrod straight, and he didn't have any intention of bowing at all. What did this mean? This means that he's more confident than Lord Xianji. Through this scene, he was even more convinced that Fangxing was a crown prince. 2 hours later, this old man will personally bring you into Xianxia City, and after verifying your identities, you can use the teleportation array in the city to enter the Slaughter Heaven realm. Haha, maybe you think that this is a great disaster, but no matter what, this is still a great fortune. With your qualifications and identities, even if you live for tens of thousands of years, you won't have the chance to come into contact with an immortal's fate. But it's different now. If you can really obtain a fortune from 100,000 people, it will be a blessing that you won't be able to cultivate for 10 lifetimes. After a while, Spiritual Master Xuanji opened his mouth faintly, but his voice was a little different from before. Fangxing quickly understood. Back then, in the immortal abode, he had only seen his incarnation, and now this was his real body. Yes. Yes, Ku Ting and the others were drenched in cold sweat, and they hurriedly bowed down. Fangxing also cupped his fists, indicating that he had taken these words to heart. Alright, go back and get ready. A servant will send your armor to your room, and come see me here in 2 hours. No matter what, you are the face of my Qinggu province. When you enter the city later, don't let us down. Spiritual Master Xuanji didn't say much, and he waved his hand to let them go. There's actually armor, Fangxing secretly cursed in his heart, and wanted to follow, but he suddenly heard a sentence, Fangxing, stay. Fangxing turned around and looked at Spiritual Master Xuanji. You're very courageous. Spiritual Master Xuanji turned around, and his eyes fell on Fangxing's face, coldly sweeping over him. Fangxing also took this opportunity to look at Spiritual Master Xuanji. He saw that he looked like an old man, but his blood and qi were restrained, and his skin was like jade. Even at such a close distance, one couldn't hear his heartbeat, but one could clearly feel that inside his body, his blood was like lead mercury, rapidly flowing. This was an extremely majestic power, and if one had to describe it, then each drop had the power of a mountain. This is the power of someone who has obtained an immortal fate? Fangxing secretly muttered in his mind, and he was a bit speechless. This Spiritual Master Xuanji was clearly not like the 9-headed worm, who had just obtained an immortal fate and had not yet stabilized himself. His power was simply indescribable, and his physical strength could tear apart the stars and split the moon. The magical power inside his body was as vast as the ocean, and no one dared to underestimate him. Especially since he was only the ruler of one province. What about the ruler of a prefecture in the heavenly realm? What about the ruler of a heavenly realm? Furthermore, what if the existence of the legendary immortal king realm appeared in front of him? He hadn't been in the 33 heavens for a long time, but he'd already faintly heard that most of the people that ruled over the prefectures were at the primordial immortal realm, whereas, those that represented the immortal emperors in guarding a heaven realm were all existences at the golden immortal realm. It's alright, not too courageous, but I still want to try it. Facing this righteous immortal, Fangxing didn't have any intention of restraining himself, and he smilingly replied. Very good, there are many mediocre people in this world. It is interesting to see a few ambitious juniors appear. Spiritual Master Xuanji didn't look at him for too long, and he only glanced at him before withdrawing his gaze. His eyelids drooped, and he indifferently said, Originally, I saw that your abilities are not weak, so I wanted to keep you by my side to serve me. However, since you have ambitions, I can't ruin your future, so I might as well agree to your request. I also want to see, with your abilities, if you enter the heavenly realm, which is full of geniuses, and create some waves. Otherwise, just because you dared to have designs on Qi, I would have already ended your life with one palm strike. I wouldn't have waited until now. Yes, Fang Xing didn't think much of it in his heart, but on the surface, he could only nod his head and play along with his bragging. Participating in this All Heaven's Immortal Ascension Assembly is naturally a path to death for ordinary people. However, for those with ability, it is a good opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Since you have the ability, it is good for you to try it out. After all, I was the one who recommended you. In the future, if you really obtain an immortal fate and come back, you and I will have the fate of half a master. For this sake, I will allow you to die inside, but if you come back alive, not to mention your status, I will also take care of your marriage with Qi. Are you done? These words stunned even Fang Xing, and his smile was a little bitter. You should also go and prepare. Spiritual Master Xuanji didn't say anything else, and he lazily waved his large sleeves, as if he didn't want to speak anymore. Have you investigated this person's identity? After Fang Xing went back, Spiritual Master Xuanji's eyes suddenly flashed, and he asked tigerly, the spies this general sent to investigate this person's identity have all returned. This person has indeed just returned from the wildlands. 3 years ago, someone saw him at the edge of the wildlands when they were fighting over a spirit treasure. It is likely that he is the successor of a Tao orthodoxy that escaped into the wildlands. However, the time was too short, and we still haven't found out his identity and exact origins. The spies need some time. Tiger Li's expression didn't change, and he told the story of Fang Xing's origins that he had changed. Oh, to be able to investigate 3 years ago, then it has nothing to do with what happened before. Spiritual Master Xuanji didn't bat an eyelid, and slowly nodded his head. After a while, he said, we're about to enter Upper Mystery City, let's forget about it. How could a normal loose cultivator have this kind of ability, to be able to nurture such strength? That might even be a once famous Tao orthodoxy. However, that's not important. In a while, I will personally bring him through this celestial mirror. If he only has an ordinary bloodline, then it's fine, but if he has celestial blood, and is a remnant of the former king of sin, he won't have the chance to enter the city, and I will personally kill him. Yes, my lord is wise. This lowly one has always strictly forbidden my subordinates from leaking this information, in order to not let him know about this trial. Tiger Li's heart was filled with guilt, but there was nothing strange on his face. Instead, he calmly complimented. You should also prepare to be on guard. If there's any trouble, kill him outside the city. Spiritual Master Xuanji instructed indifferently, his expression unfathomable, as if everything was within his grasp. We're about to enter the city, it's time to prepare well. Of course, Spiritual Master Xuanji, who thought that he was in control of everything, would never have imagined that the secret that Tiger Li had ordered his subordinates to not leak had already been completely revealed to Fang Xing by Tiger Li himself. And at this time, the calm and collected Fang Xing had already started secretly preparing for the final trial of his participation in the All Heaven's Immortal Ascension gathering. It was very simple, to deceive the celestial mirror. The All Heaven's Immortal Ascension gathering had a rule, and that was that the descendants of immortals were not allowed to participate. In other words, this grand gathering was prepared for the true ordinary loose immortals, and the descendants of immortals were not allowed to participate. Ordinary people did not know that in order to prevent the descendants of certain sinful immortals from infiltrating the Futian realm and disrupting this grand gathering, Upper Mystery City had secretly prepared a treasured realm specifically for the descendants of immortals. When he first heard this news, he was really shocked. His physical body was that of a dignified imperial prince, and that was a legitimate immortal emperor. If it wasn't for Tiger Li's reminder, he would have been in big trouble if he had rashly gone up to meet the immortal emperor. Even now, the countermeasure he had prepared only had less than a 50% chance of success. Of course, he still had a backup plan. In any case, the transportation array was right there. If he was revealed, then he would forcefully kill his way over. They had arrived at Xianxia City. Fang Xing and the others were all dressed in armor and stood behind Immortal Xuanji. This was specially prepared by the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion. Dressed in green armor with golden threads, a blood-red cloak, an immortal sword hanging from the waist, and 3 immortal spears on the back, they looked majestic. However, Fang Xing, who was used to freedom, was not used to wearing this kind of armor. He always felt that the defensive power of these things was not necessarily stronger than his own body, but it was a little inconvenient for him to move. When he walked, he always felt a little uncomfortable, and his crotch was a little tight. But it didn't matter. For the sake of its beauty, Fangxing endured it. At this time, outside the west gate of Xianxia City, there were countless ferry boats lined up in a row. At a glance, there was no end to it. The army was neat and powerful. The ferry boats were already very large, but now in front of the gate of Xianxia City, they were like little fish. Outside the west gate, there was a cloud path, and on both sides stood the immortal soldiers with spears, silent. Further ahead, there was a jade platform on which stood an old man. Whenever a big boss arrived, he would greet them with a smile and call out their names. Immortal Hongguang has arrived, 3 participants. With a loud shout, the good friend of Immortal Xuanji led the 3 participants, cupped his fists, and walked into the west gate. On top of the city gate, if one looked carefully, one could see a green mirror, which was almost integrated with the gate. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Fangxing observed carefully and saw that Immortal Hongguang entered the city gate first. The gate flashed a red light, and then there was no other movement. Then, he waited inside the gate for the 3 participants he brought. When they stepped through the gate, there seemed to be a faint brilliance flashing on the surface of the mirror, and then it disappeared. Not even a trace of red light appeared, like an ancient well without ripples. Fangxing looked at it and understood that it was probably the Immortal Inspection Mirror, a magic treasure specially used to reflect the bloodline of immortals. Immortal Hongguang was a righteous immortal, so he would shine with a red light. But he didn't know what kind of light would shine for those with immortal bloodline. True Qiong Immortal has arrived, and there are 14 participants. With another shout, Taoist Xianxia cupped one hand in the other before his chest and walked forward on the cloud path with his subordinates. His shout also attracted a lot of curious gazes. They did not expect Xianxia Immortal to bring so many participants with him. Xianxia Immortal just cupped one hand in the other before his chest and smiled proudly. Then, he easily crossed the city gate and waited with a smile. However, just as the people he had brought with him entered the city gate, a green light suddenly flashed above the city gate and landed on the body of a young man. The old man standing at the gate immediately looked over in bewilderment. The surroundings suddenly quietened down. Haha, these people are all old people who have served in the True Sky Province for many years. This kid's ancestor is also a true immortal, so he naturally has the bloodline of an immortal. However, it's already very faint. Elder, you don't have to worry. You can try your best to investigate. Taoist Xianxia was not afraid and said with a smile. In reality, they had all subdued sinful cultivators or suppressed rebels before sending them over as scapegoats. Everyone was well aware of this, but they wouldn't say it on the surface. They all said that they had brought over their loyal subordinates. Well, his bloodline is thin, so there's no need to guard against him. You can enter the city. The old man smiled and waved his hand. There was no need to investigate and he allowed them to enter. Although the immortal mirror was to prevent the remaining sinful immortals from entering the Buddha realm to cause trouble, it was only in charge of catching the big fish. Those with thin bloodlines and low cultivation could only be considered small shrimps. Even if they found out who they were, they would not pay any attention to them. Now that the All Heavens Immortal Ascension Assembly was approaching, the transportation array had already been activated, and a portal that led straight to the Buddha realm had already been built. Since Taoist Xianxia's group was further away, they had arrived relatively late. At this time, there were not many people outside. After Taoist Xianxia entered, it was their turn. Taoist Xianxia did not say much. He only nodded at Fangxing and the others behind him and took the lead to walk forward. From afar, he cupped his fists and greeted the old man. "Seventh great uncle, have you been well?" "Haha, little Xuanji, you're here?" The old man was obviously acquainted with Taoist Xianxia. He smiled and greeted him. After exchanging a few words, he still shouted loudly and let him in. After Taoist Xianxia stepped into the city, he quietly turned around and waited for Fangxing and the others. Stepping onto the cloud path, Fangxing looked at the immortal mirror hanging high above the city gates. He also secretly circulated his mental cultivation method. It was none other than his ghost obscuring eye's divine ability. This divine ability was passed down from the demon ancestor. It was extremely profound and not a technique of the mortal world. Back in Tianyuan, Fangxing had often used this technique to conceal his qi. Now that his cultivation was no longer the same as before, his understanding of this divine ability had also deepened. Through this technique, he could completely lock his qi and not let a single trace of it leak out. He could even directly change his own qi. Although the immortal mirror was called a mirror, it was actually able to distinguish a cultivator's qi. By circulating his mental cultivation method, he could possibly hoodwink it. Old devil, you bragged so much back then, saying that you were invincible in the 33 heavens. I hope that your technique is effective. Silently praying, he circulated his technique without batting an eyelid and strode forward. Deep down in his heart, he was prepared to kill the moment his cover was blown. It wasn't just him. Daoist Xianxia looked expressionless, but he also lightly formed a hand seal, ready to attack at any moment. Behind him, Li Hujiang, together with the great void baby and the little blind girl, also looked over with some concern. 1 step, 2 steps, although the cloud path was long, they had finally reached the end. The immortal mirror was right above their heads. Without batting an eyelid, Fangxing had already circulated the ghost-obscuring eye's divine ability to the maximum. Steeling himself, he took a step forward. At the same time, Daoist Xianxia paused slightly, as if waiting for something. Li Hujiang also widened his eyes and prayed silently in his heart. He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but it seemed as if the atmosphere around them had become deathly still. But he held his breath. After waiting for a few breaths of time, he finally relaxed. That lord had easily stepped through the city gates. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and the immortal mirror hadn't reacted either. As expected of a prince, even the immortal mirror can't do anything to him. Li Hujiang heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that Fangxing was a little mysterious. Unbeknownst to him, Fangxing was also feeling a little guilty. He sighed inwardly. That was close, that was close. I almost exposed myself. When he stepped through the city gate just now, he could clearly feel an invisible force pulling away a wisp of his qi activity. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to sense it at all, let alone hide it. Fortunately, he had the ghost-obscuring eye's supernatural power, which operated miraculously. The moment his qi activity was pulled away, he completely changed it. That was why he didn't alert the celestial Jian mirror. It was just that it was extremely dangerous. While sighing, he couldn't help thinking, when I was in Tianyuan, I didn't understand that old devil's abilities. He always boasted that he was only a hair's breadth weaker than an immortal king. Now that I think about it, he really wasn't bragging. His divine ability could even fool the immortal mirror, so he must at least be a great overarching golden immortal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deduce such a marvelous divine ability. I underestimated him. Very well, the teleportation portal is just ahead. Go ahead and fight for your fortunes. I'll be waiting for your good news in the city. There seemed to be a hint of a smile appearing on Spiritual Master Profound Ji's unchanging old face. He had already calmly released the seal that he had formed. His gaze swept across Fangxing and the others, then he smiled and pointed towards the center of the city. There was a teleportation formation suspended high above the city, and there were immortal soldiers at the side, ready to escort Fangxing and the others over. Spiritual Master Profound Ji's own responsibility had obviously ended. It was here that he had to part with Fangxing and the others. It was precisely the time for him to hand over some final matters. Yes. Thank you, Lord. Ku Ting and the others hurriedly bowed respectfully and were about to leave. Fangxing, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He casually cupped his fists and stood on the spot with a smile. However, at this moment, Sage Xuanji did not care about his etiquette. He only smiled faintly and walked towards his old friends, ready to leave together. After Daoist Xuanji sent this batch of participants into the city, the security outside also relaxed. A large number of servants, immortal soldiers, and immortal generals began to enter the city to look for their masters. For a moment, the city gate seemed to be a little chaotic and bustling with people. Fellow Daoist Fang, do you want to go to the Fu Tian realm together? Ku Ting chuckled and bowed towards Fangxing. He said, if we go together, we can take care of each other. Yes. Let's team up first and deal with the others. At the end, we'll split the immortal lives. That simple-minded Meng Shantong also nodded repeatedly, as if he agreed very much. Why should I team up with you guys? Fangxing smiled lazily and said, I already have helpers, hee, those two burdens of yours? That ghostly cultivator Ling Sha sneered and looked at Fangxing maliciously. Yes, do you have a problem with that? Fangxing said with a faint smile. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Your cultivation is high. You're bringing two burdens into the Futian realm, you can naturally protect them. Ghostly cultivator Ling Sha's aura weakened a little, but he still spoke stubbornly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. His eyes suddenly widened as he stared blankly at the city gate. However, it was not just him. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing at this moment and stared blankly at the city gate. It was as if they had seen the arrival of an immortal emperor. Fangxing also sensed the abnormality and turned his head abruptly. Then, he was stunned. At this moment, above the city gate, a purple light suddenly shone brightly, as if a purple sun had suddenly appeared, and all of the purple light came from a single person. That person was the little blind girl who stood beside the great commander of the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, Tiger General Li. She was hugging the bronze mirror and did not know what had happened. This little girl actually has such a great background? Even Fangxing was taken aback when he saw the dazzling purple light on the little girl's body. He had already guessed that the little girl had an extraordinary background, so he purposely had her bring the cosmic mirror. It was the cosmic baby's true form, so it had a certain ability to conceal its presence. According to the cosmic baby, it couldn't conceal a bloodline that was too powerful, like Fangxing's emperor's bloodline. However, if it was an ordinary immortal bloodline, it could still conceal it. Fangxing considered the possibility that the little girl might have an immortal bloodline, so he purposely used the cosmic illusory mirror to conceal her presence. However, he didn't expect the little girl's bloodline to be so powerful that the cosmic illusory mirror couldn't conceal her at all. Even a righteous immortal like Taoist Arcanum who had obtained an immortal fate could only produce a flash of red light. However, the little girl actually caused the purple light to shine brightly. Just how terrifying was her bloodline? Boom! After a long moment of silence, the crowd suddenly went into a frenzy and retreated in all directions like a receding tide. Only Li Hujiang, the little girl, and the cosmic baby, who wanted to cry but had no tears, were left. They stood there in a daze under countless astonished gazes, a flash of purple light. What's going on with that little girl? Heavens, I'm afraid even a perfected golden immortal wouldn't be able to cause such a phenomenon. The immortal mirror only looks at one's bloodline and not one's cultivation. Legend has it that when a perfected golden immortal looked into this mirror, only a dazzling golden light would appear. However, this little girl actually caused the most intense purple light. Doesn't that mean, in the crowd, there were also sounds of horrified discussion? Many people had guessed a frightening answer. She actually has the bloodline of an immortal king? This answer echoed in everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble in fear as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. In the current 33 heavens, there were no immortal kings left. The continuous battles between the immortal kings resulted in the majority of the immortal kings dying. Only 3 people emerged victorious in the end. And these 3 people no longer referred to themselves as immortal kings, they referred to themselves as immortal emperors. It was also from that time onwards that all the other immortal kings who possessed the bloodline of the immortal kings all became descendants of sinners. However, at the immortal king realm, it was an extremely difficult thing to have descendants. There were even quite a few immortal kings who didn't have any descendants in their entire lives, wholeheartedly focusing on the great Tao. Hence, descendants of immortal kings were extremely rare. Who would have thought that they would actually meet one of them today? Not to mention the surrounding crowd, even perfected profound secrets and the others were stunned by the scene in front of them. The immortal inspection mirror was placed here to catch a big fish. Who would have thought that it would reflect a giant dragon? They immediately realized a problem. Things had gotten out of hand this time. If they found a descendant of an immortal king, not to mention them, even the Azure Mystic Realm Lord would be alarmed. Handing this person over to the immortal emperor would be a great merit. Catch her. After an unknown period of time, the old man who had welcomed the perfected masters outside the city gates suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Even with his status, he was still frightened by that shocking purple light, and only now did he react. Rumble, the surrounding immortal soldiers also reacted. They held their immortal spears and pressed forward. The purple light on the little blind girl was too dazzling, which made them feel abnormally terrified. It was like a mortal looking at a deity. Even though the little blind girl looked weak, they did not dare to underestimate her. At this moment, they pressed forward, and their movements were careful and cautious as they moved forward step by step. Who dares? In that instant, Fangxing's figure suddenly moved. He charged through the crowd and appeared next to Tiger Li in an instant. He reached out and pressed down on the little blind girl's head. His cold and ferocious gaze swept across the surroundings, instantly causing many of the immortal soldiers to tremble in fear. Great Lord, what's going on? Tiger Li was completely stunned. At this time, he stammered as if he was about to cry. He had been worried about Fangxing just now. He didn't expect that the biggest scourge was actually next to him. Truth be told, the moment the purple light lit up, he was directly scared out of his wits. How dare you? Hand over that girl. After the immortal soldiers were stunned by Fangxing, perfected Master Xuanji also reacted. When he saw that it was Fangxing who went over to protect the little blind girl, he immediately became furious. He was slightly relieved because there was nothing wrong with Fangxing's body, but now he was on tenterhooks again. He really didn't expect that there would be a remnant of the Prince of Sin of unknown origin hiding next to him. He couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought about how he would have to explain himself later. This is the little zither girl by my side. How can I hand her over so casually? Fangxing rubbed the little blind girl's head and looked at perfected Master Xuanji with a smile. Things had already happened. Other than the initial shock, he calmed down. Nonsense. Do you know who this person is? Perfected Master Xuanji was furious. He took a step forward and shouted, quickly go to your Immortal Ascension Assembly. This girl is not someone you can protect. At this time, he didn't suspect Fangxing. After all, when Tiger Li investigated Fangxing's information, most of the information given to him was true. He was also clear about the little blind girl's background. He knew that she was a little beggar from the giant stone tribe who was adopted by Fangxing and kept by his side. Therefore, he didn't associate the little blind girl with Fangxing. He even urged Fangxing to quickly go to the Immortal Ascension Assembly. After all, he was the one who recommended Fangxing. If something happened to him, he would also be implicated, and it would be very troublesome to explain afterwards. To him, this was a great act of kindness. However, that bastard actually didn't appreciate it. This is my person. If I don't protect her, who will? No one knew what Fangxing was thinking. He pressed the little blind girl's head, and his expression was very calm. How dare you? Generals, listen up. Immediately capture the little girl and kill the rest. Perfected Master Xuanji still had some concerns in his heart. He was thinking about how to explain afterwards. However, the Elder of Upper Mystery City didn't have the leisure to do so. His attention had never left the little blind girl. Seeing that the immortal soldiers were frightened, he immediately shouted and urged them. However, he didn't put Fangxing in his eyes at all. In his heart, he thought that if this bastard dared to block the way, then he would directly kill him on the spot. Yes. The immortal soldiers were also frightened by Fangxing's little blind girl's power. Very soon, they reacted. Hearing the elder's rebuke, they immediately responded loudly and pounced forward row by row. The violent immortal chi immediately rippled out layer by layer, surrounding Fangxing and the others. Then, the immortal spears were as dense as rain. They were about to directly push Fangxing and the others away and then snatch the little blind girl in their hands. Swoosh! At this moment, Fangxing's eyes also became fierce, and a sharp murderous aura instantly appeared. A bunch of bastards. How dare you snatch someone from my hands? Rumble. The violent magic power in his body instantly surged out. His entire body was filled with dense and terrifying immortal chi. Then, he raised his hand and turned it into a huge palm. He directly swung it in a circle. The rows of immortal soldiers that were charging forward happened to be at the tip of the palm and were instantly sent flying by such a huge palm. One after another, people collided with each other, and immortal spears collided with immortal spears. The army was directly thrown into disorder. Then, they crashed into the crowd of onlookers, and the people at the city gate were instantly thrown into disorder. Master! Master! A cold little hand grasped Fangxing's palm. At this time, little blind girl was already frightened by the movement around her. She could not see, but her other senses were more sensitive. She could even feel the dense murderous aura. In front of that murderous aura, she was simply like a defenseless child. Any immortal spear could take her life. What made her even more afraid was the feeling of standing on a lonely island surrounded by boundless tides. The feeling of loss and helplessness overwhelmed her. Only that palm was safe. Alas, you're scared like a quail. You're actually the daughter of an immortal king? Fangxing also could not help but look down at little blind girl with a curious expression. He looked her up and down from head to toe. Then, he shook his head with a wry smile and said, "When I was in Tianyuan, I also knew a daughter of an immortal king, but she was much more ferocious than you. Don't let them hit me." Little blind girl's body trembled. She held Fangxing's palm tightly and said with a trembling voice, "Idiot, no one wants to hit you." Fangxing looked at the pitiful little blind girl, and his voice became gentle as he comforted her. "They want to kill you. How dare you?" Fangxing spoke softly to little blind girl, but it had already angered countless people. When the elder from Xianxia city saw this scene, he flew into a rage, and a terrifying fluctuation of cultivation directly rose from his body. Damn it! On the other side, Taoist Profundity's eyes turned red from the stimulation of this scene, and a feeling of despair arose in his heart. That detestable kid is openly resisting the immortal soldiers of Xianxia city. Does he know what this palm represents? When he saw that the elder from Xianxia city was about to personally attack, he instantly made a decision. Evil creature, hand over the person. Before the elder from Xianxia city could attack, Taoist Profundity instantly made his move. A vast immortal life force surged from his body, and his entire person was like a dark cloud, shrouding the entire place with his might. It was unknown how many people were shrouded by his immortal might, and their knees went weak, and they subconsciously wanted to kneel down. That palm of his contained a terrifying divine ability, and it directly enveloped Fangxing beneath it. With one hand covering the sky, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The difference in strength between the two auras was too obvious, and no one could even think of resisting. Oh my God, when Lihu saw that Taoist Profundity had directly made his move, he was so scared that he almost collapsed, and he couldn't even muster a trace of magic power. As for Ku Ting and the others, their faces were filled with joy. They never thought that there would be such a variable. When they saw Taoist Profundity's huge palm looming over Fangxing's head, they couldn't help but cheer. At first, they thought that the difference in strength between them was too great, and they had no chance to find Fangxing for revenge, but now that Taoist Profundity had personally made his move, however, in the next scene, they saw a scene that they couldn't even dream of. Fangxing, who had already been enveloped by Taoist Profundity's palm, looked like a little monkey pressed down by a huge mountain. When the palm force came pouring down like the Milky Way, he suddenly raised his head. The magic power in his body was vast and boundless, and it was actually more than 10 times stronger than what he usually displayed. Then, he suddenly bent down and scooped up the little blind girl. The surrounding immortal chi was torn apart, and his chi activity was like a tidal wave. Then, he turned his body halfway, and at the speed of lightning, he swung his palm towards Taoist Profundity. Smack! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Taoist Profundity was sent flying by that slap, and a group of onlookers were smashed to death. Meanwhile, Fangxing, who was carrying the little blind girl in his arms, slowly turned around. His robes fluttered in the strong wind, and he looked coldly at Taoist Profundity who was sent flying. He spat on the ground fiercely. Those who bullied this girl were slapped. Do you think you're an exception? The dignified righteous bestowal immortal, the lord of a prefecture, the Reverend Profound Ji, who could establish an aristocratic family, was actually sent flying with a single slap. The scene before their eyes was simply too shocking. Not only did Fangxing's slap send the arrogant Reverend Profound Ji flying, it also seemed to have interrupted the voices of all the onlookers, causing the originally noisy city gate to become deathly silent for a moment. Countless gazes were looking at Fangxing with incomparable terror. They were no longer able to predict his strength in their hearts, especially the people from the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion. When Fangxing was brought back from the huge boulder, they thought that he was at most in the Yuanying realm, and had just stepped into the realm of an itinerant immortal. Moreover, at that time, the chi activity that Fangxing revealed was indeed in this realm. But when they arrived at the Green Parasol Immortal Mansion, after Fangxing casually sent Ku Ting and the other two flying, they estimated that Fangxing's strength had already reached the level of a mid-level itinerant immortal, or even a high-level itinerant immortal. At that time, Fangxing was also very cooperative and revealed his chi activity. Since they were both in this realm, they did not think too much about it. No matter how courageous a person was, when they estimated that Fangxing was only a Tier 1 itinerant immortal, but now, when Fangxing sent Reverend Profound Ji flying with a single slap, it once again refreshed Zhu Shou's understanding. Beyond Tier 1, only itinerant immortals beyond Tier 1, who were already known as false immortals by others, could have the ability to send an existence like Reverend Profound Ji flying, although this fellow had suddenly unleashed his cultivation base just now, it was suspected that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, his crafty and strange attack was even more like a sneak attack, like a child who was caught off guard and slapped an adult in the face, but no matter what, this slap in the face proved his strength to a certain extent. Damn it! Damn it! You deserve to die! Amidst the deathly silence, the endless roars of Taoist Profound Ji rang out. This dignified righteous immortal was also somewhat stupefied by that slap. He even didn't dare to believe that he was actually slapped by that ant-like fellow who could be pinched to death at any time. Moreover, it was an upper profound city, in front of so many of his old friends, as well as countless immortal soldiers and servants. Being slapped flying by this slap, what rose up in his heart was boundless anger and humiliation. That feeling of losing all his face almost drove him mad. If I don't immediately turn this fellow's bones into ashes and destroy his spirit, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the azure mysterious heaven realm? I'll kill you. A roar erupted from the bottom of his heart like a volcano eruption. Then, his cultivation base shot up into the sky like a beacon. Brilliant celestial might spread out without diminishing in the slightest. With him at the center, it was as if a huge spring had appeared. Ripples spread out madly, blowing away countless people, buildings, and even rubble and smoke. Strands of celestial chi turned into visible purple ribbons that seemed almost corporeal, and floated in all directions. An immortal is enraged, an indescribable feeling of fear rose in the hearts of everyone at the city gate. No matter how much they wanted to watch this battle, countless people made the correct choice at this moment, which was to break into a run and run without looking back. They only had one thought, and that was to run far away. No matter what, they did not want to be affected by the battle between immortals. After all, even in Xianxia City, which was heavily fortified and could suppress all the powers that existed within the city, to prevent too much power from appearing and becoming a threat to the city, an immortal still possessed terrifying destructive power. The aftermath of such a battle might not destroy the city walls, but it would not be a problem to bring along a few innocent people. Don't be afraid, if you follow me, I will protect you. The little blind girl's senses were very sensitive, and she could feel the terrifying aura from Taoist Master Xuanji's body. Her little body was already trembling uncontrollably, and Fangxing sensed her fear, and he whispered something in her ear. I'm not afraid, the little blind girl nodded desperately, as if afraid that Fangxing would not believe that she was not afraid. Good child. Fangxing nodded, then turned around and looked at Taoist Master Xuanji ferociously, then took a step forward. At this moment, Taoist Master Xuanji had just activated his immortal aura, and his power was at its strongest, and Fangxing took advantage of this moment to charge fiercely towards Taoist Master Xuanji, and he even carried the little blind girl in his arms. At this moment, he did not use the Supreme Unfettered Movement technique, nor did he use the Ghost Concealment technique. Instead, he purely relied on his physical strength to charge towards Taoist Master Xuanji step by step. With every step he took, the power in his body grew a little stronger, as if a power that had been sealed in his blood was being released bit by bit. This caused the aura in his body to skyrocket, until it was beyond everyone's imagination, breaking through the limits of their understanding, and showing an unreasonable power. Boom! When his step landed, a huge hole was formed in the green brick ground that was refined using a secret technique. Then, all the materials in the hole were instantly melted by the power contained in his foot, and they splashed up like waves of water. When they splashed into the air, Fangxing had already lifted his foot, so the waves of water froze on the spot. This also caused every step that Fangxing took to form a frozen splash on the ground like a lotus flower, blooming on the ground of Upper Mystery City that was so hard that even lower-grade immortal artifacts could not damage it at all. These black lotuses bloomed all the way until they reached Daoist Master Xuanji. At this moment, Daoist Master Xuanji's immortal aura surged, and he let out a muffled roar like a thunderclap. Then, his entire body leaped up, and he seemed to be able to swallow the mountains and rivers. At the same time, he swung his fist down, and a fist that carried boundless immortal aura forcefully smashed towards Fangxing. Even the void was torn apart by the strong wind brought about by his fist. Everyone's line of sight was distorted, and when his fist struck out, it seemed like a huge expanse of black waves had appeared. On the other hand, Fangxing, who charged over swiftly on the lotus flower, held the little blind girl in one hand while his other hand clenched into a fist, and he forcefully smashed it down. His fist just happened to strike the black waves, and in an instant, space was torn apart as a monstrous gale swept towards the surroundings. Countless spectators who'd intended to flee earlier and hadn't gotten far were affected by the aftershock of the violent sweep, and then they fell to the ground like straws. It was like an invisible sharp sword had swept out and directly slashed their bodies apart. The cut was smooth. Bang! 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 Everyone was dumbstruck, and they watched this scene with extreme shock. No one had the leisure to pay attention to those ants that were affected, and they were only paying attention to the outcome of the battle. They were guessing who would gain the upper hand in this head-on collision of fists. And the outcome quickly caused all of them to be dumbstruck. The expected situation of both sides suffering heavy losses didn't occur. Daoist Master Profound Ji didn't even last long under Fangxing's fist before his brilliant celestial might was directly destroyed by the force of that fist, and then his entire body was directly sent tumbling backwards. He couldn't control his body, and it could be said that he was sent tumbling in an extremely sorry state. It was unknown how many buildings were destroyed, and how many people were killed. Even the hard ground was directly smashed by his body, and after he rolled a few hundred meters away, he couldn't get up, and his body was in tatters. How? How is this possible? Countless people cried out involuntarily, and they were unwilling to believe the scene before their eyes even if they were beaten to death. A dignified righteous bestowal immortal was directly defeated. This wasn't the kind of sneak attack from before that sent him flying. This was a fair and square defeat. Moreover, he'd been defeated by a single punch. How was this possible? This was simply an illogical phenomenon. There had always been rumors in this world that the strongest false immortals could compete with righteous immortals, and even win. However, these were just rumors. At the very least, there were many knowledgeable people here, but they had never seen such a bizarre scene with their own eyes. Many people even thought that this was just a figment of the imagination of those who couldn't obtain an immortal fate. How could such a thing really exist? If there really was an exception, then it could only be due to the advantage of bloodlines. For example, the descendants of great firmament golden immortals were born with golden immortal bloodlines, so it was indeed very easy for them to defeat righteous immortals as false immortals. Even the most powerful among the princes could kill great firmament golden immortals at the righteous immortal realm. As for those special cases, there were traces that could be traced. As for ordinary false immortals, they were simply dreaming if they wanted to compete with righteous immortals, but now, it seemed like everyone was dreaming. You want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? At this time, Fangxing's one punch turning enlightened being Arcanum into a dead dog did not seem to be out of his expectations at all. For him, with the powerful body of an imperial bloodline that had been nourished by the immortal fate for countless years and could support the power of an entire world, he was even stronger than before. After all, even though his body was strong back then, it had its limits and couldn't support too much power. But now, it was different. The body of an imperial bloodline was more than 10 times stronger than his own. In other words, the power of the world he could support with his body was more than 10 times stronger than before. If he didn't use any techniques and only used pure strength, then not to mention a mere righteous immortal, even a grand immortal wouldn't be afraid. Boom. After unleashing that punch, even though Fangxing was thinking about it, his feet didn't stop for even a second. His body carried a powerful gust of wind that destroyed all the pedestrians and buildings in front of him and to his side. As he sprinted forward, a black lotus bloomed beneath his feet and his robe fluttered in the wind. He was simply like a righteous immortal. Of course, it was an extremely ferocious righteous immortal. Could it be that he wants to kill enlightened being Arcanum? This thought flashed through someone's mind, but they quickly noticed that Fangxing's gaze was not on Enlightened Being Arcanum. Without hesitation, he crushed Enlightened Being Arcanum's head with his foot and continued to rush forward. His target is the teleportation formation. Very soon, someone noticed and roared loudly. End of chapter 1435. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.